January 2nd, 2013. Asian Underground Fighting Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the red corner fighter of the championship qualifier. A prodigy unseen in a century. A marvel of the Chinese fighting world. A boy genius. The king of underground fighting at 18. He has already created an extraordinary record of 10 consecutive victories. Perfect reach. 10 wins in 10 fights. 5 KOs. 2 TKOs. Known as the assassin of the night. He is from China. Lin Yu. The host's neck veins bulged as he roared wildly. A single spotlight instantly froze in the dark venue. The spotlight shifted to the entrance. A young figure slowly emerged. Lean muscles, a firm round rear, and long slender arms. Beside the octagonal cage, an elderly man in a suit spoke. Look at him. Look at his build. Look at his cheekbones. Look at his eyes. The surrounding people all followed the old man's gaze. His cheeks are gaunt like a ferocious beast. His buttocks are full like a roaring engine. His eyes are fierce, just like... Suddenly the old man's voice stopped abruptly. Although he was old, he wore glasses. Therefore he could clearly see that the young man's eyes were unexpectedly clear and foolish like a college student's, revealing confusion, revealing bewilderment, and even a trace of panic. Lin Yu was indeed a little flustered at this moment. Is being caught slacking off during my part-time job such a severe punishment? Originally, he had been slacking off secretly playing a UFC fighting game. As he played, he grew drowsy and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was wearing only red briefs. More critically, he felt a strong sense of restraint around his wrists. It felt like bandages were wrapped around them. Looking around, the only light was on him, everything else was darkness. A fierce-looking old man with silver hair was vaguely roaring in front of him. Where the hell have I been brought? In an instant, Lin Yu seemed to understand. In broad daylight, under the open sky, how dare they try to kidnap him? Hasn't Myanmar already been cleaned out? At this moment, a young man beside him whispered, Lin Yu, what are you doing? Get in. Get in. Get in where? Click. The lights blazed on. The darkness was pierced by dazzling light, and the entire underground arena instantly appeared. All around were handsome men and beautiful women, some shirtless, some wearing bikinis. The ones in bikinis were the handsome men. They were waving their fists at Lin Yu and yelling continuously, Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Yu. In the center of the crowd, an exquisite underground octagonal cage stood. Lin Yu seemed to realize something. Could it be? They want me to enter the octagon. I don't know how to fight. Apart from playing fighting games, he had never engaged in real combat. The closest he had ever been to a fight was after middle school. It was a beautiful evening, grilled sausages, dusk, and a heavy school bag, until a stray dog suddenly dashed out from the roadside. Lin Yu was chased. At last the boy remembered an inspirational short video he had watched. Only by facing difficulties head-on can you overcome them. So the boy chose to confront the difficulty directly. Lin Yu turned around, picked up a brick, and faced the stray dog head-on. In the end, he only received 5 shots of rabies vaccine. Additionally, he lost a grilled sausage. As a fanatical lover of novels, Lin Yu realized that he had transmigrated. So the genius the host had just shouted about was the original host, sharing the same name, same surname, and same age as himself. However, he had not inherited any of the original owner's fighting skills. Though this body was indeed strong and handsome, he reached down to adjust himself, and it felt quite big, but apart from that, what use was it? What use was this? With nothing but good looks and no fighting ability, he would be beaten into a pig's head sooner or later. Slowly walking into the arena along the light, Lin Yu clung to his last hope. Maybe his opponent would be very weak. With that hope, Lin Yu slowly looked up. It was a man about 1.8 meters tall with a conservative weight estimate of at least 85 kilograms. His muscles were piled on his body like stones. Lin Yu, what the hell? That being the case, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then don't blame me. Deep blue add points. When the inspector by the ring was checking the 5-finger gloves, Lin Yu saw his system interface. He had inherited the original owner's physical qualities, but had no fighting skills. Having a strong body just meant he could take more punches, didn't it? Host Lin Yu. Age 18. Height 175 centimeters, still developing. Daily weight 75 to 81 kilograms. Physical quality. Strength 92. Agility 80. Stamina 85. Bone density tough. Overall physical assessment: God, as a fighter possessing such physical attributes at 18, you are simply a fighting prodigy seen once in a century. Lin Yu was very satisfied. This body was indeed formidable, worthy of the title of genius. Next were the fighting techniques. Fighting techniques. Punching 20. Kicking 8. Elbow 2. Wrestling 9. Ground skills 1. Traits none. Special move none. Overall fighting assessment: damn it, you useless waste. Your punches are heavy but not precise. Your ground skills will only ever be able to submit your brother's wife or your wife's younger sister. Nothing more. Lin Yu, this assessment. I hope my future can be like this assessment. Lin Yu often played UFC games, so he had come to understand a truth. In this sport, precision outweighs strength, and timing is faster than speed. Having strength and speed does not mean you can fight. The inspector had finished his work. Bandages correct, eyebrow protection done, mouthguard properly fitted. You may enter the ring. The crowd immediately burst into cheers. Genius, blow away Tornado. Bro, I've bet heavily on you. If you lose, you'd better pray you don't run into my American quick draw. Hey kid, I heard your punches are heavy. Let us see. Handsome, after winning the match, do you want to have a submission battle with me tonight? Lin Yu could only respond with a smile. A professional fake smile. This guy opposite was called Tornado. Could he be any more non-mainstream? The match was about to begin, but he didn't know how to fight at all. He really had no other choice. With that in mind, Lin Yu stood at the edge of the cage. More precisely, he leaned against the cage, spreading his hands naturally. His expression seemed to say, come on, hit me. But Lin Yu overlooked one thing. When Tornado looked at Lin Yu, he froze. This posture, this expression. Damn, a genius is a genius after all. He lives up to being the monster with 10 wins in 10 fights. This is a championship qualifier, and he can still be so relaxed. There was not a trace of nervousness on his face. Look at those relaxed muscles. Look at those long arms. Look at those cheekbones. Gaunt like a fierce wolf. Look at those eyes. Void, ignoring everyone. At that thought, Tornado couldn't help feeling a little intimidated. In an instant, the momentum reversed. The spectators at ringside shouted. A king's confidence as still as a mountain. Thunder in the heart, but a calm face like a still lake. A master, truly a master. The referee was ready. Suddenly Lin Yu heard a wonderful sound. It was like salvation. Detected that the host is participating in a championship match for the first time. Novice reward activated. Congratulations. Host has obtained trait bullet time. There was no time to inspect the trait's exact effect. Lin Yu only caught a single line: enhanced the host's control over spatial distance and progressively enhanced the host's neural evasive reflexes without limit. The match was about to begin. It was a championship qualifier. The winner would get the chance to challenge the champion. The referee was a black man. His teeth were very white. Okay, listen to me. Protect yourself at all times. Lin Yu steadied his nerves. This was his first real-life hand-to-hand fight. Fight! Tornado raised a fist, and Lin Yu touched it with one hand. The fight began. The surrounding spectators immediately erupted in cheers. Strange. Though his body felt full of energy, his legs seemed to be filled with lead. Lin Yu was too nervous. After all, this was the first MMA fight of his life. Tornado attacked first. A low kick, his signature move. It was fast. Smack. It landed. Tornado was stunned. This guy didn't even dodge such a simple attack. Instantly, the onlookers went wild. Look at that. He could have dodged, but he chose to take it head on. That's what a genius is. Take one hit first to give the opponent a scare. Lin Yu hissed. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt, only fooled the audience. On the surface he was calm, but inside Lin Yu was roaring. But the pain seemed to activate him. A surge of anger burst from his dantian. His legs gradually became light. His nervousness faded. Tornado attacked again. This time it was a jab. Whoosh. Not much power, but very fast. Yet in Lin Yu's eyes, this guy's jab seemed slow. In his vision, the movement looked as if it had been slowed down. He crouched slightly. He dodged it easily. The old man at the cage edge said in a low voice, follow up with a counter, kid. A counter was different from an intercepting blow. It meant striking after the opponent attacked, exploiting the pause caused by his momentum. But Lin Yu didn't do that. He merely dodged. Was it that he didn't want to counter? No. He simply didn't know how. Tornado was getting red in the face because he could sense he had just made a mistake. But the guy in front of him didn't counter. That was a provocation and an insult to him. He threw another punch, a left hook. Lin Yu quickly rolled his shoulder. While dodging, his eyes remained fixed on Tornado. The latter's right fist indeed followed. The feint went high, but the real attack went low. A combination. But Lin Yu dropped down slightly and slipped right. A top-level bobbing and weaving reaction. All of Tornado's combinations missed. Lin Yu slid back. He wasn't even breathing hard. Tornado, by contrast, was utterly exhausted. The spectators at ringside were dumbfounded. This wasn't Lin Yu's style at all. Boss, didn't this guy have 5 KOs before? Why does he keep dodging? Asked the assistant beside the old man. You still don't understand. The old man's eyes fixed on Lin Yu were already gleaming. He's toying with his opponent. This guy isn't just a genius. He's a personality genius perfectly suited to the UFC. In the UFC, if you want to become famous, you either become infamous or are worshipped by thousands. I didn't come to the wrong place. Remember to help me squeeze over to the cage later. I must meet him the minute it's over. The old man was the one who at the start had boasted to people around him about Lin Yu's build and had looked at him with that gaze. Now he was staring at Lin Yu's movements unblinking. Everyone around him was likewise absorbed. Tornado grew anxious. Several straight attacks in a row hadn't touched the guy, and he refused to accept it. He stepped forward quickly, trying to force the guy back and create more attacking space for himself. But the young man in front of him didn't retreat. Lin Yu simply stood there. The next second, Tornado threw another swinging punch from the right. Lin Yu instantly rolled his right shoulder and took a step back. He leaned back quickly and dodged with ease. Tornado threw wild swings, hooks, and combinations. He pressed Lin Yu like a madman. Every punch was accompanied by the sound of tearing air. But Lin Yu was like a phantom that could not be targeted. His bobbing and weaving were not textbook perfect, yet he evaded every attack. Retreats, feints, glides. Lin Yu was terrifyingly elusive, and the surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. His footwork was as light as floating wings. His bobbing and weaving were as nimble as a young Ali's. The frightening footwork carried his body in constant motion, and even the old man was entranced. In a daze he felt he was watching an exceedingly precise dodging machine. Most importantly, the old man noticed something. It was a sense of distance. Every attack from Tornado, whether punch or kick, as long as this guy dodged, he would always end up 1 or 2 centimeters from the fist. He could feel the wind of the blow but never be hit. More importantly, this was the perfect distance for an intercepting blow. The old man stood below the cage, staring, unblinking, his palms sweating. He knew he had found a gem. This was a true genius. With that thought, the old man squeezed even more frantically toward the cage. He refused to let any manager, those damned stinking bastards, get into the octagon before him. The first round ended quickly. When the bell rang, Tornado shook his index finger wildly at Lin Yu. He was even inciting the crowd around him. This is a coward who only runs away. What kind of genius is he? Lin Yu said, don't talk nonsense. Tornado was taken aback. Talking nonsense? Weren't you just dodging? Lin Yu said, what I said is, I never once claimed to be a damn genius. The training partner had already set the stool at the corner of the cage. Lin Yu sat down slowly. Wang Hu looked a little confused. Lin Yu countered him. With your strength, this guy had at least 2 openings just now, but you didn't take them. Stop playing with him. Let them see what you can do. Lin Yu said nothing, but inside he was roaring. I wasn't trying to play with him either, damn it. This is my first MMA fight. I deserve a little time to adapt, don't I? Young man, would you like some advice? A steady voice said. Lin Yu turned his head to look. It was a genuine old English gentleman. The moment you saw him, you could picture him holding a Cohiba cigar in his mouth and raising his middle finger at an arrogant rich man on the roadside. Let's hear it, Lin Yu said. This guy attacks fiercely, but without precision. Pure power is useless. Hit him once. Enter from the right side on the inside and strike his abdomen. Attack low first, then high. One intercepting blow can finish him. You have the strength. Lin Yu listened carefully and nodded with a smile after the old man finished. Outwardly good, you're absolutely right. Inwardly, what is he babbling about? I can't quite understand. The gap between games and real combat is too great. Even though he often played games and had a theoretical foundation, applying theory to real combat required adaptation. After the first round, Lin Yu felt he had adapted. The bell rang then. The second round began. Tornado came on ferociously, throwing a jab immediately. Lin Yu slipped to the right and moved quickly. His steps were as light as a butterfly. Tornado expected him to keep dodging, but the next second, just as Tornado paused briefly from inertia, Lin Yu's right fist slammed hard into his abdomen. Thud. The sudden pain made Tornado instinctively bend over. His head tilted forward. Then Tornado saw a fist as big as a sandbag. Lin Yu pushed off the ground diagonally with his left foot. His soul was like an energy extractor drawing force from the floor. His hips were like a roaring engine receiving the energy and pouring it into his waist. His waist twist drove his left hand into a rotation. All the force gathered into his left fist in an instant. Like thunderous lightning. Like a bright moon in the dark night. With a whistling, air-splitting roar. A wild swinging punch flew at the very center of Tornado's face. A dull impact sounded. Boom. Pain mixed with an electric shock instantly flooded his face, then spread through his body. All Tornado saw was darkness before his eyes. Hell's left hook. Stop. Stop. The referee lunged onto Tornado like a tiger pouncing on its prey, the latter already half unconscious. Lin Yu glanced at his left fist. A faint tingling sensation emanated from his knuckles. His power was terrifyingly formidable. The surrounding spectators stood as if struck by a petrification spell, eyes locked unblinkingly on the ring, frozen in place. At that moment, the entire world seemed to plunge into silence. Seconds later, a thunderous roar of cheers shattered the stillness. The live DJ's voice thundered throughout the arena. A one-hit knockout. A super genius from China. The Crown Prince of China. His record now stands at 11 wins with 6 KOs and 2 TKOs. A truly terrifying super genius. Where exactly is his ceiling? After toying with his opponent in the first round, he delivered a fatal blow in the second. He's like a terrifying one-punch man. The spectators at the edge of the octagon had gone insane. Men clutched their heads with both hands, women blew kisses wildly into the air. They didn't hesitate to lean forward, offering glimpses of tantalizing cleavage, all in a desperate bid to catch Lin Yu's attention. The ring girl, clad in a bikini, stood dumbfounded, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu with unabashed longing. Are you kidding me? If that punch landed on my head, you'd better get on your knees and pray I don't die. Lin Yu and I are 3-7. He could kill me 7 times in 3 minutes. Hey Lin, you want to know what real skill looks like? Come to my place tonight. My husband's on the night shift and won't be back until dawn. As Tornado was carried out of the octagon, the host had already rushed to Lin Yu's side, grabbing his right hand and raising it high into the air. Ladies and gentlemen, a new title challenger has emerged. Can he shake the position of Hakimura? Let's wait and see. Wang Hu burst into the octagon, leaping into Lin Yu's arms in a frenzy of celebration. Coach Yiming stood aside with a gratified smile, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Just then an elderly man squeezed his way to Lin Yu's front. It was Barnett, the old man from the opening. Lin, hello. Barnett extended his business card. Son, do you want to fight in the UFC? He proffered his card, an invitation from CWFC. This event was hailed as the UFC's European breeding ground. Dana White himself would even come to watch the championship fights here. If any fighter performed exceptionally, Dana White would personally offer them an official UFC contract, inviting them to join the UFC directly. Dana White, the UFC's most trusted executive and the ultimate mastermind behind the organization. The old man was confident. As he handed over his card, he turned to instruct his assistant. Remember, a genius like this, born once in a century in China, would never refuse such an opportunity. This is his best shot at chasing the UFC title. No one would pass up a chance like this. Even a fighting scrub would want to give it a shot. If he's a fighting prodigy, then he definitely wanted even more. He definitely will. He'll absolutely accept. He won't hesitate for more than 3 seconds. 1 second later, Barnett's smile beamed brightly, his card held steady in hand. 2 seconds. The assistant dabbed at his sweat. 3 seconds. Barnett waved the card and turned his head. After 3 full seconds, there was still no response. He stared at the young man, utterly incredulous. Lin Yu wasn't hesitating. He was simply thinking. But in that moment, the air grew deathly still. The old man's confident smile now seemed like a diamond perched atop a pile of filth. What are you hesitating about? Barnett couldn't believe that Lin Yu hadn't immediately agreed. Chinese fight fans are all eagerly anticipating your extraordinary performance once you step into the UFC. Lin Yu froze. Expecting who? Me? Bro, would you believe me if I said I don't know how to fight? Barnett stared intently at Lin Yu. Then, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A genius's humor, truly humorous indeed. Barnett patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. They say those with high fight IQ also have high emotional intelligence. So true. But he had transmigrated here, and for no apparent reason had been dragged onto the fighting stage. When he'd first entered the arena, he could have simply run away, but Lin Yu hadn't done that. Because deep down he had always wanted to fight MMA. This was a dream he'd harbored since childhood. Only the best of the best, the strongest among 8 billion men, were worthy of challenging for the divisional title here. Unlike traditional boxing, this was mixed martial arts. A sport closer to real-life, no-holds-barred combat. You could use your hands, knees, legs, and elbows. Except for striking the back of the head or the groin, you could employ nearly any means necessary to secure victory. He had fantasized about this pinnacle of competition countless times in fighting video games. He'd fantasized about it even more often than he'd fantasized about those Japanese adult films. Lin Yu, Lin Yu. Suddenly chants reached his ears. Lin Yu turned his head and saw spectators waving at him. He looked around the entire underground arena. Every single screen was displaying his live feed. This reminded Lin Yu of the fighting games he used to play. He was an avid fighting game enthusiast. If he didn't play a few rounds every day, his hands would itch. Yes, quite literally. Every time he finished a championship match in the game, the screen would show the grand UFC arena capable of holding tens of thousands. Las Vegas, Madison Square Garden. These fighting meccas were worshipped by countless fight fans. And the true champion would emerge from the tunnel amidst dazzling lights, draped in his national flag, striding slowly out of the darkness. His imposing figure like the sun and like the moon. Sun and moon interweaving, illuminating the entire arena. In that moment, the world's gaze, the gaze of every true man, would converge upon him. Then the arena host would scream with unbridled fervor. Everybody, welcome. The one, the only, the strongest among 8 billion men. Ask yourself, what man could resist such a title? Lin Yu looked at his own palm, as if he could see his own eyes through the white bandages. Within that gaze burned desire. True desire. Since he had been reborn into this world, why not fight for the dream he'd always harbored? The old man, believing he must have misheard, spoke again. Son, I'll ask you one last time. What I'm asking is, do you want to fight in the UFC? This time the young man's previously confused, troubled, and flustered gaze transformed. The old man could only see determination and a blazing hunger. I want. Barnett nodded with satisfaction. Then what about still fighting for the championship? With all due respect, a fight at this level is meaningless. Their champion's prize money isn't even as much as a regular CWFC bout. Why don't you just set off with me right away to the ATT Fight Academy in Florida? I'll start preparing for your first CWFC fight immediately. Lin Yu recalled that before his transmigration, the notorious Conor had entered the UFC exactly this way. Wait a minute. Conor McGregor. It was January 2013. If he won a fight in CWFC now, he might actually run into Conor. The sails of the great UFC ship had yet to be truly hoisted. There was still a chance for everything. In that case, forget the championship fight. I'll just go with you. As he spoke, Lin Yu seemed to think of something. He vaguely remembered the host mentioning that the title holder was Hakimura. What nationality is the champion? Lin Yu asked. Barnett thought for a moment. I believe his name is Hakimura. Should be a Japanese guy. Lin Yu's voice immediately turned fervent. I'll fight. I'll fight that Jap. I mean the championship. The Asian Underground Fighting Championship, as its name suggests, is held underground. Yet it follows the same rules as formal mixed martial arts, remaining a legitimate competition albeit at a lower professional level. Consequently, the fighters' competition cycles are shorter, unlike the UFC, where bouts may be months apart. Lin Yu was currently seated with 3 others. One was his newly signed manager Bonit. Another was his sparring partner and assistant coach, the 27-year-old Wang Hu. The third was his coach He-Ming. However, He-Ming looked somewhat melancholic at the moment. After this championship match, you'll head to the ATT training facility in Florida with Bonit. There you'll build your own new team and strive for a higher level. Lin Yu gazed at He-Ming with deep emotion. Coach. He-Ming returned the gaze with equal affection, his eyes dazed. I knew you couldn't bear to leave your master. Lin Yu replied, no coach. Could I have another bowl of beef noodles? I'm not full. He-Ming exclaimed, damn it. Speaking of He-Ming, the original host might have shared a deep bond with him. But Lin Yu had only just transmigrated, and even knowing this man's name, He-Ming, was through fragmented memories. He simply couldn't muster any sentimental drama. Bonit laughed heartily. The more he interacted with Lin Yu, the more astonished he became, for this young man was far too distinctive. His words, actions, even his train of thought, all utterly unlike a fighting prodigy. Had he not witnessed Lin Yu's performance in the qualifying championship match, Bonit would have doubted whether he was truly a genius. Wang Hu also felt a pang of reluctance. As a sparring partner, he would stay by He-Ming's side, helping him train the next young fighter. After a hearty meal, Bonit paid the gym the termination fee for Lin Yu. From now on, leave everything about this kid to me, Bonit said, patting He-Ming's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. Both the championship match and his entry into the ATT training camp. He-Ming wiped away his tears. As he took the check from Bonit, his eyes flickered and the tears vanished instantly. Okay, take care. Come back and visit when you have time. Wang Hu, standing nearby, was dumbfounded, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes. Coach, how can you be like this? We can't be blinded by money, he's our friend. The coach flashed the check and whispered, 10% of this is yours, the sparring partner's share. In the next second, the tears at the corner of Wang Hu's eyes flowed to the edge of his lips, mingling with an unknown substance. At that moment, even if an AK-47 were hung at the corner of his mouth, it would still turn upward. Okay, take care. Come back often, good brother. Lin Yu curled his lips and waved goodbye. Watching Bonit's Maybach drive away, He-Ming's smile gradually faded. Well, it's the same again. But he's a true genius. Staying here any longer would only waste his talent. Wang Hu nodded, his gaze fixed. Brother, you will make it to the UFC. He definitely will. In the back seat of the Maybach. Besides being your manager, I'll also serve as your head coach. Why me? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Instinct. Bonit placed a cigar in his mouth. It's a feeling. I only watched one of your matches and I knew you were the genius I was looking for. You are the true genius of China's boxing world, the one truly suited for the UFC. As a veteran fighter who has battled for 20 years, I have that judgment. As Bonit finished speaking, a beautiful assistant in the passenger seat handed him a document. Her name was Ka Luor. Boss, this is the comprehensive file you asked me to compile. Her voice was sweet. It includes all the data from Lin Yu's last 10 matches, which we've analyzed in detail over the past year and a half. It also contains a frame-by-frame technical and tactical analysis, as well as the detailed physical fitness data and bone density readings we secretly bought from his gym owner. Bonit said, good, you're fired. Ka Luor was stunned. Why, boss, what did I do wrong? I even followed your instructions and wore a gradient black stocking with a gray fitted mini skirt today. This skirt even cost me 100 pounds. Bonit replied calmly, right, you charged it to my card. Ka Luor smiled. In that case, boss, I don't suppose you'd want your wife to find out about your massage trip last night, would you? Lin Yu was petrified in the back seat. How did he feel like he'd boarded a pirate ship? Oh my dear Ka Luor, how could I ever bear to fire you? You are my best secretary. I've already prepared your next renewal contract, and we can sign it when we get back. Hearing this, Ka Luor sat back in the passenger seat, relieved. Bonit noticed Lin Yu's gaze and cleared his throat awkwardly. All right, kid, you see how much I trust you, don't you? Now we're truly family. Let's first look at your opponent for the championship match. Bonit quickly opened his laptop and played a video. Such a forced change of topic. Lin Yu smiled and turned to look. In the video was a muscular man with a head of yellow hair. In the footage, Boss Yuen-Mu moved with steady footwork. Lin Yu could sense that since his bullet time ability had activated, his sensory perception had been improving. Now watching Boss Yuen-Mu's movements, he could even perceive the finest details. This guy is strong, he's the best in this tournament, having defended his title twice. His style is steady, never reckless, and he won't fall into your traps like a tornado. What traps? Lin Yu was puzzled. Pretend. Bonnie suddenly became smug as if he knew everything. Keep pretending. Kid, in the first round you provoked and toyed with the tornado just to stir his desire and make him lose his head, right? No wonder they call you a genius. Your fight IQ is off the charts. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, be careful in the finals. Don't let him slowly chip away at you. He's a space controller. Before you know it, you'll find you have no room to retreat, and then he'll pin you against the cage and bombard you. Once he finds an opportunity, he'll attack ferociously, leaving no room for mercy. Turning off the video, Lin Yu leaned back in the back seat, pretending to rest, but actually checking his system interface. Besides the attribute table, there was some introductory information he hadn't had time to read. The trait levels are divided into 3 tiers. The host can gain trait experience through matches to enhance trait abilities. As the level increases, the trait's effects will gradually reach their full potential. Lin Yu immediately looked at his first trait. Bullet Time LV1 initially enhances the host's spatial distance control and gradually and infinitely improves the host's neural dodging ability. 500, 5000. His last match had earned him 500 experience points, and he still needed 4,500 to reach level 2. The host can increase attribute values through training and matches. When the career achieves milestone achievements, the host will receive additional treasure chest rewards. Simple and straightforward. Lin Yu basically understood. At that moment, Ba Neet's Maybach arrived at their destination, a 5-star hotel where he had booked a room for Lin Yu. All right, I look forward to your performance in the championship match next week. Until then, I'll help you plan your training and maintain your fighting condition. After Ba Neet left, Lin Yu lay on the soft bed, feeling that everything was surreal. He had inexplicably transmigrated and landed in his favorite sport, fighting. Though he hadn't yet fought in the UFC, Lin Yu believed that with this gifted body and his years of experience with fighting games, well, that last bit might be the most useless. Nevertheless, Lin Yu firmly believed he could make it to the UFC, his childhood dream. Winning the UFC championship, claiming the title of the strongest man among 8 billion. All of this was within reach. With that thought, Lin Yu drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Early the next morning, a piece of news rocked the tournament circle. Upon learning that his opponent was Lin Yu, Ba Siuan posted a status update. I can't believe this is a gift from heaven. I'm going to fight a Chinese guy in the finals. I'll knock his teeth out and send him back to his hometown. Ding. Ba Neet sent a message. Did you see his post? Lin Yu replied, in a week I'll tear his mouth apart. No. 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 Change the takedown. Take him down. Graham Turner's coach roared at the edge of the octagon as Turner clinched. Enough, break it up. Turner, don't do that move again. After the referee separated them, Turner was mostly clear-headed. But Lin Yu pressed forward again. There was no word like retreat in his dictionary. Holding his head tight, Turner began circling along the cage, afraid of being overwhelmed again. Smack. A calf kick landed. Turner countered calmly. A heavy rear hand. But Lin Yu slightly dipped his shoulder. Quick lateral dodge. Left fist swung low in a looping arc. Bang. The counter hit. A hammer to the abdomen. He stepped forward with his right foot, pressing the attack like a fierce tiger. Left fist whipped. Turner ducked quickly to avoid it, but Lin Yu followed with a right hook. Bang. It struck the abdomen. A clear red mark appeared on the belly. The entire arena cheered, boiling over with excitement. Lin Yu pinned Turner against the cage, leaving no room to escape. A flurry of combinations came like a raging storm. Turner could only keep his hands tight around his head, enduring desperately. Suddenly, he saw his chance and lunged forward. A bodylock takedown. Lin Yu immediately braced his left hand against Turner's waist. His legs retreated quickly, his entire body leaning forward nearly parallel to the ground. Relying on Turner's support, Lin Yu was like Michael Jackson, his body angled at 45 degrees to the floor. Whoosh! Lin Yu pressed down on Turner's shoulder. His left elbow drove downward like a steel clamp, forcing Turner's shoulder to slide. Turner could barely hold on. Lin Yu then fully locked his left arm inside, breaking the grip with sheer strength. Turner's hard-won double-hand lock was pried open. Left straight punch. Landed. Turner could only retreat again, temporarily abandoning the takedown. But Lin Yu followed with a flying kick. Thud. Turner barely sidestepped. Thanks to his experience, the cage mesh rattled violently from Lin Yu's kick. Now Turner was in a wretched state, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, drenched in sweat. Lin Yu raised one hand to his brow, gazing into the distance, as if searching. Good lord, he's way too relaxed, the commentator laughed. He's like, where's my opponent? I can't see him. This kid is unruly and utterly arrogant. The entire audience was on their feet. Turner could only evade. Like a crab moving sideways one step slower, and he'd eat a punch. Lin Yu gave relentless chase. His agile right fist swung through the air. The coiled rear hand was like a cannonball ready to explode at any moment. Turner would rather take 2 jabs than risk one heavy rear hand. Thud. Thud. 2 more consecutive strikes landed. Turner's coach looked ashen. No wonder he's called the touchstone and the legendary punching bag. That guy can really take a hit. The commentator couldn't help praising. Ding, ding, ding. The first round ending bell sounded. Like hearing heavenly music, Turner relaxed slightly, but Lin Yu surged forward again. Left hook, combined with a right uppercut. Though the first 2 missed, the real killer was the third strike. Lin Yu swiftly pivoted and threw a side kick. Bang! A sharp turn side kick. The explosive force sent Turner crashing into the cage mesh. Just then the referee stepped in as the first round ended. Can you continue? Can you continue? The referee rushed to Turner, grabbing his hands to ask. Turner's abdomen was in agony, and he wanted to reach down with his left hand. But the referee kept holding his left hand, making it uncomfortable. I can fight. I can keep going. Damn it, give me my hand back. In his pain, he suddenly heard cheers from the crowd. Turner knew his fans must be cheering for him. He quickly stood up and looked around. Lin. 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 Gradually Turner realized these shouts had nothing to do with him. He turned to see the young man, simply raising his fist, instantly igniting the entire arena, while Turner writhed in pain. All 4 big screens in the Octagon replayed Lin Yu's blind haymaker. The commentator was losing his mind. He'd never seen such a strike. This guy is confident to the extreme. He didn't even look at Turner, yet dodged, perfectly set up the counter distance, and landed that heavy rear hand. Only because Turner is tough enough to take it out, anyone else would have been knocked out cold by that move. Probably already seeing their ancestors. The crowd around the Octagon went wild. Holy shit. You're my new faith. Screw Turner. Destroy that wimp next round. Grind him into the mat. Make his wife want to cheat on him with you. Barnett couldn't suppress his grin. It spread wildly. He could already imagine how Lin Yu's popularity would skyrocket after this fight. With such a fighting style, beautiful strikes, arrogant swagger, Lin Yu practically screamed, "Those who love me will always love me. Those who hate me just go die." That's exactly how he performed in the cage. Turner's coach was pressing a sponge to his swollen left eye, trying to ease the pain. What should I do? How can I beat him? Turner demanded frantically. I have a plan. The coach said. That guy is a genius. They call him a Chinese prodigy. Later when you see an opening, fake a right hook. He'll anticipate it. Once he anticipates, he'll shift his weight slightly to the right, and your left hook will be waiting there. Then a rear hand swing will take him out. Remember, KO him. This is your last chance. Turner gritted his mouthpiece, rage burning in his eyes. For his wife's sake. Do it. Be easy. Second round began. Lin Yu pressed forward with a solid guard. Turner could only fight and retreat, remembering his coach's words, waiting for the opportunity. Like a violent storm, like summer cicadas. Lin Yu's fists sent gusts of wind, battering Turner mercilessly. Total domination. The audience no longer cared about the outcome. They were all waiting for when Turner would be KO'd. At 1 minute 36 seconds of the second round. Smack. Turner ate another low kick, but then he saw his chance. He feigned a right swing. A hook. Lin Yu leaned slightly right to dodge. He moved. In that instant, Turner's preloaded left hook swung out. Fierce and powerful. Barnett's eyes narrowed. No. Turner's left uppercut carried all his fury, resentment, and pent-up pressure. With this punch, he would end the prodigy. Whoosh. The sound of air being cut. Not the sound of impact. Turner's pupils dilated instantly. The young man, while dodging right, seemed to have no inertia. He instantly snapped back into a rear sway. A tiny step back was enough to evade his devastating left hook. It was over. That was Turner's last thought. His left hook, thrown with all his might, had already carried his body forward. Almost instantaneous counter. Lin Yu's coiled rear hand swung out. Like a cannonball. Counter rear swing. Bang. Landed. In that moment, everything went black for Turner. Consciousness gone. Only his ancestors floating before his eyes. Like a kite with a broken string, his heavy body fell backward and slammed onto the mat. Thud. His arms lay still at his sides, unmoving. One-shot headshot. Terrifying counter. Death punch. Knockout thunder. The commentator leaned back, hands spread, shocked to his feet, roaring. Oh ha. WTF. Holy shit. Jesus. Death sentence. Death sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the genius from China. Lin Yu stood beside Turner, arms crossed over his chest, looking straight ahead. His bulging muscles flexed as he moved. Arrogant, dismissive celebration. The crowd in the arena went insane. They chanted wildly. Lin. 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 The heat nearly lifted the roof. Lin Yu turned the Octagon into hell. He made his opponent roar helplessly inside the cage. Celebrating Lin Yu was like a red dragon reveling in the hellish Octagon. At that moment, all heroes were like minnows in a river, yet the spotlight shone only on him. Lin Yu draped the Chinese flag he had prepared earlier over his shoulders. The red glory covered him. Some spectators started it, and soon tens of thousands joined in. Lin Yu's title emerged. Red Dragon. Blood-bathed Red Dragon. Blood-bathed Red Dragon. Offstage, Trent, the general manager of CWFC, picked up his phone and dialed a number. The contact name read CEO of UFC. Hey Hunter, I've got a new guy here. No, 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 he's different from anyone before. I guarantee you'll be interested in him. This guy will be the only one. The audience, having witnessed everything, went completely wild. They chanted Lin Yu's name tirelessly, as if never fatigued. Barnett, beaming with pride, escorted Lin Yu out of the Octagon. The corridor leading to the backstage changing room had transformed into a hall of glory. One spotlight after another shone on the path. With every step Lin Yu took, the spotlight moved accordingly. On both sides of the corridor, the frenzied spectators reached through the railings by the stairs, stretching out their hands to high-five him. Oh God, please Lin, give me a high five and I swear I'll never use him to assist flights again. Oh dear bad boy, come on, my husband is on the night shift tonight, and tomorrow too. Lin Yu walked past the audience expressionlessly, his face impassive. John Gray behind him grew intrigued. Really? I promise my explosive power is also strong. The female spectator instantly changed her expression. God, stay away from me. I'll call my husband to switch to the day shift right now. In the backstage locker room, several reporters had been waiting for a long time. They surged forward frantically, all eager to interview Lin Yu. Microphones were thrust before him. Barnett had to maintain order, telling them to keep their distance. Damn it, get those sticks away. A reporter was chosen by Lin Yu. My God, what a perfect victory. Knocking out your opponent in your debut, and you've established your own style. They all say you're a genius. Do you accept that praise? Lin Yu replied, genius. I never consider myself a genius. The reporter stared at him intently. Usually people who feign modesty have a hint of cunning in their eyes. But he saw only honesty. Lin Yu continued, you could even say I don't know how to fight MMA at all, and I'd gladly accept that. At these words the entire room fell silent. Then countless reporters slapped their thighs and laughed. Hilarious, absolutely hilarious. Ha ha ha. Great punches and such humor off stage. It's impossible not to become famous. A reporter immediately raised his hand, pursed his lips, and said arrogantly, I understand, let me explain that remark for you. It's said that masters are always on the path of seeking knowledge. Indeed. Live and learn, Lin, you've taught me a lot. Lin Yu wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Suddenly he spotted a young girl. She seemed like an intern timidly sitting in the corner. What's your name? Lin Yu called out to the girl. Carly, she answered immediately. Good Carly, do you have any questions for me? Carly was stunned by the offer, while the surrounding reporters were filled with envy. Interviewing a rising star like Lin Yu would undoubtedly bring a surge of traffic. TCH, what kind of question can this rookie ask? Look at her, she's probably too scared to speak. The reporters around sneered. Carly, still timid, spoke again. Lin, thank you for this opportunity. I want to ask you, how many fights will it take before you twist off Connor's head? I've disliked him for a long time. At these words the entire room fell silent. Ha ha ha. Barnett burst into laughter. Lin Yu smiled. That's a good question. I promise it won't be long. Conor McGregor, do you hear me? Wash your head every morning and wait obediently for me. The atmosphere of the press conference ignited. Barnett was delighted. He picked up Lin Yu's gloves, intending to give Carly a surprise reward because her question had pleased him greatly. Under the envious gazes of the reporters, Barnett walked toward Carly. These gloves are yours, kid. Carly was stunned, trembling as she took the gloves. A nearby reporter couldn't help but remark, Barnett, I guess I misjudged you before. You really are a beast with a human heart. Barnett, first, I didn't provoke anyone. Second, tell me your name, damn it. I definitely know your boss. Don't run away, you little bastard. The furious Barnett was dragged away by Lin Yu. Let's go, Barnett. I'm tired. A perfect debut. Although the knockout came in the second round, it didn't waste much energy. Yet Barnett insisted that Carol give Lin Yu a muscle relaxation treatment. No need, I'm fine. Lin Yu waved his hand. He detested the scraping tool used for muscle relaxation. Are you sure? Her essential oil massage is second to none. Essential oil massage. Lin Yu, bring it on. I love relaxation. An hour later, lying on the massage table, Lin Yu felt utterly refreshed and invigorated. Carol's professional technique and delicate handling swept away his fatigue, allowing him to truly feel like himself again. So this is the value of essential oil massage, eh? Damn it, I should have tried this earlier. Barnett laughed on the side. Carol's essential oil massage is different from others. She's the most professional. Before becoming my manager, she did a bit of everything. Her original main job was the chief massage therapist at my training gym, holding a dual master's degree from the Chicago Institute of Massage in the United States. I used to assign her only to the most talented fighters. Now she will serve only you. Rest well, genius. Barnett stood up. He still had to go home to eat his wife's cooking. Getting enough sleep is the key to success. Before the second fight, Lin Yu would continue training at the ADP gym and temporarily stay at Barnett's house. His mansion was barely occupied. At 10 in the evening, lying on the comfortable big bed, Lin Yu opened the system interface. Ability bullet time, 15005000. Wrestling 1926. Kicking 3,942. In just one debut, he had not only gained 1,500 ability points, but also attribute boosts in wrestling and kicking. The combat process itself was a process of improving abilities, after all, learning by doing. was the most effective. Barnett arranged a half-month rest period for Lin Yu and immediately began scouting for his second opponent. He knew Lin Yu could not afford to wait. Conor's popularity was rising and Dana White would definitely watch his next championship fight, which would be Lin Yu's opportunity. If Conor were snatched away, without such a popular fighter, the heat of the subsequent championship fight would diminish. For Lin Yu to enter the UFC as quickly as possible, the best way was to defeat Conor in the championship fight and secure Dana White's direct UFC contract. Just a week later, Lin Yu's second CWFC opponent was confirmed. A flashy Brazilian striker known as the Samba Dancer, currently ranked 10th, named Junior. The news instantly exploded on the trending searches. March 29, 2013. ATT Training Gym. From now on, your training focus is timing. That guy is also a striker. Barnett dragged a tennis ball machine to the front of the gym. This machine will randomly shoot tennis balls. All you need to do is dodge them. Khabib and Romero, who often trained with Lin Yu, stood behind him. What kind of training is this? So strange. Can this be useful? Khabib questioned. Is it that simple? With such a distance, anyone can dodge it. Romero scoffed. Barnett grinned mischievously and pressed the remote button. Bang! A tennis ball shot out. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, and he instantly turned his head to dodge. Smack! The tennis ball precisely hit Romero's forehead. Romero covered his forehead in shock. Ouch! 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 Hiss! Doesn't hurt. Romero was stunned. It didn't hurt. These tennis balls have been surface softened. Don't worry, they won't cause any real harm. Feeling the power of this training, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Next came his enjoyable training time with Khabib and Romero by his side, so he was never lonely. Aside from training, there was also the daily essential oil massage to fully relax the muscles. Khabib followed Lin Yu every day, although his masseur had always been Jalen. You might not know who Jalen is. He's Mike Brown's aunt's son. If a person with connections has real talent, they wouldn't need to rely on connections. So almost every day Khabib looked at Lin Yu with envy, watching him perform in front of Carol. Yet hurts here too. I feel a burning pain in my elbows and knees. But Khabib clearly remembered that just half an hour ago they had finished training. Today's intensity was so high. Did my dad hurt you with his throws? Khabib asked. Lin Yu looked up at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. Hurt. Just a slightly dusty hem. Khabib, training is a painful time. No one likes it. Romero, I agree. Suddenly a gust of wind swept past the two of them. Khabib, except for this guy. He's a freak. Romero, I second that. Do you know the moment when a dream comes true? When you're at the age of loving ice cream, the most being allowed to eat without limits, even knowing you'll get sick, you'd still eat your fill. For Lin Yu, training was that feeling. Sweat pouring down, running with abandon. Training to become the strongest man among 8 billion, and to be with countless gorgeous women. This was everything he had ever dreamed of. And so the ATT Training Gym produced a training fanatic. Starting at the end of March, a 3-month preparation began. A figure would always depart from the Barnett mansion at precisely 4 a.m. Hey buddy, morning. A Spider-Man stood on a traffic light waving at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. Turning a corner, a black man strode up beside him. Hey man, running so slow you won't get breakfast in Florida like that. As he spoke, a wire suddenly shot from behind, hitting the black man dead on. Crackle. Zap. The man collapsed face first. Lin Yu turned to see 2 Florida officers quickly approaching, grabbing the man's arms. One of them looked up and smiled at Lin Yu. Sorry to disturb your morning run. At that moment, an inner-city tourist bus slowly passed by. On top stood 3 figures in black hoodies performing provocative dance moves. The 2 officers exchanged a helpless glance. Looked like they had new business. This was Lin Yu's training routine. Florida doesn't raise idle people. You only understand what that means when you come here. Putting on his earphones and immersing himself in his own world, Lin Yu weaved through the streets. The training machine he hated most was the treadmill. He believed running should be like this. Immersed in the streets, the scenery, or the unknown uncertainties. That was the true meaning of running. Passing by a Chinese calendar shop, Lin Yu made his final sprint. The gust he stirred, flipping the calendar at the shop's entrance. The Chinese owner habitually stepped out and flipped the calendar back a page, revealing the date, June 22nd. Hey buddy, can you stop sprinting in front of my shop? I'm really tired. Lin Yu didn't look back, just raised his middle finger. The owner burst out laughing. Son of a bitch. When's your fight? I'll come support you. Day after tomorrow, Chicago McCormick Center. Lin Yu shouted back. Turning past the street was the ATT Training Gym. Hey, nice fight last time. Lin Yu saw his good brother Khabib. Yesterday, Khabib had completed his 3rd career fight, submitting his opponent with a rear-naked choke, nearly sending him to sleep. Lin, the gym owner's wife, is here today. Khabib raised an eyebrow at Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't respond, just silently flipped him off. Over the past 3 months, for some reason, the owner's wife had been bringing meals with increasing frequency. Soon a legend began circulating among the students. The gym owner's wife brings meals supposedly just to secretly watch Lin Yu train. Jack happened to walk out of his office, just then waving at Lin Yu. Khabib immediately shot him a knowing look. If a fight breaks out, call me. I'll choke him out for you. Lin Yu said, nothing, just walked quickly into the office. Looks like you like them older. Jack's words made Lin Yu freeze. And with some charm. At that, Lin Yu's heart sank. Boss, I really have nothing to do with her, I swear I didn't do anything. Jack was stunned. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Junior. That guy is 3 years older than you, and his boxing has a certain charm to it. Lin Yu let out a long breath, a smile immediately spreading across his face. That's right, I like them older, and I like them with charm. I'm going to make that guy look bad. Jack patted Lin Yu's broad shoulder. I believe in you. Mike Brown says you've improved by leaps and bounds these past 3 months. He's very confident in you. Improved by leaps and bounds. Of course. Lin Yu glanced at his system interface. Boxing 7,583. Wrestling 2,640. Kicks 4,256. Ground game 2,230. Fighting skill evaluation, damn, you finally managed to improve your ground game a little. But only a little. By the way, why are you training so hard lately? Can't your wife and sister-in-law satisfy you at the same time anymore? Lin Yu, this evaluation. Why is it always so spot on? 3 days later was the moment of truth. The weight-cutting phase wasn't painful. Barnett had the nutritionist strictly control Lin Yu's intake. Food was measured to the gram, and precisely because of this Lin Yu maintained peak condition. June 25th, 8:00 p.m. local time. Chicago McCormick Center. Brilliant lights were flashing. The announcer roared. Ladies and gentlemen, the second quarterfinal is over. Romero, what a performance. He KO'd his opponent in the 3rd round to take the victory. The lights slowly dimmed. Next up, from Brazil, 8 wins in 10 fights, 2 KOs. The Samba dancer known for his agile boxing style. Junior. Amid the roar of the crowd, Junior made his entrance. He showboated his flashy boxing skills, which being full of flair made him a crowd favorite. The announcer continued to bellow. His opponent. From China. Hailed as the crown prince of a century. A prodigy beyond compare. 1 fight, 1 win, 1 KO. From the great China. The Red Dragon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, draped in his national flag, stepped into the dazzling lights. Some cheers erupted from the crowd. His first fight had earned him considerable popularity. Stepping into the octagon, both fighters were poised to strike. A burly black referee entered the octagon, gave brief instructions. Fight. Lin Yu's second CWFC fight began. Junior moved with light footsteps, circling Lin Yu and throwing punches. Not much power behind them, but he mostly won on points. Whoosh. Lin Yu dodged with a slight sidestep, his gaze focused. His eyes stared fiercely at Junior. The Samba dancer whipped a left hook followed by a right cross. A combination punch. Lin Yu ducked, underreacting quickly. But Junior then suddenly shook his left hand, grinning with extreme arrogance. There he goes again. The commentator began. He's getting the crowd going again. That's his style. With his flashy offense and excellent kicking game, Lin Yu needs to be careful. This is a formidable opponent. As he finished, Junior launched a spinning back kick. Lin Yu ducked again, dodging it easily. All style, no substance. Barnett muttered from the cage side. But the crowd's energy had already been ignited. Oh shit, what a beautiful spinning kick. Junior, I love you. I want to have your babies. At the edge of the octagon, a handsome man in a suit nodded slightly. It was Dana White, the UFC CEO. This kid has some charisma. Worth keeping an eye on. His assistant immediately began taking notes. But then Lin Yu moved. Bam. A vicious low kick landed perfectly. A sharp pain shot through him. The Brazilian had never felt a low kick hit this hard. As Junior faltered for a split second, Lin Yu surged forward. He feinted a right punch, and Junior took the bait, shifting his weight to the right to dodge. But Lin Yu ducked low. It was a takedown attempt. Junior's eyes went wide with shock. Barnett smirked. Over the past 3 months, Andre had taught Lin Yu only one takedown. The most practical and devastating one. He who chases 2 rabbits catches neither. Andre understood this principle. Even if his ground game was weak, mastering one killer move would elevate Lin Yu's overall arsenal. By now, Lin Yu had already shot in and secured Junior. Exploiting his shifted weight, Lin Yu powered through. Using the Brazilian's body as the axis, he spun rapidly. Like a top. Just 1 second later, Lin Yu was behind Junior. A textbook backtake. Dana White's assistant stopped writing, mesmerized. The commentator's eyes narrowed. He could almost predict what was coming next. Junior's coach screamed from the cage side. Tighten up. Tense your body. Junior braced himself. Suddenly, an immense force seized his waist. Lin Yu drove his feet into the ground and hoisted him up, like pulling a tree trunk, lifting him clean off his feet. He leaned back to the right. His powerful arms clamped around Junior. The Samba dancer's eyes filled with terror. The next second, Lin Yu fell backward with him. The ape sacrifice throw. Bam! The Brazilian was slammed hard onto the canvas. Like a pile of mud sprawled across the octagon floor. Lin Yu threw his leg over and mounted. He locked his legs around Junior's waist. Heavy left punches. Bam! Junior could only cover his head with both arms. The crowd watched as Lin Yu's muscles bulged. His terrifying fists like twin sledgehammers rained down. This guy's defense was about to be broken open. Barnett shouted from the sidelines, elbow the head. Elbow the head. In an instant, Punches turned into elbow strikes. Unstoppable ground-and-pound elbows. Oh my God. Devastating elbows. Is he trying to kill Junior? Lin Yu mounted Junior's back. The Brazilian lay prone on the cage floor, battered and disheveled, desperately shielding his head with both hands. Lin Yu braced himself, the tip of his elbow aimed squarely at Junior. Thump. Another elbow. Lin Yu taunted as he struck. Dance now. Laugh again. Aren't you the samba dancer? I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh. With a fierce exhale, Lin Yu's elbow slammed down again. Sweat splattered violently. The close-up live camera even captured a mist of water. Whoa. The audience erupted in shock. Junior felt his head spinning dizzily. Get out, get away from him. The coach roared from the sidelines. But Junior couldn't hear a thing. The entire world had gone silent to him. An unknown dread awaited him. He had no idea when the next elbow would come crashing down. Lin Yu didn't keep him waiting long. His left hand followed immediately with a strike. Thump. Another elbow. Like dynamite blasting through a mountain. The terrifying elbow rattled Junior, sending stars before his eyes. He felt he could barely hold on. God, how much longer can this guy last? The first round isn't even over. He won't make it to the bell. In an instant, Lin Yu landed another elbow. This one was heavy and powerful, snapping Junior's head to the left. His hands, which had tightly guarded his head, finally loosened. The next second, Lin Yu's right hand slipped in through the space in front of the Brazilian's neck. His left hand rose to meet it. The rear naked choke was locked in. Whoa. All the spectators stood to watch. Junior stubbornly refused to tap out. At that moment, a sense of pride took root in his heart. I will never surrender. Junior thought. Even if I get choked out, even if I can't breathe, I won't slap the mat, even once. Lin Yu suddenly applied force. The Brazilian's eyes rolled back. He frantically slapped Lin Yu's arm. Enough. What great future was worth risking my life for? I give up. The referee immediately stepped in to protect him. Junior breathed a sigh of relief, lying on the ground, greedily sucking in air, his stomach churning. Then the Brazilian turned on his side, mouth wide open. Ugh. Though nothing came out, the dry heave was all too real. The live camera caught it, and even the commentators were stunned. The samba dancer beaten to the point of vomiting. Lin Yu stood up, arrogantly towering over Junior. Another arrogant celebration. This time the crowd was even more electrified than before. Lin Yu simply stood there, and they couldn't stop cheering. Lin Yu's muscles bulged like a Roman sculpture. He wasn't even flexing, just standing there with arms crossed, head slightly tilted back. Arrogance. Expressionless. Yet it couldn't hide the explosive powers surging beneath his muscles. And the overwhelming killing intent. The roar pierced the sky. The crowd was in a frenzy. Hunter's assistant whispered, "Boss, do we still need to scout Junior?" Hunter stared at him as if he were an idiot. "Scout that Junior. Send that limp noodle home. Book me the earliest flight back to headquarters. Schedule a meeting with Dana White. Tell him I've struck gold. Not like those other guys who tried to pass off shit as gold. This is the real deal." A man with a sharp rat-like face turned to someone beside him watching the live broadcast. "I told you, let this guy be the face of our brand. His effect will be amazing. Look at the crowd. They're going wild for him. But he's still unknown in the UFC. So what? Isn't fame in Europe enough? Look at his performance. After these 2 fights, his popularity will skyrocket. We need to be the first to seize the opportunity. Invite him to endorse us. Call Barnett." In the live broadcast, the young man slung himself over the octagon fence, raising his arms to the crowd. All 1000 spectators were on their feet, shouting tirelessly, "Blood Red Dragon! Blood Red Dragon! Blood Red Dragon!" Darren Bell, CWFC's vice president and host, rushed into the octagon with a microphone. It was time for the winner's interview. Unbelievable. Lin Yu were even faster this time. You completely dismantled your opponent in the first round. Can you tell us about your transformation? That beautiful judo throw and those terrifying elbows. Lin Yu took the microphone, but before speaking, he raised it high above his head. The crowd understood and erupted into deafening cheers. Hunter couldn't stop grinning. This guy is a natural, a monster at stirring emotions. In the UFC, everyone will love him. Lin Yu began to speak. "Everyone remember this, my name is Lin Yu. You will see my evolution fight after fight, because my ambition doesn't stop here. First 2 rounds, then 1 round. Who's next? I don't care, because he won't last long in front of me." The crowd had gone insane. The cheers nearly tore through the arena, through the sky. "So there's only one person I want to ask. Conor McGregor, the foul-mouthed Irishman." Even the host couldn't help but laugh at the mention of Conor's name, and the entire audience clapped and cheered wildly. "They say you've become the king of CWFC, that no one can challenge your featherweight title. Sorry, but that's only because I arrived too late. But now I'm standing right here. I'm standing right here." Lin Yu screamed with all his might, not out of anger, but because the roar of the crowd had reached its peak. Even with the amplified microphone, if he didn't shout, his voice wouldn't reach the back rows. At that moment, in a mansion in Madison, Audie Adder, Conor's manager and closest confidant, Adder was watching the live broadcast. When he heard Conor's name, he laughed heartily. Connor, come listen. That kid is calling you out. Let's see what crap he can come up with. Adder was confident, just a young punk. What can he possibly say? He probably can't even come up with a trash talk that'll grab the media's attention. Connor, holding a glass of whiskey, laughed and sat down beside Adder. Then from the live broadcast, Lin Yu's final words rang out. This arrogant Irishman, they say he's already a UFC star in the making. Some call him notorious, some call him brilliant, but most just say he has a foul mouth. So daring get me a title eliminator match right now. I'm the only one who can beat Connor. After I smash his head in, I'll tear that filthy mouth of his apart with my bare hands. Connor's whiskey trembled in his hand. He turned to Adder. What did you just say? On June 24th, at 8:30 p.m. Lin Yu executed a rear-naked choke on the Samba dancer, and the news surged to the top of European sports trending topics. The California Daily Mail proclaimed, a prodigy has emerged in CWFC. China Daily reported, Lin Yu dominates in his second CWFC bout, forcing submission. Connor's agent Adder posted a headline, want to challenge Connor. First get past the next hurdle. If that next hurdle had a name, it would only be Ivan Book, the terrifying man who had long dominated the CWFC featherweight division, renowned for his formidable wrestling and ground game. Then Connor appeared, but Book was determined to reclaim his championship belt in the next title bout. As the trending topics spread, Lin Yu and Barnett were being interviewed by reporters. Barnett, can you explain the reason for Lin's rapid improvement? Barnett pondered. In China, there's a saying about having one's Ren and Du meridians unlocked. I think this kid is just that case. What are the Ren and Du meridians? Asked a beautiful journalist with curiosity. Barnett was taken aback. Good heavens, he was pretending to know something he didn't. He was just a half-filled bottle sloshing around, having no clue what it meant. But with so many journalists present, all of them attractive women, as a top-tier agent, he couldn't show weakness. So he had to rely on decades of life experience and intelligence to fabricate something. You don't know the Ren and Du meridians? First, the Ren refers to the Ren meridian and the Du meridian. Then what about Du? The journalist pressed. Du. It's the true Du and the false Du. The journalists in the audience murmured. Oh, you learn something new every day. Lin Yu, standing nearby, muttered. Nonsense, all nonsense. After the interview, the Maybach soon pulled up in front of the ATT training center. Jack stood at the entrance with a group of team members. He clapped vigorously, turning into a little penguin. Hey buddy, I knew all along that with your performance you'd defeat him. Did he manage to hurt you at all? He never even landed a punch on you. That jumping back takedown was beautiful. Can you teach me? Khabib sidled up to Lin Yu, and upon seeing that his brother's brow bone was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Romero followed behind Lin Yu, having secured another victory in his career. Jack, with one arm around Lin Yu and the other around Romero, felt at that moment as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Let me tell you quietly, the gym owner's wife was crying. When you almost got hit by that punch, I saw the corners of her eyes glisten. Khabib whispered into Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu reached back and pinched the little eagle. Shut up. What are you two whispering about? Jack turned around and asked. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand. Nothing, he was just saying that your wife's cooking is delicious. Khabib chimed in. Yeah, the dumplings our sister-in-law makes are absolutely amazing. Celebration belonged to the victors. When Khabib popped open the champagne, the training center organized a small party with Romero and Lin Yu as the center of attention. Fighters who had just finished their matches were allowed to taste the champagne, while those still in training could only drink milk. Amid the revelry, Lin Yu searched for Barnett, but didn't see him. At that moment, Barnett was sitting opposite Jack, his expression far from relaxed. Did you tell him to make that call out? Jack's cheerful smile also turned into a different expression. He did it himself. Don't you know him? That kid is arrogant and aggressive. It's in his nature. Jack sighed helplessly and pressed the enter key. Ding dong. Barnett's phone screen lit up. Another new website. Barnett grinned. What website? All you ever talk about is websites. This is the opponent for Lin's next championship qualifier, Ivan Book. These are high-level technical analysis videos, frame by frame. Go back and study them with Lin. This fight is just as crucial for getting into the UFC. Jack knew full well that whether Lin could make it to the UFC depended on whether he could fight Connor, and whether he could fight Connor depended squarely on this very match. Barnett nodded and was about to leave when ding dong. His phone rang again. Not done sending yet? Barnett asked, turning around. No, this time it's a website. Jack laughed heartily and raised an eyebrow at him. Oh my friend, I love you so much. Before leaving, Barnett glanced through the window into the room. Lin Yu was leaning against the wall, sipping champagne, scrolling through his phone, checking his account balance. Defeating the Samba Kid had earned him a 500 appearance fee. Not a huge sum, but he had only fought 2 matches so far. With the championship qualifier underway, his market value would rise accordingly. Who would ever complain about having too much money? If someone handed Lin Yu 10 billion, he'd be more than willing to say, I'm not interested in money. But since he didn't have that, he was very interested in money. And Barnett brought good news. The next day, Barnett came to Lin Yu's room. A contract lay before Lin Yu. Yenti Delivery, a new French local company. They want to enter the item delivery business. The offer is decent, at least higher than your fight purse. More importantly, this endorsement will bring you exposure. Barnett was shrewd. He had ENT Plaster Lin use posters on the sides of all their delivery vans, expanding his visibility and boosting his popularity. With Barnett's extensive experience, if he thought it was good, Lin Yu readily agreed. After signing his name, the French delivery headquarters immediately dispatched a professional team. The team consisted of 5 people, all tall, long-legged beauties who came to shoot the endorsement video. At 7 p.m., the filming officially began. When the 5 women in black stockings and short skirts stood beside him holding cameras and pretending to film, all Lin Yu had to do was stand there, strike a pose, and deliver the lines. Before filming, the head director Corinne asked Barnett to do a run-through. Barnett puffed out his chest, striking the pose of a dashing old English gentleman, and delivered a thick, powerful line. ENT delivery, nationwide airborne delivery. Whoever uses it enjoys it. Corinne's mouth twitched slightly. Dude, it's not whoever uses it enjoys it, it's whoever uses it finds it good. And can we not add our own lines? The original line doesn't have nationwide airborne delivery. Lin Yu clapped and laughed. Hey, I think this idea is great. I like it. Barnett smiled. See, he likes it too. Corinne frowned. It just sounds a bit sketchy. How about you say it, Lin? Lin Yu immediately gave a thumbs up. ENT delivery, nationwide airborne delivery. Whoever uses it enjoys it. Corinne slapped her thigh. Perfect. It sounds so majestic, so cool, so handsome, so suave, so dashing. Barnett beside him. First of all, I haven't offended anyone. One easy take. A day later, green trucks began appearing all over France, Monaco, and other places. On the side of every truck was a poster. It showed a handsome young man giving a thumbs up, accompanied by the tagline that would later become a classic. Europeans passing by would point at the young man and ask, "Who the hell is that?" At that moment, a viewer who had watched CWFC would explain, "That's Lin, the Chinese prodigy. You don't know him. Look him up. He fights beautifully." The woman shrugged. "I'm not interested in fighting." The man added, "He has great abs." The woman blinked. "I'm very interested in fighting." The effect was that Lin Yu's follower count, especially on European social platforms, kept rising. After nailing his first endorsement, Lin Yu rested for a week and then resumed training. On July 7th, in the tactical meeting room, Lin Yu sat in the front row while Barnett played the analysis video of his next opponent. Ivan Buk is considered the most outstanding fighter Europe has produced so far. His terrifying wrestling and powerful ground control allowed him to dominate the featherweight division. Then Conor came along, defeated him, and knocked him off the pedestal. But for you, he's still an experienced opponent. So Andre will give you intensive training focusing on takedown defense, escapes, and some practical ground techniques. Lin Yu watched intently. "Want to know how to beat him?" Barnett asked. "Of course," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "An extraordinary extreme standing monster will show him what real fighting is." Barnett's eyes were filled with confidence. "And you are that monster." "Lin." A heart-wrenching cry echoed across the sky. There was no response, so Barnett roared again. "Lin." On the second floor of a nearby mansion, a window was flung open. A fierce-looking man stuck his middle finger out at Barnett. "Shut the hell up, Barnett. It's 8:20 a.m. on September 12, 2013. If you wake me up again, I'll blow your attic to bits with an RPG." Barnett didn't reply, only returning a middle finger of his own before continuing to yell at Lin Yu. "Open the door. I brought breakfast." Lin Yu groggily came downstairs and opened the gate. "Isn't this your house? Why do I need to open the door for you to get into your own place?" "Well, I forgot the housekeeper had the day off yesterday, didn't I?" Barnett held up the breakfast bags. "Look what I got for you. Authentic American-style Chinese pot stickers and authentic American coffee." Lin Yu took the breakfast and walked into the dining room. Coffee with pot stickers. What kind of combination was that? Before Lin Yu could even express his surprise, Barnett had already opened his own portion of pot stickers and squeezed strawberry-flavored cream on top of them. "Want to try it? This is my favorite combo." Lin Yu shook his head. "I guarantee even a starving stray dog wouldn't take a single lick of that." "What do you know?" Barnett said, digging in with relish. "Ready?" Barnett said, pulling out his phone. "Don't worry, with your current popularity, you've got plenty of supporters. That punk Ivan Buk won't have any home field advantage." Without even looking, he tapped on the real-time support rate poll and held the screen up for Lin Yu. "See, isn't your support rate higher?" Lin Yu looked at the screen, which displayed 22 to 78. "Barnett, I knew you wouldn't guess wrong." Barnett grinned and turned the phone around. A second later, his smile froze. The 22 support rate belonged to Lin Yu. And under the voting post, countless comments raged with incredibly high like counts. "Khabib's headgear, he can't beat Ivan Buk. He was already the title challenger. I don't even know why CWFC scheduled this unnecessary qualifying bout. Dreaming of marrying Romero, I admit Lin has some talent, but the opponents he faced before were all mediocre. This guy is a true championship contender. He dominated the CWFC featherweight division for a long time. His wrestling and ground game are nearly unmatched. Conor McGregor should be accepting his challenge, not Lin's. Aspiring to be the diamond the ground is Ivan Buk's domain." Enough said. I can't wait to see Lin get choked out and tapping out in shame. Lin Yu shrugged. Barnett put away his phone. It's normal. The guy has been fighting in CWFC for ages, so he has a solid fan base. It's fine. Once you take down Ivan Book, these guys will all become your fans. For the past 2.5 months of training, Lin Yu had been spending all his time in the wrestling gym with Andre and Khabib. Every day they left a floor soaked with sweat and an exhausted Khabib. The more he trained, the more Lin Yu realized just how remarkable his body's physical potential was. While his ground game hadn't improved drastically overall, he had gained a solid grasp of 3 specific techniques: the armbar, the guillotine choke, and the triangle choke. At the same time, his takedown defense had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, with his training, the effectiveness of his overhand right module was also getting better and better. Now, every time he threw his overhand right, Lin Yu could feel the connection between that power and his body. The explosive burst of force was so impressive that it even stunned Mike Brown. Meanwhile, on the system interface, after 2 fights, his shock value had accumulated to 59782 points. Although it was still a ways off from 1-0, Lin Yu was confident that the upcoming title fight would yield enough shock value to draw the next legendary chest. On the interface, his upgraded attributes were gleaming. Host Lin Yu. Height 1.75 m, still growing. Weight fluctuating between 77 to 82 kilograms. Stamina 8,789. Boxing 8,386. Wrestling 4,053. Kicks 5,663. Ground game 30-50. Special trait bullet time. Signature move overhand right. MMA evaluation. Sometimes I genuinely worry, why are you improving your ground game so quickly? What exactly are you planning to do? Leave those married women alone. His takedown defense had improved dramatically with Andre's help. Reaching 80 in boxing was another watershed moment, making further improvements increasingly difficult. However, a boxing stat of 86 was already quite overpowered for CWFC. It was time to put the training to the test. 5 days later at the Red Rock Park Arena in California, over 1,000 eager fans filled the venue. The title qualifier was scheduled just before the heavyweight championship main event. The first 3 preliminary fights lacked any knockouts or spectacular moments, leaving the atmosphere in the arena rather dull. Finally, after the 3rd fight, the announcer breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew the main attraction was coming. The arena darkened with a single spotlight pointing towards the fighter's tunnel. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated CWFC featherweight showdown is about to begin. The winner will earn the right to challenge Conor, the notorious McGregor. First making his way to the cage, the featherweight king who once held the record for the longest title reign in CWFC history. The terrifying ground monster, known as the Motor Machine, Ivan Book. The entire crowd rose to their feet. The veteran fighter's popularity was immense, and they roared with wild enthusiasm. Next up, his opponent. Hailing from China, the century-long prodigy, the unparalleled genius, the Red Dragon, the unrivaled Red Dragon, Lin Yu. His 4 coaches stood in a line behind him. Lin Yu stepped onto the stage, steadily raising his hands to acknowledge the cheers. The cheers were noticeably louder than the previous fight. Lin Yu's popularity was surging. After a brief routine check, Lin Yu stepped into the octagon. On the other side, Ivan Book's eyes were filled with ferocity. The drowsy audience snapped back to attention, gulping down their beers and fixing their gazes on the octagon. French referee Aaron Parker stood beside them. You can touch gloves if you want. If not, when you hear fight, you can begin. They didn't touch gloves. Ivan Book's stare at Lin Yu was full of menace. I'm going to punish you severely, you little punk. Lin Yu just tilted his head back slightly. Punish your mother. Fight. The referee quickly backed away, fearing he'd get splattered with blood from the imminent clash. Lin Yu immediately created distance. Whoosh. He jabbed with his lead hand. Ivan Book sidestepped the jab and shot in instantly. Takedown attempt. Barnett's palms were sweating. Lin Yu immediately defended, planting his right hand under Ivan's shoulder to create space. But Ivan used the momentum, driving his left leg to hook Lin Yu's supporting leg. Then, a textbook single leg takedown. He got it. Ivan Book smirked. Beautiful. The announcer roared. But he suddenly sensed something wrong. Ivan Book wasn't in top position, he was in side control. As he fell, Lin Yu kicked out with his legs, unleashing terrifying explosive power. Mid-fall, he stubbornly forced his way to secure side control against Ivan Book. Sensing the danger, Ivan Book scrambled to his feet. Lin Yu followed closely, taking his back. The announcer was still commentating. The ground king Ivan Book, his wrestling is unstoppable. Lin needs to be careful. The next second, Lin Yu shifted his weight and pulled. The ape's sacrifice throw. Bang. Ivan Book was lifted clean off his feet in front of everyone. He was airborne. Wham! Ivan Book was slammed to the ground. Everyone was stunned. But he was experienced, found a gap to escape, and immediately scrambled to the cage, still trying to defend. But Lin Yu pounced like a starving tiger. He leaped again, wrapped his arms around the waist, twisted with force, and somehow took his back again. Ivan Book pressed desperately against the cage trying to defend. But Lin Yu pulled back and to the right. The ape's sacrifice throw. Wham! Ivan Book was slammed down again. What the hell? The announcer was completely dumbfounded. Who exactly was the true ground king? This time after the takedown, Lin Yu immediately drove his left leg forward, pressing into Ivan Book. The look of panic in Ivan Book's eyes was captured on the live broadcast. Lin Yu swung his leg over and mounted. Ground control secured. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? That's terrifying. Is this guy a power monster? He just fucking slammed Ivan Book. This has never happened in CWFC history. No one has ever been able to reverse slam Ivan Book. Ivan Book struggled desperately to escape, but Lin Yu immediately flattened his entire body, especially his upper body, tightly against Ivan Book's chest. He kept driving his head into Ivan Book's chin while using both hands to apply pressure on Ivan's shoulders. At that moment, Lin Yu was like a toad, completely occupying all the space over Ivan Book's upper body. Total dominance. Ivan Book couldn't move an inch, and Lin Yu's head-on chin pressure was making it difficult for him to breathe. His energy was draining rapidly. This was exactly the method Andre had taught Lin Yu. They remained locked in that stalemate. After 15 seconds, Lin Yu decided the time was right. He pushed himself up with his left hand and threw a right overhand. Ivan Book quickly brought his hands up to guard. Wham! The impact was so hard that sweat sprayed out like a mist. Well, the crowd gasped. Lin Yu switched his left hand from a fist to an elbow. The ground is your domain. Fine, then I'll crush you right here in your own domain. Elbow strike. Again the familiar elbow strike. Lin Yu's iron elbow slammed repeatedly into Ivan Buck's side, but Ivan Buck kept his hands tightly locked. As Lin Yu swung his elbow again, Ivan Buck twisted his body instantly, trying to break free. Lin Yu hurriedly pressed down again, but the guy attempted a guillotine choke. Suddenly leaning back, Ivan jammed his shoulder toward Lin Yu's head. Andre's heart tightened. Lin Yu sensed it, immediately propped his right hand against Ivan Buck's chest, then twisted his waist and shoved Ivan Buck away with brute force. Left fist swung again. Ivan dodged by leaning back. Seizing the moment Lin Yu threw the punch, he struggled backward and finally slipped out from between Lin Yu's legs. The crowd erupted in cheers. In their eyes, Ivan was still the king. Lin Yu pushed off one knee, lunged forward, and swung a left hook. Superman punch. Ivan quickly raised his left hand to block. Bang! Though staggered, he struggled to his feet by grabbing the cage. Finally free. Lin Yu followed with a low kick that landed cleanly. Right hand swung, left hand followed. Combination punches. Ivan dodged the first punch by leaning back, but the second struck his brow bone. The brow instantly swelled. Ivan Buck was like a lizard shedding its tail. Though his brow was hit, he managed to escape. After slipping out, he kept moving toward the other side of the octagon to buy himself time to catch his breath. The commentator was sweating for him. Finally, he survived. Ivan Buck, still the experienced veteran. No wonder he once dominated this event. Anyone else would have been submitted by Lin Yu long ago. Lin Yu was in no rush. He adjusted his breathing, a provocative smile on his face as he advanced toward Ivan Buck. The upward curve of his lips was terrifying. Like a demon. Though he hadn't knocked him out, Lin Yu knew in his heart that this guy was no match for him in strength. Then, Ivan couldn't take him down. After a round of strikes, it was clear that Ivan Buck was completely outclassed by Lin Yu on the feet. He brashly took a punch to the left side of his face, then another to the right. The corner of his mouth was torn. Then the bell rang for the final 10 seconds of the first round. Lin Yu spun and delivered a precise flying kick to the abdomen. Ivan Buck was almost fleeing. Finally, with the heavenly sound of the bell, Ivan Buck survived the first round. The first round is over. Lin Yu definitely won that round. I even think Ivan never landed a single punch on him. As Ivan Buck walked back to the red corner, Lin Yu raised both arms and made a throat-slitting gesture with his thumb across his neck. This move instantly ignited the crowd. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Yu. The more he fought MMA, the more Lin Yu felt like a dream come true. So he became even more arrogant, releasing the wildness inside him. Barnett was delighted because he saw Hunter's face beaming. Like an old chrysanthemum in full bloom. Hunter had thought Conor McGregor was the only charismatic fighter. That guy could ignite the arena with his unique speeches and performances during, before, and after the fight. But now the young man before him was equally charismatic. Lin Yu was not only on par, but even seemed to overshadow Conor's aura. Young man wants some advice. Barnett crouched beside Lin Yu with a smile. Lin Yu, if the advice giver is handsome enough, I'm willing to listen. Good. Right now his strength is clearly inferior to yours, and he only knows how to fight on the ground. So in the second round, he will definitely try to take you down right away. As long as you block his position and prevent his lock from fully forming, he has no chance to beat you. All you need to do is keep the right distance, find the opportunity, and finish him in one blow. Moments later, the second round began. It was still one-sided domination. Lin Yu striking left Ivan Buck completely disoriented. At 2 minutes 36 seconds of the second round, after eating another jab, Ivan finally saw an opening. He instantly dove and grabbed Lin Yu's waist. Twisting his body, Ivan Buck tried to trip Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped his right leg sideways, braced his hip, wrapped his left arm around Ivan Buck's waist, and suddenly drove downward. Shoulder slam, counter throw. Ivan Buck quickly pushed his legs back, barely withstanding Lin Yu's attack. But then he suddenly found his feet leaving the ground. The audience was stunned. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around Ivan's waist and lifted him clean off the ground. Then, bang! A brutal slam. Ivan tried to escape, but Lin Yu picked him up again. Bang! Second slam. Ivan Buck was completely broken. WTF? The commentator was dumbfounded. Absolute power domination. The CWFC average takedown record holder has been crushed again. This time Lin Yu quickly took the back, fully locking Ivan Buck. Ivan tried to escape, but the next second Lin Yu's right hook was already there. Bang! One punch sent stars spinning in Ivan Buck's eyes. Bang! Left hook again. Lin Yu went berserk, swinging like a lion's rapid-fire punches. Unreasonable, violent bombardment. Like Monkey D. Luffy's rubber Gatling. Ivan Buck's defense was shattered. Blood from his mouth splattered across the cage floor with each punch. Sweat and blood mingled. Ivan Buck no longer knew where he was. Until the referee jumped on him, waving his arms to signal the end of the fight. Lin Yu roared and stood up. He felt his feet slip, looked down, and saw the cage floor was covered in blood. The entire audience rose to their feet. They all held their heads in their hands, eyes wide, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. Holy shit. Another KO. Is Ivan Buck still alive? I really don't know. But look at the Octagon, blood everywhere on the floor. That guy's face is completely disfigured. God, is this still Ivan Buck? The camera zoomed in for a close-up. In the frame, Ivan Buck's left brow was swollen so much he couldn't open his eye. His right brow was split open, blood streaming down his cheek. His forehead was swollen, left cheek puffed, the corner of his right mouth split open, and 2 cuts on his chin. Blood kept flowing, dripping down his neck onto his chest. Ivan struggled to rise, refused to hear the result announcement, and left the arena directly. It was too humiliating. The spotlight shone only on the Octagon, illuminating a young man, making the sweat on his body glisten like gold. Shot points were skyrocketing. Lin Yu was very satisfied. The shot points from this fight equaled the sum of his previous 2 fights. Darren rushed into the Octagon and raised Lin Yu's left hand high. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 wins, 2 KOs. 1 TKO. God, I really don't know what words to use. CWFC welcomes another streak winner. Lin Yu. The broadcast displayed the striking stats. Lin Yu 53, Ivan 0. A complete victory. The audience in the live stream was stunned. 5-3-0. Ivan Buck never landed a single effective strike on the torso. I thought Ivan Buck touched his butt once. Does that count as an effective strike? No head or body shots. Grabbing his butt is at best a sexual harassment. Honestly, looking at the stats, I thought Lin Yu tied Ivan Buck to a tree and beat him. At that moment, all eyes were on Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the microphone. Hey Lin, call out Connor again, give him a good scolding. Give us something explosive, kid, I'm already your fan. The crowd urged him to keep taunting Connor, but Lin Yu didn't. He just looked around at everything. Flashing lights, cheering fans, respectful gazes, and the sweat of victory. Lin Yu raised the microphone, and the venue fell silent. Everyone stared at the young man. Everyone before this big fight, everyone said I was finished. They said I can't wrestle, my strength is weaker, they said I would be submitted, choked out. But look, now I'm still standing here. Lin Yu proudly raised the microphone. The cheers almost blew the roof off. All boys remember this line from One Piece. Hardships and sufferings will come one after another. That's the essence of life. If I get knocked down, it means I'm only that kind of man. But if I yield to strength, then being a man means nothing. Lin. The Europeans in the arena had gone wild. Numerous Chinese fight fans were waving flags, madly cheering for their own. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 4987 new shock points in this match. The total shock points have now reached the threshold for a legendary chest. Drawing for the host. Amid the thunderous ovation, Lin Yu stepped out of the Octagon. The spotlight followed him every step of the way. With each step Lin Yu took, the light moved with him. The spotlight always belonged to the victor. His coaching team trailed behind him. Lin Yu wrapped an arm around Andre and planted a hearty kiss on his blonde hair. His victory was inseparable from Andre's contribution. That fellow had indeed taught him numerous ground techniques, especially the defensive takedown moves, which were extremely practical. Most importantly, Andre made Lin Yu feel like a lever, understanding how to maximize the application of force. The passage leading to the locker room was thronged with spectators. Lin, can I take a photo with you? Lin, I'm throwing a party and inviting over a dozen of my best girlfriends. They're all top models. Interested? Andre was beaming with joy. John Gray was drooling with envy. Carol observed that only her boss Barnett remained expressionless. Why isn't the boss smiling? Carol whispered to Mike Brown. Is this the reason he became the boss? He hides thunder within his chest while his face remains as calm as a lake. He is not elated by external gains nor saddened by personal losses. Mike Brown replied in the same low voice, "No, that's not it. He's just putting on an act." In the locker room after the match, the moment Barnett stepped through the door, his demeanor changed to smile, creasing his face with wrinkles. "Hey." A handsome man who looked about 40 pushed through the reporters. "Barnett, it's me, your old friend," the man shouted as he pushed his way through. Hearing this, the surrounding reporters stepped aside. Barnett turned to look. "Who are you?" "A good man is me, and I am Jie Bu." The man handed over his business card. The reporters exchanged silent glances. Had we just been fooled by this damn fellow? "I came to invite Lin Yu to a charity gala." Barnett frowned, not interested. No. We'll hold a charity auction. If Lin Yu's pair of gloves could be auctioned off, all proceeds will be donated to the development of fighting sports in impoverished areas. We will make the donation in Mr. Lin Yu's name." Hearing this, Barnett hesitated. Although it seemed to yield no immediate financial gain, it would enhance Lin Yu's prestige. Prestige was the most crucial factor for a fighter to build a fan base early on. Moreover, we have invited Mr. Conor McGregor, and he has already accepted our invitation. Barnett: "Interested? We are very interested." Lin Yu gave a subtle signal, and Carol understood immediately. "Sir, if there is anything else you can inform me over here." Carol skillfully led Jie Bu away. Lin Yu did not want more details to be overheard by the surrounding reporters. After the interview, the Maybach drove toward the mansion. Barnett in the back seat was radiant. "Boss, it's confirmed. The night after tomorrow, the charity gala. Most of the invited guests are sports stars, and there will be an auction on site. I have already submitted Lin's gloves from this match to the charity organizers." Barnett nodded. "The day after tomorrow, McGregor will definitely provoke you. He wants to use this opportunity to embarrass you in front of the media and also hype up your fight. Remember, don't show weakness, but don't fall into his trap." Lin Yu nodded. "Where is the charity gala?" "Birmingham, England." Barnett's eyes lit up. "Birmingham, that's a great place." Andre, who was driving, also chimed in. "Indeed, it's a great place. Mountains, rivers, beautiful scenery." Barnett interrupted. No. The great place I'm referring to is the thriving erotic massage industry there. For just £50 you can enjoy a perfect night." Carol picked up the phone. "Hello, is this the sister-in-law?" Barnett panicked instantly. "Carol, don't force me to change my assistant." Andre gripped the steering wheel and roared with laughter. Lin Yu's hearty laughter filtered through the car window and into the street. Ha. Barnett, looks like you'll have to prepare a new contract again." "Then I want a new contract too, Barnett. You wouldn't want your wife to find out about this, would you?" 2 days later in Birmingham, England. The Sky Sports Charity Gala. Many sports stars were present. Lin Yu spotted Paul Scholes, the legendary English football star. Wait, Lin Yu also noticed a bald head. He stood in the center of the crowd, clearly the focus of the spotlight. "Jose Aldo, that guy is here." Barnett was also somewhat surprised. "Who is that?" Carol asked. "He is the current king of the UFC featherweight division, and he has dominated it for a long time. From 2009 until now, ever since the WEC was acquired by the UFC, Aldo has ruled this weight class for 9 years, almost unbeatable. His terrifying low kicks and explosive stand-up make him a force that can look down on everyone." Another person was staring at Aldo, Conor McGregor. Adder stood beside him. "Don't worry, once you win the championship fight and enter the UFC, Aldo will eventually become your defeated opponent. When you personally end Aldo and the era of the king, you will become the new king of the UFC. I can't wait." Conor took a sip of whiskey. "Look over there, your next championship opponent is right there. Poor guy, he still doesn't know how badly he's going to get beaten by you." Conor looked in that direction and saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu was savoring red wine. He took a sip. "What is this?" "Bitter and astringent. I'll never take another sip of this stuff." Just as Lin Yu was about to put the wine glass back, Barnett beside him said, "This is an authentic French Bordeaux, dry red, vintage 1986. The value of just this one glass should exceed £500. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu tilted his head back and downed the wine in one gulp. "Not bad, delicious, comparable to Guojiao." Guests kept coming up to greet Lin Yu. After his third match, a decisive victory over Ivan Buck, Lin Yu's popularity in the European fight scene continued to soar. His fame was even breaking out of the circle. "Hey, Carly." Lin Yu spotted a familiar figure around the corner. It was the intern female reporter who had once asked him when he would knock Conor's head off. Carly had already seen Lin Yu, but dared not greet him. Hearing Lin Yu call out to her, she rushed over in 3 big steps, darting in front of him. "Come on, let's go over there and have some fun," Adder said to Conor. He noticed that the focus of the charity gala seemed to be shifting toward Lin Yu, which displeased Conor. Seeing the young and naive Carly, Conor had a clever idea. "Here's the opening. Look at that young kid, definitely an easy target to bully." Adder raised his wine glass arm in arm with Conor and walked toward Lin Yu. "Hey, look who we have here. Isn't this the great Chinese prodigy? Is this your little fangirl? Oh dear child, you really should open your eyes and see clearly who you should be supporting." Conor, strutting arrogantly, stood in front of Lin Yu and provoked him. Barnett's face darkened instantly. But before he could step forward, Carly's youthful face showed no fear. She stared straight at Conor. "Support whom?" "You." Irishman, support your foul mouth or support your manager. Oh dear Adder, I know you. My boss just got a headline story about you yesterday. It was a nice model, wasn't it? Much prettier than your wife wearing Parisian stockings. I secretly did an exclusive interview with that model, and she said you're not very good. I don't doubt her, and it makes sense because you're Connor's manager, and Connor in the Octagon is indeed as soft as a sheep. In an instant, Barnett, who had been furious, nearly dropped his wine glass. Lin Yu threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha. Holy shit. Carly, no wonder you're a reporter. Your words hit the mark perfectly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Connor's face turned red with embarrassment. He was broken. Adder quickly pulled Connor away as there were many reporters and cameras around. They couldn't afford to be seen breaking down here. Breaking down would only put them at a disadvantage in terms of presence. The video of Connor's flushed face quickly became a trending topic. CWFC knew how to capitalize on the buzz. They first reposted the video of Connor's breakdown, then released the promotional poster for the championship fight. In the poster, Lin Yu and Connor glared fiercely at each other. Red and blue. Fire and ice. Collision and fusion. Poster title: The Fight of the Century. Connor the Trash Talker shows off his championship belt. The Great Irishman will finally march into the UFC. Battle of the Century: Mummy Connor vs. Red Dragon Lin Yu. The preparation for the Battle of the Century was exceptionally grueling. Connor the Trash Talker shared real-time photos on social media, his body seemingly nothing but muscle. His lean muscles clung to his bones, making the heavily tattooed Connor look like a mummy. Lin Yu posted no training photos. He seemed to vanish from the public eye. On a bright morning at the ATT training center in Florence. I didn't keep exact count, but by my rough estimate this is the 16th breakfast I've brought you. You owe me a total of $79.82, and I'll waive the £9 15 pence. Jack tossed a bag of Chinese egg-stuffed pancakes to Barnett. In Florence, getting an authentic egg-stuffed pancake was no easy feat. You seem to remember quite well, don't you? Barnett curled his lips. Today is November 2nd. In nearly 2 months you've only brought me 16 breakfasts. Jack, have you stopped loving me? Jack, damn it, even if I love you to bits, I can't always be the one making the moves. You've never brought me breakfast. Barnett chuckled and said to Khabib, who was watching the drama, see. This teaches us if a relationship ends when you stop being proactive, then let it end early. Khabib, master, I have attained enlightenment. In the script of The Simp is the protagonist. Romero standing nearby, passion. Lin Yu also nearby, passion. Mike Brown, who had just arrived, come here you three. Get your asses over here. What's all this burning passion so early in the morning? In-house round-robin match. Get ready and quickly. Lin Yu's interest was piqued. What round-robin? Mike Brown clapped his hands and called over 8 fighters of similar age and build. Romero was an exception. Barnett winked at Lin Yu. This was a training opportunity he had specifically arranged for him. The world knew that Connor the Trash Talker was a master of striking, especially skilled at distance control. But Lin Yu's style was the same. Thus, this clash of strikers became the expectation of all spectators. So the ATT Training Center organized this in-house striking showdown. Mike Brown moved a tire to the center of the gym, and the 8 formed a single file line. All the trainees in the gym were called over. Men and women alike gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation. All right, I'll announce the rules. Starting from the first person, the second steps forward, and each places 1 foot inside the tire. If your foot leaves the tire, you lose. Only strikes to the valid torso are allowed. Since it's an in-house match, everyone must wear protective gear. Khabib immediately grinned and was about to grab the gear when Mike Brown continued. If you admit you're a sissy, then I suggest you pick the pink one. Khabib, why didn't you say that earlier? If one wins, he remains the champion, and the next person steps up to challenge. Each round lasts half an hour. If you lose, you go to the back of the line and wait again. During this period, the one with the most consecutive wins will be the final victor. If anyone achieves 7 consecutive wins, they also win directly. Once the rules were announced, the 8 young fighters understood. Clearly, the first person to step up bore the most pressure, as they had to face the challenges of the remaining 7, gradually exhausting their stamina. Khabib, Romero, Glenn Cahill, and others exchanged silent glances. Lin Yu swung his arms, a bit regretful that legs weren't allowed. After all, his new legendary chest had yielded an advanced leg technique module, Black Dragon Change Kick. This was also his first advanced leg technique. Seeing Lin Yu step forward, the surrounding trainees erupted in cheers. After 3 consecutive victories, Lin Yu had become a popular figure at the ATT Training Center. Lin, beat them all. Show them what you've got. Finish them off in one go. Lin Yu stepped his left foot into the tire. He slightly shook his long arms. After 2 months of training, Lin Yu's muscles looked more proportionate, exuding a kind of latent explosive power. At first glance, it wasn't flashy, but with a slight flex, you could see the formidable muscle definition and the explosive strength that seemed ready to burst through the skin. His sexual charisma was off the charts. Come on, Khabib, my good brother. Lin Yu beckoned to the eagle. Khabib wore a grimace. I'm a wrestler. Let me say this first, even if I lose, it's not shameful. Mike Brown grinned widely. That Khabib fight. With Mike Brown's roar, the round robin officially began. Lin Yu threw a right jab. Khabib dodged to the side, then countered with a left hook. It was fast, but Lin Yu ducked down to the right, his body and head tracing a triangle in the air. First down right, then a quick lateral shift, and then rising along a left-up trajectory, his left fist swung out in one smooth motion. Bang! A solid hit. In less than a second, the dodge and counter. With just one punch, Khabib staggered out of the tire. Mike Brown quickly caught him. The surrounding trainees went wild. They clutched their heads stunned. Watching Lin Yu striking up close, they felt as if they were admiring a work of art. Barnett nodded repeatedly. These 2 months of striking training had honed Lin Yu's timing to the millisecond. Romero let out a long sigh, patted Khabib on the shoulder, then stepped into the tire with a look of grim resolve. Brother, remember the sausage I brought you yesterday morning? That was a local specialty from my mom. You know my mom is old as she surely doesn't want to see her son beaten to a pulp. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. I hate people who talk too much. Fight. Lin Yu struck first. Romero leaned back slightly, his distance control excellent. This guy was currently the best striker in the gym except for Lin Yu. He threw a low right hook aiming for the abdomen. Lin Yu blocked with his right arm. Bang. The next moment, Romero's left hook crashed into Lin Yu's left guard. Bang. Lin Yu stood firm. How is this possible? Romero was dumbfounded. This combination was his killer move. The left hook to the body was just a feint. The right hook would simultaneously target the head, achieving a covert and instantaneous strike. Countless opponents had fallen to his combination, but this guy blocked it solidly. The next second, Lin Yu's right jab broke through the defense, seized the counterattack opportunity, and punched Romero backward, forcing his left foot off the tire. Beautiful. Barnett couldn't help but praise. Mike Brown's eyes gleamed with growing admiration. His trust in Lin Yu nearly soared to the heavens. Even if the mummy Connor were stronger, he couldn't suppress this guy in striking. The third challenger was Cahill, the Spanish kid. He stood before Lin Yu. His eyes darted away. His heart was as deep as the sea. Lin Yu smiled. Scared? If you're scared, you'll lose. Fight. Bang. Mom, I want to go home. Fight. Bang. To hell with this fighting dream. Fight. Bang. Coach, refund my tuition. Also, I gave you a refrigerator back, then not a calendar. 10 minutes later, the 7 fine fighters were scattered, sitting or lying to the side. Only one person stood on a single foot inside the tire, showing no signs of sweating. Lin Yu took just 2 light breaths, and his chest rose and fell back to normal. The surrounding trainees were dumbstruck. Is this guy even human? Mike Brown clapped as he stepped forward. 7 consecutive wins. This in-house round robin concludes successfully. It's a result that's neither surprising nor unexpected. You 7 guys didn't disappoint me at all. Starting tomorrow, everyone trains extra. Lin Yu raised his middle finger at Khabib the Eagle. It was a provocation between good brothers. Khabib said helplessly, are you mocking me for being trash? It's not like I was the only one who lost. Lin Yu tilted his head slightly, looking up at a 45-degree angle, and spoke calmly. I'm not saying you alone are trash. I'm saying everyone here. All of you are trash. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Romero seized the moment when Lin Yu was off guard, pounced like a tiger, and wrapped his arms around Lin Yu's waist. Brothers charge. 7 against 1. I don't believe we can't win. Today I'm going to strip your underwear off. Khabib, charge, brothers, follow me. Revenge. Avenge our shame. November 3rd, 2013. Lin Yu was jogging down the street. Hey Lin, want to try my cake? Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. Cake? Let me beat Connor first. The owner waved his cake knife. Where's the fight? I'll come cheer you on. In a week at Madison Square Garden. The owner's cake knife froze midair. Holy shit. Madison Square Garden. For real. Madison Square Garden, the traditional holy land of professional boxing. It is often used to host important fighting competitions and boxing events, as well as some heavyweight sporting events. The main arena can accommodate 2,000 people, and tickets for events held here are extremely expensive. CWFC and Dana White reached an agreement. Dana White helped CWFC secure the main hall of Madison Square Garden as the venue for this championship bout. November 5th, a CWFC Featherweight Championship. Executive Press Conference. Besides Jalen, Dana White also sat beside him. Hey Dana White, welcome to CWFC. A reporter was lucky enough to get a chance to ask a question. We all know that UFC and CWFC have a broad cooperative relationship. This time you came here personally watching the Featherweight Championship again. Will you pick an outstanding fighter and offer him a direct contract? Dana White's chubby face was already turning red. He loved this question. Of course I came with a contract. I will sit beside the Octagon and watch the match between 2 talented fighters. I admit originally this contract might have gone straight to Skeleton Connor, but now there's another contender, the Hellish Red Dragon. An outstanding Chinese genius. I absolutely love his fighting style. You should hear my brother Hunter's evaluation of him. Dana White recalled that early morning. He called me that early morning and insisted on meeting me in person. Then he spent 3 hours in front of a pile of delicious donuts bragging about how incredible this guy is. Dana White laughed heartily. Damn it, you should have seen his expression back then. I've never seen anything more tempting to him than donuts. But that night he talked for 3 hours, drank 5 Cokes, and didn't touch a single donut. Conor was very dissatisfied. He was furious. Because the closer the fight approached, the more the spotlight tilted toward this young man. Conor would not accept anyone stealing his limelight. 3 days later, November 8th, the weigh-in ceremony of the century match. More than 2,000 spectators filled the venue. Conor, the Notorious, looked in excellent condition. As he stepped out of his Rolls-Royce, countless spotlights flashed wildly. The large screen behind the weigh-in stage displayed Conor's arrogant image. He shook his hands, leaned his upper body slightly backward, and walked toward the arena like a bully. Dodging through the crowd and corridors, he enjoyed the cheers of the Irish Kings. The King, the King, the King. Such cheers made Conor very satisfied. This is the popularity that belongs to me. Conor nodded contentedly, took off his shirt, and threw it to a towel, then quickly stepped onto the weigh-in stage. After shaking hands with Jalen, Conor stepped onto the scale. Perfect pass. Then facing all the audience, Conor raised both hands and flexed his muscles. Like a muscular skeleton, a furious roar erupted from his wide-open mouth. The audience at the scene was completely ignited. Conor, Conor, Conor. On the other side, Lin Yu had also taken the stage. His fans began to roar as well. The fans of both sides started trading barbs and challenges right there in the audience. Taking off his shirt and handing it to Barnett, Lin Yu stepped onto the scale. Perfect pass. He raised both hands, but did not roar. Instead, his eyes were filled with disdain and confidence. A body like an ancient Roman sculpture was displayed to its fullest before the audience. The atmosphere at the scene had been pushed to a climax. Next came the face-off moment that all spectators were eagerly anticipating. Conor swaggered over to Lin Yu. Lin Yu stared at him fiercely. Suddenly, the Irishman stepped forward, attempting to headbutt. Lin Yu responded with force, and their foreheads collided hard. Darren and his assistant immediately intervened, but both men were still filled with rage. The fiery atmosphere at the scene seemed ready to burst through the ceiling. Darren's face was nearly split with smiles, and so was Dana White's. He was already imagining how popular these two would be if they appeared on the UFC stage. Wouldn't those UFC fight fans be completely mesmerized by these two? November 9th, Madison Square Garden. The third preliminary bout was underway. 1 hour remained before the main featherweight championship event began. In the backstage locker room, Lin Yu glanced at his system interface. After over 2 months of pure stand-up training, his boxing skill had risen from 86 to 89. Mike Brown had taught him quite a few combination punch and counterpunch techniques. Barnett sat beside Lin Yu silent. After a while, he patted Lin Yu's thigh, hit a few rounds to warm up. Barnett picked up the punching pads. Lin Yu warmed up skillfully, mostly 2-punch or 3-punch combinations. When I was young, I thought I was invincible, until I fell just 1 step short of reaching the UFC championship bout. It was a strong British guy who knocked me out with a single punch. From that day on, I never stepped foot in the UFC again. Barnett looked at Lin Yu. So when you always say you're not a genius, I finally understand what that means. Humility is the courage to overcome everything. No matter the reason for your humility, you possess a top-tier mindset worth millions of dollars. That is your ultimate weapon. Barnett stopped his movements and panted slightly. So I will always believe in you. Take down Conor. Go prove your strength in the Hall of Fame. 1 hour later, the main arena of Madison Square Garden plunged into darkness. In an instant, several beams of light swirled around the arena. Conor McGregor made his entrance. Amid dazzling lights and explosive music, Conor enjoyed the cheers of the entire crowd. He spread his arms wide and stepped into the octagon like a king. Then the ring announcer boomed. All the flashing lights in the arena turned red. Ladies and gentlemen, next let us welcome the CWFC Super New Giant. 3-0 record. No one has ever survived past the 3rd round under his hands. The heir of a century. Chinese genius. Lin Yu. The 4 coaching members stood in a line behind Lin Yu, raising one fist high to cheer him on. In the front center position, Lin Yu lightly bounced on his feet to warm up. The Chinese flag on his back was particularly eye-catching. The entrance music, The King, was already playing. Madison's centuries-old boxing and fighting spirit swept over the thousands of Irish spectators rolling through Skeleton Conor and into the main hall of Madison Square Garden. Like countless evil spirits howling on the wind, sweeping toward the entrance corridor, a strong and powerful figure draped in the Chinese flag walked alone toward the octagon. Not a single tremor. Right in this match, Conor wouldn't stop yapping. Right in this match, I'm going to expose you for what you really are. I'll prove to the world that you're nothing but a fake genius. I am the real one. Lin Yu was furious. Conor could even see the fury blazing in his eyes. The Irishman burst into laughter, knowing his provocation had succeeded. Lin Yu pointed at Conor's face and cursed. I'll say it one more time. I never claimed to be a genius. I only said I don't know how to fight, you bastard. Conor froze. The young man's furious expression instantly shifted to one of mockery. Was his earlier anger just an act? And had he just called him a bastard? Referee Kevin was losing patience. Come to the center. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. No strikes to the back of the head, no low blows, no eye gouging. If I call a stop, you must freeze immediately, or I'll deduct points and potentially disqualify you. Connor and Lin Yu stood close, both glaring at each other with fury. The entire crowd rose to their feet, applauding and cheering. Nobody could sit through this fight. The referee gave the signal. Fight. The epic showdown began. Connor extended his left hand far forward. A straight right hand. Lin Yu shifted slightly back, his eyes locked onto Connor's punch. Perfectly dodged. Distance and positioning controlled to perfection. Swish. A low kick returned. Connor swung his left again. Lin Yu ducked underneath and countered with his left. Bang. Clean hit. Connor staggered, instantly falling to his side. Oh. The crowd erupted to their feet. Lin Yu pressed forward quickly, his left hand still looking for a follow-up, but Connor recovered astonishingly fast. In an instant, his left foot kicked Lin Yu's thigh. This bought him a sliver of breathing room. The Irishman was gradually regaining his composure. Good heavens. That epic showdown almost ended instantly. The Notorious is down. The Standing Master got knocked down by Lin in their first exchange. Connor wasn't in a hurry to get up. He kept his hands near his neck and kicked his legs high, preventing Lin Yu from approaching. As expected, the referee, seeing both fighters stalled, waved for Connor to rise per the rules. The crowd erupted in boos, for this was the most humiliating way to restart. The match continued. Connor, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now wore a much more serious expression. After just one exchange, he understood this young man's standing game was exceptionally strong. Lin Yu pressed forward aggressively. His guard was tight. Hands protecting the head, arms pressed close to the ribs. A quick left jab. The right followed with a hook. Connor leaned back slightly, his lead hand still extended, resting on Lin Yu's left arm. After slipping the first punch, the Notorious looked to counter. Lin Yu met him head-on. Both fighters threw their hooks almost simultaneously. In a flash, Lin Yu's left hand was already positioned by his cheek. An almost terrifying level of reflex speed. Bang! Lin Yu's right hand connected while his left blocked Connor's counter. The Irishman staggered again, falling to his right side. This is exactly why it's Connor. The commentator went wild. His chin is absolutely top tier. Any other man would have gone down for the count. Connor's hook carried serious force. Though it didn't cause damage, it forced Lin Yu to pause momentarily. Lin Yu quickly surged forward again, but Connor was already scrambling backward to his feet. He used the cage to create space and escape. But by now, Madison Square Garden was absolutely ignited. Over 20,000 fans were screaming at the top of their lungs. Red Dragon! Red Dragon! Red Dragon! Darren stood dumbfounded. I've never seen the Notorious, the so-called striking master, look so thoroughly outclassed in a slugfest. 2 exchanges and he hasn't gained an inch, getting knocked off balance twice. Connor's distance management is usually elite, but against Lin Yu it meant absolutely nothing. It's like a self-proclaimed invincible kid wielding a $5 toy sword facing Sun Wukong wielding the golden cudgel. Darren clearly had some knowledge of Chinese culture. Lin Yu pressed his advantage. Amid the roaring crowd, another series of hooks came. 3 consecutive shots. Lin Yu landed 2 and Connor's lip was already split. He panicked and retreated. Stay steady, stay steady. Barnett shouted from the cage side. Against a master like Connor, even with complete dominance, you must stay vigilant. Don't let him find an opening to counter. Lin Yu remained remarkably calm. Regardless of which hand through, the other was always perfectly positioned to guard the chin, forming an elite defensive guard. Connor was becoming disoriented from the barrage. For the first time, he felt completely powerless inside the octagon. At 2:06 of the first round, amid the cheers, Lin Yu suddenly dropped both hands behind his back. Head high, chest out. Pure provocation. An outright taunting gesture. Careless. No, this was calculated baiting born of absolute confidence. Connor's face flushed red. He had never been mocked like this. He lunged at Lin Yu, wildly swinging his left hard. Lin Yu instantly stepped back to evade his left arm, already rising from ambush. Whoosh! Conor McGregor barely escaped, his heart pounding. He genuinely felt that if that punch had landed, he would have been knocked out cold inside the octagon. And Lin Yu once again dropped his hands behind his back. Another taunt. The crowd had lost their minds. They had never seen such arrogant genius. Even more arrogant than Conor. The broadcast camera found Dana White in the stands, grinning like a child. Feeling the frenzied energy around him, he knew exactly who UFC's next rising star would be. Arter was pacing frantically along the cage side. Conor, stay calm. Stay calm. Barnett shouted from nearby, stop yelling, Arter. If you're so worried, get in the octagon and fight for him. The coaching camps were at each other's throats, and the fans on both sides were equally heated. Riot police with shields were on standby, ready for anything. 30 seconds remained in the first round. Lin Yu continued to press forward while Conor could only circle the outer edge of the octagon, desperately searching for breathing room. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly stopped inside the octagon. He tapped the cage floor with his index finger. This was the ultimate gesture of provocation and contempt in MMA. If you're a real man, come here and trade with me. Neither of us takes a single step back. Arter immediately shouted, don't go, Conor. But the proud Irishman refused to bow his head. Finally, Conor stopped running. He took 2 steps toward Lin Yu. The crowd's roar cut off instantly, for every eye was locked on the 2 fighters. What came next would be the moment of truth. Frenzied punches, strike and evade simultaneously. Their fists transformed into blurs, swaying incessantly across the frame. Left hook, right guard. Conor unleashed a combination. An uppercut nearly struck Lin Yu. Forcing Lin Yu to step back, Conor also successfully dodged Lin Yu's hook. The right hand swung again, and Lin Yu's left hand met it in a counter. Both men ducked simultaneously. They weaved and dodged in unison. Yet Lin Yu's right fist followed closely behind. Thump! Struck the abdomen. Left hand swung again. The audience held their breath. They exchanged blows in the octagon, oblivious to the world around them. A single lapse could lead to being knocked down. 10 seconds later, Conor McGregor stepped back again. He had been on edge throughout. He had exerted almost all his remaining energy, yet failed to land a single hit on this guy, while his own abdomen absorbed 2 heavy blows. The searing pain forced Conor to flee, clutching his left side with his left hand. The audience erupted in boos. They were far from satisfied. Boo, boo, boo. Conor McGregor. He actually ran away. In the past, he would have triumphed in such exchanges. But this guy is now beaten to the point where he can't stand straight. He can only flee or else he'll be knocked out again. Lin Yu wagged his finger at Conor. His face was full of disdain and provocation. While pursuing Conor, Lin Yu mimicked Conor's most iconic gesture. He tilted his upper body slightly back, swinging his long arms arrogantly. The ultimate taunt. Conor could do nothing but endure it all. Lin Yu lunged forward with a side kick. Thump. Swift as lightning. A precise hit. He kicked Conor onto the cage net. Lin Yu followed up, intending to throw a hook, but the first round ended. Lin Yu laughed and punched the air, raising his left arm to show off his fearsome muscles to everyone. Conor McGregor was pulled back to his corner by Adair, who had to tend to his injuries immediately. Madison Square Garden was set ablaze. The ceiling itself seemed to tremble. Dana White even felt the floor shake. The ecstasy of 20,000 people. Everyone was beside themselves. They were completely captivated by the match, utterly enthralled by that arrogant prodigy. Dana White was overjoyed to the point of madness. This was the fighter he had always dreamed of, and this fighter was from China. At present, not many in China were familiar with the UFC. This also meant that China represented a massive, untapped market. With this prodigy fighter, the UFC's global fame would no longer be a dream. This guy would hoist the UFC's sails. The chosen one he sought was right here. Dana White was ecstatic, absolutely certain. Lin Yu stood in the red corner. Barnett wiped the sweat from his shoulders, leaving the sweat on his chest and back to keep him energized. Why isn't he sitting down? Why isn't he sitting down? Conor McGregor stared at Lin Yu. That guy wasn't even resting. He was glaring at him with fierce intensity. Conor McGregor was going mad. His confidence had never been so shattered. Don't look at him. Adair stared at Conor. I said don't look at him. Adair was also losing his mind. Stay calm, control the distance, you can do it. You can defeat him, you definitely can. Watch out for his rear hook. His punches are too heavy, don't let him hit you. Conor McGregor took deep breaths, struggling to remain composed. The entire arena's cheers were only for Lin Yu. The entire arena's boos were only for him. This humiliated Conor like never before. The second round began. Conor McGregor still dared not advance. He could only circle, adopting a pirate-style fighting approach. When an opportunity arose, he struck Lin Yu's effective areas, otherwise he retreated quickly. Lin Yu continued to press forward. His attack was ferocious. Thump! Conor's left hook landed on the abdomen. But Lin Yu countered simultaneously. Conor could only sprint forward to evade. Yet he ended up in Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu seized the moment with a left-hand clinch. His left foot hooked Conor's supporting leg. He exploded into a takedown. Conor McGregor went down, but the Irishman raised his knees, using both knees to defend successfully, buying himself room to survive. Lin Yu swung his left fist. Conor used his knees to push Lin Yu back, the fist grazing his nose. A narrow dodge, but Lin Yu's right fist swung again. This time it struck the abdomen. Thump! A full power hit. It felt like an electric shock. Conor had to make a last-ditch effort, raising his upper body to try and clinch Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu retreated to break free, but this cost him the dominant position. Conor resorted to the disgraceful half-line defense. Lin Yu gave him no chance. A powerful low kick landed on Conor's butt. Thump! A vivid red mark appeared. Oh my god, I hope Conor has a taste for that, because otherwise he must be in agony. Though it's not a significant strike if your butt takes too many hits. Can you stand steady when you get up? Conor didn't care. He just refused to stand. He merely raised his legs, constantly defending. He wouldn't give Lin Yu a chance to submit him. Lin Yu kept delivering heavy low kicks, making Conor's left, but red and swollen. The audience thought Conor's, but might be ruined. until the referee finally signaled Conor to stand up. Such were the rules of the match. When Conor stood up, he realized his left butt and left thigh were racked with excruciating pain. He wanted to move, but could only rely on his right leg. And then Lin Yu suddenly swung his leg. It looked like a low kick. Conor instinctively twisted his left leg to defend. But the leg that should have swept low instantly rose. A switch kick. Conor felt a gust of wind. But he was too late to defend. His defensive focus was entirely on his shin. A terrifying high kick, accompanied by a whistling sound. Thump, hit the head. A burst of mist exploded. Conor McGregor's face twisted instantly. His eyes rolled back. He collapsed stiffly to the left. Bam! Heavy fall. Like a corpse turned zombie. Conor was completely powerless. The referee dove onto Conor, waving his arms frantically. Oh, my God. The announcer was going wild. Oh my God. My heavens. This is impossible. A switch kick. Advanced leg technique. Switch kick. From a motion that seemed like a low kick to an instant high kick to the head. With one strike he gave it his all. His entire long left leg, like a work of art, unleashed explosive power mid-air to the extreme. Upon impact it knocked Conor McGregor unconscious. He was already out cold in mid-air, and when he hit the ground, he had no awareness, no resistance. The 20,000 spectators in the arena had their hands on their heads, erupting. Dana White covered his mouth in disbelief. This KO, even in UFC history, would be legendary. Lin Yu faced the unconscious Conor, arms crossed over his chest, looking up ahead. Another iconic, arrogant celebration pose. His body, like a Roman sculpture, was displayed to perfection under the lights in the Octagon on live broadcast. All the audience rose to their feet. They bowed their hands in worship, prostrating themselves. The shouts for Lin Yu echoed through the arena for a long time. Lin Yu stood in the Octagon, his feet shoulder-width apart. Expressionless. Overwhelmingly imposing. Dana White was stunned for a long while, then simply said, "This guy will change the sport of mixed martial arts. He will create a dynasty in the UFC. Even write a new chapter in UFC history." Darren blushed as he charged into the Octagon, overwhelmed with excitement. As a top-tier businessman, he knew exactly what this moment meant. The footage of this fight would undoubtedly go viral across the internet. Replays and on-demand views would sell massively. CWFC would rake in monstrous revenue. Driven by the power of money, Darren raised Lin Yu's left hand high. A resonant voice echoed through the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, from the great Huaxia, the century-defining heir, the blood-bathed Crimson Dragon, Lin Yu." Darren even shouted Lin Yu's name in Mandarin. The gleaming CWFC championship belt was secured around Lin Yu's waist. With his right hand, he touched the belt. In his left, he held a sports drink. It was a European energy drink, and that simple gesture earned Lin Yu an extra 5,000. Hopping around the Octagon in celebration, Lin Yu finally felt the sensation of a dream come true. Though this wasn't UFC, there was no doubt he had secured his ticket. Inside the venue, every big screen was displaying Lin Yu's image. Backstage in the live studio, online viewership had surpassed 100 million. Meanwhile, in distant Huaxia, major websites were overwhelmed by the surge of popularity. "This Lin, I admit you're even more handsome than me fresh out of the shower. The only thing that makes me tolerate this pirated quality is, besides Japanese adult films, only Lin. In my heart, Lin can go toe-to-toe with Japanese adult films, even ranking higher. Now you know how much weight Lin carries. If only a domestic platform could stream official UFC Ultra HD Live, I'd totally subscribe." Across multiple Huaxia platforms, trending searches exploded, even though many people had no idea what mixed martial arts was. For instance, Grandma Wang's grandson was cheering for Lin Yu. Beside him, Grandma Wang's dentures whistled as she mumbled to her grandson, "What's fighting?" Her grandson smiled and replied, "Grandma, don't worry about it. Just know that this guy beat all the European kids in a fight and won the championship for Huaxia." Grandma Wang got so excited she nearly flung her dentures out. "Ai, yo, way, this little calf, oh my goodness. That's what a real Huaxia man looks like." At that moment on the live broadcast, Lin Yu, with the belt over his shoulder, shouted to the audience, "I know what you're all thinking. Dana White, if you didn't come for me, then you had no reason to be here. Because I'm the one who can change everything about UFC." Lin Yu was calling out Dana White. And down at ringside, Dana White was ecstatic, practically losing his mind. He raised the contract in his hands, signaling to everyone. This was the moment. This was the moment. Cheers drowned the entire arena. Lin Yu stepped out of the Octagon, belt on his shoulder, surrounded by fervent fans. Numerous beautiful women tried to rush at Lin Yu in the chaos, only to be held back by security. Women in their 30s are like wolves, in their 40s like tigers. Lustful women are fiercer than beasts. "You do the interview first, I'll go negotiate your contract." Escorted by security, Lin Yu finally squeezed back into the locker room. As the heavy doors shut, journalists in the mixed zone were hungry for a story. A pretty female reporter pulled her low-cut top even lower and hiked her skirt up just for a chance to ask a question. Lin Yu hadn't noticed these little bunnies yet because a system notification was ringing in his mind. Congratulations, host, on winning the CWFC Featherweight Championship belt for the first time. You've received a hidden mysterious reward. Reward is being unlocked. Lin. A pleasant female voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. It was Carly, the outstanding intern reporter. The glamorous female reporters around turned to look, then sneered with disdain. Oh, she's wearing pants. That young intern is too naive. Still in a restrictive white blouse, and her makeup isn't as heavy as mine. And she expects Lin to call on her. Dream on. That chance is mine. Let her ask only her. Lin Yu said with a smile, singling out Carly. The surrounding reporters shot envious glares. Why? Why only her? Her body is far inferior to mine. Her makeup is worse too. And she's definitely much worse in bed than me. This time Lin Yu noticed Carly's badge. It was a logo from Sky Sports Europe. He knew the media outlet mainly focused on football, but with a decent reputation in England's combat sports scene. Lin, thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask. Carly smiled sweetly. First, Sky Sports congratulates you on winning the CWFC featherweight title. What are your expectations for the upcoming UFC journey? Lin Yu smiled. When did you become so gentle, eh? A subtle change flickered in Carly's eyes. Alright, I'll be direct. Lin, when do you plan to take Jose Aldo's head off? I've had enough of that guy. In my view, you're the most powerful fighter in this division. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu laughed heartily. I like you. From now on you must come to every fight of mine. We can also collaborate offline. I need a reporter who can write about me. Carly's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly, her face showing an expression of, I can conquer heaven and earth, who else? Meanwhile, in the negotiation room, Dana White, full of confidence, instructed his assistant. Remember, Barnett won't be our match. Once we're in there, we'll make him speak first, make him quote first, overwhelm him with our momentum, and then seal the victory. Sign Lin at the best possible price. The young assistant gave a thumbs up. Boss is brilliant. Boss is mighty. As they spoke, they reached the negotiation room. Dana White pushed the door open. Before him sat an imposing old man with a stoic expression stationed at the conference table. Carol, dressed in Balenciaga sheer tights and a pencil skirt, had legs so long they nearly made Dana White dizzy. Please have a seat. Carol pulled Dana White to sit down. Well, Dana White suddenly realized he seemed to have lost his ability to speak. His mind was filled with those long legs. Barnett moved. Dana White's eyes lit up. The man couldn't hold back after all. He calmly undid the button of his suit jacket. Dana White's eyes grew even brighter. Next, Barnett would pull out a contract. Then a long, thick object was slowly extracted by Barnett. It was a cigar. A Cohiba. I enjoy things with a strong kick. Want one? Barnett said, but he put the cigar in his own mouth. Carol immediately lit it for him. No. Dana White suddenly felt something was off. From the moment he entered in the 2 rounds of silent combat, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. The air was unbearably awkward. Dana White tried to stay still, until Barnett slowly blew a smoke ring. Do you want to sit here with me until dawn, or would you prefer I call a couple of models to keep you entertained? Enough. I'm here to sign Lin. Dana White finally couldn't hold back and spoke first. This is our contract, a sincere one. Dana White slid the contract over. But Barnett didn't even open it. He simply said in a calm tone, I want a PPV share added to the contract. I'll take just $1 of the split. With a snap, Dana White's assistant, already nervous, pressed the pen's thumb so hard at the sound of that sentence that he snapped the pen clean in half. You must be dreaming. Dana White rose to leave. But Barnett crossed his legs, leaning comfortably against the silver backrest. Dana White, I hope you'll reassess your negotiating position. Chinese a prodigy, massive popularity. When those 3 words come together, I guarantee that even if he slept in the Octagon during his UFC debut, the PPV buys would exceed 5-0. Do you think he's here to participate in UFC? He's here to dominate UFC. Dana White halted his departure and turned slightly. Barnett stared straight into Dana White's eyes. Remember, it's not UFC that chose Lin. It's Lin who chose UFC. I know PPV split clauses are only ever given to top-tier star fighters. But what reason did you give them? Because they can drive pay-per-view sales. And this one, he hasn't even fought a single UFC bout, yet I'm certain he can drive pay-per-view sales. You and I both know why. Look at his popularity in CWFC, and look at his popularity in China. Starting from China, then Asia, then the whole world. That's China's influence, and you have to admit it. So what I'm asking for isn't much. Take the 5-0 units you often set as a baseline. Beyond that, I want $1 from each unit sold. After 1 million units, I want $2 per unit. That's it. Think about it. If you sell 6-0 units, Lin only makes an extra $1,000. Barnett said it clearly. As for later, if his popularity rises, that clause might change to $5 or $10, who knows? Who can say? Barnett was too confident because he knew UFC too well. Those top-tier draw fighters, even in a championship bout, might only make 3-0 to 5-0 in appearance fees. That didn't match their value at all. What truly made them rake in money was the PPV share clause. Elite fighters could have $5, $8, or even higher shares. If they sold 1 million units after deducting the baseline 500, the remaining 500 multiplied by $8 would be a full 4 million. That was the real clause that distinguished top fighters from ordinary ones. If Lin Yu added such a clause to his first contract, the $1 share would only increase over time. Dana White's back was drenched in sweat, even soaking through his shirt. The young assistant lowered her head and picked up the broken half of the fountain pen. The atmosphere was frozen to the breaking point. Dana White didn't know Barnett. In the English boxing world, the man had a nickname, the Devil's Superior. It meant that even someone facing a demon would rather not face Barnett across a negotiation table. Appearance fee of $100 win bonus of $100 plus $1 per unit PPV share after 500 units and $2 after 1 million. That's it. Dana White made the call with determination. In his heart, he believed Lin Yu was the chosen one who could change UFC. Barnett nodded slightly, and Carol immediately stepped forward to offer an exquisite fountain pen. She then handed another fountain pen to Dana White. Dana White took it slowly. The difference in assistance. Thinking this, Dana White turned and roared, "Next time you come out with me, you must wear black stockings." Balenciaga, after signing the name Barnett, clapped with a smile. He had already discussed the contract with Lin Yu in advance and obtained his permission, so he signed on Lin Yu's behalf. By then, Lin Yu had already walked out of the hectic mixed zone. Seeing that Barnett hadn't left the room, yet meant the negotiations were still ongoing. He had time to check his system interface. First, his own inherent trait bullet time, 50005000, officially breaking through to level 2. Bullet time LV20150 passive effect enhances the host's neural reaction speed to a certain degree. Compared to the original minor boost after reaching level 2, the improvement in neural reaction speed became more pronounced. Lin Yu felt his body become lighter. Looking at the mysterious reward, it was an unremarkable wooden chest. Mysterious reward. Open. With a thought, the chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the trait Iron Bones and Steel Muscles. Trait effect gradually increases the host's bone density and muscular endurance. Additional boost physique 10. WTF. Lin Yu was stunned. There was something this good. With this trait, in simple terms, the feedback from training in terms of stamina and endurance growth would surpass ordinary people. He could become a little engine. A perpetual motion machine. In UFC, stamina was crucial. Take, for example, the later bantamweight champion Merab. That guy could run another 10 kilometers after 5 rounds without any pressure. Consistent output was especially important. Consistent violent output was the strongest of the strong. At that moment, Barnett pushed the door open. Just from his smile, Lin Yu understood everything. Lin. Dana White hugged Lin Yu. I'm your #1 fan now. Looking forward to your UFC debut. I'll arrange your first fight soon. Lin Yu smiled back, neither humble nor arrogant. I'll show those UFC guys what real mixed martial arts is. The contract was officially signed, and Lin Yu was about to set off. At the same time, Dana White also announced that he had given Conor McGregor a contract. Despite being defeated, he believed Conor still had strong market potential. On the way back to the training gym, Jack stood with the entire gym at the entrance on both sides to celebrate Lin Yu. Bang! Bang! With champagne spraying, Romero and the others hugged their brother and cheered. Well done, brother, I knew you could do it. You go to UFC first, I'll join you soon. Romero smiled happily. He was also close to a championship fight in his own weight class. If he won, his chances of being signed were high. The ATT gym prepared a portrait of Lin Yu and placed it at the entrance corridor. Only fighters who made it to UFC enjoyed this treatment. Standing before his portrait, Lin Yu wiped away the last speck of dust. I'll make a name for myself in UFC. His voice was soft, as if speaking to no one. Let's go home and rest. Even after entering UFC, Lin Yu would still train at ATT gym. On the way back to the mansion, Lin Yu took out the diary. November 9th, 2013. I made it into UFC, a lifelong dream of mine. My father once told me, if you dare to dream as big as you can, and if you know that you won't fear failure. So I set my goal as the UFC 6th Division champion. I am completely obsessed with mixed martial arts. I am doing something that fulfills every desire within me. This has always been my dream, just like Van Gogh, who devoted his entire life to art. I think I am doing the same. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of sleep and realizing that I am actually fighting in mixed martial arts, I fall back asleep with a smile. So I believe I will succeed. To prevent myself from getting arrogant after becoming the 6th Division champion, Lin Yu, I hope the future you can remember these 3 things. First, eat well. Second, sleep well. Third, always dare to let life roar. UFC. I am coming. Lin. Barnett spoke up. Dana White has confirmed your debut opponent. Who? The son of the Brazilian Bronx. Oliveira. Cartier, have you chosen my opponent? In the Brazilian Bronx. A slender young man sat before a barbecue. He's a newcomer, never fought a single UFC match. He's from China, seems to have an impressive record in CWFC. Cartier played the video of Lin Yu KOing Conor in the championship fight. Oliveira didn't even bother to watch. Why are you arranging such an opponent for me? I told you I want to fight the top 15. You can't. Dana White made it clear that you need to stabilize your record first. Cartier looked helpless. UFC had officially announced this marquee showdown. November 11th, UFC official website. Latest fight. 3 months later on February 11th, in a UFC preliminary bout, Brazil's Son Oliveira will face China's prodigy Lin Yu. In the poster, the two glared fiercely at each other. Of course, this was created in post-production. Lin Yu had never met Oliveira. In 2014, Oliveira had already fought in the UFC for 4 years. Although his record had been inconsistent even at 24 years old, he still hadn't broken into the featherweight top 15. But at least he had accumulated a certain level of popularity in the UFC. As for Lin Yu, he was a complete UFC rookie. Although many CWFC fans had switched their support to him and started watching UFC, many UFC fans rarely watched CWFC. Some of them might have heard of the championship showdown, heard that Conor was KO'd by Lin Yu, but they didn't know Lin Yu. Therefore, the fight announcement post was filled with doubts. Oliveira can't crack the top 15 because Dana White doesn't give him good matchups. Let the son of Brazil fight the top 15, let him pick Holloway, that up-and-coming talent, or let him fight the gatekeeper of the top 15 too. Why arrange such a greenhorn for him? Who is this Lin guy? How does he get to challenge Oliveira right off the bat? The discussion about this issue grew louder. These fans hardly cared about who Lin Yu was. They just kept asking Dana White. At every opportunity, reporters and media would repeatedly ask Dana White. They say Lin is your godfather, and some even say Lin is your real father, which is why you gave him Oliveira. What do you have to say about that? Dana White, first of all, I haven't done anything to anyone. Secondly, after this fight is over, you'll all understand why. Nobody cared about that, they just kept shouting. Especially Oliveira's Brazilian fans. When you carry the Brazilian little backpack, you'll understand what it means to be constricted. This guy will get his neck snapped by Oliveira. You know the feeling of an anaconda squeezing you. What? You don't? Come to the Brazilian favelas, I'll show you for $5. Lin Yu didn't care about the noise, he simply continued his preparations. For these 3 months of training, Barnett's plan was completely different. On November 12th, Lin Yu arrived at the ATT training gym. Take a look at this, the real deal. Mike Brown tossed the training plan he had slaved over all night to Lin Yu. Pay attention, Oliveira is an exceptional jiu-jitsu master. Next, you need to focus on improving your takedown defense and submission escapes, and work on some ground techniques. Tisk. Barnett snorted disdainfully. He tossed Mike Brown's thick stack of training notes to Jack. Use it as toilet paper, it's useless anyway. Look at my plan. Barnett slapped a single piece of paper on the table. People around gathered, and on it were only 2 words. The head. Big head, or little head? Khabib asked. Jack grabbed Khabib's ear upon hearing this. How many times have I told you to stop hanging out with Romero? Where have you been these past 2 nights? Khabib, no. Mike Brown was confused, thinking Barnett was fooling around. But Lin Yu smiled. Before the time travel on the UFC video game platform, Lin Yu had encountered Oliveira many times. Those players, without exception, all favored jiu-jitsu. But if you try to out-grapple a natural jiu-jitsu master like him, your odds of winning are simply not high. Lin Yu's favorite was using Conor, a top-tier striker, against Oliveira, which gave a huge advantage. Because Oliveira had a fatal flaw, his guard was very loose. Lin Yu spoke up, his head defense has always been a big problem. Barnett immediately clapped. You hear that, Mike Brown? Great minds think alike. Look at this guy, why has his performance been so inconsistent? His guard is too loose, his head protection is too poor. So next we train takedown defense and simultaneously work on head strikes. I want you to end this quickly, don't give him a chance to show off his little backpack jiu-jitsu. Barnett stared at Lin Yu. Make him feel what a true power punch is. The training that Lin Yu indulged in began anew. California. 6 a.m. A figure departed punctually from the luxury mobile home. First, San Francisco's Fisherman's Wharf. Wearing a black hoodie, he sprinted through the piers, running wild in the sea breeze, feeling the thrill of the wind rushing past. Then to Red Hill Park. His agile figure weaved through the redwood trees, startling birds into flight. With each shuttle run, he dazzled the onlookers. Lin Yu checked the system interface while running. Bullet time was still level 2. His rear power punch was getting heavier, and his switch kick was becoming more and more refined. Strength attribute had broken through to 93. 2, and agility had broken through to 87. Punching technique had surpassed the 90 mark. Kicking technique, 6,375. Wrestling, 5,368. Ground skills, 5,066. Overall combat evaluation, you could submit every housewife on a whole street in Birmingham and knock out all their husbands. Hope next time you can take me along for the fun. Hey buddy, this place should be free for everyone except you. You really should start paying. The entrance attendant of Redwood Park waved at Lin Yu. Lin Yu tossed him a gift, something he deliberately brought today. A Chinese doll engraved with his own name. Want to make some pocket money? Lin Yu shouted. No need to remind me. I've already bet on Oliveira to win with my 100 in savings. Lin Yu didn't look back, just raised his left hand, flipping him the middle finger. Well, looks like your savings are going down the drain. Don't be too confident, young man, the attendant muttered as he watched Lin Yu's retreating figure. By the way, I also bet 500 euros on you winning. On a pleasant afternoon, dusk gradually painted the sky. California Park Pavilion. The Redwood Park attendant held popcorn, a ticket pinched in his hand. They didn't even print out the 3 on February 13th. What kind of printing quality is this? Damn it, my taxes are feeding these idiots. Popping a popcorn into his mouth, the man leisurely strolled into the pavilion. Inside, a Sakura fighter was challenging for a spot in the top 15. Tsuchiya Sakura. With a precise strike, the announcer erupted into a roar. The crowd went wild. Tsuchiya Sakura KO'd his opponent, breaking into the top 15 for the first time. Asia has really produced quite a few fighting talents this year. You think a guy like him could get to taste those Sakura movie actresses for free? Maybe they'd even pay him, because this is the UFC after all. A few people in the crowd chatted among themselves. The host stepped onto the stage looking a lot like Dana White. Lawrence White, Dana White's younger brother and host. In the early days, he and Dana White together expanded the UFC's territory, making significant contributions. As the UFC grew hotter, Lawrence became more and more low-key. Both brothers knew very well that on one mountain there can only be one tiger. Lawrence's powerful voice boomed across the arena, with over 2,000 spectators eagerly waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, the next preliminary main event. 5 wins, 4 losses. With multiple submission victories, hailed as the son of the Brazilian Bronx. The top superstar who rose from the favelas. 24 years old, 176 meters tall, with an 189-centimeter reach. Oliveira. With the roar, Oliveira made his entrance. He was once called prodigiously talented, but his form has been inconsistent, and he hasn't yet broken into the top 15. His early days in the lightweight division weren't great, and moving to featherweight he still faces the same issues. The commentator's steady voice resonated through the broadcast to the viewers. Then Lin Yu had already arrived at the tunnel exit. The lights began to flash. The King entrance music started blaring. Ladies and gentlemen, from China, the terrifying striking master, the Red Dragon. With no UFC record, known for his stand-up striking, the blood-soaked Red Dragon, Lin Yu. 2 red laser beams wildly swung on both sides of the tunnel exit. Then they vanished instantly. The white mist dissipated. Lin Yu made his entrance draped in the national flag. After the pre-fight inspection, Lin Yu stepped into the octagon, greeted by some boos from the crowd. But there were also cheers from Chinese fans. Many Chinese fans were there live to support Lin Yu. Referee John called the 2 men together. Remember, no strikes to the back of the head. Fight. The fight began. Smack. Lin Yu threw a jab. It landed. Oliveira didn't even react. Just as Barnett had predicted. This guy's head protection still hadn't improved. In an instant, Oliveira lunged forward, attempting a takedown. Lin Yu quickly retreated 2 steps. Oliveira was as fast as a tiger. But Lin Yu was as fast as lightning. Dodging the first takedown attempt, he swung his left leg. A crane kick. Oliveira stumbled and fell. Whoa. The lightning-fast move stunned the entire crowd. The fight had just started, they hadn't even processed it yet. Lin Yu charged forward with fists swinging, but Barnett yelled out, "No." Oliveira did fall to the ground. But when Lin Yu pounced on him, the guy was completely awake. Oliveira instantly raised his upper body, wrapping his arms around Lin Yu's head. Guillotine. Oh. The audience was dumbfounded. They thought the match would end right there. The commentator was ecstatic. This guy's head protection is poor, yet he still managed to win 5 fights in the UFC precisely because of his incredible resilience. He can even crawl on the ground, constantly swaying left and right, absorbing blows while preventing himself from being knocked out. Oliveira played a clever trick. He dragged the fight to the ground. But Lin Yu was not flustered at all. What Barnett had seen, he had just seen as well. He knew Oliveira was luring him into the ground game. Thus his right shoulder was already prepared to defend against the guillotine. At this moment, one of his arms and his neck were together, trapped by Oliveira. He couldn't choke him out at all. This was turning the tables. Lin Yu exerted force with that terrifying power, lifting Oliveira up, pressing him directly against the cage. Once again, Lin Yu turned the battlefield from ground back to standing. Oliveira knew he couldn't let go. Although the guillotine wasn't fully locked, and if he dared to let go now, he would surely be pummeled into pieces. The two fell into a stalemate. Lin Yu's free left hand suddenly rose. A hook punch landed. Oliveira still didn't release his grip. Lin Yu continued with hooks. Oliveira pulled out his right hand and leaned toward Lin Yu's right leg. He wanted to switch to wrestling again. Lin Yu was waiting for this moment. He pushed with his right shoulder, forcing Oliveira's ribs open. He pulled his head out. Swiftly, his left hand pressed down on Oliveira's head, pushing down while stepping back with his right foot. Perfect takedown defense. Immediately after, with both hands cupping Oliveira's head, Lin Yu's right knee was about to rise. Oliveira fought for his life, struggling desperately backward, slipping free thanks to the slipperiness of his hair. He quickly stepped back. Lin Yu's heavy punch had already broken his nose. Blood was gushing out. Both coaching teams and fans from each side had their hearts in their throats. In that exchange, either could have directly finished the opponent. Take down him again, the coach shouted from the sidelines. Lin Yu didn't understand. The Brazilian coach smirked. This was also part of their tactics. By speaking Portuguese, the opposing coach couldn't guess what their team was planning. At that moment, Andre was translating, "He's going to take down you." The opponent froze instantly. Had forgotten there was a fellow countryman on the other side. When fellow countrymen meet behind. Oliveira swung his arms toward Lin Yu. A lead jab. Lin Yu ducked to evade. The next second, Oliveira went for another takedown. He lunged for Lin Yu's waist again. Lin Yu instantly pressed his body down. Dodged. Turned into a sweeping kick. Thud. The kick landed on Oliveira's waist. The Brazilian winced in pain. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, lunging forward. He wrapped his arms around Oliveira's waist and lifted. The terrifying power drew gasps from the audience. Then Lin Yu's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes fierce. He even began to lean forward. Oliveira felt his body uncontrollably tipping backward. At this moment, in the eyes of the audience, Lin Yu controlled Oliveira by the waist and viciously slammed him forward. Boom. A sacrifice throw of epic proportions. Oliveira felt as if he was seeing stars after the slam. The audience was stunned. Lawrence was dumbfounded. "Oh my God. What kind of takedown is this? Is this guy crazy?" Oliveira was like a toy dangling. The audience at the venue was cheering. The son of the Bronx was dazed from the slam. He was completely crushed in his own strength area by Lin Yu. With the takedown successful, Lin Yu immediately tucked his head into Oliveira's chin. He spread his limbs like a frog, pressing down on Oliveira. Achieved top position. Full mount. Then slightly raising his upper body, Lin Yu swung his left fist. Bang. A powerful strike landed. But Oliveira did not tap out. He took the punch, immediately shook his head, his supple body still trying to escape. Lin Yu struck again with his left fist. Bang. A spray of mist was pounded out. Blood splattered all over the cage floor. All the audience went wild. Barnett clenched his fists at the sidelines. "Ko him! Quick, ko him, kid!" The host's roar echoed through the arena. The bloody red dragon completely dominates the top position, 2 consecutive hooks. He starts hammering. Another punch. Oliveira's face is battered beyond recognition. Fierce ground and pound. Oliveira's nose was crushed sideways. Blood was flowing uncontrollably. The Brazilian was unconscious. John immediately rushed in to shield Oliveira. But until he blacked out, he never tapped the mat. Lin Yu stood up. This was his first time performing his signature celebration move in the UFC. Facing Oliveira lying on the ground, Lin Yu stood with his legs apart, shoulder width apart. Arms crossed over his chest. His muscles slightly bulged. A fierce gaze looking up ahead. An arrogant, disdainful celebration pose. Shouts for the bloody red dragon resounded throughout the arena. "Lin! Lin! Lin!" The whole venue erupted in wild cheers. Lawrence's face flushed, rushed into the octagon. He finally understood why his brother liked this kid so much. Just the first fight, and he had ignited the entire audience. All major live streams were boiling. Comments flew across the screen. The son of the Bronx can lose, but can he lose this badly? It turns out when a giant python meets a titan gorilla, it can only end up knocked out by a single punch. What is the extent of this guy's strength? Did anyone see him forcibly block Oliveira's hand trap? This is the first time I've seen Oliveira's lock forcibly blown open. His unreasonable burst of power brutally smashed the Brazilian kid. Lawrence grabbed Lin Yu's left hand and then raised it high. Lin Yu stood in the center of the octagon, his legs shoulder width apart. His sculpted muscles bulged and his arms were spread diagonally upward in a commanding gesture. Violent aesthetics. Dominant celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner. The winner. Lawrence pointed the microphone to the sky. Over 2,000 spectators celebrated for Lin Yu. Red dragon. Red dragon. Red dragon. Red dragon. Lin Yu reached for the microphone. "I want to say a few words." Lawrence smiled and handed it to him. "Of course, go ahead." Lin Yu took the microphone and the cheers gradually quieted. "I want to apologize to some people." Behind him, Dana White was taken aback, but Lin Yu's voice rose again. "The hell, I'll apologize to you. I know you all said before the fight that I was finished, that I was a celebrity fighter patter, that I would get my neck twisted. Damn it, you cowards who don't dare face me in the octagon, I can't be bothered to waste a single word on you. The winner gets to do whatever he wants." The whole arena erupted. Dana White beamed with joy. Lin Yu was extremely arrogant. "I don't pick the time. Don't pick the place. Don't pick the opponent. All UFC fighters remember these words. You are just here to participate in the UFC. And I am here to rule the UFC." His PPV sales are through the roof. In just 24 hours, 4,000 copies have been sold, and it's projected to break 8,000 in the end. He's going to shatter UFC's all-time sales record. The highly anticipated bout, originally scheduled for February 11th, was postponed to February 13th. Yet the fight's hype didn't wane, it only intensified. February 14th, 9:00 p.m. Dana White was in his office enjoying his cigar and his secretary, until his assistant burst in. Interrupted mid-indulgence. Dana White wasn't angry, instead his face lit up with joy. Because the assistant brought excellent news. The UFC sales had skyrocketed to such heights, all thanks to this Chinese prodigy. Tell the PR department, put out at least 10 front-page headlines. Gather all the young talented journalists and offer a 5,000 bounty. Have them all write a story about Lin. Whoever's post gets the most traction within 24 hours wins the 5,000 prize. Dana White had officially decided to go all in on promoting Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Barnett was doing the same. In his mansion, Carol looked frazzled. A pile of documents lay scattered before her. Get me Sky Sports and also the Turin Daily. Tell them I'm willing to invest 3,000. Buy trending topics. Buy traffic. Buy comments. What? The topic is already trending at 3. Then invest more in promotions. I want his popularity to top the European sports charts. What about China? What's the situation there? Already at 1. Then don't worry too much. Just have a dedicated team monitor the comments section over there. If there's any malicious defamation, report and delete it right away. Barnett, cigar in mouth, held a phone in his hand with another wedged between his ear and shoulder. Carol, my coffee. Where's my coffee? Carol retorted, coffee my ass. Does anyone even care about my feelings? I wore black stockings today, Balenciaga. Brand new. Why won't you let me travel with Lin? Lin Yu wasn't at home. He was on his way to England. A new endorsement plus an invitation. Checking the route, Lin Yu decided to head to Sky Sports headquarters first. That's where the person he needed was. At 7 p.m. on the 15th, no one at Sky Sports had left for the day. The welcoming party stood at the front. A beauty in black stockings yawned. Who the hell is it that dares to make me work overtime? A younger beauty beside her chimed in. Exactly, and making us wear stockings and heels. When he gets here, I'll tear him apart. Carly grumbled indignantly. Everyone perk up. Manager Cameron suddenly announced. According to my assistant who went to pick him up, our guest is almost here. On Manchester Avenue. A sleek Mercedes-AMG, all in a black Warrior package, its low-slung body gliding through the starry night. Like a sharp blade, it sliced through the evening rush hour, weaving deftly through traffic. A light drizzle began to fall. So very Manchester. Boss, our manager said. Only a muscle car like this suits your status. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. The driver looked young with a head of bleached blonde hair. He rested his left arm casually on the window frame, occasionally flipping off drivers he overtook. Driving so slow, go home and have your dad make you some porridge. In the back seat, Lin Yu looked at the coffee he'd just bought and said, it's spilled. What? The driver didn't catch it. Spilled, damn it. At 7:05 p.m., the AMG arrived right on time. Screech. With a piercing squeal of brakes, the AMG came to a perfect stop. The driver quickly got out and opened the rear door. The first thing to emerge was a long, elegant right leg followed by a suit-clad figure. Then came a handsome face and a long, slender left hand that carried the faint aroma of coffee. Looks like a handsome guy from the build, Carly said disdainfully. Handsome or not, he's still getting an earful for making me work late. Lin. Cameron slid forward on his knees to embrace him. Wait a minute. Carly froze. Lin. Carly shuffled forward with 2 quick steps. My Lin. The group of beautiful colleagues behind her. Wait, weren't you gonna slap him, silly? And now you're hugging him. Carly dove straight into Lin Yu's arms while Cameron, standing nearby, cleared his throat twice. Mind your manners. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Don't worry, she's a friend. Lin Yu patted Cameron's shoulder. I'm here today to discuss a collaboration with you all. From now on, Carly will be my dedicated personal journalist with the exclusive right to write all reports about me. Where's the contract? As Lin Yu spoke, Cameron immediately turned and an assistant dashed into the Sky Sports building. A minute later, she came sliding back on her heels. Lin Yu took out a pen and signed his name with a flourish. This was a clause Barnett had already agreed upon with Cameron, and it had his approval. I'll skip the meal. The coffee is good, at least it smells nice. I'm off to my endorsement event. Lin Yu turned and got back into the AMG, beckoning for Carly to join him. Cameron was hopping around anxiously. I'm not staying for dinner. How about some water? I'm not drinking that either, huh? All right then. Take care. Carly, you must take good care of Lin. Cameron was ecstatic. Because Lin Yu had officially granted Sky Sports the exclusive rights to report on him in Europe. This meant Sky Sports would gain massive traffic for their UFC section, perhaps even becoming the leading MMA media outlet in England and potentially all of Europe. Let's go airport. Next stop, Barcelona. From today, you are Lin's exclusive personal journalist. You'll need to write all reports about Lin, covering his fighting performance and his daily life. Especially his daily life, that's particularly important. Lin Yu remained silent, just holding up his phone. Barnett was giving Carly instructions via video call. Carly nodded while jotting down notes in a small pad. There are monthly performance reviews. You must write at least 2 reports that get above average traction and at least 1 with breakout potential. If I'm not around, you'll work with Carol to support Lin Yu. Oh, and there's an endorsement coming up. It's Lynn's second one. Consider it your first test. As the plane took off, Carly felt a knot of tension. She was determined to seize this opportunity. It was her best shot at leaping from an intern to a top-tier journalist. The plane landed. The night had vanished. Bright sunlight hung in the sky, heralding another beautiful morning. On Barcelona Beach, countless handsome men and beautiful women clad in shorts or bikinis basked in the glorious sun. The women were mostly in sexy swimsuits, though there were some handsome men in bikinis too. On the left side of the beach, Lynn, you spotted two welcome lines from a distance. Top English model Mako strode towards Lynn Yu on her long legs, her body glistening with the sheen of massage oil. Oh my Lynn, I've been waiting here for you for so long. You finally arrived. Let's talk about our collaboration. Carly stood nearby, utterly stunned. Is this really an endorsement? Are you sure this isn't some other kind of event? Lynn Yu laughed and embraced Mako while a group of beautiful models behind them watched with stars in their envious eyes. I'm all ready, bring it on. Carly, bring what? Mako, as expected of a genius fighter so strong. I'm sure even if 5 models came at you at once you could handle it. Carly, wait a second. Why do I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship? A few minutes later, Carly sat to the side, speechless, watching Lynn Yu film his endorsement ad. The gig was for men's beach swim trunks. All Lynn Yu had to do was coat himself in oil with the trunks and lie on the sand. A beach umbrella shielded him from the sun, but couldn't hide his striking muscles. 5 beautiful models walked past Lynn Yu one by one, feigning a casual glance before delivering their lines. Barcelona Beach Royal Swim Trunks, the undisputed choice for the stylish man. Cut. One take. Truly a genius fighter, decisive even in commercials. Mako scurried over starry-eyed. Any plans tonight? Lynn, come to my place. I'll throw a party. I have tons of besties, all top models. You won't be disappointed. Lynn Yu replied. In that case, I'd be a fool to decline. Barnett. Carly made an anxious phone call. Lynn is going to a party. Barnett. Good, it's just the thing to help him relax. Carly replied. But the party will be full of beautiful models, probably over a dozen, all with stunning figures. 36D. Barnett paused. That won't do. Carly agreed. Right, see, even Barnett says it won't work. Barnett continued. Tell Lynn to take them one at a time. Don't be greedy and try to swallow too much at once. Never go after multiple women simultaneously or you'll lose your vigor. Carly retorted angrily. Is that the fucking point? Meanwhile, Lynn Yu's return flight soared through the sky. Lynn Yu lay on a comfortable leather sofa. He slept deeply, muttering something about 36D and long legs. Carly sat beside him, her face filled with resentment. She had no idea what this guy had experienced the night before to leave him this exhausted. He hadn't been this tired even after fighting Connor for 2 rounds. On the other side at Barnett's mansion, the accomplished English agent was discussing with Carol how to chart Lynn Yu's future career path. He had already crafted a complete development blueprint. Take a look, I stayed up all night yesterday. Barnett threw a thick stack of documents in front of Carol. Carol picked it up and saw several large characters written on top. Lynn Yu's 6 Crown King Superstar Development Plan. 6 Crown King. Are you crazy, Barnett? Carol could only find it unbelievable. He opened the first page where it clearly read, after entering UFC, first target fighters with unstable skills but high popularity. After building up fan base, launch a massive promotional campaign in China for the second fight, maximizing popularity. So his first fight against Oliveira already fulfilled the initial plan. That's right. This document was written together with Lynn, and most of the goals were actually his own wishes. I really can't imagine this guy's ambition is even greater than mine. He really dares to dream. But that's good. Only those who dare to dream have the potential to become era-defining, transformative figures. Next, I want to help him achieve his second goal, kick off UFC's first China event, and find him the most suitable opponent. The most suitable opponent. Carol frowned. I can't think of what would qualify as most suitable. Barnett's mouth curved upward. First, he's a handsome Chinese man. Second, there is no second. Barnett picked up his phone and called White Daddy. Hey, my dear brother. White Daddy laughed heartily on the other end. Don't worry, I know about your PPV revenue share. I'll transfer the money on time according to the contract. I'm not here to talk about that. Between brothers like us, do we really need to discuss money? Barnett lit a cigar. I'm calling to ask for the next fight. What opponent do you plan to arrange for him? Let me be clear up front. I don't want to fight some bottom feeders. I want a top 15 contender. White Daddy paused, already thinking about ranking him so soon. He's only fought 1 UFC match. Look at Oliveira. He fought in UFC for 4 years and still hadn't cracked the top 15, which is why my Lynn knocked him out with 1 punch. Barnett didn't give White Daddy a chance to respond. I want him fighting top 15 contenders. I want him to earn more money, win more honors, and gain more respect. White Daddy, you just said you don't care about money. Barnett replied. I also claimed I'm faithful and don't care for beautiful models. Would you believe that? Put him in a top 15 fight. Look at how hot his PPV sales are. Arrange a top 15 match for him. I guarantee his popularity will rise even further. And White Daddy, do you want to make money? I have a great idea. The light in White Daddy's eyes grew brighter as Barnett continued speaking. An hour later, Karen, the agent of Japanese star Tsuchiya Sakura. He personally arrived at UFC headquarters and knocked on White Daddy's office door. White Daddy, did you see my fighter's performance? What an exciting match. Karen felt he deserved some say in the matter after all, his fighter had already cracked the top 15. In the official bantamweight rankings after Tsuchiya Sakura's successful title challenge, she ranked number 14. White Daddy looked at Karen and thought perfect. Barnett's great idea is directly related to him. So I'm here to arrange the next opponent for Tsuchiya Sakura. I don't know who you're planning to set up for her, but I hope it's someone with high popularity. White Daddy, high popularity, absolutely high popularity. I also hope his fighting style is entertaining. White Daddy, entertaining, absolutely entertaining. I also hope the fight takes place in a location suitable for him. White Daddy, suitable, absolutely suitable. Receiving White Daddy's affirmative response, Karen returned to Tsuchiya Sakura's residence with a satisfied expression. The Japanese star was savoring dried cheese. Karen, any good news? Karen sat down steadily and picked up a piece of cheese, savoring it slowly. Definitely good news. Your next opponent has been finalized at the most suitable location for you. A high-popularity opponent, an extremely entertaining fighting style, and at the perfect venue for you. White Daddy is trying to make you the next UFC superstar. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiya Sakura's appetite improved instantly, and he tossed 2 pieces of cheese directly into his mouth. While he was devouring happily, his phone screen lit up. Ding dong. Special follow. UFC officially announced the next major matchup. UFC's first China event will take place in Guangzhou. On the main card, Japanese star Tsuchiya Sakura faces the legendary Red Dragon Lin Yu. Tsuchiya Sakura looked at Karen, dried cheese stuck to his mouth from excitement. This is what you called arranged. Are you messing with me as a Japanese person? Hey young man. The next UFC megafight is being held in China for the first time, with the main event featuring China's prodigy Lin Yu against Tsuchiya Sakura. What's your take on this? The young man glanced at the reporter's badge, which read Sky Sports. He looked at his watch. April 29, 2014. All of this confirmed to him that the question had been genuinely asked. He was not dreaming. Well, I think everyone knows what this means. I have to admire Tsuchiya Sakura for actually daring to go. If he gets beaten to death in there, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. The English lad turned and walked away, pulling up his hoodie with Rocky's theme playing in his earphones. His running pace gradually became lighter. Young man, Carly called out from behind. Be careful. The young man said nothing, just kept running. He slightly raised his left hand, flashing a cool thumbs up. 2 seconds later. Thud. A traffic light pole blocked the young man's path, leaving a bright red mark on his forehead. Carly, I told you to be careful. Dear viewers in the live stream, this concludes Sky Sports' exclusive UFC preheat coverage. If you support our exclusive fighter Lin, then we're friends. If you don't support Lin, that's okay too. Click subscribe and follow us. We believe you'll choose to support Lin one day. I'm Carly, Lin's exclusive on-site reporter. See you next time. The cameraman following the team shut off the live feed, and Carly let out a long sigh. Over the past few days, she had interviewed no fewer than 10 random passersby. More of them favored Lin Yu. On the official UFC poll, the percentage of viewers supporting Lin Yu to defeat Tsuchiya Sakura had reached 60. Meanwhile, after announcing the blockbuster fight, UFC also revealed a partnership with a Chinese platform. UFC officially granted exclusive streaming rights to that platform, making it the sole designated UFC live streaming platform in China. Let's go. Carly packed up the microphone. Back to California to report. Barnett's private car drove Carly toward California. At 6 p.m. that day, the sky on the verge of turning dark set the clouds ablaze. A Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop by the beautiful seaside dock. Behind them, a figure quickened the pace of his run. Powerful legs drove the muscles in a smooth, rolling motion, the hidden explosive power nearly bursting from the skin. With every step, the muscles of his entire body swayed evenly. 8 chiseled abdominal muscles flowed like water, showcasing not only explosive power, but also his flexibility. The moment Carly stepped out of the car, Lin Yu leaped forward. Carly stumbled back, nearly ruining her new high heels. Lin. Bang. Carly stomped her left foot in anger. Don't scare me like that again. Lin Yu laughed heartily, continuing to bounce on his toes to keep his body primed. Carly's gaze swept over Lin Yu. Her eyes lingered, reluctant to look away. A hint of flirtation flickered in her eyes. You'll have to pay if you keep staring, Lin Yu said with a smile. You guys head back first. I'll run another lap and return to the training center. Tell Barnett to brew a pot of fine Dahongpo tea for me. Lin Yu continued forward, his strong, well-proportioned body cutting through the evening breeze. On the system interface, the stamina attribute flickered slightly, increasing by 0.1. Host Lin Yu, age 19, height 176 centimeters, still growing. Daily weight 75 to 81 kilograms, arm span 190, physical attributes strength 93, 894, 2 agility 87, 88, 2 stamina 97, 97, 2 bone density extremely hard. Comprehensive physical assessment unbelievable. Fighting techniques punching 90-91. 2 kicking 75-81. 2 elbow strikes 22-33 wrestling 68-73. 5 ground skills 66-77. 2 special bullet time LV2. Iron body LV1. Killer moves rear hand punch. Black dragon switch kick. Comprehensive fighting technique assessment heavy fists. Good legs. Can wrestle. Decent elbows. That's enough. If you train more, life will be hard for everyone. Don't be too ruthless. Over the past 2 months, he had been focusing on improving his overall game. Mike Brown continued teaching him kicking techniques, and as before, once he reached 80, it became a watershed, making improvement very difficult. However, his physical talent was too overwhelming. With over a year of training, all 3 attributes had approached or exceeded 90. His punching had also broken through 90, and his kicking had improved significantly, but there was still plenty of room for growth. Some of his major techniques in elbow strikes and ground skills were becoming more refined, though they still needed improvement. But his current takedown defense was terrifying. Although his wrestling was only 73, 5, the individual attribute for takedown defense had reached 90. This was thanks to his good brother Habaibu. Habaibu's progress was also terrifying. After submitting his opponent in CWFC, Habaibu got a UFC contract and officially entered the featherweight division. His own fight against Tsuchiya Sakura in China would be the main event of the night. The co-main event was Habaibu. In the second-to-last fight, his opponent was Oliveira, who had just lost to Lin Yu. Carly returned to report, also to pack her luggage. That evening, Barnett's private jet departed for China. Under the starry sky, Carol and Carly shared a bottle of red wine. The two had become good friends. Habaibu lay beside Lin Yu. When I come to the training center, my father climbs the highest mountain near my home and sits at the top watching my plane leave. He says that gives me strength. So every time I take a plane, I choose a window seat and look out as if I can see my father. Lin Yu smiled. Keep it up. I believe you'll take down Oliveira next week. Habaibu replied, definitely. Guangzhou Central Square Arena, all 100 seats, were filled. The host's fervent voice echoed through the sky. Habaibu, going for the rear naked choke. He got it. How long can Oliveira hold out? The referee steps in. It's over. Oliveira is choked out. Just like that, Habaibu secures the victory. Interestingly, as Lin Yu's good brother, he follows the same path as his brother, both winning their first fight against Oliveira. In the backstage preparation room, Lin Yu was cheering for his brother. The top left corner of the TV showed the time 7:20. May 12, 7:20. All Chinese spectators had already risen to their feet, knowing who the main event fighter was. The main event first, the Japanese star Tsuchiya Sakura entered. He was met with nothing but boos and middle fingers. Then came the most famous UFC announcer, Bruce Buffer. With his silver hair, he leaped into the octagon. His lean frame wrapped in a suit slightly bent in the live camera to help him unleash the most electrifying roar. It's time. Welcome. The Red Dragon. As soon as the words were spoken, holographic projection lines shot out from all seats in the arena. These lines converged to form the flames of hell. The large screens surrounding the arena all burst into hellfire. At that moment, the entire arena was like hell. The 3D holographic hellfire burned throughout the venue. The 1000 spectators had gone mad. Truly, Lin Yu's presence was unmatched. Bruce continued to roar. The Red Dragon. With those words at the bottom of the octagon, a small figure gradually grew larger, first the head, then the powerful body, then the swinging tail. It was a wingless holographic dragon. It was born slowly amidst the hellfire. The entire audience was frenzied. Even Dana White was stunned by China's holographic projection technology. The online viewership of the live stream skyrocketed, breaking through 1000. The dragon's figure grew larger and larger until it became a colossal beast. It roared to the sky, pushed off the ground with powerful limbs, and its massive body stirred the arena. The hellfire burned even more intensely. The dragon circled the arena. Wherever it passed, spectators raised their hands in cheer. The wave of people surged like ocean waves with the dragon's flight. Then, after circling once, the dragon slowly descended, landing crouched above the octagon. Its majestic dragon head with a long, powerful neck slowly turned to face the tunnel exit. Red light filled the air. Amidst the smoke, a figure draped in a national flag stepped steadily onto the stage. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Yu. The deafening cheers echoed as if resonating with Lin Yu's name. The excitement lingered. Over 10,000 pairs of eyes locked onto Lin Yu, following his every step toward the octagon. Tsuchiya Sakura hopped around to warm up, while in the Chinese livestream, young commentator Wang Yanbo was ready. Tsuchiya Sakura, a renowned Japanese fighter known for precise strikes. But before this fight, Tsuchiya Sakura posted a message, a provocation aimed at Lin Yu. The post instantly ignited the fury of Lin Yu's fans. Though many believed it was his manager Kaleni's idea to boost Tsuchiya Sakura's publicity. But not everyone can be like Connor, both infamous and beloved. In red trunks is Lin Yu, standing 1.76 meters tall with a wingspan of 190 centimeters. In the UFC, he has fought once and won once, KOing Oliveira. Known for his aggressive forward pressure, precise strikes, and fierce counterattacks, he is hailed as a master of stand-up timing. Once diagnosed with a heart murmur, a poor boy who worked day jobs to make ends meet, he is now the pride of China. Along the way, the world called him a prodigy, but he never grew arrogant or restless. From an undefeated streak in CWFC, he violently KO'd the notorious Conor McGregor, making a name for himself in one fight. Then he defeated Oliveira, truly turning public opinion, gaining a massive overseas fan base, and soaring in popularity in China. Head referee Cameron stepped into the octagon. Both fighters were set. Lin Yu glared fiercely at Tsuchiya Sakura. He would give him no chance. Touch gloves if you want, then as soon as fight is called we go. Cameron waited a few seconds, neither touched gloves. Fight! The crowd erupted. Lin Yu threw a low kick. Smack! Tsuchiya Sakura absorbed the low kick, then threw a left jab. A beautiful counter. He leaned back, instantly dodging it easily. Then he turned and threw a spinning back fist. A counter hook, full of power. Tsuchiya Sakura had no room to dodge, but his right guard was solid. Bang! He barely blocked it, but the terrifying force still pushed him a step to the right. After just one exchange, Tsuchiya Sakura knew in stand-up he was no match for this guy. But stand-up was all he had. Thus Lin Yu immediately took the upper hand with his terrifying reflexes and superb boxing, leaving Tsuchiya Sakura afraid to even attack. He could only keep his fists up like a turtle peeking through the gaps for a counter. Lin Yu beautiful combination punches. Relentless body shots. Tsuchiya Sakura is cornered. The crowd is going wild. Tsuchiya Sakura escapes from the side. Lin Yu attempts a takedown, but fails to grab hold. The guy is drenched in sweat, which actually becomes his defense. Sidestepping out, Tsuchiya Sakura suddenly spun as Lin Yu took a breather. This was his ultimate killer move. A spinning kick. Especially his timing. When the opponent's focus wavers, one spinning kick ends the fight. That's what they call precise striking. With confidence, Tsuchiya Sakura instantly executed a spinning kick. His powerful left shin crashed toward Lin Yu's neck. The audience held their breath. At the critical moment, Lin Yu, who seemed unprepared, suddenly feinted a step to the left. His right hand shot up like a phantom, and in an instant it blocked at his neck. Bang! An absolute defense. Oh my god! Wang Yanbo roared in shock. He blocked that. Are you kidding me? All the fans in the arena held their heads in disbelief. The livestream chat flooded with comments. This is like an opponent suddenly launching 10 hidden darts from his sleeve, and Lin Yu not only caught them all, but one he caught by turning around and clamping it with his butt cheek. If I were Tsuchiya Sakura after landing that kick and having it blocked, how huge would the psychological shadow be? Tsuchiya Sakura stumbled back 2 steps. His body stiffened, legs as heavy as lead frozen in place. He stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. His confidence, his lifelong pride shattered in that instant. He blocked that. Then what am I fighting for? Tsuchiya Sakura's mentality collapsed. At that moment he was in a daze. His retreating body suddenly leaned forward. In a split second, Lin Yu seized the opportunity, suddenly pushing off the ground and leaping. The immense power propelled his entire body forward and upward in the air. His right leg pushed back as if stepping on an invisible air step, injecting energy into his body. His left leg then drove forward. Shin folded against thigh, all his strength and momentum poured into his knee. Then, bang! Superman flying knee. Hit, like an electric current, spreading from the face throughout the body. His eyes rolled back instantly. Saliva flew. A mist of sweat and blood burst out. Tsuchiya Sakura collapsed unconscious. Lin Yu landed, dropped to one knee, and delivered a heavy follow-up punch. Bang! The referee finally arrived, shielding Tsuchiya Sakura and waving his hands to signal it was all over. OMG. OMG. Every major live stream around the globe, all commentators went insane. The Chinese commentator wearing headphones held his head in both hands. The studio staff ran around in excitement. In the US studio, the commentator slammed his headphones onto the floor. Fragments flew. He roared in utter frenzy. This is absolutely the most terrifying KO in UFC history. This KO will be etched into UFC history. Superman flying knee. Unstoppable KO. Explosive red dragon. A prodigy for the ages. This guy, he's the heir apparent of a century. An absolute genius. How did he even think of that move? Lin Yu, 2 fights, 2 wins, 2 KOs. Red Dragon slays Sakura. The light of China. Lin Yu was celebrating arrogantly when suddenly from Tsuchiya Sakura's corner, one of the coaches flipped him the middle finger. You piece of trash. Don't let me run into your aunt. Family was always Lin Yu's bottom line. Lin Yu heard it clearly. He took out his mouthguard and hurled it at that guy, then vaulted over the cage fence. He landed on the ground. The coach threw the first punch. A hook. Lin Yu ducked under it. Bang. Lin Yu's counter hook. One punch sent him crashing to the ground unconscious. It all happened so fast that no one reacted. But Barnett knew. Everyone get them. Barnett threw down his towel first and charged at the opposing team. Andre John Gray and others followed suit. Meanwhile, Lin Yu faced Tsuchiya Sakura's coaching staff. 1-4. He didn't retreat an inch. He slipped to the right, barely dodging. Then countered with a backhand. Another man dropped. Then he ducked under a right hook and his spinning back fist landed cleanly. Another man collapsed. Then with a side kick, Lin Yu sent the last one flying into the audience seats. Even Dana White was stunned. He rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu, embracing him. As John Gray passed by, he deliberately stepped on the face of one still conscious guy, leaving a nonchalant red footprint. Barnett shielded Lin Yu, and the Chinese fans in the arena went absolutely wild. What happened to Lin Yu? Even the host was puzzled. 1-4, he took down all of Tsuchiya Sakura's coaching staff. The camera then replayed the moment. From the middle finger and the mouths of the coaches, especially what that Sakura coach shouted. Even if you weren't a lip reader, anyone with sharp eyes could decipher the words. It was clearly an insult to Lin Yu's aunt. Dana White was doing his best to hold Lin Yu back, calming him down. I promise no matter what they said or did, I'll get to the bottom of it. But you can't keep going. The chaos on the sidelines ignited the entire arena. There had been post-fight brawls in UFC history, but they were rare. Most of the Chinese audience had figured out the situation and were cheering for Lin Yu. The venue was once again lit up in red light, with countless Chinese fans roaring with passion. Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Bye! Barnett and Jean Gray, one on each side, hoisted Lin Yu with their shoulders. Lin Yu spread the Chinese flag with both hands and raised it high above his head. Wang Yanba stood up, roaring with passion. When autumn arrives on the 9th of the 8th month, my flowers bloom and all others die. Lin Yu, the heir apparent of a century in the fighting world. A Chinese prodigy. The extraordinary Red Dragon has become the faith of all Chinese boxing fans. Lin Yu, from this moment on, don't worry about having no friends on the road ahead. Because everyone in the world will know your name. Oh my God. The scene has descended into chaos. We don't know exactly what happened, but from the live feed it seems Tu Ying's coaching team provoked Lin Yu, and a brawl broke out between them. Lin Yu, like a god of war, defended his dignity and honor. This is the home ground of Huaxia. How dare Tu Ying's coaching team act like this? Bai Dina embraced Lin Yu while signaling to his brother with his eyes. Lei Lunci understood immediately and stepped forward to pull Tu Ying away. Tu Ying still refused to let it go. He hit my coaching team, and you're just going to let him walk away. Lei Lunci gritted his teeth. The situation now is, if you stay here one more second, I can't guarantee you'll leave alive the next. If you don't want to be immediately expelled from the UFC right here. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Leave. Lei Lunci was furious. He simply had no more patience to argue with Tu Ying. Tu Ying could only take her coaching team and leave through the passage. More than 1,000 spectators in the arena were still shouting at the top of their lungs. The name Lin Yu had already resounded throughout the world of martial arts. Lin Yu patted Bai Dina on the back, indicating he was fine, then walked back into the octagon. He took the microphone from Lei Lunci. Standing here, I feel like a dream has come true. I've returned to my home, my homeland. My country, my friends, the experiences of my upbringing, everything I can remember happened here, so I will always remember that this is my home. The audience, which had been quiet, erupted in cheers once more, then fell silent again. Everyone was focused, listening intently to Lin Yu's speech. Sometimes I think I'm like Van Gogh, madly obsessed with art. When it comes to fighting, I've gradually lost my sanity. But I'm enjoying this moment. Therefore, I'm very certain of one thing. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not even next month. But I promise one day I will become the champion. I will win the championship belt, and not just one. The entire arena exploded. The roar was so deafening that many fans experienced tinnitus. Lin Yu gave it his all, shouting his final words, so I'll say it again. No time limit. No location limit. No opponent limit. I know you're all lining up to challenge me, so come find my manager, find Bai Dina, and arrange a fight with me. But fighters outside the top 10 need not apply, because in front of me you're all trash. Lin Yu handed the microphone back to Lei Lunci, and the entire arena was blown apart. Bai Dina put his arm around Lin Yu and walked toward the passage, ostensibly to give an explanation for the conflict between Lin Yu and Tu Ying, but in reality, he was already grinning from ear to ear. Bai Dina had turned into Red Dina. This guy only entered the Red Dina state when he was extremely excited, extremely happy. Huaxiao fight fans went wild, crowding both sides of the passage, raising their hands in worship. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Yu. Through the crowded crowd, they entered the quiet locker room. When the heavy door closed, everything that had just happened seemed to vanish. Because it was too surreal, Lin Yu felt that the fans were cheering for him like madmen. He had never experienced such a moment before. Alright, the situation now is that both of you have clearly violated the UFC's fighting terms. I need to impose penalties on both of you. We'll discuss this matter when we return to UFC headquarters. That very night, Lin Yu departed and led his team back to UFC headquarters. The ATT training center prepared a celebration for Lin Yu. On the morning of May 13th, Lin Yu was lying in bed resting. Bay Knight had already arrived at Bai Dina's home. Lei Lunci had issued a statement at 6 a.m. that morning. UFC statement, Due to the inappropriate remarks made by Tu Ying's team, the jiu-jitsu coach will be banned from entering UFC venues for the next 6 months. At the same time, Tu Ying will be placed under observation and suspension. The reinstatement date is yet to be determined. The post quickly shot to the top of the trending list, and countless fight fans rushed to comment. In the comments section, do me a favor, just find him a month's membership of some video platform. How about finding him a PPV purchase? The situation has blown up, and I can't clean it up. Alright, I'll punish him by making him slap Tu Ying again, and then we'll call it even. Seeing this public opinion trend, Bainite felt more confident appealing on Lin Yu's behalf. The two engaged in a fierce clash inside Dina's mansion. During the 2-hour negotiation, neither of them left the room. Only an assistant waited outside with a phone, occasionally filming a video through the glass window, recording the heated argument between the two. But the room's soundproofing was excellent, so the assistant could only capture the images of Dina and Bainite arguing without any sound. As one video after another was released, countless fight fans rushed to like and share. In the videos, Dina and Bainite were both red-faced, and their mouths were turned sideways toward the door, making it hard to tell what they were arguing about. Of course, only the two people inside the room knew what they were actually arguing about. I'll say it again. Ultraman Tiga is the strongest. Fine, I don't want to argue with you about that anymore, but you have to concede on another thing. One Piece is a better anime than Naruto. Bullshit. Bullshit yourself? Then I'll say that Boa Hancock is more exciting than Hinata. 2 hours later, the two finished their act. Bainite handed over a stack of bills worth 8,000. This was the penalty Dina imposed on Lin Yu, a fine of 8,000 which Bainite paid on behalf of his fighter. Alright, I'm tired. Let's leave it at that. Bainite stood up. I'm off. Take this 8,000 and buy a nice maid outfit for your wife. Consider it an early birthday present from me. Bainite said as he got up, and while Dina was distracted, he reached back and pulled out a treasured bottle from the wine cabinet. A Bordeaux red. He had had his eye on it for a long time. The handsome old Englishman dashed out of the room. Dina shouted behind him, "Damn it, that bottle of wine is worth 1,000, you son of a bitch." Bainite. The incident ended there. Although Tu Ying's side filed an emotional protest, Dina dismissed it effortlessly. "Kalani, if you keep pestering me about this, you can take your team and your fighter and get the hell out of the UFC." Those were Dina's final words to Kalani. With his victory over Tu Ying, Lin Yu had broken into the top 15, currently ranked 14th. At the same time, his earning power and appeal in the Asian market kept Dina tossing and turning all night with excitement. Tu Ying was simply not on the same level as him. As a result, more and more fighters wanted to compete against Lin Yu. A week later, on May 21st, Madison Square Garden, a brilliant young talent finished his opponent with a terrifying knockout punch. The new ruthless contender in the featherweight division grabbed the microphone and Hua Yuwei shouted to the sky, "I'm a top 10 ranked fighter. I'm the fighter with the most consecutive wins this year. So Dina set me up with Lin, that so-called genius. I'll bring him back down to earth in one fight. I'll smash his mouth. I'll smash his ass. I'll smash his dignity." Max Hua Yuwei's call-out instantly ignited the UFC. This guy had the most consecutive wins this year and was considered a candidate for Male Fighter of the Year. After his victory, Hua Yuwei's ranking had risen to 10th. Fight fans had never seen a higher-ranked fighter call out an opponent ranked lower than himself. Hua Yuwei was the first, but Bainite was very pleased. Bainite, who was watching the live broadcast, grinned at Lin Yu. "Do you know what it takes to become the Male Fighter of the Year?" Lin Yu shook his head. "First, you have to fight a fight of the year. Second, you have to defeat the hottest winning streak of the year's most talented fighter." Bainite pointed at the screen. "To achieve those conditions, you just need to fight this guy. Of course, he is exceedingly wealthy, incredibly affluent, far more prosperous than I am. As for his specific assets, I am not privy to the details, but they undoubtedly exceed $10 billion. Barnett turned the steering wheel to the left as he answered. The diamond-encrusted watch on his right wrist glinted, refracting dazzling rays of light with the motion. The watch face displayed no time, only a date. May 21st. "He is my dearest friend. Before I founded my agency, I had tasted every flavor of life's bitterness and sweetness." Lin Yu interjected, "Bitterness and sweetness. So you never experienced any hardship at all?" Carol, seated in the back, chuckled. "This fellow loves to boast to the media about how much he suffered back in the day. If any of those journalists bothered to investigate, they would discover that Barnett's father is a tycoon. He has never known hardship. Even in his leanest times, he could still drop $100 on an afternoon tea and casually toss a few coins to a street beggar." Barnett cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, that is not the point. The point is, when I was establishing my agency, he chose to support me and provided a starting capital of $1 billion. He is now one of the 3 major shareholders of my agency." After all this talk, who exactly is this person? Lin Yu grew impatient. Patrick DeLacy, the largest telecommunications operator in France. His business primarily involves telecom operations covering Europe, and he also holds considerable assets in the United States. He is also heavily invested in the auction industry. According to the latest billionaire rankings, his personal total assets have reached $15 billion, the peak of his career. Carol recited these figures flawlessly. 15 billion, damn it. Barnett had already parked the car in the underground garage. The exclusive security personnel clearly recognized Barnett and saluted him with a standard French military gesture. The heavy underground garage door opened, revealing a private collection of over a dozen luxury cars belonging to Patrick. Let's go. He has invited me several times, insisting that I bring you along. He is a huge fan of yours. Barnett wrapped an arm around Lin Yu and led him into the passage. With flickering lights, the group entered the mansion. Carol was unfazed, having visited more than once. As the heavy golden door swung open, a figure darted out. The man was slender, but his eyes seemed to radiance brilliance. Brown hair and round-rimmed glasses framed his amiable face. Had Carol not introduced him beforehand, Lin Yu would never have connected this man with the $15 billion magnate, especially not with the torn white pajamas he wore. Oh, my friend. Barnett opened his arms wide to greet him. Carol remarked, here we go again, that insufferable ritual between men. But this time Patrick DeLacy lunged straight at Lin Yu, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Lin, finally we meet. I've been telling Barnett to invite you over. Barnett, standing aside, quipped, so love does fade, doesn't it? Lin Yu laughed and returned the embrace. Behind them, two maids in black stockings bowed slightly to welcome the guests. Treading across marble floors, passing granite, and a long corridor of collectibles, the group arrived at an open-air garden exceeding 200 square meters. In the distance lay a lake, and the air was thick with the fragrance of tea. Lin Yu sniffed. Da Hong Pao. Patrick smiled and nodded. I asked Barnett beforehand and learned of your preference. I had this top-grade shipment brought in from China specifically. He skillfully brewed the tea, and the three sat by the lake sipping leisurely. This entire area, the lake, the hills, and the prairie over there, are all his private property. Damn, with that kind of money, when will you gift me a residence like this, eh? Lin Yu pursed his lips. This can hardly be called a house. Calling it an estate would be an understatement. Well, when Lin wins the championship belt, I'll give him one. Barnett exclaimed. I said give it to me. But back in the day, we were both crazy about fighting. I recall. When the UFC was just starting to promote, we both dreamed of holding that championship belt. Patrick took a sip of Da Hong Pao. Barnett and I met at a fight. It was his crucial title qualifier, but in the end he was knocked out cold by his opponent. Patrick looked at Barnett. Worthless. You son of a... I saw him sitting alone in the corner, hiding his face and crying. It reminded me of my own struggles when I started my business. From that day on, we became friends. Speaking of which, I have prepared a gift for you. Patrick clapped his hands with a smile, and a black-stockinged maid immediately circled through the corridor, eventually emerging with a precious glass safe. Inside lay a pair of fight trunks. The base color was red with China's national flag stitched on the side. The waistband was covered in a deep muted red. And at the center of the waistband, a gem of approximately 5 carats was set. The soft pave setting ensured it was well protected and could radiate brilliance. You must be joking. Barnett set down his teacup, his hands trembling slightly. No, I am quite serious. I once wanted to fight in the UFC myself, but I lacked the skill. I had all the wealth in the world, yet I couldn't realize my dream. I don't like money. I have no interest in it at all. Carol, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. Oh, sure. I purchased this priceless gem, named the Holy Grail, from my red diamond mine in Australia. Its market valuation has reached $10 million. Barnett joked at the time, calling me a $10 million baby. But now it belongs to you. I never wore it because I knew I was unworthy. Patrick slowly lifted the trunks from the safe. Based on the measurements Barnett provided, I commissioned Europe's finest master tailor Inyol to cut it for you. The national flag was hand-stitched with red silk thread infused with red diamond powder. I believe you can become the greatest boxer, and the greatest boxer needs the greatest trunks. Lin Yu sat there motionless. Not because he didn't want to rise, but because his legs had gone a little weak. May I ask, the $10 million you mentioned, is that in US dollars? Patrick smiled and nodded. Of course. What did you think, Zimbabwean dollars? No, this gift is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. Lin Yu immediately waved his hands. Although this pair of trunks was undoubtedly the most perfect work of art he had ever seen, he dared not imagine himself wearing them inside the Octagon. The lights shining upon him, the world's finest red diamond glittering. Barnett interjected, Are you truly sure about this, Patrick? I know you're wealthy, and $10 million means nothing to you. But we both understand that this trunks represents not its value, but your former dream. Patrick smiled and nodded. Please do not refuse. This is my request. You may regard it as a gift or as my trust and expectation in you. This trunks also carries my former dream. I will not impose my dream upon you. But I know that your dream is to dominate the fighting world. Having said that, the French tycoon handed the trunks to Lin Yu, his eyes seemingly radiating brilliance. His unwavering tone was enough to persuade anyone. My life can no longer roar, but your roar never fails to bring tears to my eyes. So a man entrusts his dream to another man. What could be wrong with that? I couldn't care less about what that clown thinks. I stand here to tell you all, I Holloway am this year's greatest prodigy. Anyone who doubts it can step into the octagon and face me. I'll beat the defiance out of you. The crowd below ignites. Holloway, Holloway, Holloway. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the phenomenal 5-fight win streak prodigy, Holloway. The master of striking, the embodiment of violent aesthetics. Let your cheers rain down for him. Amid the thunderous ovation, Dana White glances at his watch. His newly purchased diamond watch shows September 27th, 8:15 p.m. 5 minutes before the press conference was due to start, yet Holloway couldn't contain himself and barged in ahead of time. His arrogant tirade captures the attention of every journalist in the room. The atmosphere is electric, but Lin Yu has yet to arrive. Meanwhile, backstage, in a clean, tidy lounge, a young man rests against the wall, a cup of Da Hong Pao tea beside him. The fragrant steam rises gently. His long legs are sculpted with evenly distributed muscle, his upper body still as formidable as before. Yet Lin Yu's legs are clearly more refined than before, as if chiseled with meticulous care. For the past 3 months, Lin Yu's primary training focus has been leg techniques. Barnett is thoroughly pleased with the progress. Mike Brown certainly knows his stuff when it comes to leg training. As the saying goes, a man who doesn't train his legs ends up weak and frail. By the way, how's that capoeira Andre taught you coming along? Flashy but impractical, Lin Yu shrugs. But I can make it both flashy and lethal. The flickering glow of the system interface seems to affirm his words. Leg technique 81. 285. 5. 3 grueling months of training in the notoriously difficult 80-tier range had propelled Lin Yu past the 85 mark. Aside from the switch kick, Lin Yu improved most at the low kick. Or rather, leg chopping. Barnett had experienced it firsthand 2 days ago. He strapped a thick punching pad to his shin, brimming with confidence. Come on, Lin. Back in the day, I was a titan of the English boxing scene. The heartthrob of Birmingham, the darling of countless admirers. Surely this old man can withstand a single low kick. Thud. Lin Yu delivers the low kick without hesitation. Everyone turns to look. Barnett hasn't budged. His face is expressionless. People around give him thumbs up. This old guy's built like a rock. He must have been a beast in his prime. Didn't even flinch, not a hint of pain. Truly formidable. But after that dull thud, the world seemed to go silent. Which is why today Barnett is limping as he accompanies Lin Yu to the press conference. I swear I only used 30% of my strength that day. Lin Yu looks earnestly at the pitiful Barnett and says sincerely. Barnett waves his hand. Stop it, don't humiliate me further. I'd rather you say you used full power. Lin Yu, got it, I did use full power. Barnett, a bit late for that admission now, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Carol bursts out laughing. Passing through several layers of curtains, Dana White finally sees Lin Yu. His eyes light up. The kid is clearly more chiseled than just a few months ago. Everyone's waiting for you. Dana White smiles and squeezes Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu responds with a smile as a staff member pulls back the curtain and Lin Yu strides in quickly. A dazzling entrance. A tailored suit wraps around explosive muscles, Lin Yu's face already etched with disdain and arrogance. His swaggering gait sets the entire arena ablaze. Let me see who's making all that noise over here. He said I wouldn't dare show up, that I'd arrive after him. But it's this guy who rushed in before the event even officially began. Holloway, I'm right here. I am the king of this place, the sovereign of California. Come on then, try to stop me from strolling through my own kingdom. You can't. Lin Yu's arrogant declaration pierces through the roof. Over 20,000 fans in attendance scream with wild abandon. This is the pre-fight press conference for the clash of prodigies between Holloway and Lin Yu. The hostility between them has reached its zenith. Across the globe, in every nation that follows combat sports, forums, short video platforms, and search engines are all dominated by news of this titanic clash. Brazil Daily Post, UFC's fight of the year. The Savage takes on the legendary Crimson Dragon. England Boxing Times, a terrifying showdown. Who can extend their win streak? China Daily, the legendary Crimson Dragon Lin Yu returns to battle. Streaming live in HD for the nation. Let's cheer for Lin Yu together. England's notorious tabloid The Sun. Rumor has it Holloway's wife and sister-in-law are smitten with Lin Yu, fueling Holloway's fury. September 30th. Las Vegas, Nevada, Apex Arena. At 8 p.m. local time, host Bruce is bellowing at the top of his lungs, boasting a terrifying 4-fight win streak. One of the hottest contenders of the year. The superlative rising star known as the Savage. Holloway emerges to a thunderous soundtrack. Then the host roars again. The century's crown prince. The Chinese prodigy. 3 fights, 3 victories, 3 knockouts. Equally one of the hottest contenders of the year. The great master of stand-up striking. The legendary Crimson Dragon. Liyin. Yu. The king blasts through the arena. Lin Yu enters draped in his national flag, the $1 million Holy Grail championship belt gleaming brilliantly under the lights. The crimson glow dazzles the fans who feel as if a war god has descended. Stepping into the octagon, Lin Yu bites down on his mouthguard. He focuses, exhaling one sharp, powerful breath. Every muscle in his body ripples in unison. Barnett is thrilled. Lean cheeks like a fierce beast. A gaze as unyielding as a wolf's. A prodigy indeed. The referee signals. Both fighters take their positions. The arena's fervor has reached its peak. With the referee's thunderous command, fight, the battle commences. Lin Yu maintains his classic tight guard. Holloway throws a looping hook. Lin Yu ducks under it. Counters with his right hand. Bam. Holloway blocks it, then fires a rear hook in response. Lin Yu raises his left guard. Head movement. A step forward followed by a hook uppercut combo. Bam. Landing on the midsection. Holloway staggers back in pain. Lin Yu is somewhat surprised. Holloway truly is a striking prodigy, able to block his initial counter. He presses forward again. Meanwhile, in the front row, a pair of brothers sit watching. The younger brother suddenly feels a stomach ache and has to excuse himself to the restroom. Both brothers are from the States and devoted fans of the homegrown prodigy Holloway. Hurry back, the elder brother says before fixating his gaze back on the octagon. Lin Yu snaps a kick out instantly. A low kick. Smack. Holloway fails to evade. A jolt of electricity shoots up his leg. Holloway's eyes visibly narrow. This low kick hits this hard. Holloway's coach, who had studied Lin Yu extensively, shouts from the corner, "It's fine. His kicks aren't heavy. Watch out for his punches." Lin Yu feints with a jab. Holloway ducks to avoid. But while the upper feint is fake, the lower attack is real. Smack. Low kick. Leg chop. Holloway's shin is already red. Whoa. The crowd erupts in astonishment. They witness Holloway's leg visibly tremble. Holloway, TSK. That hurts. Who the hell said this guy's kicks aren't heavy? Get out of there. Keep moving. Holloway's coach, sensing trouble, yells urgently. But Lin Yu quickly closes the distance. Bam. Another low kick. Everyone knows this is the leg chopping strategy. And this one lands with extra force. Holloway's shin is now swollen and red. He quickly switches his stance, putting his right leg forward. But Lin Yu seizes the moment and unleashes a powerful looping hook. Holloway retreats, but Lin Yu's fist still grazes his cheek. In an instant, blood sprays. Holloway stumbles back. The entire crowd rises to their feet. Lin Yu immediately presses forward. Relentless pursuit. A flurry of hooks and uppercuts followed by another low kick. A calf kick, then a heavy rear hook. Holloway protects his head with all his might, weaving frantically along the cage. He dodges some strikes, but those hooks come like unstoppable monsters. Tremendous force smashes through his guard, pounding into his face. The audience feels like they're watching Luffy's rubber Gatling. Blood splatters from Holloway more and more with each blow. The referee stands close by. He watches intently, ready to stop the fight at any moment. Suddenly, Holloway shoots in for a takedown. He finally seizes the chance to wrap his arms around Lin Yu's waist. He has no intention of completing the takedown. He just wants to buy himself precious time to recover. Lin Yu capitalizes, driving his knees into Holloway's midsection. His left hand finds an opening, smashing another hook into the side of Holloway's head. Spectators even see droplets of blood splatter onto the canvas. But Holloway refuses to let go. He knows that the moment he releases, he'll be knocked out by Lin Yu. So he clings on desperately. In the live broadcast, Lin Yu's upper body is drenched in blood, with flecks even splattered across his face. A fearsome sight. Just then, the younger brother, who went to the restroom, returns. He takes one look at Lin Yu and becomes incredibly excited. Holloway's that terrifying. I step out for one quick bathroom break, and he's beaten the prodigy Lin into this state. Covered in blood. The elder brother's mouth twitches. Bro. It's over. It's all over. All that blood on Lin, not a single drop, is his own. Oh my god. Look at the blood all over the cage floor. Look at the blood all over the cage floor. The commentators have gone completely wild, and the bullet comments on the Kulu live stream are rolling nonstop, filling the entire screen. This is the legendary standing genius Horowitz. To be honest, seeing Lin beat Horowitz like this gives me the illusion that I could do it too. This guy threw so many punches, and not a single one landed on Lin. Horowitz is still clinging to Lin Yu, and the live MMA fans in the arena have already started booing. Lin Yu's knee strike lands once again. Horowitz takes the opportunity to shove forward fiercely, then retreats, finally buying himself the chance to lift his head again. But at this point, only a little over 2 minutes have passed in the match. Horowitz, now lifting his head, is completely different from before. It's as if he has become a different person. His left eye is swollen shut, the brow bone on his right side is split open, and both cheeks are covered in blood streaming down his face, dripping onto his chest and flowing toward his abdomen. On the left side of his mouth is a long gash, as though sliced open by a sharp blade. In reality, it was cut open by a single punch from Lin Yu. Horowitz, this talented genius who had achieved a terrifying winning streak for the first time, realized what a gap truly meant. He began to retreat, and the ruthless Horowitz was actively circling the edge of the cage for the first time. Lin Yu did not yield an inch, like a tank that only knows how to advance. With every punch thrown, his entire body's muscles erupted with power. Every strike was forceful and powerful. Continuous pursuit. A jab lands. Horowitz tries to escape again and throws a counterpunch with his backhand. Lin Yu easily dodges and follows up with a low kick. Smack. It lands again. Horowitz's two legs have been turned into shredded pork. The crisp sound of impact continues to ring out. Smack. Smack smack. Smack smack smack. This rhythmic sound represents a beautiful sport. Commentator Lawrence glances at the other commentator. Bruce wears an expression that says, "I totally get it. Exactly, it's fighting." Lawrence shouts. Bruce immediately touches his nose and nods, saying, "Right, exactly, just as I thought." How much longer can Horowitz last? This genius Eagle Nation competitor can't possibly fail to survive the first round, can he? Down below, the younger brother has already broken into tears, and the older brother is no better off. The local fans who came to support Horowitz are all silent, not uttering a single word. Lin Yu launches another side kick. One kick sends Horowitz slamming into the cage mesh. At that moment, the sound signaling the final 10 seconds rings out. Lin Yu simply stands in the center of the octagon, hands on his hips, then points a single finger at the ground. His face is wild and untamed, covered in blood like a demon descending into the mortal world. That posture is telling everyone, "I'm just standing right here if you dare come face me." The ruthless Horowitz finally loses his patience. He would rather die fighting than endure this humiliation. He roars and charges forward. The exchange begins. The entire audience leaps to their feet, cheering wildly. Horowitz throws a series of overhand rights. At this moment, there is no technique, only absolute confidence in his own strength and the instincts carved into his muscles. Lin Yu ducks low, quickly slipping and weaving to dodge, then follows up with a left-hand strike. Bang! Horowitz feels the pain, but he keeps throwing punches. Lin Yu immediately follows with another overhand. Horowitz manages to dodge it. The latter's counter. Lin Yu slightly turns his head and sidesteps to evade. A left-hand counter. The two fighters' punches blur through the live broadcast cameras. This is a true firefight. Neither will yield an inch. Every strike is accompanied by a spray of blood mist. Of course, only Horowitz is getting hit. Even at such a rapid pace, Lin Yu remains intensely focused, locking onto Horowitz. To the outside observer, both men's movements are incredibly fast. But Lin Yu can still clearly see Horowitz's movements. Seizing the opening, Lin Yu spots a fatal gap. His left hand swings in a natural arc. A devastating overhand right. Horowitz has just thrown a punch that misses his body weight leaning forward. He can even feel the wind of the punch, but there is nowhere to hide. In an instant, bang, the rear overhand connects. He feels his entire left cheek go completely numb. Right at that moment, the bell signaling the end of the first round rings out. After that, Horowitz can no longer hear anything. A spray of blood and saliva accompanying Horowitz's collapse splashes onto the cage floor first. And then, the Eagle Nation genius, the invincible winning streak, King Horowitz, crashes heavily to the ground. His right cheek presses against the cage floor, his hands completely motionless. Timing the bell to the exact moment, Lin Yu has just KO'd Horowitz. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shock value cumulative total has exceeded 1,0 points, drawing a legendary treasure chest for the host. You have got to be kidding me. Lawrence bellows with all his might. You must be kidding me. Jesus. Oh my God. The genius Horowitz, known for his standing, could barely survive one round. In the final 10 seconds, Lin even gave him a chance to turn things around, letting him engage in a 10-second exchange. And what was the result? Horowitz didn't land a single punch, took several clean shots, and was finished by Lin Yu's overhand. Lying on the ground, we don't know if he's still alive. Damn it, can someone go check on Horowitz, see if he's still breathing? Lin Yu faces Horowitz, arms crossed over his chest. He tilts his head back slightly. A cocky, arrogant celebration. At this moment, his fans are screaming wildly. Everyone knows he would do this, and all the audience members are ready to play along. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Yu. The third arrow is shot. Lin Yu lets out a roar, his explosive muscles bulging. At this moment, even an ancient Roman sculpture would pale in comparison before him. Lawrence rushes into the octagon with joy, for he was worried Lin Yu might lose. Because this guy only gains higher popularity by continuing to win. Looking at it now, his worries were completely unnecessary, and White Dana has become Red Dana again. From the mysterious East, 3 fights, 3 victories, the only unbeaten fighter of the year. The century's heir apparent of the fighting world, he has KO'd his opponent once again. The terrifying legendary Red Dragon, unstoppable. Lin Yu snatches Lawrence's microphone, his hair standing on end from sweat. His entire body's muscles are bulging, and his body is still covered in Horowitz's blood. At this moment, calling him a demon would not be an exaggeration. Hey everyone, you all keep saying this guy is a genius. But let me tell you, Horowitz, Diamond Connor, or any of those other fighters, you are all outstanding genius fighters, among the best. And me, no need to add, among the best. Lin Yu's fierce gaze locks onto the camera. His body still stained with Horowitz's blood. The demonic close-up spreads across the globe. No matter what time, no matter where the location is, no matter which of the top 5 has the misfortune to face me, I am already ready to fight for the main event. Youth, truly a precious thing that no amount of money can buy. Lin Yu had an unlit cigar in his mouth. It wouldn't be ignited as it would affect his preparation state. A man might not smoke cigars, but he must be able to hold one between his lips. Indeed, Habib beside him pretended to take a puff, though his cigar was also unlit. This is youth. Romero savored a sip of 1982 vintage yogurt. The aftertaste lingered. What the hell? Barnett behind them threw down a wooden board. If you 3 keep posing as literary types instead of coming to work, I'll blow your asses off. What the hell time is it? Carrie beside them immediately checked her phone. Reporting back, boss, it's 3 p.m. on October 2nd, California time. 10 minutes and 16 seconds. 17 seconds. 18 seconds. Barnett, no need to be that precise. Lin Yu smiled and stepped forward. Here I am. Barnett pulled the cigar from Lin Yu's mouth, wiped it twice with his saliva on his clothes, and placed it back in the Cuban box. Habib nearby tactfully handed over a cigar. Barnett took it, broke it in half, and threw the saliva-stained half to Habib. This half is for you. Romero, you don't even spare the milk I had left this morning. And where's my bread? Lin Yu wiped a smear of cream from the corner of his mouth. I have no idea. Did anyone see? Habib shook his head, tightening the bag in his pocket. Don't know, haven't seen it. Romero's wise gaze turned to Barnett. I didn't eat, I only drank yogurt. Never mind. Barnett was at a loss for words, sighing to the sky. If it weren't for you 3 kids, especially you with such high popularity, would we be patching holes with wooden boards? Last night, Habib and Romero had been hosting a celebration party at Barnett's mansion, celebrating Lin Yu's 3rd consecutive victory. Until a fanatic fan broke through Barnett's backyard with a hammer, charging and shouting, Lin, I want to have your baby. She was a beautiful internet celebrity with over 2,000,000 followers. Barnett's security system activated, quickly removing the crazy fan from the scene. But more and more fanatic fans came to harass Barnett, causing him great distress. He came up with an idea. The mansion next door is up for sale. You have some money now, why not buy it? We can be neighbors. Lin Yu turned to look. It was a 3-story Western-style house with a garden of over 100 square meters, equipped with a gym, coffee shop, and other facilities. The overall environment is nice, low-key, luxurious, and grand. His PPV sales for the first 3 fights had been excellent. He had already received over $8,000 in dividends, and with the appearance fee and the bonus for best performance in the 3rd match, his assets had exceeded $1 million. What do you think? Interested? I can help you get in touch. I know the owner. Seeing Lin Yu nod, Barnett immediately took out his phone. Hey Brunel, my old friend. Heard you're moving. What, to Australia? Yeah, it's nice there. You'll have lots of little spiders and lizards keeping you company. Hey, how am I insulting people? I'm here to help you solve problems. Your house is looking for a buyer, right? The voice on the other end suddenly became sharp. I wouldn't give it to a dog, Barnett. Don't even think about it. Habib immediately looked up at the sky, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Romero continued savoring his yogurt, while Carol beside him almost tore apart her stockings just to keep from laughing out loud. No, it's not me. Barnett was somewhat embarrassed. It's my good friend, my family, my closest friend. Lin. At these words, the person on the other end fell silent. Are you sure it's Lin who wants to buy? Give me the phone, I want to hear his voice. Barnett handed the phone to Lin Yu. Hello Carol, nice to meet you. Sorry, I know your name is Brunel, just joking. Yes, that's right, I'm the one buying. I see your asking price is $8,500. Could it be a bit lower? What, Barnett? Oh, I'm not close with him, no best friend or family stuff, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy was drunk last night. $7,900. That's great, thank you, I know you're a good man. Don't worry, I'll take your advice and keep my distance from Barnett. No problem, send me the contract and we can sign online. After hanging up, Lin Yu casually handed the phone back to Barnett and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Barnett, this is called personal charm. Barnett, first of all, I didn't mess with anyone. Looking at the mansion nearby, Lin Yu was somewhat excited. This was his first mansion. Beautiful garden, lovely room layout. Carrie immediately applauded with a smile. Yay, now I can move in with you. Carol beside her was dumbfounded. What are you saying, Carrie? As a girl, you should be more reserved. Carol brushed a strand of hair from her left side. Then, as Lin's current capable assistant, I claimed the largest secondary bedroom on the 2nd floor on the left. Then why don't we 2 room together? Carrie said with a smile. Great, great. The 2 hit it off immediately and rushed into the room to pack their things. Barnett beside them. Secondly, does nobody consider my feelings? Lin Yu smiled and patted Barnett. It's okay, we live so close anyway, yours and mine, we brothers don't need to be so particular. Evening. Has my next opponent been confirmed? The 4 sat in the garden grilling meat. Barnett lit his cigar while Lin Yu savored red wine. Fine wine from Bordeaux, or as Barnett put it, a premium vintage. But Habib couldn't appreciate it. To him, all red wine tasted bitter and astringent. Not yet. White Dana wanted to assign you directly, but I stopped him. I know you want to forge your own path, so let's see which of the top 5 ranked fighters will challenge you. Khabib thought he had misheard challenge. Who ranks in the top 5 challenges a lower-ranked fighter? Barnett smiled and exhaled a smoke ring. Young man, you're still too green. The cigar burned in the air, sizzling smoke gradually swirling. This guy is no ordinary fighter. Though he hasn't broken into the top 5, his popularity is terrifying. Whoever fights him will at least double their appearance fee. By the way, almost forgot the main business. Barnett picked up his phone and dialed White Dana. Hey my friend, what do you think? Rod, I told you don't think I don't know how much popularity this guy brings to UFC. Look at your Asian market. Those European fans have become his believers. Right, add an extra $1 to the PPV tier clause payout. I'm not greedy at all, Barnett said with his legs crossed, as if he were just earning $1 extra for Linyu. In reality, that $1 multiplied by the number of PPV sales could become 3.0 or even more. After a moment, Barnett hung up. He took a deep drag on his cigar, making the tobacco burn more fiercely in the air. Slowly exhaling the smoke mixed with a trace of melancholy, but mostly excitement. He turned to look at Linyu. Done. Contract upgraded. Ladies and gentlemen, the night after the garden hole was patched. UFC 171, the main event. Chad Mendes, ranked first in the featherweight division, faces Ricardo Lamas, ranked third. Bruce roars inside the octagon. The main event has begun. Champion Jose Aldo is not ranked. Therefore, after losing to Jose Aldo, Chad Mendes still holds the #1 spot in the featherweight division. He wants to challenge for the championship belt. But besides facing Ricardo Lamas in front of him, he also sees another young man. Linyu, invited by Dana White to watch the fight. This should have been the highlight moment for the two protagonists in the octagon. But when Dana White accompanied Linyu through the tunnel into the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers. Unprecedented Red Dragon. Lin. Hey, Dana White quickly arranged the next opponent for this guy. The whole arena's focus is on Linyu. UFC just officially announced the upgrade of Linyu's contract, with the PPV profit-sharing clause raised from $1 to $2. This seemingly simple upgrade will directly double Linyu's income. This also brings Linyu higher popularity and traffic. Sitting in the front row center of the spectator seats, the great battle in the octagon has already begun. Chad Mendes, a terrifying all-around fighter, is the best UFC fighter at combining striking and wrestling. Strike, wrestle, strike again. This is almost his perfect fighting pattern. A powerful rear hand combined with exceptionally solid wrestling foundation and brilliant ground and pound made Chad Mendes once the most outstanding fighter in the featherweight division. Besides, Jose Aldo fans believed no one could handle him. Sure enough, in the third round, Lamas couldn't withstand Chad Mendes and was pounded on the ground until he couldn't fight back, ending by TKO. The crowd bursts into applause. Chad Mendes grabs the microphone and looks at the young man outside the octagon. Hey everyone, I know what you're thinking. You must all be looking forward to it. By me, the true leader of today's UFC, having a fight with this so-called genius young man. The crowd bursts into cheers. Waves of heat soar. Let me tell you, arrogant guy, all your previous opponents were flawed trash. Some have good boxing, some have good wrestling, but I am the true all-around warrior. I will submit you in the octagon or smash your head. It doesn't matter. The result will only be me winning. Come into the octagon and we will present a legendary battle for fans worldwide. Chad Mendes finished shouting, glaring at Linyu across the octagon. Linyu smiled, stood up, and applauded. An expensive suit perfectly wrapped his muscular body, looking especially domineering under the lights. Linyu, wearing sunglasses, laughed and took the microphone. I've said it before, I don't pick opponents. I accept the challenge. Dana White turned into Red Dana. Chad Mendes versus Linyu. He couldn't even imagine how popular this fight would be. For this marquee match, both sides even signed a new single-fight contract. Linyu signed a 3,030 single-fight contract. He gets 3,000 just for showing up, an additional 3,000 if he wins, and it also includes a share of over 5,000 PPV buys at 2 per buy. It is estimated that his single-fight income could exceed $1 million. That's even higher than all his previous fight earnings combined. Gradually, major media also used $1 million fight to describe this marquee match. Undoubtedly a title eliminator. The winner between the two will earn the right to challenge King Jose Aldo. This terrifying monster, who has dominated the featherweight division for a full decade, will welcome his next challenger. A new round of preparation begins. When the beautiful sunset burns the clouds on the horizon, a figure always appears at the seaside dock. Recognized by most passers-by like a hero, he greets them friendly, then continues sprinting in the sunset. His sharp body seems to break through all darkness. When rapid slapping sounds ring out in the gym, every student knows it's the owner Jack's wife coming to bring him food again. At this time, Linyu always pounds the boxing target loudly. Enough, let me rest a while. Mike Brown is forced to the corner of the cage. Damn it, I'm at least a former striking master, show me some respect. Alright, I'll give you my bottle of treasured red wine. Damn, who's the coach here? The more he trains, the more amazed Mike Brown becomes. because the kid's changes are increasingly evident. From the original straightforward brute force attacks, to now Mike Brown notices a change in Lin Yu's style. Besides violence, he has gained a hint of control. On a beautiful evening, the weather gradually turns colder. Mike Brown, wrapped in his coat, sits before Jack. This is the growth and change in his muscles over the past 3 months. His muscle density, endurance, and overall coordination are all rising. If this guy is human, donating him to a research institution for dissection should play a very significant role in advancing human progress. Looking at the earnest Brown before him, Jack crushes the cigar head. The last faint light goes out. The electronic clock's second hand struggles to jump once, as if trying to seize this final chance to perform. January 2nd, 2015, 9:05 p.m. Jack lies alone in the recliner, letting the cigar's tobacco burn away the time. The muscle changes come from Lin Yu's third legendary chest. After opening it, he obtained the trait Leg Master trait. Passive effect gradually improve the host's leg muscle endurance and resistance. Simply put, it enhances Lin Yu's leg explosive striking and resistance to blows. This trait made Lin Yu's leg-specific training over the past 3 months exceptionally smooth, with rapid growth. His leg technique has grown from 85.5 to 89.2. After the particularly difficult 85-point threshold, he still improved by nearly 4 points, a speed that can be called terrifying. While Mike Brown and Jack pass the time with cigars on the other side, the California main arena, a grand press conference. Over 3,000 spectators are present, even more than a regular season live audience. The weigh-in ceremony is underway. Lin Yu passes the weigh-in perfectly. Facing the audience, he opens his arms and roars to the world. The arena's atmosphere peaks. Chad Mendes approaches Lin Yu, and the two stare each other down before the fight. Numerous media capture the classic moment. Chad Mendes suddenly reaches out to shove Lin Yu. Lin Yu instantly shifts his shoulder, actually dodging Mendes' shove. Then he grabs his neck. The two immediately break into a conflict. Dana White immediately brings his assistants to stop Mendes, pretending to hold him back, while giving him some room to perform. Mendes gestures wildly, performing desperately like a little chick. He knows the audience loves this. But Lin Yu just stands there, like a vajra. His streamlined leg muscles are exceptionally explosive. A fierce smirk slightly upturns, and his slightly drooping eyelids can't hide extreme contempt. Carly, with the Sky Sports new top star badge on her chest, immediately captures the classic moment. Immediately after, Sky Sports' pre-fight hype image tops the trending list. In the poster, Mendes gestures wildly, while Lin Yu, like a vajra, looks down with contempt at everything. Classic stare-down moment. Poster title: The Red Dragon's Last Battle Before Killing the King. The $1 Million Fight. Bruce bellowed inside the Octagon. The winner is notorious Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor celebrated wildly. He had just defeated Remy Sagano, securing his third UFC victory. Although he had been knocked out by Lin Yu in the CWFC featherweight title match, Conor's immense popularity and flashy fighting style still earned him a contract from Dana White. Entering the UFC, he had gone undefeated in 3 featherweight bouts, now the second best winning streak after Lin Yu. His fight was the third co-main event of the fight night. After this bout, the night's main event would commence. At UFC 172, the top-ranked featherweight Chad Mendes would face the 7th-ranked Lin Yu. Bruce's roar echoed through every spectator's ears. Chad Mendes entered first, basking in the cheers. As a seasoned UFC star, he was naturally beloved. Then all eyes turned to the exit tunnel. That flash of red, the dazzling national flag, the gleaming fight shorts, and those piercing eyes. Fans were astonished to find that his long, muscular legs seemed even more powerful than before. His robust, yet perfectly proportioned physique moved with every step, each tremor looking like a work of art in motion. The arena was ablaze. Lin Yu had become one of the UFC's most popular fighters. Even Conor had to yield to him. After passing the cage-side inspection and confirming his mouthguard was ready, Lin Yu strode arrogantly into the octagon. He spread his arms, absorbing the crowd's roar. The black referee Johnson approached the two fighters. "If you want to touch gloves, do it now." Neither moved. "Then fight." Mendes struck first, throwing a left hook. Lin Yu leaned back to evade. But the next moment, Mendes sank into a takedown attempt. As expected, striking and grappling combined. Just after leaning back, Lin Yu pushed off his left foot and retreated. Slicking past the cage edge, he avoided the takedown. His left leg swung in a tight arc. The motion was small, with little room. Yet, crack, a sharp snap, a searing pain shot through Mendes's abdomen. How could such a seemingly casual kick carry such devastating power? When the live camera zoomed in, the 4 large screens clearly showed a red welt. The crowd erupted. Lin Yu remained in a tight stance. He pressed forward rapidly, unleashing a flurry of combinations. Hooks mixed with straights, uppercuts blended with jabs. With nearly every jab, he created something from the gaps, never just hopping aimlessly. He maximized the efficiency of his punches. Mendes was forced to move along the cage fence. Spotting an opening, he dropped down instantly. Another takedown attempt. Lin Yu stepped back with his left foot, hands braced against Mendes's shoulders. His right leg was already lifted, but when Mendez tried to drive the takedown, Lin Yu balanced on one leg. His leaning torso twisted his hands to the left, countering Mendez's rightward takedown. The two were locked in a stalemate. Mendez was stunned. He couldn't budge the man. His shoulders felt clamped in iron vices. Lin Yu seized the moment. He countered with a single-leg takedown of his own. Whoa! The commentator was dumbfounded. This guy attempted a counter takedown while being held on one leg. He almost succeeded. Mendez scrambled away as Lin Yu adjusted his stance. Though the counter failed, Lin Yu immediately pursued. 2 steps, and he was on Mendez, right leg whipping forward. Thud! His flexible shin pivoting at the knee sliced through the air like a phantom. It landed cleanly. Thud! Mendez staggered sideways from the impact. A red mark appeared. He quickly covered up and retreated. Lin Yu pressed again, relentless punches raining down. Get out! Get out of there! His coach screamed from the corner. But Mendez couldn't escape. Lin Yu pinned him against the cage. He could only cover his head. His abdomen absorbed blow after blow. Smack! Smack, 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 smack. Lin Yu's rapid hooks kept scoring. The ferocious strikes kept Mendez's head down. He had no choice but to drop again, attempting another takedown. This time he succeeded. He drove forward, trying to slam Lin Yu. Lin Yu instantly lowered his hips, spreading his legs to stabilize his base. He didn't rush to break the clinch. Instead, his right knee shot up. Thud! It slammed into Mendez's abdomen. The pain was excruciating, but Mendez dared not let go. His left knee rose again. Lin Yu continued his assault. The relentless knee strikes brought the audience to their feet, their roar nearly shaking the arena. Oh my God! Another knee to the abdomen. How much more can Mendez take? What is happening? Can none of these UFC prodigies survive a single round against this man? Commentator Lawrence was bewildered. Can't even last one round. Isn't this the Hall of Champions where the world's elite gather? How has he been reduced to such a state by a newcomer? Lin Yu's punches seemed fast, but they were actually fast. Yet amid the speed, he remained focused, wary of Mendez's counters. At 4-1-2 of the first round, the beleaguered Mendez, like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, suddenly saw an opening and dove low. He followed with a left hook. It was a lethal counter, but not entirely lethal. The left hook was a feint. The real finisher was the hidden right overhand. Lin Yu instantly sidestepped left, dodging perfectly. Mendez smirked. The concealed right hand shot forward as his body surged. If it landed, he was confident of knocking Lin Yu out. But the next second, the young man who had been standing before him vanished. Lin Yu instantly dropped into a crouch, ducking the second attack. A divine-level prediction, a superhuman dodge, as if he had an omniscient view. Mendez, lunging forward, couldn't react in time due to momentum. Already on the side, Lin Yu raised his leg. A roundhouse kick. Thud! His rock-hard right leg swept out, shins slicing into Mendez's abdomen. In an instant, Mendez collapsed in agony. Lin Yu pounced, immediately raining down ground and pound. But suddenly Mendez snapped back to consciousness. This was his trap. He drove his knees up to push Lin Yu away, then rose with a left cross. He was determined to land it. But, whoosh, the air split again. He missed. It was as if Lin Yu's body reacted instinctively, or he had anticipated it. As Mendez's cross sailed past, Lin Yu leaned back, using the momentum from Mendez's knees to tilt his upper body, evading perfectly. The replay showed his eyes fixed on Mendez's fist, not blinking once. After the punch passed, Lin Yu resumed top pressure. Every spectator had their hands on their heads. They couldn't believe this was human reaction speed. Mendez's coach stood at the cage mouth agape. They felt as if something was lodged in their throats, unable to utter a word. Commentator Lawrence saw the fear in Mendez's eyes. The confidence that had been there vanished after Lin Yu dodged the counter. Lawrence turned to his fellow commentator Bruce, his voice trembling as it reached the audience. Honestly, if I were Mendez, I'd tap out immediately. I'd rather eat shit than fight a monster like this. Bang! Blood mist. Blood splattered continuously. Lin Yu's face began to be stained with blood again, all of it Montez's. With a high-position hammer fist, Montez could only cover his head with both hands. His wrist was even split open with wounds, and his cheek was torn. But he could only do this to prevent himself from being KO'd. Because he heard the countdown bell signaling the end of the first round. He just needed to hold on for 10 more seconds to survive the first round. At that moment, the superstar ranked No. 1 in the featherweight division had his only wish simply to survive the first round. It must be said, Lin Yu marveled while fighting. This guy's resilience and defensive ability were far stronger than he had imagined. Thanks to his wrestling and judo foundation, Montez's arms were exceptionally sturdy. He held both hands on either side of his head, forming a complete defense. Although Lin Yu's punching power was immense, it wasn't easy to completely break through. So Lin Yu switched to pressing down. Elbows slicing into the belly. After 2 strikes, Montez couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly defended. But that left an opening in his head area. Lin Yu followed with his left hand. Hammer fist landed. The space for generating power was limited, but it still posed a threat. Montez's nose bridge was smashed open. Blood gushed. Lin Yu rose again and mounted on top, gaining the dominant position. Left hook. Montez again turtled up in defense. Lin Yu laughed, hands on hips, rousing the crowd's atmosphere. Seeing this, Montez wanted to counterattack, but as soon as he tried to throw a punch, Lin Yu struck accordingly. Montez could only use both hands to protect his head again. The two thus fell into a stalemate. Look at this guy's performance, he even laughed at himself. He completely disregards Montez. Montez wants to counterattack, but he doesn't dare to throw a punch. As long as his hands leave his head, Lin Yu will beat him until blood spurts. Finally, after 10 seconds, the first round ended. Lin Yu rose with a smile, spread his hands, and shrugged. That expression seemed to tell everyone, is this the strength of the no? One featherweight. Montez's heaving chest and blood-covered face confirmed his embarrassment. The referee approached to determine if Montez could continue the fight. He held up one finger in front of Montez. How many is this? Montez replied, 1. Good, but if your bleeding doesn't stop, I will still stop the match. Montez immediately returned to the cage corner. Stop the blood from my nose, stop it. The team doctor immediately began to stop the bleeding, while the coach beside him was very nervous. You need to counterattack, pull out, and fight. Where is your combination? You performed better than this before. His coach was very puzzled. Montez shook his head. Coach, do you know this feeling? Whenever I move, I feel like I might be hit by him. His punches are so fast that I can't even see them clearly. I've tried every method, whether it's countering, feigning a fall, ambushing, or combination punches, even rocket-style explosive double strikes. But you saw it, this guy is like a monster, he can dodge everything. I can't land a single hit on him. Montez became more and more anxious, and the coach could only wipe his sweat and keep comforting him. But at that moment, Montez looked up and saw Lin Yu again. That guy hadn't even sat down. He stood opposite, staring directly at him with a mocking and contemptuous gaze. He didn't even need to sit down to rest. The 4 large screens were replaying Lin Yu's divine-level prediction and dodging from the first half. Especially when they saw Lin Yu, despite having fallen into an ambush, still relied on neurological reflexes to dodge Montez's counterhook. All the spectators held their heads with both hands. This video even shot straight to no. 3 on the hot search list while the match was still not over. This guy is terrifying to the extreme. Is he really human? If you say he's a god, I wouldn't doubt it at all. Even the commentators were stunned. Wang Yanba looked at the popularity of the China live stream, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The real-time online viewer count had surpassed 2,000. The barrage was scrolling so fast that he couldn't even see clearly. What is the limit speed of human neural reflexes? This guy might have already broken the limit. Even in slow motion, his punches carry a certain afterimage. It's really tough for Montez to hold on this long. Not just his punching, this guy's kicking seems to have improved a lot. Every kick carries an inch force. Since he can maintain such high frequency along with power and explosiveness, this old lady really wants to try it out. Dear Lin, give me a chance. The second round began. Lin Yu leaned against the cage net, recalling the scene of his first mixed martial arts fight after transmigrating here. He had leaned against the cage net in the same way back then, but his mindset at that time was completely different from now. The audience all stood up, applauding and cheering, anticipating Lin Yu's performance next. The match began. Lin Yu pressed forward. Montez adjusted his tactics. Wrestling became his mainstay. At the very start of the second round, Montez lunged forward like a wild beast, frantically biting and clawing. But Lin Yu's agile retreats and instant side strikes gave him a headache. Moreover, Lin Yu could defend against takedowns while throwing counters. Left and right punches were like wild beasts, tearing open Montez's wounds again and again. Try to takedown failed. Side kick. Chinese Kung Fu. This is not a conventional move in mixed martial arts. Montez staggered back. Lin Yu threw a combination. My God, what kind of monster can beat the featherweight? No. One superstar like this. After several failed takedowns and eating several counters, Montez could no longer withstand it. Blood blurred his eyes. His left eye was so swollen that he couldn't open its eyelid. He was fighting almost with only one eye. The referee was also watching Montez's condition, ready to stop the match at any moment. Suddenly, Montez stepped forward with a swing, but the position was too low. A foul move. The audience gasped, and the referee immediately tried to intervene. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly raised his left hand to signal the referee not to come forward. Nobody understood. But immediately after, Lin Yu feigned a takedown dive. It seemed like he was going for a takedown. Montez hurriedly bent down to defend against the takedown. But the next second, Lin Yu, who had just been about to bend down, suddenly spun around. His powerful right leg swung with his half-rotating body. His light body erupted with boundless energy. Red dragon flapping wings. Blazing fire. His fierce calf muscles tensed like a well-proportioned solid steel bar. It viciously struck Montez's neck. Bang! Montez instantly stiffened. Water mist splashed. Blood mist steamed. His arms swung back uncontrollably. His whole body fell forward. Boom. Blood exploding spinning kick. Century KO. The Chinese commentator stood up in shock, smashing his headset. Lawrence roared in shock. Bruce held his head with both hands, roaring crazily. Barnett was dumbfounded. Andre's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Jesus. Lin. Unprecedented Red Dragon. God Strike. Super God KO. I would bet all I have that this KO is the best KO of the year. Lin Yu faced the fallen Montez, arms crossed over his chest, chin slightly raised. He looked down on everything. A dominating celebration. An exhilarating shout. The whole arena ignited. Lawrence rushed into the octagon, but before he could speak, Lin Yu snatched the microphone. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down. Lin Yu widened his eyes at the camera, an intimidating pressure emanating. They all said I couldn't do it. But look at me now, I'm right in it. What no? One featherweight. Spinning kick to the head. They said there's a man who has dominated the featherweight division for 10 years. They call him the king, but fuck son of the beach. I don't care what they think of you. Jose Aldo. The Real King is coming. Oh my God, Barnett, I sent you cigars yesterday, give me an interview opportunity. Barnett took a business card and tossed it back to Carol. I remember you, they were French. Get to the back of the line. Barnett. Want to get him an endorsement deal, men's sensual underwear. I promise we'll offer a high price. Barnett took another card and tossed it to Carly. Bodyguard, take that guy away, drag him to the corner, and beat him up. No, twice. Lin Yu was celebrating inside the octagon. The crowd outside was going crazy. Countless agents, ad sponsors, etc. surged toward Barnett. At this moment, Lin Yu was the hottest golden ticket in the entire UFC. Barnett knew there would be many endorsements coming, but he had to pick and choose. Now Lin Yu had transformed from the one being chosen to the one choosing. Money was important, but long-term vision was even more crucial. Barnett had already planned to forge a long-term endorsement growth path for Lin Yu. He hoped that the money Lin Yu could earn from one endorsement would be more than what ordinary boxing stars earned from 3 or even 5 endorsements combined. When Lin Yu stepped out of the octagon, Jose Aldo was in the audience nearby. He clenched his fist at Lin Yu, but Lin Yu pretended not to see it and walked away with his head high. He high-fived the surrounding spectators, basking in the cheers of the crowd. Jose Aldo awkwardly lowered his fist. I want to fight this guy. Tell Dana White for the next title defense, I only want to fight this guy. Dana White had turned into Red Dana White, happily following Lin Yu, enjoying the crowd's cheers. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd seen UFC's popularity skyrocket to such heights. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. The major live streams were already going crazy. The bullet comments almost filled the entire screen. Even after the match had ended, the online viewership continued to surge. I have never looked forward to a fight like this, a true championship battle. After dominating for 10 years, Jose Aldo finally has his first worthy challenger. How much hype will this fight generate? This is the best chance for UFC to break through to the global audience. At the post-match press conference, the venue was packed with journalists. Even the seats had been removed, so everyone had to stand, or the venue couldn't hold so many reporters. Lin Yu sat in the center position, with Carol wiping away his last beads of sweat. Carly sat to Lin Yu's left, Barnett to his right, and Carol beside Barnett. Andre John Gray and Mike Brown took their respective seats. For the first time, Lin Yu's entire personal team was present at a press conference. Lin Yu called out King Aldo after the fight. Do you have the confidence to break his 10-year monopoly on the featherweight division? A new Sky Sports correspondent asked. With the senior Carly sitting right there, she didn't dare ask too bold a question. Lin Yu leaned forward slightly, and Carly thoughtfully moved the microphone closer to him. Who? Lin Yu said a word. Aldo, the reporter repeated. Who? Lin Yu spoke again. Thank you, that's what I thought too. The Sky Sports reporter finally caught on, and all the reporters in the room laughed. They had never seen such an arrogant newcomer. Soon Sky Sports released a provocative post. Of course this was with Lin Yu's permission. The video showed the Sky Sports reporter asking Lin Yu about fighting Aldo, and the headline was even more interesting. Over the past 10 years, many have called out Aldo. They insulted, criticized, lambasted, or provoked. But only Lin Yu treated Aldo like he was nothing. Once Sky Sports posted it, it quickly shot to the top of the European trending list. Its popularity even surpassed the UFC official pre-fight hype post. Across major forums and social platforms, trending topics about Lin Yu kept breaking into the top 10. The number of discussions about Lin Yu had exceeded 100 million on European platforms and also exceeded 100 million on Chinese platforms. On major short video platforms, the number and popularity of videos about Lin Yu continued to surge. A group of advertising sponsors were running around in a panic like ants on a hot pan. Everyone wanted a piece of this traffic dividend. Finally, a sports energy drink passed Barnett's screening. Pei-Ning, a brand new sports functional beverage which had reached a preliminary cooperation with UFC and was about to become the new exclusive title sponsor drink of UFC. A 3-year contract with endorsement fees increasing in a stepwise manner each year. And their requirement was simple, they just hoped Lin Yu could occasionally do live streams when he was free, and in the bottom left corner of his live stream screen, a holographic floating logo of Pei-Ning sports drink needed to be displayed. So on January 7th, Lin Yu sat in front of his phone. He wore a stylish casual sportswear with Romero and Khabib sitting beside him. So why did you call us here for your live stream? I was sleeping. Who dragged me here? Khabib was bleary-eyed, but Lin Yu had already hit the start live button. The two instantly perked up. Hello everyone, I'm Khabib. Hi everyone, I'm Romero. Lin Yu wanted to wash his ears because the two had put on high-pitched voices. These two often did live streams, so Lin Yu had brought his good brothers over to support him and also to get familiar with the live stream process. When it comes to live streaming, you're still a rookie, buddy. My live room can consistently have 20k viewers. Khabib crossed his legs looking smug. Only 20k. During live streams you have to put on a show, you can't just sit there and do nothing. Last night I broke 30k with my antics. Romero crossed his arms over his chest looking proud. He had won an Olympic silver medal and was also quite popular. Lin Yu just sat there motionless. Suddenly Khabib noticed out of the corner of his eye. In the top right corner the live room viewer count was skyrocketing. After 1 minute the online viewers had reached 13,000. Quick, send out the banner. From the back, Barnett immediately directed. Carly edited it and clicked send. This was a convenient follow channel to help fans in the live room directly follow Lin Yu's personal account. Are you kidding me? The viewer count was still climbing. 200k already. It's already 200k. Romero was dumbfounded. And Lin Yu hadn't even done anything. The opening remarks he had thought about for a long time instantly slipped his mind. So he simply sat there saying nothing. The viewer count kept skyrocketing and the bullet comments flew by so fast they became blurs. Like the speed of Lin Yu's punches. Lin, I want to bear your children. Lin, I've said it many times, my husband has been on the night shift for over a month. When are you coming to my house? Lin, my grandma is getting remarried tomorrow. Can you come to the wedding? What the heck, grandma's pretty wild. Lin Yu saw that comment. Romero's world collapsed. Why does just sitting there get you so much popularity? After thinking about it, Lin Yu finally greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Lin. This is my first live stream. Thank you all for your recent support. With just that one sentence, the viewer count broke 300,000. Lin Yu's personal fan account within just half an hour gained 13,000 followers. Half an hour later, Lin Yu waved goodbye to the audience. He was getting a bit tired. Khabib and Romero were still reluctant to leave, both pulling out their phones to take photos as mementos. Their live streams had never had such high viewership. Damn it, when will my live room have this many people? Khabib was drooling with envy. From behind the phone, Barnett, who had been managing the live stream, applauded. A perfect live stream, congratulations, kid. Now you can focus on your preparation. The battle of the century. South American Daily, UFC top battle traffic king Lin Yu breaks 1 million in single match. Brazil boxing gloves moans and Lin Yu's heavyweight battle 9 minutes create 5.32 million. UFC king pride of Mexico Faith Jose Aldo will officially face Lin Yu, continuing his reign. UFC official announcement: Lin Yu versus Aldo. Can the 10-year dynasty of featherweight be ended, or will Aldo continue to sit firmly on the throne? Fans are incredibly excited. Although he is Mexican, Jose Aldo is very popular in Brazil and deeply loved by South American boxing fans. Lin Yu, on the other hand, received support from Asian and most European audiences. This epic battle garnered immense attention, with countless advertisers bringing lucrative offers. Lin Yu's new endorsement, painting sports functional drink, paid UFC tens of millions of dollars in endorsement fees up front. For this championship fight alone, painting contributed 10 million, not counting other advertisers. Plus the potential PPV sales, especially Lin Yu's strong market appeal. Outsiders even predict that this focused battle will set the highest single-match revenue in UFC history, expected to reach 20 million. 5 days later, January 12th, UFC for the first time held a press conference ahead of schedule. Prelude to the featherweight championship fight. Las Vegas, Nevada. Known as the heart of UFC, the arena venue. At the press conference venue, over 3,000 seats were fully occupied. All the audience went wild. Jose Aldo, that gleaming golden featherweight championship belt was placed before him like a precious treasure. Dana White stood at the center of the press conference, looking particularly pleased. He had entered his red Dana state. To his right was Aldo, to his left was Lin Yu, but Lin Yu had not yet arrived at the venue. Aldo held the microphone, displaying his championship belt. See that? That jumping clown is scared. He's just a performer. I don't know what qualifies him to challenge me. But I will show you through this championship match why I can rule the featherweight division. For 10 full years. Filthy garbage from China. Real scum. I'll crush his bones to pieces. Just as Aldo finished, Lin Yu arrived at the venue, dressed in an arrogant suit with black sunglasses. Spotlights instantly focused on Lin Yu. The venue erupted. No one cared about what Aldo had just said. Everyone was cheering. Shadowless red dragon. Shadowless red dragon. Shadowless red dragon. Lin Yu walked arrogantly to his seat, and Dana White was dancing with joy. As a co-main event fighter that night, the well-known female featherweight fighter Julia also attended the press conference. She picked up the microphone. Lin, I'd like to ask you some questions. Julia had just begun to speak when Aldo interrupted. No, let me speak first. Lin, you Chinese garbage waste, what can you possibly defeat me with? Tell me what tricks you've prepared. The usually honest Aldo was getting anxious. He roared wildly, his face flushed red. Lin Yu's immense popularity was hard for him to accept. After all, he was the king who had reigned for 10 years. Lin Yu sat there smiling and remained silent. Speak. Why don't you say something? You're scared. Aldo was getting frantic. He kept shouting. Lin Yu smiled and picked up the microphone. The entire venue fell silent, instantly all eyes on Lin Yu. His reply to Aldo was just one sentence. Lady first. Ha 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 ha. Dana White couldn't help but laugh out loud. Julia immediately stood up to applaud Lin Yu. A clear distinction of superiority. Ha ha ha. Roasted. The entire audience burst into laughter. Jose Aldo's face flushed red, and his left hand holding the microphone trembled with rage. But now he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Yu, taking advantage of Aldo's inattention, snatched his belt and threw it over his shoulder. You garbage like this utterly ungentlemanly deserve to own the belt. This belt belongs to the true king. Real king. Aldo instantly exploded. He charged at Lin Yu like a madman, but Dana White tightly protected Lin Yu. All right, calm down, everyone, calm down. Dana White protectively smiled, took the belt from Lin Yu, and returned it to Aldo. At that moment, a timid-looking beautiful reporter stood up from the audience. She looked like a newcomer. Dana White couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Because it was Carly. Hey, beautiful lady, do you have a question? Dana White said with a smile. The scene instantly fell silent. Carly picked up the microphone and gently brushed aside the bangs on her left forehead. With a youthful and somewhat timid face, she looked admiringly at Jose Aldo. Jose Aldo, I've been your fan all along. In my heart, you are the best. Hearing this, Aldo was ecstatic. See, this is a true beauty, a true fan. Anyone who understands fighting will definitely support me, not a performer like you. Jumping clown. Aldo's fans also started clapping and cheering. Carly continued. So in which round do you plan to return the belt to the real king? Bitch. Aldo's face instantly turned crimson. Lin Yu's fans erupted again. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu slapped the table and laughed. Get this reporter out. Aldo roared. Lin Yu picked up the microphone and said with a laugh, Hey, is this how you treat a girl? Where are my bodyguards? Go. Anyone who dares to touch Carly today will lose their life. Both sides were on the verge of a fight. Dana White was wiping sweat and laughing at the same time. The roof of the arena was nearly blown off. The hype for UFC reached an unprecedented height. He couldn't even predict how many PPV buys this fight would sell. He dared not imagine how much value this battle would create for UFC. But no matter how many copies sold, Lin Yu would make a fortune, because Lin Yu had just signed a new tiered contract. 300 to 500 copies, 1 per copy share. 500 to 800 copies, 2 per copy share. 800 to 100 copies, 3 per copy share. After 100 copies, 4 per copy share. At 8 p.m. that day, UFC released the final prelude poster for the fight of the century. Lin Yu's nickname kept changing. Only the suffix was Red Dragon. As for the prefix, fans always liked to change it for Lin Yu. Because of his speed, many fans liked to call him Shadowless Red Dragon. Because he always made his opponents bathed in blood, some fans liked to call him Bloodbath Red Dragon. Because in the Octagon, with his overwhelming pressure, he made his opponents feel as if they were in hell, so some fans also liked to call him Hell Red Dragon. In the poster, red and blue, ice and fire, Lin Yu riding a red dragon leaned forward and swung his sword. Aldo, wearing a crown, held his sword horizontally to counter. Title: The 10 Million Battle of the Century. All right. Let us discuss his appearance fee and bonus for this match. The press conference drove Lin Yu's popularity to a climax, and the young Chinese fighter began his focused preparations. He vanished in California. No one knew where Lin Yu had gone. Bennett, however, shouldered his responsibilities and sought out Dana White. Although he had just secured another tiered revenue-sharing contract with Lin Yu, the appearance fee remained crucial. The same as before, 300 plus 3000. This is UFC's top-tier contract. It will not exceed the ceiling. Is that so? As far as I know, the contract you signed with Jose Aldo was 400 plus 4500. Bennett's words caused Dana White's expression to darken instantly. How do you know that? How do I know? On rainy days, servants hold umbrellas for their masters. But while you enjoy the shade of another's umbrella, you cannot guarantee their lips will remain sealed. You've reached far enough infiltrating the inner workings of our UFC, Dana White said, anger lacing his tone. Enough, Dana White. That is your internal affair. Stay out of mine. I have only one word: if you dare make Lin's contract inferior to Jose Aldo's, we walk away. Dana White stared at Bennett, his mouth twitching. UFC had officially announced the blockbuster event, and major advertisers had already committed their sponsorships. It was even being hailed as the first $10 million fight in UFC history. Walk away? Impossible. You know who the real selling point is. Jose Aldo, who dominated UFC for a decade. If he were the selling point, UFC would have exploded in popularity a decade ago. But look at it now. The one who truly broke UFC through to the mainstream is Lin, my fighter, not some Jose Aldo. They call him the king, and you actually believe he is royalty. Bennett lit a cigar, his tone equally fierce. This time the negotiation atmosphere was entirely different from before, for this was Bennett's first move to carve into UFC's core interests. You keep saying you want to elevate Lin to UFC's highest status, yet you have not given him the respect and treatment befitting a top star. Starting with this championship fight, I want you to provide my fighter with the true top-tier treatment. The assistant stood outside the glass window, still recording with his phone, occasionally posting teaser videos. The footage showed Bennett and Dana White in a heated argument identical to the previous video, where they had quarreled over Lin Yu striking Tsuchiya Sakura. Both men were red-faced, their gazes fierce. But this time, MMA fans refused to believe it. The comments section was quickly flooded by fans. Stop pretending, you two despicable actors. Last time I thought you were truly arguing, but you were debating whether the Empress or Hinata held more authority. Didn't the Sun newspaper already reveal that those two are nothing but actors? The Sun newspaper, a professional media outlet that covered everything except legitimate news. Finally, Dana White nodded. You are right. I intend to make him the greatest fighter in UFC history. Therefore, 5-0 plus 5-0. But this clause must remain confidential until after the championship fight. The revenue-sharing terms remain, as we just agreed. Bennett shook his head. 5-0 appearance fee. Keep that pocket change for Jose Aldo. Lin demands a $2 million appearance fee, plus a $1 million victory bonus, and a PPV tiered revenue-sharing clause. Not 1 cent less. Dana White winced. The appearance fee and bonus alone were worth millions, while the tiered contract Lin Yu had signed would make him filthy rich. If this championship fight sold 1.5 million PPV buys, the revenue from Lin Yu's new sharing agreement would be staggering. Combined with the appearance fee, Lin Yu's single fight earnings could approach $10 million. To date, no champion in UFC history had ever earned so much, and Lin Yu had not yet won a single championship belt. But Dana White knew all of this aligned perfectly with Lin Yu's popularity. Silence fell. After a long pause, a slightly hoarse voice finally spoke. I agree. The championship fight was set in Nevada. The arena fighting venue was expanded to 3,000 seats. The cheapest ticket cost $500, while the best seats closest to the Octagon were speculated to sell for $1,500 each. On January 30th, UFC tickets went on sale at 8 p.m. Dana White stared intently at the screen. The assistants beside him were extremely nervous. Boss, our fastest ticket-selling record before was half an hour. How fast do you think these will sell? Hard to say, but I believe they will definitely break the record. Dana White's hands were trembling. Spread the word. Everyone stay alert. No mistakes allowed. If the system encounters any bugs, fix them immediately to ensure tickets sell without delay. Tell everyone to guess the time it takes for all tickets to sell out. The closest guess wins a $1,000 reward. Dana White was clearly in high spirits, for he would make a fortune from this fight. The staff immediately began guessing. Dana White himself wrote 5 minutes, the boldest of all. When the assistant beside him wrote 6 minutes and saw Dana White's 5, he was dumbfounded. Boss, I thought I was bold enough, but 5 minutes to sell out 3,000 tickets worth tens of millions. Are you dreaming? Dana White remained silent. The assistant's words were not entirely wrong. Tickets priced at $1,000 alone numbered 50, totaling 5 million. UFC's drawing power had never been this high in history. Time was counting down. 1 minute remained until 8 p.m. And all staff stood at attention. My 10 minutes will definitely win. One staff member whispered, his eyes filled with greed for the $1,000 prize. 10 minutes. Why not say 1 minute? You're insane. I'd say 15 minutes is the most reasonable. What do you know? Jose Aldo's tickets may not have sold quickly, but this time there is Lin. The man is a historic-level fan magnet. Absolutely the king of box office appeal. As they spoke, the ticketing channel opened. Fans across the globe who had been waiting at their screens instantly flooded in, frantically refreshing to purchase. The Huaxia ticketing channel was so clogged it could not be accessed. Fans could only exit and try again, desperate for a chance to buy tickets. In Eagle Country, UFC's most fervent fans clicked furiously to purchase. Son of a beach, let me buy one, even the cheapest will do. Good news, I got tickets. Bad news, they were $600. I want the $5,000 seats. Has anyone secured them? I'll pay extra. Wait, did I see that right? The $1,000 tickets. Gone in 1 second. At that moment in the UFC backstage area, Dana White's pupils dilated. All staff on site instantly rose from their seats. Headsets, microphones. Every piece of equipment was knocked over, scattered across tables and floors, but no one cared. All eyes were locked onto the terrifying ticket sales numbers. 9.32 seconds. The assistant swallowed hard, his voice trembling. 30,000 tickets worth $35 million. Sold out in 9.32 seconds. Hey kid. My grandma told me yesterday she finally managed to cross the street, but you helped her back across. Are you looking for trouble? A burly man stood before the young man. The young man's sharp cheekbones were like finely carved diamonds, incredibly sharp. His confident eyes, well-proportioned muscles, long limbs, and powerful core muscles all highlighted his intimidating presence. On the system interface, the flashing fitness attribute of 99 represented the results of Lin Yu's recent training. The burly man had a full, thick beard and bulging muscles. Judging by his massive physique, he must have put in a lot of effort. He must have gotten at least 20 injections. He walked towards the young man, pulling a long black cylindrical object from his pocket. It wasn't a Glock. It was a black fountain pen. Lin he just kidding. I recognized you immediately. Could I get your autograph? Lin Yu took the pen. What time is it? The man immediately waved his hand, and a subordinate pulled out a phone. It's 1:12 p.m. April 21st, 2015, UAE time. Lin Yu nodded. Are you the local gang? The man in charge nodded with a smile. Not really a gang. Bro, we're just trying to make a living. Don't worry, we punish evil and never bully the weak. By the way, isn't your flight tonight? I've arranged a motorcade to escort you personally. Lin Yu relaxed his clenched left fist and patted the burly man. You're quite sensible. The man saw Lin Yu finally unclench his fist and let out a long sigh of relief. Barnett nodded with satisfaction. After disappearing from California, Lin Yu had come to the UAE. This was a place where Barnett's power was absolute. The UAE's renowned Hajar Mountains span across important regions like Fujairah and Ras Al Khaimah. Barnett chose the most treacherous and steepest location. This was Lin Yu's special training ground. Lin Yu spent almost every day here. Apart from Carol's aromatherapy massages and Callie's personal attendance, there was nothing particularly special. In the rugged mountains, Lin Yu's primary training consisted of only two things. First, physical fitness. Second, strength. He would run wildly through the rugged mountain trails every day. He'd tease wild boars, kick at squirrels, chase rabbits, and even poke a tiger's backside. Life was just that simple. The terrain was all uphill, traversing mountains and ridges. Besides climbing the paths, Lin Yu also had to scale massive boulders. As a result, Lin Yu not only trained his legs, but also further enhanced his upper body strength. So besides his physical fitness rising to 99, his strength had also increased from 92.8 to 94.3. Although it was only an increase of 1.5, within the crucial threshold of 90, every bit of improvement was incredibly difficult. That 1.5 increase was a qualitative change. Lin Yu felt that with every punch he threw, the explosive power in his body was almost enough to burst through his skin. He even felt he could punch a bull to death. Although he hadn't tested it. That night, riding in the local gang's car to the airport, Barnett's private plane began its journey. The pristine white fuselage cut through the night, and Lin Yu's deep eyes stared at the sky. The twinkling stars highlighted the moon's brilliance. Destination Nevada. April 29th, at the arena venue in Nevada. All 300 seats were packed. White Dana looked at the scene around him, his face flushed red with excitement. Holding the microphone, he stepped into the Octagon himself. Major live streams started simultaneously. In the Chinese broadcast room, commentator Wang Yanba's face was flushed. The online viewership had already surpassed 300,000. What a grand fight night. White Dana roared excitedly. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter where you come from, this is your ultimate destination. The innate fighting spirit of man keeps this sport alive and thriving. In this brutal yet inspiring Octagon, warriors are writing their own legendary stories. Welcome to UFC 173 Fight Night, the featherweight championship main event. Let's get ready to rumble. The arena erupted. The cheers were deafening. First, let's welcome the king of a decade, the South American assassin, the king of Mexico, Jose Aldo. Diamonds began to play. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Jose Aldo entered draped in his country's flag, wearing a custom-made crown. His coaching team followed behind him, holding his championship belt high. The arena instantly reached a fever pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10-year king of the featherweight division, Jose Aldo, makes his spectacular entrance. 7 successful WEC featherweight title defenses and 2 successful UFC featherweight title defenses. His professional record is 25 wins and 1 loss, the sole loss being a disqualification due to an illegal move. Therefore, his career has never truly seen a defeat. He has 14 knockouts, 2 submissions, and 9 decision wins. His career striking accuracy is an impressive 44. His takedown defense rate is 91. He lands an average of 3.53 significant strikes per minute. A true all-around monster. The king, Jose Aldo. Jose Aldo stepped into the arena, his coach taking his crown and placing the championship belt around his waist. Jose Aldo raised his arms, basking in the adulation. He confidently stepped into the octagon, looking every bit the king. Then the arena lights dimmed again. 2 jets of dry ice sprayed from the entrance, filling the air with fog. White Dana was in a frenzy. Clutching the microphone, he roared at the top of his lungs. Fiat's time. The century's heir apparent to combat. The pride of China. His fist shattered the poverty of his home. Standing at 1.77 meters with a 1.9 meter reach. Hailing from the great nation of China, the legendary Red Dragon makes his entrance. 4 beams of red laser light flickered wildly on each side. In an instant, the lingering dry ice fog vanished completely. A figure emerged silently. A total of 8 red laser beams from both sides simultaneously pointed towards the Octagon. Lin Yu, draped in his national flag, made his steady entrance amidst the lasers. The king blared throughout the venue. Lin Yu, with a professional record of 4 wins in 4 fights, 4 KOs. He lands a phenomenal 5.79 strikes per minute. His striking accuracy is 73. He continuously teaches us a principle with his fists. The most important thing for a man is not to triumph, but to fight. All the spectators were on their feet in anticipation. Lin Yu stepped into the octagon. He put in his mouthguard, warmed up, and leaned back against the cage net. White Dana's favorite referee, Herb Dean, entered the ring. The referee with the goatee waved both fighters in. If you want to touch gloves, now is the time. No strikes to the groin, back of the head, or eye gouging. When I call for a stop, you must stop immediately. Seeing that neither fighter intended to touch gloves, the referee shouted, "Fight." The battle of the century began. Bang. Although threw a punch. Lin Yu blocked with his left arm, countered with his right. Swish. The king retreated to dodge, then followed up with a swift left low kick. Thud. Lin Yu's left arm, which had just completed a block, swung down instantly. He blocked again. He followed with a low right kick. Bang. Like a cannon firing. The loud impact stunned the audience. A clear red mark appeared. Jose Aldo was clearly startled. He hurriedly retreated. But Lin Yu pressed forward relentlessly like a wild beast. A Superman punch. It connected with the abdomen. Boom. Aldo, like a kite with its string cut, flew backward and slammed into the cage net. Whoa. All the spectators held their heads in disbelief. Oh my God. He floored Aldo with a single exchange. Lawrence exclaimed, hands on his head. But Aldo was still conscious. He was waiting for an opportunity. As Lin Yu charged, his weight committed, Aldo used the cage net to push himself up. He immediately threw a left hook. Gritting his teeth, he poured almost all his strength into it. Propelled by momentum, he didn't believe Lin Yu could dodge. Apart from disappearing, he couldn't think of any other escape for Lin Yu. But Lin Yu stopped abruptly. His body, which had been sprinting, froze instantly, as if he had planted his feet. It was like he turned to stone, moving like a rabbit, still like a maiden. Swish. Lin Yu watched the punch graze past his nose. He pushed off with his left foot, stepped forward with his right. His leg muscles tensed instantly. An explosion of power from his hips. His waist twisted. His back muscles flexed like a demon opening its eyes. He threw a counterpunch with his left, hard as steel. The hellish left hook. At that moment, the world fell silent. All the spectators felt everything vanish, their eyes fixed only on Lin Yu's swinging left fist. Then the sound of the impact boomed across the entire arena, amplified, as if through a speaker. Listen. The roar of the red dragon. Banged. With a resounding crash. King Jose Aldo felt a numb sensation on his left cheek. Then it spread throughout his body. Then his eyes rolled back. Before him, nothing but darkness. His falling body seemed to plummet endlessly into an abyss of darkness. Falling endlessly. Tumbling repeatedly in the boundless abyss, as if there would never be a day of landing. Until he heard the sound of a heart breaking. His strong body fell backward. His helpless shoulders hit the ground heavily. Sweat poured onto the cage floor. The perfect king's pride shattered. Bang. The world that had just fallen into silence exploded instantly. Lawrence and Dana stood up in shock at the same time. Oh. God. OMG. OMG. KO. 19 seconds. He ended Jose Aldo's 10-year reign in 19 seconds. Can you believe it? This is fighting. This is Lin Yu. Jose Aldo's reign is over. The new king ascends. The new king ascends. Lin Yu leaped up, straddling the octagon fence, raising both fists and pounding his chest with his right fist. I told you all. The king is coming. The Real King is coming. The important spectators in the front rows, all the celebrities, went wild. Taylor Swift, completely ignoring her too-short skirt, danced and cheered wildly for Lin Yu. Beside her, Si Jiali was stunned. She opened her mouth wide, eyes bulging. The new UFC lightweight champion Lafayette held his head in his hands. The new welterweight champion Luo Bai Lao Lu rubbed the back of his head and waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes full of disbelief. The Chinese livestream had gone crazy. Commentator Wang Yanbo pounded the table and shouted. He was already in tears. At that moment, heroic sentiments burst from his lips. The Western rapier cannot match the dance before the battle. Who dares to call us the sick man of East Asia? Chinese prodigy Lin Yu. One man ascends, 10,000 look up. A decade-long king falls in one morning. Empty sorrow. The red dragon spreads its wings and roars to the sky. 10,000 subjects. Lawrence rushed into the octagon. Jose Aldo had already regained consciousness and left the arena in gloom. Dana fastened the championship belt around Lin Yu's waist, and Lawrence raised Lin Yu's left hand high. Ladies and gentlemen, the new featherweight world champion. From China, a century-long crown prince. An unparalleled genius. Lin, you. All the audience rose to their feet. Lin Yu caressed the belt with his left hand, his face full of excitement and joy. Then he saw Jose Aldo leaving the arena. Can I say a few words? Lin Yu asked Lawrence. Lawrence immediately nodded and handed him the microphone with both hands. After taking the mic, Lin Yu first pointed at Jose Aldo. Ladies and gentlemen, before I say what I'm about to say, I want everyone to stand and give Jose Aldo a round of applause. With these words, the crowd erupted. Jose Aldo, hearing this, turned around. At that moment, all grievances between them were gone. Jose Aldo smiled, raised his left fist to Lin Yu, nodded, and then turned to continue leaving. Any champion who has dominated a weight class for 10 years deserves respect. The applause at the scene lasted for a long time until Jose Aldo had left the arena. Only then did Lin Yu continue. All right, listen. Listen to what I'm about to say. Lin Yu spoke, and the scene instantly fell silent, dead quiet. There is always a moment in life. A moment when you feel it's time to stand up for yourself. To all the boys and girls who still doubt whether they can succeed, I only want to tell you one thing. Why can't it be you? The audience began to cheer. The cheers grew louder. Lin Yu's voice grew more impassioned. Everyone, listen. You will be knocked down and no one is always a winner. But when the dream burns in your heart, you must get up again at all costs. Because I really hope you can taste what I feel right now. This feeling of burning for a dream, of shouting for life. Lin Yu raised the belt high. If you have never fought desperately for one thing in your life, you will never taste this feeling. When you fall into the abyss, when you are mocked by others, when you are devalued as worthless. If you resign to fate, you will never have a day of turning things around. Rise up, throw punches as fiercely as I do. And truly experience the feeling of success once. Even if it's only once in a lifetime. That will be your championship. Dana looked around at everything, the cheering audience, the shining lights, the pouring sweat, and the Octagon cage glowing because of Lin Yu. For the first time in UFC, he felt something beyond money. The cheers of the audience had already pierced the roof of the arena. Remember, my name is Lin Yu. From China. From ATT Training Center. I am the new featherweight world champion. 1 hour later, Lin Yu's personal account gained 5,000 followers. 2 hours later, the video of Lin Yu's post-fight speech broke 100 million searches, topping the hot search list in 59 countries. After this battle, the new featherweight champion Lin Yu became the sole superstar in the global fighting world. The next day, a plane departed from Nevada. Lin Yu was not tired at all, he was only excited. Leaning into the soft sofa, Lin Yu was immensely looking forward to it. Because his celebratory journey to China had officially begun. 15 hours later, China time, May 1st, 4:00 p.m. Barnet, it feels like an earthquake. Stepping off the plane and into the VIP passage, Ka Li felt a tremor beneath her feet. Ka Luo Air also felt it. This is an airport. If it's an earthquake, can we even run? Ka Luo Air dropped her luggage and wanted to dash out. Ba Niite grabbed her. Hey, don't be a beautiful, big-chested, curvy, long-legged, sexy, understanding, but brainless beauty. Okay, Kali, if you put it that way, I'll reluctantly be a brainless beauty. But, what's going on? Everyone looked at the trembling floor-to-ceiling windows around them. Could it be a terrorist attack? Ba Niite heard Ndali's words and remained silent. This is China, not Brazil. In China, even at 2 a.m., it's much safer than going out at 8 a.m. in Brazil. Then what the hell is it? Yuhan Gole was also puzzled. All right, give the championship belt to this guy. It's time for him to show off. Ba Niite had already understood. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Her handsome silver hair had been styled by Ka Li into an explosive hairdo. It perfectly highlighted his handsome face. He wore a black tight shirt matched with black wide-leg trousers and white canvas sneakers on his feet. On his wrist was a diamond watch given to him by Ba Niite. How do I look? Lin Yu asked Ka Li before stepping out of the passage. Ka Li looked him up and down carefully, a ripple of affection almost spilling from her eyes, a beast in a suit. That's called a man of talent. Lin Yu took the belt, fastened it around his waist, then spread out the Chinese flag with both hands, holding it high behind his back. The tremor became more and more obvious. As Lin Yu stepped out, Ka Luo Air felt an explosion in her ears. Lin Yu. Thousands of fans waiting at the airport erupted in shouts. Thank goodness this glass is made in China, Ba Niite muttered. And Dalai was stunned. Yuhan Gole stood frozen. Ka Li and Ka Luo Air exchanged speechless glances. Mai Kubu Lang, who had seen big scenes, was late because he had to use the bathroom, running while shouting. Wait for me, wait for me. Ka Li was dumbfounded and shouted back to Bulang, who was sprinting over. Come quick, Bulang, this scene will shake you for life. Yuhan Gole sprinted through the passage, disdainful. I was once a big shot who could make or break things. Oh, what big scenes haven't I seen? Can shake me for life. What a Joe. Yuhan Gole rushed out of the passage and turned right into the arrival hall. His hurried steps stopped. His powerful pupils dilated. What the? The entire airport was besieged, impenetrably packed. Dense crowds swarmed like ants huddled together. The moment Lin Yu appeared, he was greeted with a hero's welcome. Beautiful women presented flowers, handsome men raised their fists, and cheered, tough guys applauded, and Chengdu erupted in wild cries. Amid the crowd, Lin Yu spotted his aunt. The aunt who had raised him, even paying his exorbitant tuition, just so he could learn mixed martial arts. Lin Yu embraced her tightly, and she was already in tears. "Hey Barnett, where's the gift I asked you to prepare?" Lin Yu called out to Barnett. Barnett smiled and pushed through the bustling crowd. Across the airport street, a top-tier Ferrari was parked. Its sleek, streamlined body was adorned with a red and yellow color scheme, crouching low like a beast ready to pounce. Lin Yu had purchased it in advance for 2000 and parked it there. Taking the keys from Barnett, Lin Yu handed them to his aunt. She was taken aback at first, then immediately understood. The surrounding fight fans erupted in cheers. His aunt could no longer hold back her tears. "It's yours. Also a luxury villa in Guangzhou's Villa District. All yours. Don't worry, I made a decent sum from the fight against Aldo." Lin Yu smiled and hugged his aunt. "Get in and try it out. Feel its power." His aunt, eyes glistening with tears, smiled and said, "You know I've always been a steady driver. I wouldn't dare to drive fast." Lin Yu nodded with a grin. "That's best. With you driving a Ferrari, no one dares to honk behind you." Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat while Carly and Carol, quick as lightning, squeezed into the Ferrari from both sides. The remaining three coaches looked at each other in bewilderment. "Hey, there are a few shared bikes over there. They're very popular in China. Just scan the QR code and ride." Barnett rolled down the window. Andre had his arm around Brown's left hand rested on John Gray's shoulder. All three in unison raised their middle fingers. "Fuck you." Besides the Ferrari, the Guangzhou Mixed Martial Arts Association had also prepared a Maybach for Lin Yu's welcome. The coaching team got into the Maybach and the convoy set off for the celebration venue, Guangzhou People's Square. Tens of thousands of spectators were already waiting there. At that moment, the entire city of Guangzhou was deserted, a true empty city. All fight fans, and even those who weren't fans of MMA, had come upon hearing the news. They might not have watched MMA fights, but they had heard that China had produced a world champion. Grandma Wang adjusted her dentures and dragged her grandson toward the square. She absolutely had to be part of this excitement. "Grandma, when I grow up, I want to do MMA too," her little grandson said innocently. "Listen, give up that dream." "Why? Grandma, don't you believe I have the ability?" "Grandma believes you, but Grandma is afraid you'll get beaten to death." Along the way, the Ferrari could barely move an inch. The streets leading to the square were connected to the airport. Normally, driving a Ferrari, it would take at most 5 minutes to reach the square. But now the surrounding fight fans had completely encircled the Ferrari, making it impossible to pass. Barnett was feeling a bit carsick, especially with the Ferrari jerking along in fits and starts. "Lin, can you ask your aunt to drive a bit more smoothly?" His aunt didn't understand English. "Dear nephew, what did that handsome old man say?" Lin Yu replied, "Aunt, she said you're driving with great rhythm. The jerky motion feels like you're at a music festival. He's really enjoying it." Hearing that, she became even more spirited, alternately stepping on the brake and accelerator, making Barnett's stomach churn. Lin Yu opened the sunroof and poked his upper body out. The speed was too slow, so he started interacting with the surrounding fans. "Lin Yu, how many times do you plan to defend your title? Lin Yu, do you think anyone can challenge your featherweight championship belt? Why not move up to lightweight? I feel like you've already conquered the featherweight division. The UFC has never had a double champion. You'll definitely be the first in history." Amid the cheers of the surrounding fans, Lin Yu chatted with them while occasionally throwing punches. With every punch, the crowd would roar in response. Finally, after half an hour, the Ferrari arrived at People's Square. Security personnel quickly stepped forward to clear an entrance for Lin Yu. "Barnett, come on," Lin Yu called out before getting out. Barnett leaned back in the seat. "Thanks, no thanks." Carly and Carol accompanied Lin Yu toward the center of the square. There was a staircase of over 100 steps divided into 4 tiers. At the top of the stairs lay a vast marble platform where Lin Yu would display his championship belt. Tens of thousands of fight fans packed the bottom tier of the square and all the streets leading to it. Countless people craned their necks, holding up their phones just to catch a glimpse of the featherweight champion. As he climbed the steps one by one, Lin Yu was filled with emotion. He thought of the days and nights he had given his all in training. After training, his favorite thing to do was to lower his head and watch the sweat trickle down his cheeks, fall to the ground, be baked by the scorching sun, and gradually disappear. Though the sweat of effort might vanish, the championship belt proved that his hard work had not been in vain. In the system interface, a legendary chest was blinking. Only now did Lin Yu notice that after defeating Jose Aldo, everything had happened too fast. He had been too excited participating in various celebrations and had almost forgotten about this legendary chest. This was the reward the system had drawn for him again after his shock value had accumulated to 1-0 following his victory over Aldo. "Open the chest." Chest opening. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn a legendary finishing move." "Lin." Carol's reminder interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. "We're here." Before he knew it, Lin Yu had stepped onto the top celebration platform. Taking the championship belt from Carol, he deliberately lowered it first. The surrounding spectators lowered their voices, emitting low growls. They knew how to interact. They knew how to celebrate. A certain video platform was streaming live. The number of online viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 1 million, setting a new record for real-time online viewers in China. The roar grew louder. It grew deeper. Lin Yu smiled and took a step forward, raising the championship belt high with both hands. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Yu. Golden confetti burst forth. Fireworks painted the sky. The live audience shouted at the top of their lungs. Lin Yu jumped while holding the championship belt, and the spectators followed suit. The entire square vibrated with the roar of tens of thousands of fight fans. Carol and the others completely let loose, embracing each other in celebration. Andre had never seen such a scene. Was this the charm of China? He understood now. Lin Yu held up the belt, igniting cheers from the entire nation. Celebrating. The golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, tearing away the gloom, shining upon Lin Yu's glittering championship belt, its refracted light illuminating the entire square. This was Lin Yu's moment of glory. At the same time, far away in the United States at the California arena, an Irishman consumed by rage was throwing continuous punches. Holloway was immobilized. The referee immediately rushed in. Whoa, it's over. It's over. Conor McGregor, his 4th victory in the UFC. He's on a 4-fight win streak and has earned a title shot. Conor McGregor grabbed the microphone, mounted the octagon, and roared in frenzy. His bloodshot eyes were streaked with red. Everything about Lin Yu made him feel overshadowed. Everything about Lin Yu filled him with jealousy and anger. Damn it, I feel like that bastard has taken everything from me. Conor's tone was both furious and laced with confusion and resentment. Lin, son of a bitch. I don't care what they say about you. What new fighting king, what phantom red dragon? Bullshit. Fight me for the championship. Give me back everything that belongs to me. Give it back. South American Fighting Daily. Conor the Mouth claims his 4th straight victory, eyeing the Fighter of the Year award. England Fighting Post. Irish fighter Conor claims Lin Yu has taken everything from him, asserting he has always lived in Lin Yu's shadow, and he doesn't know why. Washington Post. Lin Yu's epic battle with Aldo generates $55 million in revenue. According to contract terms, Lin Yu's single fight income is projected to reach $10.9 million. Lin Yu fought for only 19 seconds, and those 19 seconds earned him $10.9 million. On May 2nd, a special joint program between UFC and Sky Sports. Sky Sports leading host, retired football legend, French icon the King of Highbury Henry, made a cross-industry appearance to interview Dana White. UFC's popularity has exploded beyond its usual circle. Sky Sports, as the exclusive media partner with the deepest collaboration with Lin Yu, has reaped the full benefits of the traffic surge. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to the special guest of this special program, UFC CEO Dana White. Amid Henry's applause, Dana White walked steadily onto the stage. His bulky frame was paired with a red, fleshy face, yet his sharp eyes made him appear far from amiable. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, Henry, when was the last time we met? Long time no see, I've missed you so much. Dana White embraced Henry, and Henry whispered in his ear, when have we ever met? Just being polite, put on a show, don't let the livestream audience notice. Henry immediately laughed and shouted, Right, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I remember you brought your wife to a dinner party, and her gaze seemed to linger on me, intentionally or not. Dana White gritted his teeth, smiled, and patted Henry. Really? Oh, I recall now, that was Lawrence, my brother. He does look a bit like me. Sky Sports seems to have gained a lot of followers recently. Dana White changed the subject. Henry's eyes darted away. Not bad, just gained 500. Just? Your social platform has been around for years, and in all that time you've accumulated only a little over 300 followers. In just 2 days you gained 500. Dana White raised his head, hoping to hear Henry praise him. Henry smiled and opened Sky Sports' homepage, indeed mainly because. Hearing this, Dana White held his head high, almost certain he was about to hear his name. Mainly because. Lin, Henry said with a smile. The name, Shadow Crimson Dragon, has resounded across the globe. We posted 3 exclusive reports about him. 2 of them surpassed 150 million views and 5 million likes within 24 hours. These exclusives have indeed brought us tremendous traffic. Dana White wiped sweat from his brow, acknowledging that Henry was right. He's our flagship superstar. You're so fortunate. Other media outlets would dream of getting an exclusive interview with him. Dana White was invited to the Sky Sports interview, engaging in a cross-platform collaboration with Henry. This was to further expand UFC's reach and maximize the exposure from the Hellfire Red Dragon fight. He is the undisputed new champion of the UFC featherweight division, the new king. Fast, precise, and powerful punches. His legwork has been improving, and more fans call him the leg master. Dana White lavished praise on Lin Yu. But why haven't I seen much of his ground game? Henry asked curiously, as he was also a die-hard UFC fan. Ground game. Is there any need? Dana White's smile grew even wider. Since entering the UFC, no opponent has lasted more than 2 rounds against him. Viewers in the live stream, is he even human? Henry grew more curious. Dana, how does this guy usually train? Dana White rested his chin on his hand thinking. Training. I've heard from Barnett that his training method is very pure. Very pure. Henry's eyes sparkled with imaginative light. In that light, there was only one figure. Lin Yu. The figure strode forward steadily through the light, surrounded by vast fields. The air was filled with the chirping of insects and birds and a faint fragrance of flowers. Spring had arrived. It was the season of rejuvenation. Behind Lin Yu, an off-road vehicle followed at a distance. Does he always train like this? Carly held a sandwich. Pretty much. Besides technical training at the ATT gym, he hates being indoors for conditioning. Pier docks, flower fields, country lanes, mountain woods. These are his favorite training spots. So this guy likes those places. Carol, holding a slice of pizza, raised an eyebrow. Your description sounds a bit odd. Barnett ran a hand through his silver hair. He glanced at his watch. May 7th, 4 p.m. Lin Yu officially resumed training. In the fields, Lin Yu walked while throwing shadow punches, his gaze intensely focused. He savored every day in China. The air here was fresher than anywhere else. After all, it was his homeland. On the system interface, a line of small text appeared. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new legendary killer move, Infinite Takedown. Infinite Takedown increases the host's takedown training growth rate, grants a certain burst of instant takedown power, and enhances the host's imagination in takedown techniques. As training and matches progress, the effect of this killer move will gradually increase. As the effect grows, the host will spontaneously conceive even more imaginative takedowns in specific situations. Note the host has now accumulated 3 killer moves, unlocking the draw opportunity for a special radiant treasure chest. Current draws available: 1. Cost to draw 3,000 shock value. Lin Yu was stunned. A special radiant treasure chest. Was there something even more formidable than a legendary chest? On the system interface, a vast ocean silently appeared. The water was deep and unfathomable. With a thought, Lin Yu felt as if he were immersed in the ocean. Countless strange radiant lights burst from the seabed, piercing through the dense water, interweaving in brilliance. Interesting. Lin Yu curled his lips upward. 3,000 shock value. Given his current fighting style and the intensity of UFC, was not too difficult to accumulate. This radiant chest might grant him something no fighting legend in history had ever possessed. These days, Lin Yu enjoyed a wonderful vacation in China. Andre led the coaching team and vanished without a trace. After tasting spicy chicken and mapo tofu, the three had gone into endless feasting mode across China. Mike Brown gained 10 pounds. He fell in love with Lanzhou beef noodles. John Gray, on the other hand, was obsessed with the egg tarts at KFC China, consuming dozens nearly every day despite Barnett's warnings. Andre was immersed in a sea of milk tea, with roasted grass jelly and double-skim milk as his favorites, and wolfberry red bean and longan tea kept him coming back for more. Carol and Carly went on a shopping spree for various Chinese ethnic costumes, unable to resist the beautiful jewelry and headpieces. Lin Yu's team enjoyed a perfect holiday, and Lin Yu himself had a wonderful week until he saw Conor McGregor's post-fight provocation. After defeating Holloway, Conor McGregor's call-out was just the beginning. Subsequently, he mentioned Lin Yu's name in almost every interview. Lin, this clown hiding in China, he doesn't dare face me in the octagon. What? You say he's enjoying his champion's vacation? A true champion has no vacation. Am I just after his belt? Bullshit. Come on, tell me which media you're from. Sky Sports. Bitch, you're just Lin Yu's sons, Lin Yu's dogs. Who says I'm triggered? Damn it, I'm a UFC 4-fight win streak fighter. This year's Men's Fighter of the Year should be awarded to me. Conor McGregor blustered, knowing the UFC annual awards were approaching. The annual ceremony honors the best fighters of the past year in UFC. The world's eyes were fixed on one award, UFC Men's Fighter of the Year. 3 days later, a plane departed from China. Lin Yu, restored to peak condition, savored red wine. Barnett sat beside him, a cigar in his mouth, so ready to accept the award. Lin Yu replied, I'm not just going to accept the award. I'm going to smash that guy's face. I am the 2014 UFC Male Fighter of the Year. A rugged fighter stood before the red carpet being interviewed. Robbie Lawler, the popular contender who had just triumphed at UFC 185 to claim the welterweight championship belt, stood beside TJ Dillashaw. Well, Robbie Lawler, the UFC has already decided who to award. It's voted by journalists, fans, and UFC management. Not something you can just claim. Dillashaw was also one of the top contenders for Male Fighter of the Year. Despite being underestimated, his dominant 5-round performance against Barao won over countless spectators. He TKO'd Barao in the 5th round, earning legendary status and global recognition. Our King Jose Aldo hasn't said a word, and here you are barking. Nearby, a luxurious Rolls-Royce came to a halt. Jose Aldo stepped out in a suit. Though the audience knew the award would not go to him, the former featherweight king, who had reigned for 10 years, still commanded immense popularity. As if hearing Dillashaw's words, Jose Aldo raised his middle finger and strode past the two men. At that moment, an arrogant figure appeared. Dressed in a gaudy suit and black sunglasses, Connor made an explosive entrance. As he stepped out of the Maybach, he swaggered and waved his arms, turning the red carpet into his personal show. That guy is a performer, Dillashaw said. No, he's a true clown, Robbie Lawler scoffed. All cameras turned to Conor McGregor, who stole the spotlight. After 4 consecutive wins, Conor had used his trash-talking style to take the UFC by storm. Arrogant, unstoppable. His cocky demeanor attracted a massive following. A custom limited edition Rolls-Royce slowly pulled in. The silver body caught everyone's attention. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop before the red carpet. A handsome silver-haired old man stepped out of the passenger seat, fastened his suit button under the gaze of the crowd, and walked steadily to the rear door. The rear door was slowly opened, and he bowed slightly. A standard door-opening gesture. A slender left leg appeared first, followed by a streamlined body wrapped in exquisite black suit. A diamond platinum watch shone subtly low-key, yet grand, and the black sunglasses did not seem out of place. Lin Yu made a dazzling entrance. In an instant, all journalists turned their cameras and rushed toward Lin Yu. The red carpet was instantly flooded. Lin, who do you think is the male fighter of the year? Lin, Robbie Lawler says he deserves it. What's your take? Countless journalists surrounded Lin Yu. Robbie Lawler looked at Lin Yu and nodded at him. He respected Lin Yu, knowing his absolute strength. Lin Yu smiled back, and Dillashaw nodded with a grin. Suddenly, Conor McGregor let out a strange shriek. Barnett was startled. Whose kettle forgot to turn off? Trash-talking Conor stepped forward aggressively, snatching the microphone from the reporter. Let me answer your question. I am the male fighter of the year. At these words, the entire venue fell silent. Then, DJ Dillashaw burst into laughter. Robbie Lawler leaned on his shoulder, laughing so hard he could barely stand. Lin Yu was dumbfounded, putting on an exaggerated look of shock. Who can tell me who just spoke? Where did this guy come from? Security. Get this guy out of here. Does he even have an invitation? Conor's manager Adder was furious and lunged at Lin Yu like a flea. You clown. The scene erupted into chaos. Conor also went into performance mode, trying to charge at Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped forward with a smile, grabbed Conor by the collar, and casually raised his left hand. With a steady backhand, he slapped Adder across the mouth. Lin Yu had long been annoyed by this guy. Slap. The crisp sound immediately halted everyone's movements. Adder slowly raised his right hand in disbelief, covering his left cheek, now marked with a red handprint. How dare you hit me? What gives you the right? Lin Yu replied, It's fun you got a problem. Adder, what the hell? What's going on? Amid the chaos, Lawrence finally arrived. He had been watching from the shadows, but didn't intervene because the live stream's viewership was skyrocketing. Conor and Lin Yu together were human traffic magnets. All right, everyone inside. This is the annual gala with over 1 million viewers watching. Don't blow this up. Lawrence dragged Adder away while Lin Yu continued to taunt with a smile. Sorry, Adder, I didn't mean it. Come over to my place later, and I'll give you a proper massage. Conor McGregor was also pulled into the venue by Lawrence. Dana White appeared quietly, suddenly standing beside Lin Yu. Kid, awesome. Lin Yu was startled. Scary, you're so quiet. Dana White put an arm around Lin Yu. Let's go. Collect your award. Many UFC fighters from various weight classes were present, and invited guests filled the venue. The awards ceremony began soon after with Lawrence as host. UFC Female Fighter of the Year Ronda Rousey. At UFC 170, she finished her opponent with a flying knee in 106. At UFC 175, she shocked the world by submitting her opponent with an armbar in 16 seconds. As the absolute ruler of the women's bantamweight division, she is a beast. After Lawrence's speech, applause erupted. Ronda Rousey strode forward, dressed seductively. She stood beside the trophy and took the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Ronda Rousey. I don't have much to say. Thank you to the UFC for this award. Also, I'm a fan of Lin. That's it. Ronda Rousey blew a kiss toward Lin Yu's location. Lin Yu smiled back and returned the gesture. The crowd roared with thunderous cheers. Next came the highly anticipated Male Fighter of the Year. The 2014 UFC Knockout of the Year and Male Fighter of the Year both belong to the same person. Lawrence shouted from the stage. I think everyone knows. There's only one answer. The Red Dragon of Hell. Lin Yu. The audience rose to their feet in unison, erupting in applause. Countless UFC fighters from all divisions stood and clapped for Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood up, buttoned his jacket. The applause was unending as he steadily made his way to the stage. As soon as Lin Yu received the trophy, Barnett immediately applauded. Great. Brilliant. Lin Yu waved his hand. Barnett, keep it down. Ha ha ha. Lawrence laughed. Lin Yu placed the 2 individual trophies on the left and right sides of the podium. Thank you to all the Chinese fans, and to my coaching team Andre, John Gray, Mike Brown, and Barnett. The 4 men instantly straightened their backs, chests puffed out, anxious not to be missed by the cameras. Thank you to my 2 beautiful assistants Carol and Carly. Carol and Carly also straightened their posture. This is my first time fighting in the UFC. I often say I'm like Van Gogh, losing my mind for art. That's how I am with fighting. I'm addicted, unable to pull myself away. With every effort I can smell the scent of my dreams. So the featherweight championship belt is just the beginning. My goal doesn't stop here. Far from it. Lin Yu raised his personal trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of the shadowless red dragon has only just begun. After a pause, Lin Yu's voice turned murderous. Conor McGregor, you've been hopping around like a clown all this time. I heard you got a title shot. Come on, a rematch. Let me shatter your fighting dream once more. The moment Lin Yu finished speaking, the internet exploded. Sky Sports and the UFC jointly released the headline, Male Fighter of the Year Lin Yu officially announces featherweight title defense at the awards. The Century Dragon vs. Cannon battle. After the annual ceremony, Dana White had prepared a lavish spread backstage. Only one item was limited, the finest caviar from Iceland. Lin Yu picked up a slice of bread topped with a small dollop of caviar, glistening like amber. Why is there so little caviar? Carol turned her head. Little of what? Carly leaned in. What were you saying? Lin Yu, they'd think I have a tiny appetite. A real man eats big chunks of meat and drinks big bowls of wine. He scraped all the caviar from the surrounding bread slices onto his own and swallowed it in one go. Awesome. Carly and Carol were stunned. Did that guy just eat our caviar? Barnett, who had been socializing on Lin Yu's behalf, finally squeezed his way back. Quick, I heard today's caviar is a rare delicacy flown in from Iceland. Barnett looked down and saw only bare bread slices. Where's the 2 slice per person caviar? Carly pointed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu tilted his head at a 45-degree angle. I didn't eat it. I didn't eat anything. Barnett gritted his teeth, then suddenly snatched the caviar Khabib had just picked up. He shoved it into his mouth. Khabib, what the hell? As the two were horsing around, Lin Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of a figure. A man in an exquisite black suit, exaggerated black sunglasses, and a black hat. In his hand, he held something unknown approaching Barnett. Danger. Lin Yu had just warned when the man handed over a business card. Barnett interested in a collaboration. Barnett took the card. Harley, you're the head of Harley. Matthew Levitic, the newly appointed chairman and CEO, the top man of the Harley-Davidson brand. What danger, Lin? What did you just say? Lin Yu cleared his throat twice. Nothing. Khabib was about to suplex you, but I stopped him. Khabib standing nearby. Nonsense. I never fight old men or children. Barnett and Matthew found a quiet corner to negotiate. Lin Yu knew Harley. Anyone who had ever known motorcycles would know the brand. Harley-Davidson, a top-tier motorcycle brand rooted in American culture, renowned worldwide. It held an exalted status with classic models featured in many famous tough guy films. For example, The Terminator. Of course, the price was also steep. A quality Harley motorcycle could cost as much as a supercar. We plan to launch the most classic model of the Softail series, the Fat Boy remake. We want to combine vintage style with modern elements, crafting a brand new Fat Boy that appeals to both traditional aesthetics and contemporary young people. Barnett didn't even ask the price. He knew Harley was willing to pay generously. Given Lin Yu's current popularity and worth, if Harley had no confidence, they wouldn't have come to bid. He only asked which model Harley wanted Lin Yu to endorse. When he heard it was the Fat Boy, Barnett agreed immediately. So a 3-year contract with a signing fee of $2.5 million per year and an additional one of subsequent revenue. Shall we shake on it? Harley accepted Barnett's terms directly. The $2.5 million signing fee was just a small part. The one additional endorsement revenue was the real prize Barnett was after. This kind of endorsement contract providing a steady stream of income was exactly what Barnett wanted for Lin Yu. With the deal done, the annual ceremony was drawing to a close. Lin Yu, full of food and drink, left the venue contentedly. As soon as he stepped out the back door, a swarm of reporters rushed in. Lynn Connor said before he left that he'd bash your head in. Lynn Connor's wife said you're a bad boy. How do you respond? Hearing that, Lin Yu stopped in his tracks. His wife called me a bad boy. No, I know his wife. She supported him for 8 years. She's a good person. So you're from the Sun, aren't you? Lin Yu guessed instantly. The reporter looked clearly guilty. You son of a bitch, get the hell away from me. Don't joke about his wife. After saying that, Lin Yu turned and left. Carly and Carol passed the reporter one after another, flipping him off with both middle fingers. The luxurious Rolls-Royce drove away from the annual ceremony, marking the start of a new journey. The global announcement of the Dragon vs. Cannon battle instantly exploded across the internet. Conor McGregor, the second highest box office draw. Lin Yu, the current box office king, a superstar of popularity and traffic. Both had tremendous box office appeal, and being aggressive stand-up fighters, countless fans eagerly anticipated this epic showdown. Dana White played it smart this time, expanding the 3,000 tickets to 3,500. The live ticket revenue, originally worth over $30 million, was raised directly to $40 million. If all tickets sold out, it would set a UFC box office record. The names of Lin Yu and Conor would be forever etched at the top of UFC box office history, worshipped by countless future fighters. That evening, Harley sent a professional filming crew to Lin Yu's mansion, setting up a shooting tent directly in his garden. Since high-tech rendering would be used in post-production, the shooting location wasn't fixed. Lin Yu just needed to deliver the endorsement lines. The crew of 10 was all female. Barnett, as the deputy, was responsible for planning the live stream for Lin Yu. For this endorsement, Harley wanted to live stream the entire process. At 8 p.m., everything was ready. Barnett, dressed in a suit, sat like a big shot in the chair behind the scenes, wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, smoking a cigar. He barked orders. Carol, overall coordination. Carly, monitor the comments. Mike Brown, assist the filming crew. Andre came up, what about me, boss? Barnett frowned, go eat shit. Andre got angry, I'll say it again, it's loasafen. It's just stinky, but it's not shit. It's delicious and I love it. Lin Yu's voice came through the earpiece, clapping, agreed. The photographer and director Anna swaggered forward, her fishnet stockings perfectly wrapping her sexy legs. Lin, you only have one line. After our two models deliver the endorsement lines, you just need to say a real man must be fierce. Ride a Harley. A low growl that makes countless beauties swoon. Lin Yu, too easy. Anna then called over two top models. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He recognized them both. On the left, a tall, sexy figure. Kendall Jenner, a member of the Kardashian family whose career had exploded this year. On the right, wearing a white miniskirt, the seductive beauty Cara Delevingne, exuding high elegance, known as the darling of Chanel. Please go over the lines with Lin. Anna tactfully exited, shooting a meaningful glance, and Barnett and the others left one by one. Jenner quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yu's left arm. Lin Yu was startled. What are you doing? Calm down, calm down. I'm your fan. Jenner's voice was syrupy sweet. Cara Delevingne also stepped forward and took Lin Yu's right arm. Jenner and I are besties. Lin, want to come to my place for dinner tonight? We'll go over the lines with you properly. Her voice was just as meltingly sweet. Lin Yu's grin stretched wide. This motorcycle endorsement was really quite something, huh? Squeal. The silver Maybach pulled into the back garden gate. Carol leaped out from the back seat in her heels. Hurry, Callie, we're running late. Callie followed, Carol sprinting while opening her phone screen. May 12th. This is the first time the two of us have been late. How could I set the alarm? Think, just 5 more minutes, and then wake up from 7 to 9. They were in charge of delivering breakfast to Lin Yu this morning. Lin Yu needed a quick carb replenishment after training on an empty stomach. Rushing up to the second floor, Carol kicked the door open with her 15-centimeter stilettos. Where's Lin? He's sleeping. What's wrong? Barnett sat at the table expressionless. Still sleeping at this hour. Isn't he back in training? Carol placed a bag of pot stickers, a few bananas, and an egg pancake on the table. Barnett sneakily reached for the pot stickers. Barnett, if you squeeze cream on top of them, I'll subdue you with my left foot. Carol's eyes were fierce. TCH stingy. Barnett put the pot stickers back. Resuming training is just the beginning. The primary task of resuming training is to recover first. And recovery. Many people don't know what true recovery means. Barnett looked at Callie. Callie pointed at herself. You mean I should answer? Seeing Barnett nod, Callie thought for a moment. Recovery is massage, a spa, movies, male models, milk tea, foot baths. Stop. Barnett called a halt. See, that's the textbook wrong answer. Recovery only concerns one thing: sleep. From now on, Lin goes to bed before 11 every night, wakes up at 8, sleeps 9 hours, plus a half-hour nap. Combined with the training plan, that's his task going forward. Just then Lin Yu pushed open the door. He wore camouflage pants, and his muscular upper body delighted Carol's eyes. Barnett checked the time. Exactly 9. Callie, sharp-eyed, asked, why did you sleep until now? Lin Yu, with a head of messy hair, said, didn't Barnett tell you? I went to Jenna's party last night. I'm exhausted. Carol silently turned to look at Barnett. Barnett rubbed his nose. Huh? What? I don't know about that. What are you talking about? I have no idea. This smells so good. The aroma of egg pancake was Lin Yu's wake-up alarm. Bleary-eyed Lin Yu went to brush his teeth and wash up, looking very relaxed. But on the other side, in Dublin, Ireland, at the SBG training gym. Bam. Slap. Bam. Bam. An Irishman like a mummy, his eyes filled only with fighting desire. He swung punches wildly as if never tired. How long has he been in this state? Head coach John Kavanagh crossed his arms. For the past week, his training has been like this. Atal looked worried. Is this guy going crazy? John Kavanagh smiled and patted Atal. Don't worry, this is his best state. To defeat Lin Yu, this guy has lost his mind. He's a complete fighting maniac now. A fighting madman. Conor McGregor had trained to the point of losing his sanity to prepare for Lin Yu. He pushed himself to the limit every time. Sweat soaked the floor. It dried. Then soaked again. He even slept in the gym. Bam. Conor whipped a roundhouse kick, sweat flying off his body. Sweat fell in the air, raindrops hitting the ground. A figure was running in the rain, looking thoroughly enjoying it. Lin, that 500 euros I bet on you last time turned into 3,000. Now you're fighting Conor again. Do you think I should still bet on you? The Redwood estate manager shouted to Lin Yu. This time Lin Yu stopped jogging. The manager immediately opened the security gate and invited Lin Yu to sit down. A steaming cup of coffee was already brewed. Lin Yu down half took off his soaked hoodie and hung it aside. His muscles gleamed under the sweat, especially striking. Whoa, Lin, you've been training hard lately. Lin Yu's muscles had changed again. Besides explosiveness and symmetry, there was now a hint of suppleness. This was the result of Lin Yu's 3 months of training. After acquiring the infinite takedown trump card, he focused his training on takedowns. Andre became the most exhausted coach, but he loved it, and Lin Yu's takedown skill had skyrocketed from 73.5 to 82.7. Lin Yu looked around. That clock is nice. It even shows the date. The manager beamed. Of course it's a gift from my daughter. Can't you see? Your photo is on the face. She's a huge fan. Lin Yu looked closely. The dial with August 2nd did indeed have his picture. I'll bring her a signed pair of gloves next time. The manager's eyes lit up. Could you also give me that cup? I mean, give it to my daughter. Lin Yu smiled. You sly dog, aiming high. You dare to dream of the $1 million holy grail. Ha ha ha, the manager laughed. Lin Yu finished the rest of the coffee. No matter how much private stash you have left, bet it all on me this time. I guarantee you'll enjoy a month's worth of massage. Then I'll thank the Red Dragon in advance. The manager stood on tiptoes gazing after the young figure that gradually disappeared into the ring. 2 weeks remained until the epic showdown. The next day Lin Yu arrived at the fight venue first. In Nevada, the top-tier training gym had been expanded to 3,500 seats. Tickets worth $40 million had already sold out. Dana White stood on a clean platform surrounded by countless reporters and 2,000 invited spectators. This was the treatment of a champion. The pre-fight open training. Lin Yu would train for a few minutes as he pleased, then interact with the reporters below, securing maximum exposure for the championship bout. Lin Yu wore light fight shorts, no cup since it was just an open training. As soon as he appeared, applause erupted. Lin Yu smiled and waved, turned gracefully, and executed a spinning back kick that ignited the crowd. Reporters snapped photos capturing the moment. But just as Dana White's face was beaming, someone arrived. Conor McGregor. He had learned from Atal that today was the champion's open training, and he wanted to have some fun. Taking advantage of Dana White's inattention, he burst out from behind the curtain. Dana White had already noticed Conor and pretended not to see, telling the staff not to stop him. He knew this guy would bring more traffic, and Conor would at most trash talk a bit. But Conor, who had burst out, actually executed a spinning back kick aimed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly stepped back, dodging easily. Conor was clearly stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to dodge in such a sudden situation. The next second, the stunned Conor suddenly felt a sensation on his left cheek. Scalding. Slap. After dodging, Lin Yu swung his left hand in a wide arc. His long arm fully extended. His 5 fingers accurately slapped Conor's face. The crisp sound silenced the entire hall. Even Dana White was stunned. Sorry, I thought some extreme fan had rushed in to attack me. It was purely a reflex. No offense meant, Conor. Lin Yu said that, but without a smile, his eyes full of provocation. Conor's face turned red. He was enraged. Damn it, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Conor had never suffered such humiliation. In front of so many reporters, he had been slapped solidly. Dana White and others rushed into the ring. The burly Dana White grabbed Conor. Let me go, Dana. He slapped me. Why are you stopping me? Dana White said, enough, Conor. You broke the rules by rushing in first. And he said he made a mistake. Bullshit. He could mistake me. He's so fast. My grandpa pushing my grandma's wheelchair over an ant. He could see it clearly. He could mistake me. The chaos ended the farce. Conor McGregor was dragged backstage, furious beyond words. He thought about how to save face. Suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Atal, ask Eminem if he's willing to sing for my entrance. If Eminem sings beside me during my entrance dominating the arena, I can definitely overpower him in presence. Sing that global hit of his. What's it called? Lose Yourself. Atal reminded him. He immediately made a call, confidently patting his chest. Don't worry, Eminem is an old friend of mine. This kind of small favor is easy. Conor was about to respond when the call connected. Hey Eminem. It's me, Atal. I wanted to ask if you're free 2 weeks from now. Yeah, August 16th. What? You have a schedule. What for? Atal's mouth twitched. Alright. See you later. Conor immediately asked, what happened? What's his schedule? Atal hesitated. Well, he said he's going to sing the entrance song for another fighter. Who? Conor, still clouded by rage, asked in confusion. Lin. And he chose the same song. Lose Yourself. Khabib attempted a takedown once more, and he succeeded. There was an opportunity to lock in an armbar. Akhmatov tapped out. Congratulations to Khabib, he has won this Dagestan Derby. The little eagle immediately rose to his feet, arms crossed over his chest. He was paying tribute to his good brother. Lin Yu's arrogant celebration. Lawrence rushed into the octagon. Khabib, you once again chose to headline your good brother's fight. The upcoming featherweight championship bout. Who do you think will win, Lin or Conor? Khabib shook his head with a smile. Who is Conor? I've never heard of that guy. The cheers of the crowd resounded through the arena. Lawrence bid Khabib farewell, and the venue fell silent. All the lights were extinguished. Then a single beam of light pointed toward the entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us welcome the main event of Fight Night. The challenger for the featherweight championship title. Hailing from Ireland. Arrogant and overbearing. Notorious. Renowned for his striking undefeated with 4 wins in 4 fights. The prodigy of heaven. The mouth, Conor. The Irish audience erupted in cheers. Conor swaggered in with his arms swinging his signature entrance. As Conor stepped into the octagon, all the lights went out again. Only one spotlight pointed toward the entrance, and there a figure emerged first. Eminem, wearing a baseball cap, a gray hoodie, black jeans, and casual sneakers, strode in. The classic, Lose Yourself, began to play. The entire arena erupted. Countless fans went wild. They never expected Eminem to come in person to sing Lin Yu's entrance song. Even the Grammy Awards would have to go to great lengths to invite him. Eminem started to sing. Listen, if you have one moment, or one opportunity, in a single moment you can have everything you desire. Will you seize it or squander it? His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. When the climax of the drums struck, Eminem instantly turned and pointed toward the exit. All the lights converged there. Red laser beams flashed. Andre stood behind Lin Yu holding the championship belt high with both hands. John Gray held his head high, a fierce glint in Barnett's eyes. Lin Yu stood at the front, nodding in time with the beat, stepping in with a bounce. The venue exploded, cheers reaching the heavens. The Shadow Red Dragon. The Shadow Red Dragon. The Shadow Red Dragon. Conor McGregor's mouth twisted in fury. He forced himself to calm down. Over the past 3 months he had trained like a madman, losing all reason, utterly immersed. Not a single drop of sweat he shed would be wasted. I am ready to win the championship, Conor said. You cannot defeat me. You cannot defeat me. Meanwhile, Eminem embraced Lin Yu at the edge of the arena and took his seat in the front row of the audience. Lin Yu stepped into the octagon. Gold referee Herb Dean summoned the two to the center of the octagon. If you want to touch gloves, now is the time. After the instructions, Herb Dean prepared himself. Fight. Conor immediately threw a low kick. He aimed for the element of surprise. Whoosh. It missed. Lin Yu dodged it with ease. But Conor refused to relent, following up with another attack. The real killer was a rear hand punch. Lin Yu slid back and dodged again. Then he swayed to the left and ducked. A liver shot to the abdomen. Conor parried, but only half of it. The fist still landed on his stomach, forcing him back 2 steps in pain. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Conor. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. Conor McGregor seemed to have improved a lot. On the other side, Conor's heart was filled with shock. After training so hard, he still couldn't muster confidence standing before this man. This is impossible. Conor followed up, faking a takedown by bending low. Lin Yu stepped back, preparing to evade, but Conor threw an uppercut. Left uppercut. Right hook. A smooth combination punched out. Lin Yu instantly ducked. He swayed left, then dodged right. 3 evasions in 1 second. Like a butterfly fluttering its wings. Passing through a myriad of flowers without a single leaf touching him. The audience was going wild. The number of viewers and live streams worldwide soared, some even froze to the point of being unwatchable. Smack. Lin Yu countered with a low kick. A crisp sound. Conor lost his composure. He swung again. Lin Yu instantly swayed. Another dodge. Left hand counter. Bang. Landed on the abdomen. The Irishman was pushed back again, and he began to circle around the cage. Conor's coach shouted from the cage side, "Don't get emotional, Conor. Stay rational." The coach's warning had restored some of Conor's composure. But Lin Yu suddenly spoke. "Conor, if you can land a single punch on me, you'll be the top trending topic tomorrow." Really? Conor almost bit through his mouthpiece as he charged at Lin Yu again. Damn it. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Conor McGregor, he's enraged. What did Lin just say? Conor McGregor pressed forward again, even taking the initiative to engage Lin Yu. Lin Yu spun and delivered a side kick. Conor dodged, trying to circle behind. There was an opportunity to take the back. Conor lunged forward, but Lin Yu countered by hooking his arm around Conor's waist. Both men locked their arms around each other's waists, neither willing to let go. Just as the referee thought they would remain locked in a stalemate, Lin Yu suddenly pressed down with explosive force. It was like uprooting a weeping willow. Conor felt his body lighten. Lin Yu hoisted Conor McGregor clean off the ground. Lawrence's eyes went wide. My God, the strength disparity is immense. Aren't they in the same weight class? Lin Yu immediately followed up by leaning forward. Heaven and earth united. Bang. The takedown was successful. Conor roared in agony. Despite the searing pain in his back, Conor fought to defend with all his might. His shoulder protected his neck well, and his left hand guarded his cheeks. This prevented both a rear naked choke and Lin Yu's ground and pound from above. Lin Yu was in no hurry to make his next move. First, he pressed his entire upper body onto Conor's chest, using his shoulder to drive into Conor's chin, making it progressively harder for him to breathe. This move wouldn't force a submission, but it would accelerate Conor's stamina drain. Andre was shouting advice from the sidelines. Keep driving into his chin. Left hand. Wrap your left arm around his right leg. The coach had a bird's eye view from the cage side, noticing advantageous details the fighters inside the octagon missed. Lin Yu hooked his left arm around Conor's right leg. Indeed, this allowed him to press down even tighter. Continuing to exert force, Lin Yu drove Conor's right leg toward his left leg, establishing full dominance. Conor's stamina was draining faster and faster. He can still defend, but how much longer can he hold on? Lawrence's voice was even trembling slightly. He never imagined Conor would be losing like this. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you. Before this epic battle, Dana White and I went to watch Conor train. You cannot imagine the intensity of his training. It was truly a training regimen that transcends human limits. But as you can see now, he's facing a monster that may surpass human limits. Conor, forget your leg press into his neck. Drive with your left leg. Conor's coach was still screaming from the sidelines. They were frantic. Conor McGregor had paid them a fortune to help him defeat Lin Yu. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Lin Yu maintained his full mount pressure. He could sense Conor's stamina waning because he was listening to Conor's heartbeat. It wasn't just top pressure. Lin Yu's exceptional fight IQ allowed him to exploit every detail to the fullest. He momentarily released the pressure on Conor's left hand. Elbow strike to the midsection landed. Conor had no time to react. The moment he felt the pain and tried to counter, Lin Yu's left hand shot back down, pinning Conor's left hand firmly again. His left leg trapped Conor's legs, and his right leg swung up. Bam! Knee strike. It slammed into Conor's side. Whoa! The entire crowd rose to their feet, straining to see inside the octagon. Lin Yu's ears rang with notifications of skyrocketing shock value. After 2 consecutive chimes, the notification sound faded, but the shock value continued to soar. No one had expected Conor to be so utterly dominated, completely overwhelmed. Listening to Conor's heartbeat, Lin Yu could feel it racing faster. He was clearly getting more exhausted. Sensing the time was right, Lin Yu rose up. He mounted in a flash. Top control. Conor desperately tried to escape, but Lin Yu threw a wild punch. All Conor could do was cover up and defend. There was no escape. Thud. A spray of sweat burst into the air. Lin Yu was swinging wildly. Then the 10-second warning bell for the first round sounded. The referee immediately scrambled over to them. If Conor were deemed unable to defend himself, the fight would be stopped instantly. Commentator Lawrence said tensely, "Conor McGregor, he has to fight back. He has to prove he can still fight back, or the referee will stop the fight." Lin Yu continued raining down punches. Relentless hammer fists. Conor suddenly shifted right, eating a heavy shot. His cheek split open. Blood sprayed everywhere. But he countered instantly. Incredibly sharp. A counter punch bordering on the limits of human reflexes. But Lin Yu, who had been mid-swing, stopped on a dime. The fist grazed past the tip of his nose. It just couldn't connect. The next second, Lin Yu's cross counter smashed into Conor's face. There was almost no pause. Bang! Blood spray erupted. Ding ding ding. The first round ended right on time. The head referee immediately ordered Lin Yu to stop. Conor struggled to half rise, sitting on the ground muttering, "I'm fine, I'm okay, I'm fine." Lin Yu's final punch had landed on his brow bone. Conor's brow instantly swelled, blood splattering with the gash on his cheek dripping down to his chest. It was utterly brutal. Conor's wife was already in tears. "Referee, look at him, check if he can continue. Don't let him get beaten to death." Barnett stepped into the octagon and said. He wanted the referee to stop the fight right then. "Cut the crap, Barnett, the referee will decide." Adder immediately spoke up for Conor. He stepped forward to help Conor up and told the referee, "We're fine, we're okay." The referee stood in front of Conor. "Conor, tell me how many fingers I'm holding up." Conor's vision was a bit blurry. He could feel his consciousness clearing, but it would take a moment. Then Adder patted Conor's, but 3 times from behind. 3. Conor answered immediately. "And how many now?" The referee was still uneasy and asked again. Adder patted twice, and Conor immediately replied, 2. Only then did the referee nod. "Remember, if the same thing happens in the second round, I'll stop the fight again." Conor nodded, and Adder quickly led him back to the corner where he sat down. On the other side, Lin Yu remained standing. He just stood there, not even needing a stool. Barnett wiped the sweat from him. Andre spoke beside him. "That guy's recovery is incredible. In the second round, he'll definitely regain his clarity. But I noticed something off about his takedown defense. When you shoot for a takedown, his focus is too much on his lower center of gravity." Andre leaned close to Lin Yu's ear, offering his strategy. John Gray handed him a sip of water. Lin Yu spat out a large mouthful first, then took a small sip to recover his energy. On the other side, Conor had clearly recovered, and his coach was stopping the bleeding. "Remember, Conor, don't do what you did in the first round. Stay away from him. You can't beat him on the feet." The coach hated saying this. It was the first time he'd ever said such a thing to Conor. But he knew all too well that on the feet, Conor was no match for Lin Yu. A minute later, the second round began. Adder deliberately slowed his pace to buy Conor more rest time. The entire crowd was on their feet. No one could sit through this championship fight. The bell rang. The crowd erupted in cheers. Even before the fighters engaged, the roar was unending. Conor hesitated to advance, so Lin Yu threw 2 probing jabs. The jab was dodged by Conor. Lin Yu followed with a low kick to the right leg. Smack. It was a faint high, a real strike low. Then came a switch kick. It looked like a low kick, but instantly turned into a high kick. Conor raised his elbows to block. Bang. He blocked it. But the sheer force still knocked him 2 steps sideways. Andre shouted, "Now." Lin Yu accelerated instantly. He dipped low as if to shoot for a takedown. Connor immediately dropped his weight to defend. The next second, Lin Yu's footwork was magical like a butterfly flitting through flowers. He circled directly behind Connor, locking his hands around Connor's waist. Clasped tight, Connor tried to throw an elbow backward. Lin Yu dodged easily then exploded with power. He unleashed force in an instant. Connor, who had just thrown the elbow, had no time to react. He only felt a massive force from his waist, and then his entire body was lifted into the air. Lin Yu locked onto Connor's waist and yanked upward violently. He took a step and drove the power from his hips. His entire upper body muscles bulged and rippled. All the power in his body surged into his arms. Then, he slammed forward. Connor's body went off balance, tilting as he was about to crash down. But at that moment Lin Yu suddenly pushed off the ground. He leaped. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he flew toward the falling Connor. His body was as light as a feather. He bounced off the ground, exploding into a stride mid-air. His entire body stretched to its fullest. When Lin Yu's forward-moving body reached its highest point, his left fist shot out. A flash of cold light arrived first. Then the spear struck like a dragon. The heavy punch hurtled straight for Connor's face. Connor, who was being forced to the ground, sensed the danger. He tried to defend, hastily raising his hands to block. But the next second, the punch had already landed. Bang! Blood sprayed. The Superman punch. Bang! A thunderous impact. Conor McGregor felt a colossal force smash into the left side of his face, as if a sledgehammer had been swung with brutal precision. His face contorted violently under the sheer force, twisted beyond recognition. A surge of electricity shot through his body, his hands going numb before losing all sensation. The proud Irishman crashed to the ground like a severed kite, his dignity and confidence shattered in that instant. Lawrence was so shocked he tore his headset clean off. Dana White stumbled backward, nearly toppling into the audience behind him. Emiram clutched his head in disbelief while the Chinese commentator erupted in a frenzy. The entire crowd rose to their feet. Hands on heads, jaws dropped, fists pounding chests, and primal roars unleashed as raw passion engulfed the arena. Lin Yu's strike had sent the crowd into a frenzy and blown up the global livestream. He stood with arms crossed looking down at Conan lying on the canvas. The Chinese young man raised his chin slightly, celebrating with unrivaled arrogance, his eyes devoid of all rivals. Not merely young and reckless, but a champion who ruled supreme. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fantastic. The best. The one. The only. Unparalleled. A true prodigy, heaven's favored son. UFC's chosen one. In his first title defense, he knocked out the unstoppable Conor McGregor. Another signature KO finish. He never gives his opponents a chance to resist. Conor McGregor, with 4 wins in 4 fights, couldn't even last the first round. The king of the featherweight division for a decade, Jose Aldo, didn't survive a single round against him. The terrifying human howitzer Holloway also fell in the second round. The proud Brazilian son Oliveira couldn't make it past 2 rounds either. Is there no one who can survive 2 rounds against him? Lawrence had lost his mind, unable to contain the question burning inside him. Live streams across the globe had exploded with chaos. The barrage of comments flew faster than a young man's first encounter with adult content. I'll say it again, this guy is the true king of fighting. He completely dominates the featherweight division. It's strange. Plenty of stars have defended their titles once, or even twice, but those guys look like ants compared to Lin. This is the first fighter who defended his belt only once, and I already feel he's invincible. What's there to think about the P4P rankings? Move this guy up. Sure, he fights at featherweight, but he's just too strong. Dana White looked at the roaring crowd around him, the chants of Crimson Dragon ringing in his ears. A barrage of notifications buzzed from his earpiece. Boss Brazil reports record-breaking viewership. Boss PPV sales are exploding, flying off the shelves. It's only been minutes, and we've already shattered the previous hourly sales record. Boss. Dana White switched off his earpiece, taking deep breaths to steady himself. He needed a moment to compose himself. Lawrence, microphone in hand, rushed into the octagon. Conor lay motionless on the floor. Khabib and the others had already vaulted over the cage, sprinting toward their fallen comrade. Adder also hurried in to check Conor's condition. He rushed over, kneeling beside Conan and gently turning him over. Conor was semi-conscious. My arm is hurt, he said. I know. It's all right, we'll take care of it. Every screen in the arena was replaying Lin Yu's Superman flying knee strike. Lin Yu had launched himself into the air, soaring forward like a flying Superman, channeling his entire momentum into his left fist. It was a textbook strike, a point converging into devastating force. Like a needle-piercing glass where a hammer would fail, his precision broke through all defenses. As the replay began, Lawrence was stunned, speechless. Ladies and gentlemen, don't blink. This is 10x slow motion. Khabib looked up as well. In the video, Lin Yu accelerated, instantly flying toward the falling Conor, then leaping into the air and delivering a perfect strike to his face at the apex. Only with absolute confidence and power core speed and timing, flawlessly combined, could such a century-defining strike be delivered. No UFC fan had ever witnessed anything like it. Khabib and Romero celebrated wildly with their brother while Lawrence handed over the microphone. Lynn, congratulations on successfully defending your featherweight title. A terrifying strike, a perfect explosive KO. That's your signature style. Will you keep fighting like this in the UFC? Lynn, you took the mic. I don't understand your question. You all talk about my explosive KOs, my phenomenal finishes, my history-making performances. But hell, look at me now. I can fight Holloway right now than Oliveira. The moment those words left his mouth, the arena exploded. Ha ha ha. Lawrence laughed in disbelief, questioning whether he'd heard correctly. Dana White laughed so hard tears streamed down his face. Khabib was dumbfounded and Romero turned to look at Lin Yu, knowing his brother was bold. But he never imagined Lin Yu could be this bold. The live stream audience was going insane. Lin, I'll transfer you $50. Take back those words and let me say them. I always knew this guy was cocky, but not this cocky. He's the cockiest, the flashiest, the most handsome, the biggest trash talker, and the most capable fighter, period. After this fight, I wonder how many people want a piece of him. Fight this guy, and you're set for life. As if he'd heard that comment, Lin Yu continued, his boldest words yet to come. I'm fed up with these guys. They beat some nobodies, and then call me out saying they'll show me what real fighting is. And what happens? Not one of them lasts more than 2 rounds. Honestly, my training is way tougher than this. Andre and the others burst into laughter, with Barnett doubling over. The crowd around the Octagon stared at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with nothing but worship. I was just playing with you all, and you actually started taking yourselves seriously. Lin Yu raised the championship belt high above his head, his face radiating pure arrogance. His voice, loud and defiant, echoed across the globe. Everyone witnessed this. Bow down. What you see now is not just me. What you're witnessing is the beginning of an era. An era that belongs only to me. UFC official, the Century Battle of Dragon Cannon breaks PPV sales records. Expected to reach 2.8 million copies. China Daily, the light of China. The light of combat. Lin Yu successfully defends his featherweight championship. The Century Battle, Lin Yu, as the victor, is projected to earn up to 20 million. Major headlines swept across the trending lists. In over 60 countries worldwide, trending searches were dominated by Lin Yu. As he walked through the Octagon exit, countless spectators on both sides raised their hands in worship, revering him as a deity. Returning to the locker room with the championship belt, Dana White and Lawrence stood on either side behind him. Countless journalists flooded into the mixed zone, vying for even a single opportunity to interview Lin Yu. At that moment, Dana White nodded to Lawrence, entrusting the scene to his control, and turned to head to his office. Barnett was already waiting there. Just moments ago, Barnett had proposed an idea that left Dana White utterly astonished. But if Barnett's proposal could be realized, Dana White dared not imagine the heights Lin Yu's status might reach. Upon reaching the office, Dana White laid out the plan he had hastily devised on the way. Here's the situation, Barnett. If he can win his second title defense, suppose he can defend the championship once more within 3 months. I'll allow him to retain the featherweight belt while moving up to lightweight and directly grant him a lightweight title eliminator. If he wins that, I'll give him the chance to challenge the lightweight champion Alvarez. The former lightweight champion Anjos had just lost his title defense against the new American champion Alvarez. Dana White believed this was the greatest concession he could make, but Barnett's response was a screw you. My fighter, my Lin, he must fight directly for the lightweight championship. I don't give a damn about your so-called rules. Hey, watch your language, Barnett. I'm trying to negotiate with you in good faith. I told you the pressure from outside is immense. Dana White's temper flared as well. The two rose to their feet, glaring at each other. Just then an assistant entered the meeting room with gold medal journalists from Sky Sports and World Fighting Report. What's going on? The assistant asked, puzzled. Dana White and Barnett instantly shook hands, turned to embrace each other, and smiled at the cameras. Nothing, we were just chatting. Yeah, we're having a great conversation. Nothing's happening here. Barnett lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. I said just let him fight for the title directly. No way. Direct title fight. Not a chance. The gold medal journalist Raymond asked, puzzled. What are you two big shots whispering about? Barnett waved his hand. Nothing. I said I'm going to his place for dinner tonight. Dana White quickly nodded. That's right, my wife will treat him well. Yeah, I absolutely love his wife. After the photos were taken, the journalist and assistant left. Barnett instantly released the handshake with Dana White. Dana White, do you want to make money? Dana White nodded. Of course, who doesn't want to make money? If you want to make money, you have to break the rules. Following the routine, do you really think that will make money? The UFC has never had a double champion in its history. Use your brain. Think carefully. If Lin Yu takes down Alvarez in one go at lightweight, holding 2 championship belts, how much would his value skyrocket? You can then ride the momentum and arrange a crossover mega fight with those professional boxing guys. Pacquiao or Mayweather. I don't care who, but win or lose a crossover boxing match will exponentially boost the UFC's value and skyrocket Lin Yu's worth. It might even propel him onto the Forbes World Billionaires list. Barnett's tone was pure ambition. After that he returns to the UFC and continues to challenge. I promise you his targets won't stop at lightweight. He is a truly epic-making figure. Dana White. Barnett's words left Dana White stunned for a long time. You mean after lightweight he wants to fight Mayweather? Barnett nodded. After Mayweather, he wants to move up again and challenge for the Triple Crown. Barnett nodded once more. Dana White suddenly fell into a strange calm. So he's a lunatic, right? Barnett smiled. I've never doubted that. Dana White could hardly believe it. This was mixed martial arts. Every weight class jump is a leap across a chasm, while the move from featherweight to lightweight might not be too drastic. The jump from lightweight to welterweight is a true transition. From 73 kilograms to 77. 1 kilogram. A difference of over 10 pounds. This 10+ pounds of muscle difference could destroy a champion who was thriving in lightweight. But if Lin Yu could actually achieve all this, Dana White didn't dare imagine how wildly popular Lin Yu and the UFC would become. After a long pause, Dana White finally spoke. Barnett was lighting his third cigar. The sound broke the dead silence. All right, but I need a reason. A reason that justifies him directly challenging for the lightweight title. Barnett's eyes shone through the smoke, staring intently at Dana White. I'll give you that reason. But before I use it, you need to give him a suitable opponent for his second title defense. That guy should be handsome, highly popular, with a beautiful fighting style and excellent striking. Hearing this, Dana White's mind immediately settled on one answer. I have a natural candidate. Who? Barnett already knew the answer in his heart. The only current winning streak fighter in the featherweight division. The Diamond. Dustin Poirier. Washington Post. The terrifying shadowless Red Dragon title defense dazes Conor McGregor. New York Daily. Knockout sensation strikes again. Superhuman shadowless Red Dragon smashes doubts. World Fighting Forum. UFC spectators generally agree that after this bout Lin Yu has no rivals in the featherweight division. UFC official. UFC officially announces Diamond Poirier as the new title challenger. Barnett and Dana White had just finalized Lin Yu's next fight, and Lin Yu had already finished his interviews. Carol and Carly flanked Lin Yu on either side. Andre and the others continuously blocked the frenzied fans and the obsessed reporters. Lin, please marry me. I can cook Chinese food, I'll do anything for you. John Gray intercepted the crazed female fan and deftly slipped his own business card into her pocket. Lin is very busy, but you can contact me. I love Chinese food. The female spectator pulled out the card and examined it closely. There's no Lin's number on it. What's this for? And if you love Chinese food, just go to a Shaw County snack shop and order a duck leg rice. Gray, why is it always me who gets hurt? The arena had gone wild. Even Dana White was losing control, shoved around by the passionate fans. Calm down, folks, calm down. Let Lin rest, he's too tired. Too tired. Dana, don't talk nonsense. He only fought for a few minutes. What even a few minutes can tire him out? If he's really tired, he can take me back to his mansion. I'd be happy to give him a massage. Carol instantly reacted, someone trying to steal my job. Dame. After this battle, Lin Yu's popularity had skyrocketed beyond description. Lin Yu's personal social media followers surged toward 5 million. After finally squeezing out of the exit and getting into the Rolls-Royce, Lin Yu rolled down the window to wave goodbye to the fans. Khabib sat in the passenger seat, Romero beside Lin Yu. Carly and Carol got into another car. Barnett was invited to dinner at Dana White's house, though his message read, if I don't return safely after this dinner, Lin, remember, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Lin Yu replied, don't wish me that. Just leave me your inheritance. Barnett replied with a meme. It was a little white figure vomiting blood frantically. Lin Yu chuckled, this old guy sure knows his memes. Lin. Romero suddenly spoke, his tone different from usual. What's wrong? Lin Yu sensed something amiss. There's something I don't know if I should say. The atmosphere in the car instantly dropped to freezing point. Khabib turned from the passenger seat. It's nothing. Romero's grandpa and grandma are breaking up, and he wants you to mediate. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu slapped his thigh and laughed. Romero silently flipped him off. I'm fighting for the CWFC title soon. If I win, I'll enter the UFC. But that guy is tough. Can you come with me? After speaking, Romero didn't even dare to look at Lin Yu. Though they were close brothers, Romero felt his bond with Lin Yu wasn't as tight as Khabib's. After all, he had met Lin Yu later. Plus, Lin Yu was now a superstar with massive popularity. That's it. Lin Yu smiled. No problem, but you have to promise me. You'll win the title. Romero nodded emotionally. Don't worry, I'll win the title. After all, that guy is Conor's underling. Lin Yu was stunned. Who's underling? A week later, in a luxury mansion, CWFC middleweight champion Matthews sat with Conor. Great with you here to back me up, taking down Romero is a sure thing. Once I join the UFC, I'll team up with you. Just as they were about to celebrate prematurely, suddenly, Matthews thought of something. But boss, isn't Romero's brother Lin? Relax, that guy is a champion, now his popularity is soaring. Conor lit a cigar. Young guys like that get full of themselves. Would he really come to support Romero? Connor said with full confidence, impossible. If he shows up for Romero, I'll eat my own shit. His voice echoed through the empty hall of the mansion. The lights began to flicker. Hum, hum, hum. The hands of the clock spun rapidly until they pointed to 7 o'clock. September 23, 2015, 7:07 p.m. CWFC middleweight title fight. The live camera panned to Dana White, sitting outside the Octagon. He held a contract, but only one contract. It would belong only to the victor. Lights flashed, cheers reverberated. Matthews made his grand entrance. Connor walked beside him, raising the champion's belt for his brother. The crowd went wild. Oh my God, he actually got Connor to back him up. It's Conor McGregor. He's sure to win. Who can outshine Connor in presence? How can Romero possibly win? Near the entrance tunnel, a young man in black shouted, Connor, even though you lost to Lynn, in my eyes, you're better than him. I'll always support you. Matthews was ecstatic. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He raised his arms and roared, I am the champion. The arena was set ablaze. Then, challenger Romero made his entrance. The audience had been seated until they saw the guy Romero had his arm around. That arrogant, unyielding demeanor. Oh my God. Lynn. Is that Lynn? It's Lynn. The entire crowd instantly rose to their feet. They craned their necks to catch a glimpse of Lynn. Romero brought the shadowless red dragon Lynn to back him up. The young man in black immediately shouted, Lynn. To hell with Connor. I only support you. Connor's face turned green. What the hell? He's hunting me, huh? He said to his brother, it's okay. Beat him. Use leg kicks. I believe in you. 3 minutes later. Boom. A near-perfect high kick. Using leg kicks, Romero knocked out Nicholas Dalby with a high kick. The whole arena erupted. Lin Yu rushed into the octagon, embracing his brother in laughter and celebration. Khabib waved a towel. Dana White held up the contract. Now is the moment. Right now. The UFC will sign another new middleweight champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the new middleweight champion. The God Warrior. Romero. Romero hoisted the champion's belt over his shoulder, tears streaming down his face. Thank you to my brother and mentor Lin. Lin, I did it. I've always dreamed of becoming a champion just like you. I did it. With his arms around his brothers Lin Yu and Khabib, Romero faced the live camera and roared to the heavens. Okay at me now. Mom, I told you. I told you. The champion belongs to the nobodies. Romero hugged Lin Yu. He was battered and bruised, but wore a smile that only a champion could. Lin, for your next fight against Diamond, I'll carry your belt and be your corner man. Khabib immediately chimed in. Then I'll carry your towel and bucket. The two completely ignored the murderous glares from Andre and John Gray. There's only that much work, and you two big-name fighters want to steal it from us little coaches. Lin Yu couldn't suppress his grin. The scene of his own entrance had already formed in his mind. New middleweight champion Romero carrying his belt. The ultra-popular undefeated prodigy the Eagle carrying his towel and bucket. What the hell is a superstar's grand entrance? Romero grabbed the microphone again and shouted to the skies. Everyone look forward to it. When my brother defeats Diamond and moves up to lightweight. When my good brother Khabib challenges the featherweight title. When I go on a winning streak in the welterweight division and claim the belt. The three of us will be the strongest team in the world. There's no equal. So I trained you hard for 5 months, and you say this guy is your master while I'm just your coach. Mike Brown said, arms crossed, sitting at an angle facing Romero. Romero reached out to poke Brown, who dodged with a nimble twitch. Lin Yu was already petrified beside them. You two, a 6'2" giant. Nearly 200 pounds. Dare to pull this stunt in front of me again. I'll fucking. Lin Yu was also somewhat surprised that Romero would directly call him master. But Lin Yu had no objections. Having a God Warrior as his disciple would certainly be a point of pride. The next morning, Romero was too excited to sleep. He opened social media. After winning the championship, he should be trending. Until he saw his name at number 12 on the trending list. And the 11th trending topic was called Absolute Shadow Dragon King. Romero curiously clicked on it. The image in the post was unmistakably Lin Yu. The post read, the dream lover of hundreds of millions of girls. On countless streets, enchanting beauties lay asleep, yearning to spend a night of bliss with him. The killer of young wives, the number 1 on the This Brute Must Die list. Men call him the ultimate assassin, women call him the ravishing handsome man. Lin. While Romero roared with jealousy, the absolute Shadow Dragon King was wandering through a Brazilian favela. The favela was called City of God. Any ordinary person, Brazilian or not, thinking of entering the City of God should first gauge how thick their health bar is. The relationships between gangs here were as intricate as a female host's social network. There might not be 6 or 8 group chats, but there would be 8 or 10 gangs. But at this moment inside the City of God, 2 top-tier beauties clad in black stockings and sky-high heels with exquisite makeup followed slowly behind a figure. None of the passers-by dared to look directly at them. Welcome to Brazil, my friend. The voice was somewhat sharp. The man's cheeks were gaunt with no trace of flesh. His slightly slender frame wouldn't make you think he was a fighter. But in Brazil, Oliveira was revered as a god. Lin Yu stood beside Oliveira. He had been invited as a guest. In the Brazilian favela, Oliveira had thrown a party. Carol and Carly flanked Lin Yu left and right, while Khabib and Romero sampled the local delicacies. This fried chicken looks good, give me a piece. Romero bought a bag of fried chicken. Oliveira happened to turn and see this, quickly speaking up. That might not be chicken, Romero. Are you sure you want to eat it? Khabib asked in confusion, what meat is it? It says chicken on the package. You know this is a favela? There aren't many home-raised chickens, but you can find rats everywhere in the sewers. Romero, son of the beach. Lin Yu slapped his thigh and laughed. As he raised his hand, a passerby on the right suddenly dropped to his knees. Lin Yu was stunned. Oliveira quickly stepped forward with a smile to help the man up. Go on, he won't hit you. Lin Yu pointed at himself. Is my reputation in Brazil that bad? They think I would randomly slap a passerby. Oliveira nodded. Almost everyone in Brazil knows you. They say you're the epitome of arrogance. Some have even portrayed you as the most conceited person in the world. They say you'd slap a random passerby for no reason other than fun. Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. Nonsense, all nonsense. He realized something was wrong. Someone was deliberately slandering him. Everyone. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu prepared to speak. Carol immediately started recording. Outside the Octagon, I never lay a hand on anyone. I've always said guys should build muscle for fitness. In today's society, violence doesn't solve problems. Staying fit, building muscle, improving your physique, and having the ability to defend yourself when it counts. That's the real meaning of exercise. So everyone, don't be fooled by my fierce image in the Octagon. That's all an act of performance. In daily life, I'm very gentle. Oliveira slung an arm around Lin Yu, laughing. The next time, don't play yourself, okay? The two walked along the muddy paths of the city of God. Everyone around, upon seeing Lin Yu, either cheered, applauded, or shouted his name. So you grew up in this kind of environment? Oliveira nodded. When I was a kid, I didn't know if I'd live to see the next night. I'd hear gunshots even as I fell asleep. So I'm grateful for everything I have now. Coincidentally, when I was little, my doctor also said I had a heart murmur. I could only sit in a wheelchair and couldn't walk normally. The two hit it off immediately. That evening, Oliveira's limousine drove them to the party venue. The scene was filled with South American elite guests. Everyone was gathered outside the party, waiting to welcome the guest of honor. When two figures appeared, Lin Yu and Oliveira slowly stepped out of the car and applause erupted around them. Then a figure in high heels and a stunning evening gown rushed toward Lin Yu without hesitation. Lin Yu looked closely. Why did she look familiar? Wait, Gisele Bündchen. The one called the goddess of modeling, who earned 450 per step at Victoria's Secret. Gisele Bündchen. Everyone around was stunned. My goodness, just to see Lin Yu, she ran so many steps. How much was all that worth? Gisele Bündchen sprinted all the way. The long legs under her slit dress were tantalizingly visible, like a willow smoke come to life. Oliveira opened his arms. My friend, long time no see. Lin. Gisele Bündchen brushed past Oliveira and leaped into Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu was stunned. Oliveira was petrified. Carol gritted her teeth. Carly clenched hers. Khabib and Romero swallowed hard. Have we met before, miss? Lin Yu smiled and gently released Gisele Bündchen. No, but I'm your super fan. I was at your very first match, the one where you knocked out Oliveira. Oliveira from the side. First of all, I didn't provoke anyone. I'm your super fan. My homepage avatar and background are all your photos. My personal signature is filled with your classic quotes. Lin Yu felt countless eyes on him. The burning, jealous gazes of the men and women around him could almost roast him alive. In Brazil, everyone knew Gisele Bündchen. Come on, let's head inside first. Oliveira helped Lin Yu out, sensing he was about to be swallowed by those stares. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. He lifted his head slightly, instantly deflecting those gazes. The male guests subconsciously lowered their eyes. For some reason, despite being worth hundreds of millions and raised in luxury, they felt their presence completely overshadowed by Lin Yu. They didn't even dare to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Wait. Gisele Bündchen suddenly noticed. Lin Yu's shoelace was untied. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, and recording in Khabib's phone, which he had intended to capture a beautiful moment for his social media post. Gisele Bündchen held her chest with her left hand to avoid any wardrobe malfunction. Then she knelt in front of Lin Yu. With her right hand, she deftly tied his shoelace with a single hand. Cancel it. Carol whispered urgently. The next second, Khabib's hand slipped from Carol's scare. Ding. Sent successfully. The little eagle quickly clicked delete. He knew exactly who Gisele Bündchen was. But what Khabib hated was that he himself had gained some fame now. As a featherweight winning street fighter, his personal account followers had grown significantly. Moreover, being Lin Yu's close brother with Lin Yu's massive exposure, Khabib naturally enjoyed the traffic dividend. His personal follower count had long exceeded 1 million. Therefore, even though he deleted the video within a mere 5 seconds and confidently locked the phone screen and put it into his pocket, yet soon the video spread across the internet. Those quick-eyed fans saved the video through Khabib's social account. Then numerous netizens posted the video and tagged Khabib. They thoughtfully indicated the source of the video. The hottest video saw its likes surpass 3,000 within just 5 minutes. The comment section was extremely heated. Brother, stop watching. Gisele Bündchen worth $4,500 per step, wearing an evening gown worth millions of pounds still spared a hand to tie Lin Yu's shoelaces. But she only replies to you with 2 words 8 hours after you send a message. I won't let you say that about her. She replied to me in 7 hours last time. She's different from Gisele Bündchen. I can't even tell what kind of status this is. Even the Brazilian president has to show her 3 parts of respect, yet she ties Lin Yu's shoelaces. God, I can grant you one wish. The wisher, make me a man like Lin Yu. God, you ask too much. That's my wish too. At this moment, Khabib was still complacent about his quick deletion. Lin Yu was enjoying a party with Oliveira. The Shadow Red Dragon team was completely unaware that the whole internet was exploding because of this video. The only one who saw the video was Barnett, who had not accompanied Lin Yu to Brazil. He was at ATT preparing Lin Yu's next title fight, until Dana White called Barnett. Barnett, something big has happened. Check your phone. The whole internet is going crazy over the video of Gisele Bündchen tying Lin's shoelaces. Aren't you going to handle it? That's Gisele Bündchen. If this video's heat keeps rising, the consequences. Barnett's left hand did not hang up on Dana White's call. Then he used his right hand to pick up another work phone. He dialed. Hello. Carol is busy as she didn't reply to my message. You invest 5,000 euros first. Yes, buy traffic for that video. I want to see that video hit #1 on the hot search list in an hour. Dana White on the left hand, bro, not cool. This was a golden opportunity to further boost Lin Yu's popularity and even shape his future endorsement image. Barnett had already planned it. After all, it was Khabib who posted the wrong video. At worst, he could have Khabib apologize. That guy had freeloaded so many meals off him. Why not sacrifice a little for Lin Yu? He'd eaten so many of my barbecue ribs. For Lin Yu, why not roast him over the fire a bit? At that moment, Khabib was savoring delicious grilled beef ribs. When it comes to barbecue, you have to go to Brazil. It's authentic. That old English barbecue, especially the place Barnett loves most, isn't half as good as this. After eating this barbecue, I'd do anything. Thereafter, Lin Yu stayed in Brazil. He came not only to attend the party, but also to merge with Oliveira's team and begin training. Oliveira imparted almost everything, sharing his jiu-jitsu techniques with Lin Yu. Lin Yu also helped Oliveira improve his head defense. Every time the ground shook, Lin Yu could feel Oliveira's excellence. His anaconda choke seemed to coil around his body. It was truly hard to escape. Every time they grappled, sweat slid down their cheeks, and Lin Yu couldn't wipe it away with his hands. Tears rolled down the lashes of his left eye, light refracted through the sweat into Lin Yu's eyes, blooming like diamond-like refracted brilliance. As the light faded, Diamond Dustin was walking toward the Octagon amid cheers. Global live streams went live simultaneously with time and weight class displayed in the top left corner. January 12, 2016. UFC 180 featherweight main event. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the challenger for the title. Diamond Dustin Poirier. Diamond entered first. Lin Yu was last in the backstage. At the tunnel entrance, over 3,000 spectators all stood up. Madison Square Garden was already ignited. Bruce continued to roar. Please stand up. Welcome, the great prodigy. This time the entire audience joined Bruce in shouting. The Red Dragon. Shadow Red Dragon. The song The King began to play. Romero raised the belt high. Khabib carried the towel bucket, and the coaching team followed behind Lin Yu. Stepping into the octagon, Lin Yu nodded at Diamond. In the system interface, ground techniques were flashing. After 3 months of preparation, his ground skill had risen to 81.9. Referee Herb Dean entered the octagon. Both fighters were pressed against their respective cage walls, waiting for the fight to begin. At that moment, Dustin Poirier suddenly made a gesture. In front of hundreds of millions of viewers, he pointed his index finger at the floor of the octagon. This meant he wanted to directly exchange strikes with Lin Yu. Both stood in the center of the octagon, standing and trading blows. Neither would take a step back, until one was knocked down. The live camera immediately gave a close-up of Diamond. Lawrence was stunned. Did I see wrong, or did Diamond Dustin really make that gesture? Other fighters might not be sure, but this is Diamond Dustin Poirier. Making such a gesture means he would rather die than retreat a step. But his opponent is Lin, not Conor. Hasn't he heard of the name Hell Red Dragon? Dana White was dumbfounded. Lawrence's voice trembled. Even the referee in the cage was stunned. He didn't even have them stand in the center of the octagon first, because he knew it was too redundant. He stood directly in the center of the octagon. With one hand, he swung downward. Fight! The two superstars standing on opposite sides moved simultaneously. They moved toward each other. Two invisible currents of gunpowder clashed and spread. All spectators stood up. Enduring cheers had already erupted. All 3 judges at ringside stood up. They put on noise-canceling headphones. Focusing intently, they stared at the octagon. They feared missing any scoring strike that followed. The legendary warrior advanced toward his opponent. Both fists gradually raised. Peak standing. The clash of strikes. ignited, walking toward Diamond. Lin Yu's lips curled upward. This was the first opponent who dared to make a striking gesture toward him. Since that's the case, let me show you my true peak form. Full power Lin takes the stage. Oh my god. All the audience members have risen to their feet. Even the referees are on their feet. The moment Lawrence finished speaking, the two fighters had already entered the center of the octagon. Diamond threw a hook instantly. Lin Yu bent at the waist to evade his movements, light and graceful. He countered immediately. Thud. Hit the abdomen. Diamond endured the pain and continued throwing hooks. A brilliant counterattack. Lin Yu instantly arched his back. His right foot shifted sideways by a step. He did not retreat. His left leg remained planted. His body resembled a vertically positioned spring fixed firmly at its base. His upper body instantly bent to the right. After evading a punch, he snapped back instantly. Then Lin Yu struck again with his left. Diamond bent down to dodge and immediately followed up with consecutive hooks. A world-class counter. Lin Yu's pupils contracted instantly. He tilted his head back and retreated, evading the hook in an instant. The next moment, Lin Yu raised his elbow. The shark bite elbow strike. Thud. Struck the shoulder. Diamond had nowhere to hide and could only sacrifice his tail to save himself. He used his shoulder to absorb the elbow that was meant for his left cheek. The excruciating pain made his left hand temporarily unable to rise. But his right hand swung at Lin Yu again. In just a few seconds, both fighters threw punches so fast they created afterimages. Their strikes carved through the air like sword chi. The cheers from the crowd burst through the arena. Everyone stood dumbfounded, their attention entirely fixed on the two fighters. Every punch thrown by either of them sent ripples through the nerves of hundreds of millions of viewers. The sound of breaking air rang out continuously. These warriors fighting for their lives shed sweat in the brutal octagon on the path to legend. Bang bang. Lin Yu's combination landed his lead jab, striking home, followed by a rear hand hook. Diamond dodged. Before the rear hand could connect, Lin Yu countered. He instantly bent forward, then switched to a left hook. Thud. Another hit to the abdomen. Diamond leaned back, clutching his stomach. He nearly staggered back a step, but his other leg remained planted. An opportunity. Lin Yu pursued, throwing a straight punch toward the face. Diamond blocked with his right hand, and his left leg, which had just retreated a step, exerted force. He pushed off the ground, driving his body into a half rotation. His left fist rose against the wind. A powerful hook counter. The force of the punch was so great it whistled through the air. He was determined to land this strike. Thud. Still a dull sound. Lin Yu, who had just thrown a straight punch with his right hand, retracted his right fist in the blink of an eye. He instantly blocked against the right side of his cheek. Absolute defense. How the hell did he block that? Diamond's coach went wild. Wow. Worthy of being called a god. The audience could not contain their astonishment. Barnett's palms were drenched in sweat. Although he had absolute confidence in Lin Yu, this kind of exchange was something he had never seen before. At this point, only 10 seconds had passed in the match. Yet everyone felt as though a century had elapsed. The three ring judges were already dizzy from watching. After the instant block, Lin Yu felt a surge of fury burning within his dantian. Adrenaline surged. Against all odds, Lin Yu suddenly came to a complete stop. As sudden as lightning and rain. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds. He instantly dropped his shoulder. In a flash, he crouched slightly. Who? As Lin Yu exhaled, he evaded the jab. Who? He followed up with a roll. Divine level continuous evasion within 1 second. Diamond's two punches missed entirely. His momentum only paused for 0.1 seconds. But that single pause, like a lion king stalking its prey, Lin Yu pushed off with his left leg, generating instant power. His waist twisted. All his body strength surged upward from the left sole along the left leg through the lumbar joints and converged in his left arm, concentrated into one point. His left fist. The hellish left hook. Bang. It connected. Diamond suddenly tasted blood in his mouth. His right cheek instantly went numb. His vision turned black. All his muscles lost control. His brain center was shaken to the core. His center of gravity immediately shifted to the left, dragging his body crashing to the ground. Bang. Dustin Primordial, the master of striking, the reigning king of stand-up fighting, fell to the canvas with a thunderous impact. And from beginning to end, Lin Yu had not retreated a single step. Having knocked down Diamond, he spread his legs apart, the distance matching the width of his shoulders. Hands on his hips, he stood sideways, facing the fallen Dustin Primordial. He tilted his head back, slightly celebrating with domineering confidence. Full of arrogance. Over 3,000 audience members dropped their jaws in shock. Hundreds of millions of viewers were stunned, speechless. Lawrence flipped over the commentary desk. Dana's face flushed red, alternating between shock and applause. Countless live streams instantly exploded. Oh my god. Oh my god. They exchanged punches for a full 15 seconds. Shadow Red Dragon scores another knockout. This guy is definitely not human. This guy is definitely not human. He cannot possibly belong to the human race. Full of spirit. Youthfully arrogant. Lin Yu wins again. An epic 6-fight winning streak. The Chinese commentator's voice had already grown hoarse. Dustin Primordial, although he only lasted 15 seconds. He is the first man to exchange punches with Lin Yu for 15 seconds. In those 15 seconds they threw punches frantically. I couldn't even count how many strikes were thrown. But please watch this performance. Every punch they threw was not just about sweat and dignity. It was their roar against life. Their bellow against adversity. Their rebellion against fate. This is combat. How can you not love combat? Wang Yanba had gone completely mad. These words seemed to burst from his mouth uncontrollably. He did not know why he was saying such things, but he knew one thing: every fiber of his being was surging with passion. He had to stand. He had to shout. He had to cheer for Lin Yu's magnificent performance for the most epic exchange in combat sports history. Lawrence stood right in front of the commentary desk. Bruce stood beside him. Both their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Audience friends, please look behind me. All the spectators in the arena have risen to their feet. I do not know what words to use to describe my feelings at this moment, but I believe Lin Yu has completely showcased the essence of combat in those 15 seconds. This is true combat, every punch landing with full force. Having absolute confidence in oneself, never yielding to the opponent under any circumstances, fighting until the very last second, until knocked to the ground. Do you think Diamond falling means he has failed? No, I only see a resilient warrior. Beside him, Bruce ran his fingers through his silver hair. He kept brushing his hair back as if trying to clear his thoughts. My mind is in complete disarray right now, audience friends. But I promise you this is absolutely the most spectacular UFC matchup I have ever witnessed. They only fought for 15 seconds, yet it felt like an eternity. My mind is still replaying their 15-second exchange. Every frame should be blurry, yet it is incredibly clear. It should be clear, yet I cannot fully comprehend it. Like tidal waves echoing. Like sounds reverberating in a valley. Endlessly. Audience friends, welcome to the pinnacle hall of combat sports. This is mixed martial arts. After the celebration, Lin Yu turned and walked toward Diamond. Diamond had mostly recovered his senses and was sitting half upright resting. The coaching team was tense, for they had all heard of Lin Yu's reputation. That man, the epitome of arrogance. They feared he might do something to Diamond. Lin, calm down. Lawrence reminded from the side. Lin, come get the championship belt. Dana White tensed up instantly. Lin Yu paid no attention and walked straight toward Diamond. Then a hand extended before Diamond. Dustin paused slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached out. Two powerful arms clasped tightly together. Lin Yu exerted force and pulled Diamond up from the ground. The two embraced. Those around, including Dana White, who had been somewhat tense, immediately smiled and nodded, applauding them. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. From start to finish, you never said a single provocative word to me. You are the first man who dared to seek an exchange of blows with me. I respect you, brother. You are a true hard man. Lin Yu spoke into Diamond's ear. These words spread across the globe through the live broadcast close-up. The audience heard every word clearly, and the cheers rang out unceasingly. Diamond took the microphone from Lawrence. Hey, a loser also has the right to speak. Lawrence immediately laughed heartily and handed over the microphone with both hands. The audience was ignited by Diamond's humor. Diamond wrapped his right arm around Lin Yu, holding the microphone in his left hand. The voice of a hard man rang out. They call me Diamond, so I think that the most dazzling brilliance of a diamond burst forth in these 15 seconds. This guy is a true badass, a true genius. To have exchanged blows with him for 15 seconds is my honor, and I will be proud of it for the rest of my life. It was a genuine tribute. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, patted Diamond's chest, sharing some of the glory with him. Amid the cheers of the entire crowd, Dustin Poirier exited first. Dana White stepped forward and fastened the championship belt around Lin Yu's waist. Applause erupted. All the spectators rose to their feet and cheered. Lin Yu took the microphone. All right, now I have defended the featherweight championship belt twice. There are no more winning streaks here, and I don't want to waste any more time in this weight class. Diamond said he would go to the lightweight division to make his mark. So will I. I will keep this featherweight championship belt, and within 3 months I will challenge the lightweight champion Alvarez. Lin Yu's inexplicable audacity surged again. Alvarez. They all say you are a hard man, the king of the lightweight division. But in my eyes you are merely a stepping stone. Once I become the first double champion in history, you should be grateful that you became my next opponent. Because I will make you the most successful loser in history. No one else. The atmosphere reached a boiling point. Lin Yu raised his arms high, reveling in the cheers. This was the moment he cherished most. But then a figure snatched the microphone from Bruce beside the octagon. You think you're worthy of being a double champion? In an instant, over 50 live broadcast cameras, 30,000 spectators, and everyone inside the octagon all turned to look at that figure. The WBC welterweight champion, the WBA welterweight champion, the historic double champion of professional boxing, the undefeated record holder in the boxing world, codenamed TB, Floyd Mayweather. Seeing Mayweather rise to challenge, the audience cheered until their voices were hoarse. This great battle still had a sweet aftertaste. Lin Yu saw Mayweather and immediately turned to look at Barnett. The latter smiled and nodded. One day earlier, Barnett learned that Mayweather would attend the match in person. I know what this guy is thinking. From the early pretty boy to now being nicknamed Money by the audience, Mayweather's strength remains formidable, but his purpose has shifted. He wants to make more money. Barnett understood Mayweather well. Mayweather saw a business opportunity. Therefore, the night before, Barnett came to Lin Yu's garden. Lin Yu was watching Khabib eat barbecue. Mayweather will definitely use this to hype himself up. Once the heat builds, he'll deliberately act aloof, not issuing a challenge until we beg him. This guy has the unique pride of a professional boxer. His status in the professional boxing world is too high. He is too beloved by those top-tier elites, people whom even Dana White doesn't want to provoke. Plus, with his 2 championship belts, he thinks he'll be in that position. Lin Yu nodded. Barnett was right. Given the current situation, the arrogant Mayweather would surely use his 2 boxing world championship belts to pressure him, seeking to dominate in contract splits and every other aspect. In short, Lin Yu's current popularity was high, but not yet surpassing Mayweather's. That guy had already fought 49 matches and won 49 in a row. Lin Yu had only fought 6. Barnett smiled. But it's okay, I have a plan. Fighting Mayweather is inevitable, but there's no rush. Before that, there's another top boxing champion who can give you a billion-dollar fight. Barnett raised an eyebrow. It will make you a fortune, elevate your fame worldwide, and surpass Mayweather in popularity. And it will force Mayweather to lower his ugly head and actively seek a monumental showdown with you. 3 birds with 1 stone. A smile curled on Lin Yu's lips. He already understood what Barnett intended. That boxing champion was likely Mayweather's archrival, the world boxing champion Pacquiao. Once Lin Yu and Pacquiao raked in hundreds of millions of dollars through a crossover fight and became globally famous, Mayweather would be driven mad with envy. By then, Lin Yu would have the upper hand in terms of revenue, split momentum, and popularity. Back to the present moment. Countless reporters swarmed toward Mayweather. Mayweather, you call him a garbage champion. But I heard that after Lin becomes the UFC double champion, he might fight a crossover boxing match. That would be a sporting feast. A reporter in a black baseball cap, looking refined, spoke. It was Carrie, the golden journalist from Sky Sports. She was also part of Barnett's play. Mayweather grabbed the microphone and roared arrogantly into the live camera. I'm not going to fight some featherweight trash in a crossover boxing match. If you want a crossover fight with me, first win the lightweight championship. I'd rather have a match with Alvarez. That guy is a real hard man. As for that so-called Shadow Red Dragon, let him get lost. Lin Yu smiled. Just as Barnett had predicted. This guy pretended to want to fight Alvarez, but in reality, he wanted to force Lin Yu to beg for a match. That way he could take the upper hand, leveraging his long-standing popularity and 2 championship belts to secure a bigger split and more income. Lin Yu leaped up and flipped over the octagon. He stood on the edge of the cage looking down at Mayweather. Carrie naturally handed the microphone to Lin Yu. All the live cameras now focused on Lin Yu. To be honest, I don't even know what this guy is talking about. I am indeed going to fight a top boxing champion in a crossover match. But who said it was Mayweather? Carrie also spoke. My question was about Lin fighting a crossover boxing match. I never said it was against you. Mayweather paused, his face turning crimson. He looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. He knew exactly who Lin Yu was about to name. In today's boxing world, the only one worthy of such a match besides himself was that guy. Over the past 6 years, the historic Asian figure who had been endlessly discussed by boxing fans as his ultimate archrival. All the cameras were now on Lin Yu. Once I take down Alvarez, I've already arranged a monumental boxing match. My opponent is the WBO welterweight world champion, the man known as the king of grassroots rise, Manny Pacquiao. In a luxurious mansion in Asia, a robust man was savoring a watermelon. He lounged comfortably on the genuine leather sofa, watching the live broadcast of a major battle. Seeing his old rival Muiz wildly spouting insults, Pacquiao laughed joyfully. Look, he's always like this, Pacquiao said to his wife. But fortunately, it has nothing to do with me. Now Muiz can't scold me anymore. As Pacquiao finished speaking, Lin Yu spoke in the live broadcast. My opponent for the cross-border boxing match is Manny Pacquiao. Thud. The watermelon fell to the floor. Pacquiao froze. Wait, hold on. He searched for the remote to turn off the broadcast because his wife was right beside him. At that moment, Muiz had already started spraying spittle at the camera. What a Manny Pacquiao. That bitch. That trash. How does he deserve to fight in a cross-border boxing match? His wife silently handed the remote to Pacquiao. Still need it now. Pacquiao waved his hand. He had indeed received an invitation from Bay Knight and had basically confirmed the bout. But he hadn't expected Lin Yu to choose this moment to announce it. Yet undoubtedly announcing it now would generate the highest buzz. Lin Yu had already strode away, utterly indifferent to whatever Muiz said afterward. Because his tactical goal had been achieved. Muiz's face turned green with rage. As the dual champion of professional boxing, as the child of traffic. a globally renowned superstar. Muiz had never suffered such humiliation. Lin Yu was going to fight a joint boxing match with Pakuyo. How much money would those two make? The amount of money would naturally be calculated by well-known media. After this battle was officially announced, Pakuyo also reposted it to build momentum for the Great War. After all, he would eventually retire, and making more money before retirement was something no one would refuse. Moreover, throughout the history of combat and boxing, such a top-tier battle had never occurred. And this was exactly what countless audiences wanted to see. Lin Yu returned to the restroom and refused all interviews. He wanted to give the media time to ferment. Time to ferment the epic battle between himself and Pakuyo. Countless gold medal reporters immediately took out their laptops and began writing reports. They had to seize this wave of immense traffic. The UFC and WBO issued a joint statement. Both sides will host a super cross-border joint battle in 6 months. Both sides are confident that this will become the grandest event in the history of sports. The World Economic Daily. It is reported that once this grand event is confirmed, its potential commercial value will exceed $500 million. Pakuyo has confirmed that he will hold a joint cross-border battle with Lin Yu. It is reported that the two can rake in hundreds of millions of dollars from this fight. UFC lightweight champion Al-Awalizi has posted a message expressing his strong dissatisfaction. After the official announcement of the century joint battle between Lin Yu and Pakuyo, lightweight champion Al-Awalizi immediately posted. His trembling fingers made it difficult to type, so his beautiful assistant had to help him type by hand. Damn, where did this trash come from? If there's going to be a joint battle, it should be me and Pakuyo, not him. Muiz, I heard your call. We can have a cross-border fight. I accept your invitation. Muiz quickly replied under the post. The number of likes on the comment rapidly surged past 1,000, propelling it to the top of the comment section by countless boxing fans. Muiz, you actually took a joke seriously. What fight would I have with you? Get lost. Muiz was already furious, and being tagged by Al-Awalizi gave him an outlet for his anger. He only wanted to fight Lin Yu, because among the UFC fighters only this guy had the popularity and value to match his own. After this guy finishes with Pakuyo, I don't care what means you use, arrange a fight with him for me. Lainate Alibi, the CEO of Muiz promotion company, had made a fortune alongside Muiz. But Muiz, if we take the lead in organizing the fight, you won't be able to take the lion's share in the revenue split. At most we split it equally. So what if it's an equal split? Let me fight this guy? Damn it, I'll beat him to death in the ring. I'll smash his mouth. Muiz was nearly mad with rage. No one had ever dared to ignore him like this before. Lainate Alibi immediately contacted Baidona's team. Such an epic-making event always needed to be planned in advance. But before that, the world's attention was captivated by Lin Yu and Pakuyo. Besides Muiz, the one who couldn't accept it most was Al-Awalizi. He had finally fought his way to the lightweight championship, and his popularity was soaring. When he heard that Lin Yu could fight a cross-border boxing match with Pakuyo, he was almost green with envy. He knew how much money such a fight could make him. If he could fight in such about, the income would set him up for 10 lifetimes. Therefore, Al-Awalizi's team began to stir up hype online. If Al-Awalizi defeats Lin Yu, then it should be him, not that trash fighting Pakuyo. This guy always likes to shout wildly, pretending to be arrogant and disdainful, but we all know he's only fought in the featherweight division. If he's got the guts, move up in weight. If Lin Yu moves up, don't let him fight any title qualification match. Let him fight directly for the championship. Don't waste time. We only want to know who is the king of the lightweight division between Lin Yu and Al-Awalizi. Countless bots and Al-Awalizi's fans went on a rampage online, which sparked discontent among Lin Yu's fans. The two sides began a verbal war across the entire internet. The heat once shattered the trending lists of multiple countries. In just 24 hours, the four terms Lin Yu, Al-Awalizi, Pakuyo, and Muiz topped the global trending list in the top 4 spots. At 8 p.m. on January 3rd, Ubaynite knocked on Baidona's door. The mansion was preparing a self-service barbecue, and Lin Yu's team was invited to attend. Baidana first hugged Lin Yu and let Leolunsi guide him into the garden. Then he smiled at Baynite. The latter lit a cigar. Strange, seems like I forgot a lighter. Baidana immediately laughed and pulled out a lighter. Before fighting Zhuan, I said to let him directly fight for the lightweight championship. At that time you said it didn't comply with UFC rules and needed a reason to quell public doubts. And I said I would give you that reason. Baidana beamed. I backed you up then. Thanks to Al-Awalizi's fury and his team's hype, coupled with the explosion of fans on both sides. Now no one wanted to see Lin Yu move up in weight and fight step by step to the championship. They only wanted to see Lin Yu directly fight Al-Awalizi. This championship battle. First, it would determine whether the UFC could produce the first ever double champion. Second, it would shatter all doubts about the cross-border battle between Lin Yu and Pakuyo. Third, it would skyrocket the heat of Lin Yu's century battle, pushing him to break the limit of historical heat in the world of sports. Silver Fox Baylight. Red Dragon Operation Phase 1 goal. Achieved. You must finish these 30 hamburgers today. Barnett piled up a stack of burgers. Carol stared in disbelief. Are you trying to kill him? Carly, dumbfounded, added, "Are you trying to cripple him? How can Lin Yu possibly eat all that? You can't force him to eat what he doesn't want or can't stomach." Lin Yu immediately nodded. "Exactly. 30 burgers are too dry. Give me 2 bowls of snail noodles to go with them." Carol exclaimed, "WTF?" Barnett wagged his finger. "In your dreams." He glanced at his watch. March 22nd. Today marked the beginning of the final phase of weight gain. You two don't actually think these are real hamburgers, do you? Barnett smiled. He opened a wrapper. 2 slices of bread, a piece of beef, and a leaf of lettuce. What the hell else could this be but a hamburger? Carol pointed at the burger and questioned him. Carly chimed in, "Do you really think I'm some brainless bimbo with a perfect figure?" "Exactly," Carol agreed. "These 2 buns are made from a blend of oats and buckwheat. The beef in the middle is premium lean beef from New Zealand, rich in creatine and iron. It provides Lin Yu with plenty of calories, ensuring his calorie intake exceeds his expenditure while also building pure lean muscle. From featherweight to lightweight, Lin Yu needed to gain over 10 pounds. But if that weight came from pure carbs or fat, it would be meaningless. Fat percentage had to increase too, but the priority was muscle mass. Barnett aimed to ensure that as Lin Yu gained weight, he not only avoided raising his body fat percentage, but also reduced it slightly, all to achieve the ultimate goal of explosive punching power. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's daily training volume remained undiminished. Watching Lin Yu wolf down the food, Carol swallowed hard. "By the way, don't forget tonight's auction. The proceeds from your auction items will go directly to help 2 sick children in China. We've already contacted them." This was a charity auction spearheaded by Barnett and held at Sotheby's. Sotheby's, one of the 3 oldest and most influential auction houses in the world. In early January, Bidfair Company had acquired Sotheby's, and the owner of that company was. 8 o'clock that evening. "Oh." An old but agile figure leaped past Barnett and tumbled into Lin Yu's arms. "Long time no see, my brother." Lin Yu laughed heartily, hugging Hendrik and spinning him around. Enough, put me down. These old bones can't take such roughhousing. I wanted to visit you earlier, but Barnett told me you were on a business trip and had no time to see me, so I didn't come." Lin Yu set Hendrik down. The company's CEO, the French tycoon who had previously gifted Lin Yu the $1 million Holy Grail boxing shorts. "What? Barnett told you I had no time to see you, you old scoundrel." Hendrik laughed, slinging his arm around Barnett as they walked toward the auction hall. This was the first auction held by Sotheby's China branch after Hendrik officially acquired it. To quickly build popularity and open the Chinese market, Hendrik naturally thought of Lin Yu, this exceptionally outstanding young Chinese man. The branch auction's items included several sports memorabilia. For example, Ronaldo's match-worn jersey from the Champions League final, Messi's signed jersey from his World Cup debut, Maradona's match-worn jersey from the night he won the World Cup, and Lin Yu's signed gloves from his 19-second victory over Jose Aldo. The Sotheby's branch was established in Shanghai. On the most bustling street, Hendrik invested over 5 million Chinese yuan to build a resplendent auction house. Furthermore, as the inaugural branch auction gala, all proceeds from this event would be donated to sick children in China. Led by Hendrik, the funds would go directly to the families in need. The announcement stirred excitement across China. Ronaldo, Messi, and other world-renowned stars naturally drew attention to their jerseys. But Chinese fans were most eager for Lin Yu's gloves. These were the weapons he used to claim his first featherweight championship and create the 19-second $1 million miracle. This was a symbol of the highest honor. No top collector or auctioneer would miss such a treasure. The big shots were stirred. Countless elite Chinese collectors along with many European collectors rushed to Shanghai. At 8 p.m. on March 22nd, Lin Yu appeared outside the branch venue. Hendrik and Barnett flanked him, surrounded by countless reporters and media. It's said this auction has attracted many superstars. Hendrik invited Beyoncé and Swift as endorsers. Will you welcome them personally? Top Dutch collector John David claims he will participate in this auction and bid online. Lin Yu smiled and nodded in response. Beyoncé, Taylor Swift. Hendrik sure is loaded. Stepping onto the red carpet into the auction hall, Lin Yu paused slightly. He was now a wealthy man himself, but though Hendrik was a self-made tycoon with a local taste, never underestimate a self-made man's aesthetic. Though the publicity boasted of splendor, the entire hall was adorned with sparkling diamond-like lights. The display stand was made of pure agate, giving it a magical appearance. Light refracted through the surrounding diamond-cut surfaces, radiating a unique brilliance. The 3 took their seats in the front row as numerous guests filed in. Most wore masks and hats covered head to toe. Lin Yu couldn't recognize them. China's top female auctioneer, codenamed Elf, gracefully appeared in a traditional cheongsam, dignified and elegant. Welcome to the Sotheby's Shanghai branch auction. This is a charity event. All proceeds will be donated to sick children in need. I now declare the auction officially open. Applause filled the room. Then one precious item after another was presented. Even the first few jerseys fetched impressive prices. Among them, Ronaldo's match-worn Champions League final jersey topped the list, selling for a staggering $17,000. Lin Yu doubted his own ears. Barnett, $17,000 for a jersey. Are these people insane? Barnett whispered back, you're telling me I wouldn't spend 17000 on a jersey. The live stream's viewership kept climbing, and Hendrik listened to his assistant's statistics through his earpiece. Undoubtedly, the pre-auction promotion had been a huge success. An hour and a half later, at 9:30 p.m. Beijing time, the grand finale item was unveiled. Lin Yu's featherweight championship fight gloves. Golden ink had inscribed Lin Yu's name on both sides. The crowd began to stir. Elf smiled slightly. The final item of tonight's auction. Global superstar. The Light of China. Prodigy Lin Yu's boxing gloves. These gloves are the weapons Lin Yu used to knock out Jose Aldo in 19 seconds. Oh, witnessing that glorious moment. Starting bid 10000. Each increment must be no less than 5000. Barnett lowered his voice. I'll start the bidding for you. Drive the price up. Lin Yu asked, how high are you planning to go? Barnett held up 2 fingers. Lin Yu nodded. 20,000 sounds reasonable. Barnett raised his paddle. 200,000. Lin Yu was stunned. How much? Then a crisp female voice rang out. 500,000. 550,000. 580,000. The bidding had not yet ceased. Barnett smiled. I'm just laying the groundwork, leaving it to those crazy ones to fight over. If I wanted these things, I could just go to your house and take them. In the front row on the left, a heavily veiled beauty frequently raised her bidding paddle. Each time she raised the bid by at least 200. And the beauty sitting beside her, who seemed to be her friend, was also raising the bid. The two were bidding against each other while chatting in low voices, occasionally laughing, looking utterly at ease. They hardly seemed like competitors. Don't tell me those two are Carly and Carol. Lin Yu suspected this was also Barrett's doing. Don't worry. They don't have that much money. Carly's voice came through the earpiece. Boss, I heard that. Don't speak ill of us behind our backs. Carol, that's right, I want to raise. Click. Barnett cut off the earpiece. Didn't hear a thing, I heard nothing. The earpiece connection was cut, and Lin Yu could hear more clearly. The two were still bidding. Gradually, surrounding bidders dropped out one by one, until a mysterious wealthy businessman from China called out a bid of 8000 online. Everything finally came to a close. 8000 once. 8000 twice. 8000 3 times. Bang! Congratulations to the buyer from China. The gavel fell, and applause erupted in the hall. A new auction record in MMA history was set. Lin Yu stood up and gave a slight bow to express his gratitude. The 8000 would be donated in Lin Yu's name to help sick children and aid their recovery. The auction concluded successfully, and Lin Yu headed directly to the airport, as he still needed to return to California for training. Wait. At the farewell, Hendrik thought of something. By the way, the 2 new ambassadors I signed for Sotheby's both want to collaborate with you to promote their upcoming world tour. Would you be willing? Lin Yu replied, who are they? Barnett raised an eyebrow and gestured with his chin behind him. Here they come. Lin Yu turned to look. It was the 2 beauties who had been bidding competitively in the front row earlier. The one on the left took off her mask, and the one on the right removed her hat. Beyoncé and Taylor Swift. Lin. Beyoncé spoke with a smile. Mind if we tag along on your private jet? Whoosh. The plane soared across the sky. A city in the sky. The dusk under the falling rain, and the 3 of them. Beyoncé and Taylor Swift sat opposite Lin Yu. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, dressed in short skirts, their long slender legs crossed over the soft leather sofa opposite. And between those 2 pairs of long legs sat Lin Yu. So you want to warm up for your upcoming world tour. And therefore you want to collaborate with me to sing the opening song for my lightweight title fight. Seeing them nod repeatedly, Lin Yu understood. A world boxing champion naturally deserves a world-class singer. Taylor Swift smirked. Beyoncé was her close friend. If Lin Yu won this fight, he would become the first double champion in history. Moreover, with UFC's growing global popularity, Lin Yu's recent fame, especially from his epic battle with Pacquiao and his feud with Alvarez, had landed him on multiple countries' trending lists. By then, many viewers would be watching Lin Yu's entrance live. This was the perfect opportunity to promote their world tour. You choose the song or we're fine with anything. Beyoncé shifted her legs, leaning closer to Lin Yu. That's right, we'll follow your lead. Taylor Swift also shifted her legs, leaning closer to Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained unfazed, his expression calm. Then how about Halo? Beyoncé couldn't hide her admiration. This man truly exuded charm. Unlike those other protagonists who couldn't walk straight at the sight of a woman. Oh, you really know how to pick. Once Halo was released, it stormed to the top of music charts across all countries, catapulting Beyoncé to the top of the list of the greatest female singers of the 21st century. Her popularity surged to the very pinnacle. Reportedly, after this song, Beyoncé's first world tour caused power outages in multiple places and broke viewing records in many countries, making it the pinnacle of human music. Even Taylor Swift had to yield to Beyoncé on many fronts. With everything settled, Lin Yu's entrance ceremony for the lightweight title fight was finalized. When the plane landed, the two divas reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Yu and quietly departed in the butler's private car. They concealed themselves well and were not photographed by paparazzi. Lin Yu returned to the ATT training facility to continue his preparations. Next came the most grueling yet crucial phase, reshaping his physique. His earlier weight gain had increased Lin Yu's weight by 28 gene. Now Lin Yu had to shed 13 of those gene. Weight cutting torments any fighter. Except Lin Yu. He reveled in it. On countless bright mornings, Khabib would sit in front of the training facility eating an egg pancake. Romero stood nearby biting into a sandwich. I've always said that guy is not human. Khabib took a bite of his egg pancake, then extended his left hand to count down. 3, 2, 1. A figure turned the corner, passing in front of them, kicking up a gust of wind. On your left. He was still running. Lap 30. Romero took a bite of his sandwich and sighed to the sky. Lap 30. And he's still not stopping. He even has energy to taunt us. Khabib lamented, us too. So unfair. Love and hate all by. Forget it, why are we competing with him? Khabib gave up. He lay flat. They had already run 10 laps, a full 10 kilometers, and were now resting at the training facility entrance, eating breakfast while watching Lin Yu continue his laps in front of them. A homeless man was tucking his calf into his pant leg while fitting a fake prosthetic. Seeing Lin Yu, he picked up the tin bowl in front of him. Inside were coins he had just begged for. Lin, take this money to buy some breakfast. Lin Yu ran past with a smile. No need, Pete. Keep that money and bet on me for the next fight. Pete grinned widely. No problem. But when is your fight again? In 5 days at Madison Square Garden. The young figure gradually faded away, disappearing into the morning mist. The fog grew denser, denser and denser, as if dry ice were spraying from both sides. Until Dana White shouted through the earpiece, enough. Backstage team stopped spraying dry ice. Are you trying to flood this place? Lawrence, where is Lin? The press conference is about to start. All eyes on him. UFC 183 Fight Night headliner. Multiple star fighters were on the card. At the grand press conference venue, 9 seats were arranged on the stage. The center seat was particularly striking. Lightweight fan favorite Ferguson and his opponent Nate Diaz took their places on either side. Ferguson leaned forward, trying to head toward the center seat. Dana White immediately stopped him. No, that's not your seat. Ferguson shrugged. If even I can't sit there, are they going to give it to that idiot Alvarez? At that moment, Oliveira, who had won 3 straight in the featherweight division and risen to 6th place, made his entrance. The crowd erupted in cheers. Oliveira's popularity was soaring. His opponent, 4-ranked Holloway, also made a flashy entrance. Let me sit in that seat. It was made for me. Right, Dana? Holloway wanted the center spot. Dana White shook his head again. No, the owner of that seat hasn't arrived yet. One by one the top stars arrived. Until the lightweight champion Alvarez arrived. He glanced at the seats. Only the center seat and the one to Dana White's left were empty. He immediately stepped forward, eyes gleaming with excitement. He wanted to sit in the center. Dana White, no. No, this seat is not yours. Even the champion can't sit there. Who is it for then? Alvarez was fuming. But Dana White just shook his head. Sit next to me, Alvarez. This is the seat I reserved for you. In today's UFC, aside from Lin Yu, no one dared to bare teeth at Dana White. Damn it. Looks like someone's late today. Alvarez grabbed the microphone and started ranting. He's just a clown. I don't know why he's so popular in the featherweight division. Ferguson chimed in. The group immediately began attacking. They hurled insults at Lin Yu. Only Holloway and Oliveira remained silent. The two of them simply marveled. These lucky bastards still hadn't fought Lin Yu yet. But they wouldn't be able to boast for long because Lin Yu had already moved up to lightweight. Dana White was wiping sweat. Lin Yu was indeed late. He didn't care whether the guy was late or not. He was just worried he might not show up at all. Finally, 13 minutes later, Alvarez and the others were spitting saliva as they ranted, but the crowd's reaction was lukewarm, barely any cheers. Until outside the venue, a Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop. Lawrence hurried over to open the door, and they made their way through the VIP backstage passage toward the press conference. Lin was 13 minutes late, but he didn't care. Dana, Lin is here, Lawrence reminded through the earpiece. Dana White's stern expression vanished instantly. Only a smile remained on his face. He entered Red Dana mode. Lin Yu made his entrance slowly, draped in a mink coat. His explosive sculpted muscles like a Roman statue were partially revealed beneath the fur, exuding overwhelming dominance. The venue erupted with thunderous cheers. All spectators rose to their feet cheering. Lin Yu remained silent, walking step by step to the very center amid the attention of the entire hall. He reached the C-seat. He reached the seat that was reserved for him, even though he was late. Then he slowly sat down, leaning back against the chair, tilting his head slightly. The corners of his mouth curved downward slightly. His gaze was sharp. His demeanor was domineering and arrogant. None of the 8 superstars around him dared to speak at that moment. One man commanding all directions. The entire audience bowed in reverence. Sky Sports immediately captured the moment and quickly published it as the front page headline. In the photo, multiple top UFC stars were seated on both sides while Lin Yu alone occupied the C-seat. All spectators in the hall rose to their feet in worship, raising their hands high. Though there were 9 people on stage, everyone knew that countless hands were raised for one person only. Headline: No need for hatred or tragic love. The dragon-slaying youth only needs to be at the peak of his glory. May every youth possess a chair that only you can sit in. Well, look who finally decided to show up. The little clown. You dare be late to such an important press conference. Alvarez looked as though he had spotted his father's murderer. Damn it, why do you always harbor such resentment toward me, eh? Lin Yu asked in confusion. What, did I kill your father or something? What the fuck did you say? Alvarez exploded in fury, flipping the table and springing to his feet. White D-Nake immediately stepped in to intervene. Lin Yu remained seated. All the security personnel and every high-ranking UFC executive rushed to restrain Alvarez. Not a single person paid any attention to Lin Yu, because they knew that as long as Lin Yu had not yet lost his temper, they absolutely must not let Alvarez provoke him. Otherwise, once this man truly lost control, he would not even show White D-Nake the slightest respect. You worthless trash who can only compete in the featherweight division. You can't last 5 rounds. Your stamina simply cannot withstand such a test. Come to the lightweight division and you'll learn what real fighting looks like. I'll show you what real fighting is. At that moment, a reporter in the audience raised their hand to ask a question. White D-Nake immediately waved his hand, and Alvarez finally calmed down somewhat, returning to his seat. It was Carrie. She spoke to Alvarez. Alvarez, you said Lin isn't a real champion, and that he can only survive in the featherweight division. But in your entire career, you've only fought 2 5-round bouts, and you lost one of them. By the time Carrie finished speaking, the audience in the venue had already begun cheering. So what the hell are you blabbing about? You worthless piece of trash. Lin Yu burst into uproarious laughter, slapping the table so hard it shook. White D-Nake was overjoyed. The atmosphere in the venue was reignited once more. Alvarez's face turned ashen, and he had only one desire at this moment: to kill Lin Yu. A raging fire burned in his eyes, growing ever more intense. The flames surged upward, consuming everything in their path. As the smoke cleared, Holloway and Oliveira were locked in fierce combat. Oliveira was desperately defending the last remaining space. Holloway had knocked him to the mat and was raining down hammer fists. Oliveira lay prone on the ground, constantly shaking his head left and right to evade Holloway's relentless strikes. The atmosphere in the venue had reached a fever pitch, and no one could believe Oliveira was still holding on. But suddenly the son of Brazil lunged forward and hooked Holloway's left leg. He flipped onto his back, wrapping around like a python. The Brazilian rear naked choke locked in, and then, the rear naked choke secured, Holloway tapped out in submission. Oliveira had punched his way into the top 5 of the featherweight division and earned a title shot. The venue erupted in cheers. Oliveira took the microphone. I don't want to make a scene here. I just want to say a few words for my good brother. Lin is about to step into the octagon, and we all know who his opponent is. But I don't care, because he is going to become a double champion. Oliveira's roar echoed through the sky. Host Bruce quickly entered the venue. He first introduced the lightweight champion Alvarez. Alvarez entered the arena with his championship belt held high, accompanied by triumphant music. However, what greeted him was mostly boos. Then Bruce did not announce anything. He simply opened his left hand and made a gentlemanly gesture toward the tunnel exit. The entire arena went dark and 2 spotlights shone toward the exit. Then 2 graceful figures gradually emerged. Countless audience members craned their necks to get a better look, desperate to see who those 2 people were. Oh my God, don't tell me that's Beyoncé. Is that Taylor Swift? Has Lin Yu's grand entrance become so massive that it now requires global superstars to open the show? The audience was utterly astonished, and everyone pulled out their phones to record. Both divas began singing simultaneously. Remember those walls I built? I can feel your halo. I can see your halo. 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 At the climax of the song, Beyoncé and Taylor Swift stood on either side of the tunnel and bowed gracefully to the audience. Both women extended their hands in a welcoming gesture simultaneously. Romero held the featherweight championship belt high. Khabib and the others raised their left fists, following closely behind Lin Yu. A single spotlight fell upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression was calm, yet his eyes burned with ferocity. His muscular physique moved forward with steady, measured steps. With each step, the young man's muscles first relaxed, then tightened slightly, and finally released once more, like a raging current concealing hidden reefs beneath its surface, as dazzling as an ancient Roman sculpture. At this moment, hundreds of millions of eyes across the globe were fixed upon this single point. The Shadow Dragon. Lin Yu had arrived. This is your moment of glory. We all know how long you have trained for this moment. We all know how long you have prepared for this moment. Alvarez, finish him. Finish him. Then go face Pacquiao in the crossover championship and claim the honor that is yours. The money that is yours. Everything that is yours. Stanlow roared at Alvarez. This was the final declaration before the great battle. Alvarez's eyes were ferocious. He rose pounding his chest. Only he knew how long he had trained for this moment. Countless days and nights giving everything he had. Every drop of sweat shed would not be in vain. He stepped into the center of the octagon, his eyes fierce locked onto his opponent. But the latter showed not a flicker of emotion. Lin Yu watched Alvarez, a smirk playing on his lips. What are you acting up for? Referee Herb was nervous. He really wanted to warn Alvarez, if you truly want to provoke him, do it after I call the start of the match. Otherwise I can't hold him back now. No kicking to the groin, no eye gouging, or any move that violates UFC rules. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Neither moved. Lawrence couldn't help but laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin has fought several matches. In none of those fights has any opponent been willing to touch gloves with him. They all seem to want nothing more than to kill Lin Yu. Fight! Herb's roar echoed. The battle began. Lin Yu immediately pressed forward. The ferocity of his momentum, the viciousness in his eyes. Alvarez, who had just been burning with excitement, instantly lost all his drive. He actually took a subconscious step back. Barnett's mouth curled upward. No matter how much you bark, it's useless. A true powerhouse can make you tremble with just a glance. He closed the distance quickly. Left jab followed by a right straight. Combination punches raining down. Alvarez bobbed and weaved, dodging before immediately shooting in. He was going for a single leg takedown. His left hand shot toward Lin Yu's lead leg. Fast. Lin Yu instantly shifted back. Dancing footwork. His legs alternated in a blur of evasion. Immediately wrapping the neck with his left arm. Right hand clamping the waist. Left knee rising. A knee strike. Thud. Alvarez grimaced in pain. He rolled to the side to escape, but Lin Yu pursued relentlessly. A left hook. Whoosh. The rolling Alvarez was lucky to dodge it. A right hammer fist followed. Alvarez pressed his knees against Lin Yu, barely buying himself a moment to breathe. He desperately kept his knees pressed against Lin Yu. Fortunately, the match had just begun, and he still had plenty of stamina to avoid being taken out and pummeled. Alvarez is already at a disadvantage in the opening seconds of the first round. He's trying to drag this out until the ref stands him up. Lin Yu instantly shot in a low kick, his left leg lashing across Alvarez's glutes. A leg whip to the rear. A red mark instantly appeared. Alvarez gritted his teeth. Another left leg strike. His right leg pivoted on one foot, and Alvarez, relying on his powerful core, pushed off the cage wall to spring back to his feet. But Lin Yu was right on him. An arcing hook. The space was tight, but the lead hand carved a half circle, targeting the head. Thud. Clean hit. Alvarez's nose was smashed open instantly, but the lead hook lacked devastating power. His consciousness remained intact. He countered with a swinging kick. A low kick. Lin Yu easily dodged and followed with a right straight. A cross punch. Full of force. Alvarez staggered backward, quickly lateral moved. He finally escaped the danger zone. He broke free from the corner, and the audience erupted in cheers. Barnett nodded slightly. Alvarez had clearly improved significantly over these exchanges. It seemed he had indeed trained hard during this period. But on the other side, Alvarez's coaching team was displaying a completely different reaction. They could barely conceal the utter shock in their eyes. Their instructions to Alvarez carried a tremor. They simply couldn't believe it. Alvarez had trained to this level, and yet he was still on the back foot. He couldn't find any opportunity to mount a counterattack. Alvarez moved along the cage, searching for an opening. Lin Yu followed with a side kick. Alvarez dodged again. His opponent quickly shot in. He was going for a clinch again. This time he finally succeeded. His hands locked around Lin Yu's waist. But Lin Yu jammed one arm inside. Alvarez exerted force, trying to lift Lin Yu and slam him down. Lin Yu instantly dropped his weight, bracing against Alvarez. The two were locked in a stalemate. I have never seen someone in a disadvantageous position still able to overpower an opponent's takedown attempt with brute strength. Lawrence's palms were drenched in sweat. Alvarez struggled to twist to the right. Lin Yu instantly countered with a left throw. The two forces collided. The lock broke. Alvarez's hands lost control. Lin Yu stepped diagonally with his left foot, stabilized his stance, and immediately threw a right hook. Alvarez had anticipated this. He tilted his head slightly and barely avoided it. But the very next moment, another hook, connecting with the body. Thud. Lin Yu's two-hit combination. Alvarez clutched his abdomen and staggered back, looking in excruciating pain. Holy shit. That punch was too heavy. Alvarez, he had nowhere to go. Lin Yu immediately pressed the attack. Alvarez guarded with both hands. He backed into a half crouch. Whoosh. A jab. He was aiming for the body. Lin Yu parried with his left hand and easily avoided it. He continued his pursuit. Alvarez guarded with both hands again. Backed into a half crouch. Another jab. Still targeting the abdomen. Bang. Lin Yu instantly parried. A third crouch. Alvarez still guarded with both hands. His lead hand shot out, still aiming for the abdomen. Lin Yu was about to parry. But immediately, from his peripheral vision, Alvarez's left hand was swinging, targeting his head. This guy had been targeting the body repeatedly to make him lower his guard. The hook swung, fast as lightning, like a phantom strike, straight for Lin Yu's face. The audience's pupils instantly contracted. Alvarez bit down on his mouthpiece, every muscle in his body exploding with power. This strike, he was certain it would land. Thud, a spray of sweat and water. The glove even caved in upon impact, then slowly bounced back, showing just how much force was behind it. But Lin Yu didn't budge an inch. He instantly crossed his left foot to brace, engaged his entire body, and raised his right hand in a flash, firmly positioning it against his right cheek. Absolute defense. Alvarez retreated awkwardly, disbelief written all over his face. Oh my God. Lawrence was stunned. He blocked that. Lin Yu pursues. A front kick lands. Alvarez is backed into the cage corner again. Can he escape this time? Lin Yu parried and charged forward. 2 steps of sprint into a front kick. He kicked Alvarez right into the cage. Then he closed in his terrifying physique, casting a shadow over his opponent, completely cutting off his potential escape routes. At that moment, the bell rang for the final 10 seconds of the first round. The entire audience rose to their feet. Lin Yu threw a left hook followed by a right uppercut. Alvarez wrapped both hands around his head, curling up like a turtle, motionless. He could only pray these 10 seconds would pass quickly. Thud, thud, thud. Continuous strikes. Each punch sent Alvarez staggering. The crowd's cheers rang out endlessly. Everyone was applauding. Lin Yu connects with the body followed by a right hand. He's breaking through the defense, opening the brow. He's gone mad. Lin Yu has been outputting nonstop. He's like a fighting beast, viciously tearing at his opponent's wounds, watching the brow split and blood gush forth. Lin Yu threw 2 quick jabs, straight at Alvarez's brow. Blood splattered onto the gloves, covering the cage floor, like a demon of hell wielding a scythe. Strike after strike, cutting open Alvarez's wounds. Herb stood right beside them, eyes never wavering. He could stop the fight at any moment. But at that moment, the bell for the end of the first round rang. The referee immediately blocked Lin Yu with his back. Alvarez was still standing there, his back against the cage, his entire body drenched in blood and sweat. He looked unrecognizable. Lin Yu faced Alvarez, his left hand raised, his thumb sliced across his throat. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Alvarez's blood splashed onto Lin Yu's face, marking him like an emissary of hell. The live broadcast camera swept across the entire arena. Every audience member had their hands pressed together in reverence. The close-up shot fell on some VIPs in the front row. Oliveira sat there with Holloway beside him. Facing the camera, they spread their hands and shook their heads with smiles. Their expressions seemed to say, "I told you so. Why did you mess with him? Come on, man. How many punches did you throw in the first round? You need a rest." Lin Yu stood in his corner, shouting at Alvarez. A close-up shot broadcast Lin Yu's words across the globe. All the spectators erupted in cheers and applause. Alvarez's face turned ashen, but he forced himself to stay calm. Sometimes the one being beaten may consume more energy. In the Huaxiao livestream room, commentator Wang Yanba, "Lin Yu, my dear brother, you did not even leave him a shred of face. Although he didn't throw any punches, Alvarez has been fleeing and running the entire time. Running also requires energy, doesn't it?" The rest period was only 1 minute. Alvarez took deep breaths, repeatedly, greedily gulping down air. He had never felt fighting could be so exhausting. How many remember the pre-fight press conference? Alvarez claimed Lin Yu couldn't last 5 rounds. But look now, it's only been 1 round, and their stamina levels are already incomparable. Lawrence laughed and slapped the table. Beside him, Bruce spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, I would rather use a $5 laser pointer to fight Ultraman Tiga than face this guy in the Octagon for even 1 minute." In every live stream room, the barrage of comments scrolled at a terrifying speed. Alvarez surviving the first round already makes him a champion. Oh my God, I'm late. Alvarez actually survived the first round. Is this guy on drugs? Oh my God, I can't believe Alvarez survived the first round. This shows how grueling his training must have been these past months. The 1-minute break soon ended. Alvarez's coach deliberately moved slowly before leaving, even tossing the towel onto the Octagon floor to buy him an extra half-minute of rest. The entire audience booed him. Boo. Hiss. If you can fight, fight. If not, go home and eat some egg pancakes. Khabib yelled furiously at the edge of the Octagon. Alvarez looked rather embarrassed. His popularity had just skyrocketed, but this fight was exposing his true colors. Finally, the match resumed. The second round began. Lin Yu swiftly advanced, a leaping flying knee straight toward Alvarez's face. The latter covered his head with both hands, yet still stumbled back from the immense force. Bang! He was slammed against the cage net again. Lin Yu quickly pressed forward, once again looming like a shadow. "I get it now. This must be the strategy Barnett devised for him," Lawrence remarked. The coaching team, led by Barnett, is considered one of the top in the world. They study their opponent's weaknesses. In this fight, Lin has been trying to knock Alvarez to the cage net with a single blow. It seems to give him an escape route, but that route always leads to the corner. Once Alvarez falls into the trap, he'll quickly close in, limiting Alvarez's chance to escape. Then he'll force him into a stand-up exchange. Lin Yu was throwing punches. Alvarez still had some stamina, having just recovered. He could dodge, but how long could he evade? This round lasted 5 minutes. A very long 5 minutes. Sweat mixed with blood trickled into his mouth, mist scattered everywhere. Alvarez could no longer tell day from night, battered by Lin Yu until he lost all sense of time and space. He bent down again, tightly clutching Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu instantly pressed down, twisting to the left. Bang! Successful takedown. Just as he tried to move into mount, Alvarez rolled away, crawling along the ground in a desperate, humiliating escape. He actually looked terrified. Lin Yu's lips curled upward, but his eyes were fierce. He lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, followed by a hammer fist. Alvarez turned sideways, covering his head, and took the blow on his shoulder. Bang! The muscles quivered from the impact, but it bought him space to escape. He finally managed to get up, then quickly retreated. His retreat was bizarrely fast. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips. He shook his head, looking utterly bewildered. The live audience erupted in furious boos. I can hardly take it anymore. Before this fight, Alvarez was truly a tough, iron-hearted warrior. But now Lin Yu has turned Alvarez into a fleeing rat. 3 punches shattered his fighting spirit. I'm just a passerby officer. Lawrence was stunned. He had never seen Alvarez so disheveled. This guy was the lightweight champion. Alvarez wiped his left cheek with his glove. There was so much blood it blurred his vision. At that moment, the lightweight champion was covered in blood from head to toe. He didn't know what else he could do. For the first time, he felt fear in his heart. In the octagon, facing some unknown monster. Lin Yu pressed the attack. Smack. Low kick. Alvarez could only keep moving. Smack. Another low kick. Smack. 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 The terrifying sound of strikes echoed, each crisp crack a low kick from Lin Yu finding its mark. The camera quickly zoomed in for a close-up. The muscle on the side of Alvarez's calf was already swollen. His steps were stumbling. A decline in movement frequency meant Alvarez would gradually be beaten into a punching bag. He had no choice but to attack. He had no more chances. He tightly guarded his head like a turtle retreating into its shell. Alvarez inched closer to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's lips curled. The guy was actually daring to come near him. A left hook. It slammed hard into the glove. Though it scored no points, Lin Yu's aim was to break through the defense. Alvarez gritted his teeth, still keeping his guard up. He let Lin Yu hammer away. Suddenly, as Lin Yu swung his right fist, Alvarez saw an opportunity. He instantly lunged forward. His right hand, which had been protecting his head, swung straight out with the momentum of his surging body. Incredibly fast. A decisive strike. The audience could barely see it with the naked eye. They only caught a phantom thrust. But that phantom struck beside Lin Yu's right ear. Alvarez, did he miss that punch? Lawrence even thought Alvarez had made a mistake. But Alvarez stood frozen. His pupils contracted, frozen in shock. He felt as if he had just hit an illusion. A mere phantom. The next second, Lin Yu spun around in an instant. His light footsteps turned his body half a circle. His right hand rose, folded into an elbow, sharp as a blade. This elbow was like a knife. The green dragon crescent blade. The shark's turn elbow. Bang. A cold blade flashed, shattering everything. Alvarez leaned back, instantly deprived of oxygen. His body, trained solely for combat, breathing halted. His pupils contracted sharply. He felt only a searing pain at his nose, then all sensations vanished completely. The lightweight champion, the legendary king, crashed down. The all-round master Alvarez lay helpless on the ground. The lightweight dynasty crumbled. Beyoncé and others leaped in high heels. The audience, hands on their heads, rose in ecstasy. Holloway, staring at the camera, was wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Oliveira, tongue out, threw his head back in laughter. Andre hugged John Gray, cheering wildly. Barnett laughed heartily. Carol's eyes glistened with tears. Carly wept with joy. Lin Yu stood with arms crossed, tilting his head slightly as he faced Alvarez. He stood there arrogantly celebrating in triumph with eyes that held no one else in his sight. Lawrence had gone mad. Bruce screamed at the top of his lungs. The one, the only, the best, unmatched in the world. The shadowless red dragon. The century's heir to the fighting world. A prodigy beyond compare. Huaxia's Lin Yu KO'd Alvarez in the second round. He claims the lightweight championship belt. He becomes the first double champion in mixed martial arts history. In the Huaxia broadcast studio, commentator Wang Yanba raised his arm in jubilation. The world calls me Spirit Flash. The masses shout my wild tremor. In combat, there is no shadowless Lin. The sun and moon dim, the seas darken. Lin Yu. After this battle, he rises to fame worldwide. A true legend born from this fight. He has forged history in mixed martial arts. Across all major global live streams, every barrage of comments offered congratulations. This is truly the most spectacular and unforgettable match I have ever seen. This guy will become the hero and idol of every young fighter. That elbow was terrifying beyond terror. If that elbow had struck my face, you'd all be enjoying a feast of 16 dishes. Lin Yu stood in the octagon, the close-up camera right beside him. Arms outstretched, Lin Yu tilted his head back, savoring the roar of the arena. At this moment the glory of the Octagon shone upon him alone. Lin! 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 Barnett rushed into the Octagon waving the Huasha flag. Khabib swung a towel and danced a war dance. Romero bounced with joy, his muscular frame quivering with each hop. Dana White, ecstatic and nearly speechless, stepped into the Octagon holding the lightweight championship belt. Lawrence, cheering all the while, came to Lin Yu's side. How brilliant! How magnificent! How perfect a performance! Lin, my superhero. Any words for those guys now that you're a double champion? Dana White handed the lightweight belt to Lin Yu. Taking it, Lin Yu arrogantly slung the belt over his left shoulder. Then he took the featherweight belt from Andre, slinging it over his right shoulder with equal bravado. The two gleaming gold championship belts covered Lin Yu's robust upper body, as if draping him in a suit of battle armor. Hey, listen up. Lin Yu raised the microphone. The crowd still roared, the cheers unending. To master mixed martial arts, you only need to go through 3 stages. First, enjoy it. Second, fight. Third, fight to the death. That's what I do, and that's why I'm standing here. I stand on a platform that no other fighter can even glimpse. The so-called geniuses you speak of are mere ants before me. What Alvarez? He's nothing. The cheers in the arena bordered on chaos. Manny Pacquiao. Open your eyes and see clearly. This will be your fate. I'm ready for the crossboxing championship. I'm ready to take your WBO world title. The cheers had become almost deafening noise. The sound was so loud that Dana White even experienced tinnitus. Laughing and clapping, he paused to pat his ears. Over 300 spectators in the arena, every single one held up their phones. They didn't want to miss a single word of Lin Yu's post-fight speech. Across all global live streams. Every screen, every frame. Times Square in New York, Plaza Mayor in Madrid, modern billboards in Manhattan. The center of the world. Every landmark's symbol, all broadcast Lin Yu. Countless nations emptied their streets, the squares packed with crowds, unable to move. The young man on the screen had not yet stopped. Lin Yu's hand holding the microphone was steady without a tremor. Suddenly, he grew calm, his tone gradually becoming composed. The cheers subsided, and everyone focused intently on Lin Yu. He looked around at all of this glory championship. It was all too dreamlike. Ladies and gentlemen. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile, his voice rising again. Every time I throw a punch inside the Octagon, I want to bring strength to some people. All you viewers, when you feel broken, helpless, or lost, you are not alone. Because I am here, giving you strength. Fighting is like life is like fighting. Lin Yu handed the microphone to Barnett. He raised the 2 championship belts high. The close-up shot zoomed in swiftly. The victor's roar echoed across the world. Life once told me I was worthless. But look at me now. I am the double champion. I am the double champion. The king is back. The king is back. In California, Florida, New York. On the streets of each city, frenzied fans held up posters of Lin Yu and reveled. They chanted, "The king is back," without cease. All screens were still broadcasting Lin Yu's live feed globally, and at that moment Lin Yu had already stepped out of the Octagon. His state of extreme excitement made him appear intoxicated, swaying unsteadily. But he quickly regained his composure. Barnett put his arm around Lin Yu and led him toward the post-match press conference venue. This post-match press conference was utterly different from a routine one. It was specially tailored for the double champion. Every on-site journalist was invited, all either gold medal reporters or top-tier media representatives. Countless renowned media outlets set up their live broadcasts on-site, positioning themselves according to the spots Dana White had arranged for them in advance. They were all nervous, uncertain whether they would be chosen to ask Lin Yu a question. Following Dana White's hint, major newspapers dispatched their most elite female journalists. Some had curled their hair into voluminous waves, some tied their hair into high ponytails, and some donned seductively tight t-shirts. They frantically tailored their appearances to win Lin Yu's favor. After all, Sky Sports' current status and popularity were evident to all, simply because they held the exclusive interview opportunity with Lin Yu. Coupled with the assistance of Kali, Lin Yu's exclusive embedded reporter, Sky Sports had already skyrocketed to become one of the 3 most trafficked sports newspapers globally and was poised to claim the top spot. Their social media follower count had surpassed 5 million. Gold medal reporter Kali's personal follower count had exceeded 1 million. This was even higher than the total follower count of some renowned newspapers. Carrying 2 championship belts, Lin Yu held his head high and swaggered toward the press conference venue. As soon as he stepped inside, Barnett was dazzled by the sight. What the hell is this? The press conference venue? All these beauties, these models. This looks like... Ahem. Dana White quickly cleared his throat twice to remind Barnett not to say the wrong thing. Lin Yu walked to the center of the long table on the dais. It was a table fully 5 meters in length. Dana White had turned it sideways and draped it with a dark fabric that concealed a subtle golden sheen. Majestic and grand. In front of the long table was a single chair reserved for Lin Yu. Placing the 2 championship belts on the left and right, Lin Yu sat down on the throne-like seat. At that moment, every camera was aimed at Lin Yu. The young man was radiant with pride. All right, everyone, I'm in a really good mood today. When Lin Yu spoke, a long-haired female journalist from the BBC and Dunley, still carrying the arrogance of an old British media outlet, murmured to the Sky Sports journalist beside her. I don't know what he's so cocky about putting on airs. As if being allowed to ask him a question is some great honor. If my boss hadn't insisted I attend this press conference, I wouldn't have bothered. The gold medal journalist from the New York Times chimed in, readying her high ponytail. Then Lin Yu said, so I'll give you 3 questions. Start raising your hands now. As soon as the words fell, the New York Times journalist instantly leaped up. She jumped so high she nearly startled the reporter next to her. Her high ponytail swayed and flashed wildly in the air. And Dunley was not to be outdone, waving her hands and cheering. Over here. Ask me, Lin. If you're willing to ask me, I'll strike any pose. Lin. The journalists on site went completely wild. Dana White stood backstage, utterly dumbfounded. Barnett chuckled, holding his stomach. He knew what these journalists were thinking. Given Lin Yu's current fame, a single interview with him could earn tens of thousands of dollars. Even more importantly, it would win favor with their superiors, ensuring a meteoric rise in their journalistic careers. All right, calm down. You, the Sky Sports journalist Luo Shita, right? I heard you're Ka Li's apprentice. Luo Shita's eyes instantly lit up, and she immediately stood up. On the left, the New York Times journalist. On the right, and Dunley gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists. Dear Lin, hello, my mentor is indeed Ka Li. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to ask a question. All right, what's your question? But after you ask, you have to agree to a condition. Luo Shita was taken aback. A condition? Although I sell my skills, not my body. If it's you, I suppose I could. Stop. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. You are definitely Ka Li's apprentice, no doubt about it. Just a post-match press conference had already ignited the entire atmosphere. And afterwards, the revelry was far from over. UFC had prepared a grand celebratory motorcade for Lin Yu. A total of 8 customized Rolls-Royces lined up outside the headquarters. Surrounded by fans, Lin Yu walked out of the venue, hoisting the 2 championship belts onto his shoulders, and stepped into the lead car. He sat in the passenger seat, waving to the crowd outside. The motorcade set off for the city that never sleeps in America, New York City. Dana White had booked an entire New York street, the most vibrant nightlife district in the city. But at this moment, it belonged only to Lin Yu. Countless invited dignitaries and fan representatives were reveling on the streets of New York. At 1 a.m., the motorcade arrived. As Lin Yu slowly stepped out of the car, cheers erupted instantly on the scene. Beer flew. Champagne sprayed. Golden confetti drifted through the air. The taste of victory spread across the world. Please enjoy the revelry to your heart's content, Lin. This is the gift I've prepared for you. Dana White put his arm around Lin Yu. This fight had made him a fortune. Numerous top models fluttered their legs, casting flirtatious glances, both covert and overt, with eyes only for Lin Yu. As Lin Yu stepped onto the party street, he became the center of the world. At that moment, time moved only for him. The seconds were willing to pause for him. The world seemed to halt for Lin Yu. Viewers and fans who couldn't attend the revelry in person could only drool with envy from behind the live stream. Lin, can you have a drink with me? Lin, would you honor me with a dance? Countless beauties stepped forward to invite him. Lin Yu drank glass after glass of champagne, savoring different aromas, dancing to various tunes, and reveling in his moment of victory. Numerous top models swayed their hips, hoping to entice Lin Yu to take them home. They desperately wanted to become Lin Yu's girlfriend. If they could latch onto the towering branch of the Shadow Flame Red Dragon, why would they ever worry about food and clothing? The rest of their lives would be filled with endless luxury. And Delai and the others had already disappeared into the hazy realm of pleasure, nowhere to be found. Ka Li and Ka Luo'er sat in front of a bar, savoring their wine. From time to time, they smiled and shook their heads, declining invitations from the male guests around them. After several rounds of drinks, as the party atmosphere reached its climax, Dana White clapped his hands. Immediately, a row of beauties appeared. Almost identical in height, similar in physique, all wearing miniskirts, each holding a bottle of red wine. The world's finest red wine from the Henri Jayer winery, worth $4,000 a bottle. To host this party, Dana White had spent over $2 million. But he didn't care at all. His only goal now was to please Lin Yu. Major live streams were broadcasting this citywide revelry. The city that never sleeps was still ablaze with lights. At 3 a.m., Lin Yu grew tired. He was finally exhausted from drinking. At the King of Dance bar in central New York City, Lin Yu, carrying a bottle of Romanicani, slowly ascended the stairs. He climbed to the 3rd floor, made his way through the crowd cheering for him, and opened the balcony door. With just one glance, everyone in the balcony promptly vacated. He locked the door behind him, claiming the balcony for himself. A cool sea breeze brushed against his face, and the effects of alcohol gradually faded. All the noise and chaos were shut out by the door confined to the room. Suddenly, an eerie silence surrounded him. Lin Yu leaned back in the lounge chair and took another gulp of strong liquor. Phew. He opened his phone and scrolled through forums and videos. Everywhere he looked there was praise for him. His trending topics occupied the top 10 spots. Search volume had exceeded 200 million. China was even more insane. He had topped the hot search lists of all forums, short video platforms, and websites. Over 100 media outlets had posted congratulatory articles. Countless more unknown ones were beyond counting. He had actually created a miracle 3 years later, becoming a new milestone figure in mixed martial arts. Lin Yu still felt a sense of unreality. At the beginning, he had only wanted to fight for his dream. And now he had completed the first step of his dream. The double champion was the first goal in his 6-title plan. The sweet fruit of the double champion dream was still being harvested. From the fight with Alvarez, his income had exceeded 20 million, but that didn't pique Lin Yu's interest at all. Because the next fight, the cross-border megabout with boxing champion Manny Pacquiao, was expected to earn him 200 million. At the thought of this, Lin Yu nestled comfortably into the lounge chair. With his left hand holding the red wine, he lazily draped it over the armrest. Everything is just beginning. Lin Yu gradually fell asleep in his sweet dream. The glow of glory flickered before his eyes. The noise and cheers echoed in his ears. It was as if the cross-border championship bout was playing out in advance in his dream. Lin Yu dreamed of holding the WBO World Championship belt. Then he successfully defended his title, moved up in weight class, and began the epic battle with Mayweather. Moving up to challenge. Cross-border championship. The WBA World Boxing Champion belt. The strongest among the 8 billion men. 9 cross-border titles adorned. The supreme of combat. A smile crept onto his lips in his sleep. Unconsciously he murmured, everything is just beginning. Hello, is this Cricket King Wilton Corgi? Dear Corley, just kidding. Your performance this season has been truly outstanding. We need an agile beast to endorse our brand. That's right, I'm your old friend Carlton. Dear Queen of Tennis Cobell, how long has it been since we last met? I simply want to offer you an endorsement deal so you can make a tidy profit. Not interested. Did BMW invite you to be their spokesperson? Alright, my dear Cobell, don't blame me for not warning you. Your partner in this campaign is the Cricket King. Wilton Corley. What, let Corley go to hell? Don't worry, I certainly won't tell him that, even though he's standing right beside me. Corley silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had heard of Cobell's temper. Are you sure you won't accept our invitation? We have prepared top-tier ambassadors from 3 major sports for this campaign. Have you heard of UFC? Don't worry, it's not Habibi or Romero. We have no interest in those two. That's right, it's Lin. Will Lin come if he agrees? That's wonderful. Rest assured we would never deceive you. Carlton, head of the Mercedes-Benz division, hung up the phone. These 2 calls had secured 2 top-tier spokespersons for Mercedes-Benz. Next, he still had one most important spokesperson to finalize. Lin Yu. Mercedes-Benz was willing to offer a lucrative contract to invite Lin Yu as their ambassador. After Lin Yu claimed the double championship, his market value had soared to the global elite level. Mercedes-Benz happened to be launching their flagship supercar of the season, Muscle Beast, AMG GTR. After some thought, Carlton decided to call Barnett. After his lips twitched in annoyance, Carlton hung up the phone. From Barnett's words, just now they were interested. On a bright morning, sunlight pierced through the haze and fell upon a luxurious mansion, making the red roof tiles gleam brilliantly. On the balcony, a young man was lying there sleeping soundly. Barnett had already brought Lin Yu back to California, so this was Lin Yu's home. Yet he still slept on the balcony rather than in his room. He found the indoors stuffy. Bang! A figure kicked open the gate to Lin Yu's garden. The wooden door slammed against the fence with a creaking sound. Carol, who was planting roses in the garden, was startled. Barnett, what are you doing so early in the morning? Barnett said nothing and rushed straight to the first floor. Carly, Barnett is here. Carol shouted. As soon as Barnett pushed open the door, he saw Carly licking saliva onto every sandwich. These are Carol's and my breakfast. Not a single bite for you, Barnett. Barnett wrinkled his nose in disgust. He shook his head and turned to head upstairs. Straight to the 3rd floor. The balcony door was unlocked. Lin. Barnett slid on his knees and lay beside Lin Yu in the posture of Sleeping Beauty. Lin Yu did not wake up. You can never wake someone who is pretending to sleep. Lin, I'm not here to ask for your red wine or snail noodles. Lin Yu still did not wake up. Lin, I'm not here to mooch your breakfast or your bathtub. Lin Yu still did not wake up. The Nürburgring circuit and the brand new flagship supercar AMG GTR sincerely invite you to be their spokesperson. And they are willing to sign an open-ended contract with you. Lin Yu woke up. He opened his sleepy eyes and stretched his body. The exercise quota for a rest day had been met. I've heard of this car. It's a low-slung sports coupe. Streamlined design V8 engine. Barnett silently gave him the middle finger. You're finally awake. Besides inviting you, they have also invited 2 other sports top-tier champions to co-endorse with you. Who? Cricket King Corley and Tennis Queen Cobell. Lin Yu nodded. The prestige they're offering is quite impressive. Cricket is currently the 4th most popular sport in the world. Its global cumulative fan base has exceeded 2.5 billion, making it one of the most popular sports worldwide in 2015. Tennis's influence goes without saying, consistently ranking among the top 5 global sports with fans all over the world. These two sports are difficult for ordinary people to practice in daily life. That's precisely why their popularity remains so high, which fully demonstrates the charm of these two sports. So Mercedes-Benz is inviting the three of us to be their spokespersons. What about the contract terms? Lin Yu only cared about this. Don't worry, they will sign an open-ended contract with us. Besides Mercedes-Benz, you can endorse other car companies as well. Meanwhile, I have already requested that they add a clause to the contract. Your endorsement fee must be the highest among the three. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. No wonder you're so reliable. Barnett, I love you the most. What about me? Carly shouted from the first floor. Carly, I love you the most. Lin Yu replied. Barnett, so what is true love? Lin Yu laughed heartily. Let's go eat breakfast. Carly should have it ready. Barnett shook his head to prevent me from stealing food. Carly licked saliva on every sandwich. Damn it. Lin Yu was speechless. I told you to keep Carly away from Carol more often. Look, she's been corrupted. Then let's go eat Chinese breakfast. My treat. What did I hear someone say? They're treating us to Chinese breakfast? A scream came from downstairs. His good brother Habibi, Romero, beside him, casually threw down the sandwich in his hand. Where did Carly go? Why are the sandwiches she made this morning so soggy? Not delicious at all. With the contract finalized that evening, Mercedes-Benz sent a professional filming team to California. Mercedes-Benz set up a luxurious studio at their California division. Cobell and Corley arrived on time. The Sun newspaper captured photos of Corley and Cobell entering the division together. The photos were quickly published across the internet, sparking heated discussion. Fans all knew Mercedes-Benz was brewing something big. They wanted to promote their brand new top-tier flagship supercar and had been searching for suitable new spokespersons. Tennis champion Cobell was extremely excited, her palms full of sweat. She was a super fan of mixed martial arts. Corley beside her greeted Cobell. Hi, hello. He stepped forward to shake Cobell's hand. Cobell only smiled in response. Corley felt somewhat awkward. It's all right. Carlton comforted him from the side. She didn't shake my hand either. She doesn't like shaking hands with strangers. After all, she's the queen of tennis. Having some airs is understandable. As soon as Carlton finished speaking, Lin Yu arrived on time. Cobell immediately stepped forward to embrace him, looking extremely excited. Mercedes-Benz journalists recorded the moment in real time. Cobell shook hands with Lin Yu, then raised her right hand in front of the camera to show off. See this? I won't wash this hand even 1,000 years from now. I just shook hands with the MMA king Lin Yu. Corley silently turned to look at Carlton. The latter said nothing, merely rubbing his nose. A few minutes later, the shoot concluded smoothly, and Mercedes-Benz immediately published it across the entire internet. Front page headline. Everyone knew Mercedes-Benz was preparing something grand. Countless viewers were waiting for Mercedes-Benz to announce the promotional photos of their new supercar. At 8 p.m., the Mercedes-Benz official website, jointly with Marcus Sky Sports and the Washington Post, published the promotional photos of the new supercar series across the entire internet. In the poster, the low-slung muscle sports car lay like a silver beast crouching on the ground. And in front of the supercar, cricket king Corley and tennis champion Cobell stood on either side. And in the center between the two champions, Lin Yu stood with his arms crossed, occupying the center position with his signature arrogant demeanor. His gaze was sharp, exuding domineering presence. Poster headline: Mercedes-Benz new global exclusive spokesperson. The chosen one, Lin Yu. Speaking of Lin Yu, what kind of fighter is he? By Dana shrugged. I think everyone already knows. Arrogant, brash, chic, free. You can use any sunny and cheerful words to describe him, and his punches as well. And when it comes to Manny Pacquiao, what kind of fighter is he? Yeah. By Dana shifted to rest his chin on his hand. I must say I am absolutely a devoted fan of Manny Pacquiao. I have watched almost every one of his fights. This guy is terrifyingly powerful. Every step he takes is like a beast slowly closing in on its prey. You might think he is not flamboyant enough, but every punch he throws can make your body and soul tremble. These are two fighters with completely different styles, each having perfected their own realm to the utmost. So this is a true cross-boundary kings battle. By Dana laughed heartily. First Brazil, then France, then Spain, and finally Russia. For stops of the World Tour press conference awaiting everyone's arrival. Trust me, you absolutely do not want to miss this terrifying world focal battle. By Dana exited with a smile. The first stop departed from Angjiangua. After a simple press conference, the two teams would set off for Brazil to begin the tour. This was the first joint tour press conference in the history of UFC and professional boxing. The scale was terrifying. The security team alone numbered over 100 all-retired special forces. Every one of them was in their prime and possessed extraordinary skills. Manny Pacquiao and Lin Yu took two different planes heading to the first stop. The first stop press conference was held in Liué, Renalou, Brazil, at the Liué, Renalou Royal Palace. The 5,000 on-site tickets were sold out within 1 minute. Dusk. A plane departed, tearing through the scorching clouds. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound signified the clatter of high heels. A graceful flight attendant wearing 15-centimeter heels moved without a wobble. She took small steps forward and stood steadily before the young man, bowing slightly. Dear Lynn, it is now 8 p.m. on May 12th. Would you like a dinner? Lin Yu simply nodded. The flight attendant turned with a smile, but an instant sense of loss washed over her. She had spent 3 hours meticulously preparing her makeup, yet the young man before her had not even glanced at her. Lin Yu was building up his emotions. Tonight would be the night of focus, the first stop of the tour press conference. 2 hours later the plane landed. A specialized car carried Lin Yu to the Liue Renalou Royal Palace. At that moment over 5,000 fans were eagerly waiting. Manny Pacquiao had already taken the stage, receiving a terrifying roar of applause. Pacquiao enjoyed immense popularity. The WBO golden belt was placed before him. Just then a voice came through by Dana's earpiece. He has arrived. By Dana immediately rose, and the venue fell silent. Everyone looked at By Dana, knowing what this meant. That man had come. Ladies and gentlemen, By Dana personally introduced Lin Yu. Lin Yu arrived backstage carrying 2 championship belts over his shoulder. His expression was arrogant, his gaze firm. Welcome, the one. The 5,000 fans roared along with him. The only. The best. The shadowless red dragon. Lin Yu. By Dana had spent a long time learning Huaxia language. His pronunciation was perfect. Lin Yu made a flamboyant entrance followed by his outstanding team. He walked past Manny Pacquiao and strode straight to the center of the press conference. Standing at the very front, he spread his arms. The over 5,000 Brazilian audience rose to their feet. Everyone was worshipping and cheering. Lin Yu had not even said a single word. Manny Pacquiao sat behind Lin Yu, his smile somewhat awkward. The chairman of the Boxing Association had no trace of a smile. By Dana sat on the other side, already laughing until he turned red. At this moment the world was watching. Tens of thousands revered him, all for Lin Yu alone. The Huaxia Daily Reporter quickly captured the screenshot and uploaded it. The headline was published across the entire network. In the image, Lin Yu stood in the center at the C position, facing the tens of thousands of spectators. A single spotlight illuminated the solitary Lin Yu. Before him lay darkness, but the glowing dots from every fan's wristband adorned the void. Title: Anything is Possible. Lin, a Filipino journalist shouted from the sidelines. Lin Yu basked in the cheers of the crowd, then sat beside Dana White with an arrogant expression. Everyone in the venue was cheering. Pacquiao tried to pick up the microphone, but his fellow countryman journalist from the audience asked first, "What are you doing?" Lin Yu was very impatient. "Seeing your arrogant look, I really want to help you understand what kind of monster Manny Pacquiao really is." Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled. "Then go ahead and tell me," Lin Yu replied. He wasn't giving the other party a chance to boost his own momentum. Instead, the stronger his opponent was described, the greater the cheers he would receive when he defeated him. The Filipino journalist looked at Manny Pacquiao with admiration. As if looking at a god. He won championship belts across 8 weight classes. Just this fact has made the world of boxing study him for 10 years without finding a way to defeat him. Ricky Hatton, Miguel Cotto. These are legendary names that cannot be bypassed in the boxing world, yet all of them were knocked out by Manny Pacquiao. They all became stepping stones on Manny Pacquiao's legendary path. The once arrogant Ostley, one of the 4 kings closest to beating Mayweather, was chased and beaten all over the ring by this guy. After the journalist finished, cheers erupted immediately. Yes, he is the boxing king. This is a true boxing king. The only super king in the boxing world who crossed 8 weight classes and won 8 gold belts. This is truly unparalleled. Who are you? Lin Yu sat there smiling, silent, gesturing for the journalist to continue. From flyweight to light middleweight. From 112 pounds to 154 pounds. What he crossed was not just weight, but also height and overall physical fitness. As a mixed martial artist, you must know how great the physical and mental challenge is every time you move up a weight class. Manny Pacquiao is undefeatable. He is the true champion, the only boxing king in the world. After the journalist finished, the whole venue cheered. Everyone was shouting Manny Pacquiao's nickname. Destroyer. 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 Manny Pacquiao stood up to enjoy the cheers. Dana White's smile disappeared because the journalist's words seemed to wake him from a sweet dream. Arrogant, invincible, rising effortlessly through 2 weight classes in the UFC, Lin Yu had indeed made Dana White briefly forget what kind of monster Manny Pacquiao was. Everything the journalist just said was Manny Pacquiao's glorious achievements. At that moment, major live streams were broadcasting this unprecedented press conference. In the Sky Sports studio, Sky Sports, in collaboration with the UFC and the World Boxing Association, had launched a prediction poll for the winner. Henry and Lawrence were focused, but as the voting began, Manny Pacquiao consistently held the lead. His vote share fluctuated between 50 and 60, while Lin Yu's fluctuated between 40 and 50. Ladies and gentlemen, Lawrence was excited. This is the first time Lin Yu has trailed in the prediction rankings since his debut. Manny Pacquiao's reputation truly is far-reaching. Pacquiao picked up the microphone and ignited the crowd. Everyone, I just want to thank all the fans who came to support me today. I promise I won't let you down. I am fully prepared for the super fight in 2 months. After saying this, Pacquiao slammed down the microphone and sat down with an aura of dominance. The cheers in the venue shook the roof. Dana White still had no smile. In fact, his palms were sweating. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, and Lin Yu stood up smiling. He picked up the microphone. Hi everyone. First I salute my opponent. Manny Pacquiao, a great boxer champion across 8 weight classes. I think you are far better than that guy Mayweather, really. With these words, the whole venue erupted. Only Mayweather was hurt. In front of the live camera, Mayweather was watching the broadcast. He was so furious that he crushed his beer glass. Fuck. I know what you're thinking. This is a lightweight battle. Manny Pacquiao will cut weight and have an unprecedented mega fight with me. Thanks to the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas for providing the venue, the largest and most top-tier boxing arena in the world with a capacity of 650 spectators. After Lin Yu finished, cheers erupted again. Dana White was stunned. Though the people around were cheering, his eyes were full of confusion. Because this was not Lin Yu's style at all. When had the Shadow Crimson Dragon ever thanked anyone? Was this still the same arrogant kid? Lastly, I want to thank the journalist from earlier. Thank you for telling the world how great Manny Pacquiao is. He is such a great legendary fighter. Cheers erupted again. But Lin Yu continued. Because this way, after I defeat Pacquiao, the world will understand what a great genius I am. He crossed 8 weight classes because he had fought dozens of matches. I in 7 fights crossed 2 weight classes and took 2 championship belts. Once I take down Pacquiao, I will make you understand what a truly epic-making fighter is. Lin Yu's voice was high and clear. Dana White returned to his red state. He stood up smiling and clapping, and Lin Yu's fans in the venue erupted. Lawrence also smiled. This is the real Lin Yu. It's him, no doubt, this guy. For a moment I thought he had been replaced. Lin Yu's expression was arrogant. I don't care how many century KOs this guy has scored. Who cares about the defeated opponents he knocked out? Those guys can't compare to me. I'll show all of you in one match what dream footwork is. What a dodge master is. What a striking king is. What a true 6 edge shape warrior. After saying this, Lin Yu slammed down the microphone and sat down with grace. The whole venue went crazy. The whole world went crazy. Manny Pacquiao was somewhat stunned. He had thought the performance skills he had painstakingly learned were already outstanding. He had at least ignited the crowd. But in front of this guy he realized what true talent was. This guy didn't need to deliberately act arrogant, because he was born arrogant. The word arrogance was completely engraved in his bones. The venue was completely boiling. All the spectators were cheering. Shadow Crimson Dragon. Shadow Crimson Dragon. Shadow Crimson Dragon. The cheers lasted endlessly, echoing in the Brazilian venue, then riding the wind crossed the Pacific and turned toward the beautiful east. Echoing in an ancient and great nation. Shadow Crimson Dragon. Shadow Crimson Dragon. Shadow Crimson Dragon. In China, all 500 seats were packed. Crazy Chinese fans were everywhere. They almost all wore clothes bearing Lin Yu's logo, shouting loudly for him. This was Lin Yu's home turf. Though many Filipino fans had bought tickets to support Pacquiao, they were nothing compared to the terrifying base of Chinese fans. Dana White's smile remained on the live camera. He knew this guy would be the leader of the global market. These tour press conferences were extremely successful. The atmosphere of the unprecedented super fight had been heated to the extreme. At 9 p.m., at the end of the tour press conference, Dana White and WBA President Gilberto Mendoza stood together, both in suits, standing in front of the microphone. Under the dazzling lights, they jointly announced. The World Boxing Association, together with the UFC, officially announces to the world a historic feast in the sports world. The unprecedented Boxing King battle, Shadow Crimson Dragon vs. Asian Destroyer, officially begins. Huff, thump, huff, thump, thump. Good, very good. Focus on your movement. Inside the ATT training gym, a young man was drenched in sweat. His physique had not changed much from before. Pacquiao would drop from welterweight to lightweight to engage in a championship battle with Lin Yu. Barnett sat to the side watching this young man who seemed possessed. 3 months had passed since the press conference ended. Over these 3 months, the guy trained at least 10 hours every single day. Completely focused, undisturbed by any external factors. Barnett even suspected his flight hadn't taken off in 3 months. A 12-round war. This guy has never fought one before. Jack sat beside Barnett. But each round is only 3 minutes. In the UFC, every championship round he fought was 5 minutes. Don't worry, isn't there one round of freestyle fighting rules in the 12 rounds? Barnett raised an eyebrow. This was the card he had saved for Lin Yu. Although it was a 12-round boxing bout, Barnett insisted that following only boxing rules was unfair. Thus the rules of this epic battle were mixed. The first 11 rounds followed boxing rules, while the 12th round was freestyle fighting. Alright, let me rest a bit. Lin, please. Mike Brown threw off his gloves and collapsed to the side. Beside him was John Gray, who had been tormented by Lin Yu for 3 hours. Lin Yu panted, slightly glancing at the system interface. Host Lin Yu, age 20, height 177, 5 centimeters, still growing. Daily weight 80 to 86 kilograms, arm span 191, physical attributes strength 95, agility 93, 2 stamina 99, 2 bone density, extremely tough. Overall physical assessment, is your opponent Ultraman Tiga or Ultraman Taro that you need to train like this? Fighting techniques, punching 95, 9 kicking 94, 9 elbow strikes 80, throws 83, 9 ground techniques 83, 6 special ability bullet time LV2, Iron Bones LV2, killer moves rear hand heavy punch infinite, throws switch kick. Overall fighting technique assessment, the god of fighting can grant anyone 3 wishes, but only you can grant the god of fighting's wishes. The ticket sales for this battle exploded globally. All 65000 tickets were snapped up in 3 seconds. The cheapest ticket sold for 800. The most expensive ticket had been hyped to 300. That was for the 10 seats closest to the ring. The total value of live tickets exceeded 50 million, all sold out in 3 seconds. This was the fastest and most terrifying ticket sales record in boxing history. Unprecedented and likely never to be broken, unless Mayweather could fight Lin Yu in another epic battle. November 2nd, 2016. Oracle Arena. NBA Cavaliers vs. Warriors game. LeBron James was absent due to injury. The Golden State Warriors vs. the Cavaliers. Over 2,000 tickets were sold out. The opening ceremony had just ended, but neither team's starters were on the court. All players sat on the sidelines, and then the 4-sided screens above the Oracle Arena began broadcasting live. The arena DJ's voice boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the epic battle Pacquiao vs. Lin Yu is about to begin. Oracle Arena will first broadcast this epic battle. After it ends, the NBA game will follow. Therefore tonight's game will be postponed by about an hour depending on the result of the boxing match." Curry looked around. Not a single spectator was complaining. On the contrary, deafening cheers erupted instantly. No one wanted to miss this battle. Curry heaved a sigh of relief and immediately looked up, concentrating. All the basketball stars, everyone stared intently at the live screen. Neither side had entered yet. Brazil, Argentina, China, the Philippines, the UK, Japan, France, Spain, Iceland. Over 200 countries simultaneously broadcast this battle live. Backstage at the World Boxing Association, Chairman Mendoza watched the real-time, global online viewership count. Not cumulative, but real-time. That meant so many people were simultaneously watching the match in the live stream or on television. And that number had exceeded 1 billion. My God, I can't imagine how many pay-per-view purchases they'll sell. Even if each purchase is only 10 and 1 in 100 of those billion people buys, that's a full 100 million. The live camera began panning around the arena. Before the century battle began, too many top-tier celebrities had arrived. The camera focused on a black man. He had a full beard. Instantly applause erupted. LeBron James made a celebration gesture, looking delighted. Then the camera turned to tennis queen Serena Williams, cheering in the crowd. The front of her shirt had Lin Yu's arrogant celebration photo printed on it. Then Oliveira came into frame. The new UFC featherweight champion, who had just defeated challenger Holloway. Oliveira struck a defiant pose, showing support for his brother. The cheers from the crowd were earth-shattering. Countless spectators craned their necks to see. They hadn't expected the ticket to be so worth it, not only for the epic battle, but also for these sports legends. Usain Bolt made a money-counting gesture at the camera. It seems he supports Money Mayweather. The commentator chuckled. "Oh, look who that is. Ladies and gentlemen, the super boxing champion Tyson is standing right next to Ollie." The monstrous human boxer Tyson and the butterfly-footed Ollie had their arms around each other's shoulders, punching the camera. They would surely support the boxer, the Asian destroyer Pacquiao. Then the camera turned. The UFC heavyweight champion, also the current holder of the title, strongest man among 8 billion, Miocic, raised his fist at the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, the UFC heavyweight champion." Miocic defeated the former champion Verdum in the last UFC 198 event. Apple CEO Tim Cook is sitting in the front row. Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg made a defiant celebration gesture at the camera. He was a Lin Yu fan. A beautiful woman waved at the camera and applause erupted immediately. J.K. Rowling. Harry Potter took the world by storm, and she's the author. Then the camera focused on a man in a suit. Countless fans applauded and cheered. It was the football superstar Cristiano Ronaldo. The camera quickly spun and focused on another person. The Argentine superstar Lionel Messi. The two were locked in an intense battle on the football field, vying for the status of the greatest of all time. Ronaldo clenched his fists, his face beaming with smiles. Messi nodded shyly, smiling warmly. The lights dimmed. The entrance time had come. All 65000 spectators rose to their feet. Everyone craned their necks toward the entrance. 8 spotlights, 4 on each side, aimed at the tunnel. They lined up one by one, extending all the way to the ring. Commentator Lawrence and world boxing legend Michael Buffer sat together at the commentary desk. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time." Manny Pacquiao was already waiting at the exit. The entire audience stood, everyone holding up their phones. No one wanted to miss the entrance of this world war. Eye of the Tiger began to play. Cheers erupted instantly. Everyone applauded. Manny Pacquiao's two coaches raised the WBO World Champion belt high. Pacquiao raised both fists and entered to the cheers. The brilliant lights shone before him, illuminating every step. Even LeBron James couldn't help but take out his phone to record and cheer. The square ring was lit up. At this moment the world's focus was solely here. The diamond-encrusted ropes refracted the light as Manny Pacquiao ducked into the ring. Manny Pacquiao seems to be in great shape, but he needs to be careful. The last of the 12 rounds is under freestyle fighting rules. If it really comes down to freestyle fighting, he should not be a match for Lin. Lawrence said. Buffer laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Really, Lawrence? Do you think your guy can last until the 12th round with Pacquiao? Has Lin ever fought a match longer than 5 rounds? As a seasoned top commentator in professional boxing, Buffer still carried some pride. Lawrence rolled his eyes, not bothering to argue with him. Because next his roar would resound across the world. Uplifting instrumental music began, the solo outro of Big Stone Crushing Chest. The invited band Wanning Qingyan Lu Jian played the outro live at the entrance. Countless Chinese fans waved national flags. Romero raised the lightweight championship belt high. Khabib Nurmagomedov raised the featherweight championship belt high. The two followed behind Lin Yu, striding quickly into the arena. John Gray and Andre flanked on either side, waving the Chinese flag. Lin Yu bounced lightly into the arena to the rhythm of the music. His terrifying muscles trembled with each step. The Wanning Qingyan Lu Jian trembled as they began to sing. This was their first time seeing such a scene. Their voices trembled, but they were full of power. Darkness like a giant stone pressed against the chest. Then the outro solo. Distorted guitar, trumpet echoes, bass low, drums stirring. The shadowy red dragon. Lin Yu had arrived. Remember, don't hit too low. The referee gave the first warning, then the two touched gloves. Pacquiao is the first one willing to touch gloves with Lin Yu. Bafu declared proudly. Lawrence beside him said, actually you've got the order reversed. It's Pacquiao who is the first one Lin Yu is willing to touch gloves with. Where does this guy get his pride? Bafu asked in confusion. You'll understand soon enough. Lawrence now felt not the slightest bit nervous. He suddenly calmed down, because he saw the look in Lin Yu's eyes. All the spectators were standing to watch, accompanied by a roar. Fight! The epic battle began. Whoosh! Pacquiao exhaled as he threw a punch. The sound of his breath was like a blade cutting through the air. A straight jab followed by a rear hook. Lin Yu immediately leaned back. Pacquiao actually pressed forward aggressively. Pacquiao is chasing. This guy's punches are heavy even in the flyweight division. In these small weight classes the fighters are very light, so their punching power is minimal, making KOs rare. But Pacquiao is an exception. Lin Yu held a southpaw stance, same as Pacquiao. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, just dodging and observing. Pacquiao threw consecutive punches. Though he didn't land, he felt he was very close. Pacquiao strikes the body. Beautiful block. Lin's defense is as excellent as ever. Bafu frowned. Is this guy just going to dodge? Is he a slip-and-dodge kid? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu suddenly threw a punch. A rear hand with no setup. Pacquiao moved his feet, nimbly sidestepped and ducked to evade. His right hand followed up to the body. Lin Yu parried with his left hand, blocking with his elbow. Right hand swing. Pacquiao ducked again. Pressed forward. An uppercut from close range. A sure hit. Swish. He missed. Whoa. The crowd gasped. Lin Yu instantly turned his head to the left. Dodged the uppercut. A low left hook. Bang. Landed first. Body shot. But Pacquiao didn't budge. He countered immediately. Lin Yu quickly ducked. Moved left with butterfly footwork. He looked up at Pacquiao. This guy took a heavy punch from him and didn't even sway. In truth, Pacquiao was in great pain. But he never showed it in the ring. So far in his career, he had only lost 2 fights. In both before he was knocked down, no one could tell he was at a disadvantage. Even when hit, even when severely injured, he would continue attacking with a blank expression until he fell. Lin Yu's lips curled upward. An opponent like this was a bit more interesting. The two charged at each other. Neither backed down. Slightly crouched, Lin Yu's eyes were like an eagle's. Whoosh. Counter. Pacquiao pressed through. Left hook to the body. Right hook to the head. Lin Yu lowered his guard to protect his body, leaning his upper body back. Dodged repeatedly. While leaning back, he kept his eyes on Pacquiao's fists. When Pacquiao's arm was fully extended, the top of his glove was just 1 centimeter from Lin Yu's eyes. The next moment, Lin Yu countered. A straight rear cross. Bang. Hit the left cheek. Pacquiao staggered back a step. He didn't fall, but he was unsteady. Bafu instantly turned into a mute. Lawrence shouted, beautiful counter. But at that moment, Pacquiao, who had just staggered, suddenly struck back. A lightning strike. Lin Yu's pupils instantly contracted. He ducked and retreated. The glove barely grazed Lin Yu's cheek. Lin Yu could even feel a stinging sensation on his left cheek. That was the punch wind. Pacquiao's reaction speed was the limit of human capability. Well, the surrounding spectators burst into applause. Pacquiao, truly a world-class 8-division champion. He is different from every opponent Lin has faced before. He is too strong. Pacquiao had already recovered and pressed forward again. Lin Yu shook his head focused and faced Pacquiao. The epic master-level template battle had only just begun. Pacquiao's beautiful head movement, waiting for an opportunity. The uppercut is dodged again. Perfect defense. Bang, 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 whoosh, bang. The sounds of strikes kept ringing mostly dull. Both were masters of precision striking. Pacquiao kept his left hand near his cheek, occasionally ducking. His right hand searched for hooks and swings. Lin Yu still maintained a tight guard left leg forward. His right foot provided support from behind, yet moved nimbly like a wing. Each time Lin Yu pushed off with his right leg, it was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He could move his strong body with such agility. Every step transition was like a precision machine cutting a long strip of clay into uniform 1-centimeter blocks. Without any deviation, his jab was like a poison dagger, seizing every opportunity to pierce Pacquiao's defense and hit his cheek. His rear hand was like a heavy cannon ready to fire, as if a massive fiery shell could erupt at any moment. The two circled the ring, constantly exchanging blows. At 2 minutes 16 seconds of the first round, Pacquiao abruptly ducked. Lin Yu sensed it. He lowered his right hand to block. Bang. Indeed, it was a body shot. He immediately raised his left hand to protect his face. But Pacquiao's rear hook didn't follow. He swung to the right. He was going to hit Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu didn't dodge. Instead, he met Pacquiao's body punch with a counter. Bang, bang. Pacquiao's hook landed on Lin Yu's strongest side abdominal muscles. Sweat flew, but Lin Yu's left hook was full of power. The sound of impact was clearly louder than Pacquiao's. The Asian destroyer instantly lost his steam and sat down on the canvas. The referee immediately stepped in, signaling Lin Yu to go to the corner and wait. Whoa! The crowd exclaimed. Ba Fu was stunned. Lawrence roared beside him. Both landed simultaneously, but Pacquiao's punch was insignificant. In contrast, Lin Yu turned slightly sideways, his side abdominal muscles bulging, blocking Pacquiao's punch. This created an opportunity for a counter. The terrifying left hook slammed into Pacquiao, instantly knocking him down. Too bad it was just a lead hook. If it had been Lin's rear hand, Pacquiao would probably be sleeping for a few days. These were boxing rules, no follow-up punches allowed. Lin Yu stood quietly in the corner, his face expressionless. Because he knew this punch couldn't finish Pacquiao. He was just searching for patterns. He wanted to figure out Manny Pacquiao's boxing style. That style which the entire boxing world had studied for 10 years without figuring out. Lin Yu wanted to understand it through direct collision on the ring, through his own perception. Once he figured out Pacquiao's style, he could crush the Asian destroyer. Manny Pacquiao sat on the canvas, shaking his head. He was experienced and didn't hurry to get up. Mills Lane was counting. He was universally recognized as the best referee in professional boxing, known as Two Guns, having officiated many classic battles. When Lane counted to 6, Pacquiao slowly rose. He had basically regained his clarity. That blow just now, he had intended to hit Lin Yu's body and then follow with a hook. It was a 3-punch combination. But after his second punch landed, the feedback told Pacquiao that his strategy had failed. This guy seemed not to dodge because he was waiting for a lethal counter. The third punch couldn't even be thrown because he lost consciousness instantly and fell. Seeing Pacquiao rise, Lane signaled for the fight to continue. Lin Yu stepped forward. His jab was like a snake spitting its tongue, one after another, quickly stabbing at Pacquiao. Taking advantage of Pacquiao's recent knockdown, Lin Yu continued to disrupt his rhythm, forcing him to dodge more. This way he could figure out his style faster. The first round had little time left. The audience all stood up, applauding and cheering. Lin Yu suddenly ducked, quickly moving forward 2 steps. So fast that his figure blurred. Swish. Left hook followed by right hook. Consecutive body shots. Pacquiao immediately pressed forward to clinch. At that moment, the first round ended. The whole arena erupted. The first round is over. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously the UFC double champion has won the first round. His significant strikes far exceed Pacquiao's. He also has a knockdown. Lawrence was still a bit nervous. But Lin Yu's performance in the first round gave him more confidence. The big shots at ringside were all amazed by the two fighters' performance in the first round. Pacquiao returned to the blue corner and sat down. Legendary coach Freddie Roach crouched beside him. Alright, there are 2 issues now. First, your number of strikes and forward pressure is good, but you're mostly hitting his body. Now I need you to change your target to his head. Freddie Roach had just finished speaking when Pacquiao immediately shook his head. I don't think it's right, coach. What's wrong? Freddie Roach replied. I can hit his body, but I think he's doing it on purpose. He's deliberately luring me to hit his body. Pacquiao recalled the first round and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Freddie Roach noticed and immediately patted Pacquiao's shoulder, giving him strength. He had never seen the usually composed Pacquiao behave like this. Every time I try to hit his head, no matter how hard I try, I can't land. Only when I hit his body in some situations I can connect. But the cost of those seemingly useful hits is too great. He can almost instantly land a lethal counter. If I can't dodge, I might get knocked down again like in the first round. And I always feel this guy is observing. He seems to be holding back, keeping a part of his attention fighting me while studying my movements. He's observing my boxing habits. He seems to want to figure me out. As Pacquiao spoke, the 1-minute rest time had ended. Lin Yu patted Barnett, indicating everything was under control. He stepped into the center of the ring and prepared. Freddie Roach could only encourage him again. It's okay, Pacquiao. Remember, hit his head and increase your movement. Pacquiao nodded, regained his confidence, and stepped back into the ring. The second round began. Lin Yu still stood at the center of the ring. His movement never left that central axis. Pacquiao was forced to circle around Lin Yu, striking while rotating to reserve space and avoid being pressured. After several exchanges, Pacquiao suddenly surged forward. Consecutive jabs. The second jab reached farther than the first. Lin Yu moved back in 2 stages, leaning his body back to an astonishing degree. But he didn't lose his balance. Pacquiao followed with a hook. Another 3-punch, high-level combination. The target was the head. Lin Yu instantly ducked his leaning body, twisting to the left. But his lower body was extremely stable. His powerful core twisted his upper body to the right. Swish! The destroyer missed. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to strike. An uppercut from the lower right. Bang! Landed on the body. The muscles in that area trembled. Pacquiao's expression twisted instantly. He covered his abdomen with his left hand and retreated. Lin Yu followed again. Quick pursuit. Pacquiao was forced into the corner. He extended his arms to protect his head. Lin Yu swung wildly. Every punch was like a sledgehammer. Bang! Bang bang bang. The whole arena erupted again, cheers lasting endlessly. Countless spectators pulled out their phones. Oh my god! He's about to be in a dire situation. He's trapped in the corner. But his defense is very solid. Lin Yu continued to bombard heavily, but Pacquiao. His arms were too strong. Consecutive body shots followed by hammer fists. Bang! 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 The uppercut was like a blade piercing through Pacquiao's double-arm defense. It made his forehead tilt back slightly, but he brought his fists back in front of his face. Pacquiao's consciousness was gradually clearing. Then, swish! A lightning-fast counter. Pacquiao's jab was like lightning. Lin Yu's eyes were fixed. Like a spider sense, he almost instinctively stepped back. The fist loomed infinitely large in front of his eyes. However, when Pacquiao's arm was fully extended, the fist stopped just 1 centimeter from the tip of his nose. Absolute defense. Bullet time reaction. But Pacquiao still had a chance. He followed with another swing. Lin Yu ducked in response. Slipped and dodged. But the next second, the destroyer's third combination came again. Pacquiao lunged with a straight swing. The target was the body. Lin Yu quickly turned sideways. The cage was behind him, no room to dodge. Bang! A fast jab landed, but only hit the abdominal muscles. And the next second, Lin Yu's counter came again. A jab straight to the face. Bang! Pacquiao felt his left eye go dark. His body instantly went limp. Pacquiao fell to the right side in a lunge. He was knocked down for the second time. Well, just as the second round was about to end, Pacquiao was knocked down again. My god, Lin Yu is a monster. Lawrence realized what he was about to say next. Facing 8-division champion Pacquiao, Lin has performed perfectly. But I still feel this is the toughest fight of Lin's career so far. At least Pacquiao has caused him some trouble. Even though those troubles are indeed a bit insignificant. Lin Yu stood in the corner, still no smile on his face. He felt he was almost done figuring out Pacquiao's style. But there was still a little missing. In the live broadcast, Zuckerberg's eyes were full of shock. Ronaldo was stunned and stood up to watch. Lane began counting again. When he counted to 6, Pacquiao suddenly shot up. This guy's durability was world-class. The second round continued. Lin Yu pressed forward again, still leading with jabs. Time was running out. Finally, the second round ended. Phew! Pacquiao let out a long breath. He returned to his corner with a sense of relief. Lin Yu stood there frowning, staring at Pacquiao's footwork. He felt he had almost seen through it. How is it? Barnett brought out a stool and helped Lin Yu wipe sweat. Lin Yu sat down slowly, should be almost there. At that moment, Sky Sports released a live fight report. Carly had only posted the first 2 rounds updates to the fans. But she never expected this post to instantly hit the top of the trending list. Pacquiao's search volume exceeded 1 million in a minute. Intrigued, Carly clicked on the comments section. I don't want to say too much, but Pacquiao must be cheating. You know whether he's cheating or not. To be able to fight this guy for so long and perform so well, Pacquiao must have enabled to cheat. Pacquiao is indeed strong. He actually hit Lin Yu's body. This guy will definitely make the front page headline tomorrow. To be honest, I never really felt Pacquiao's power before, but these 2 rounds made me feel it. He is definitely a world-class champion, no doubt about it. The third round begins. Pacquiao is still throwing punches with all his might. But Lin Yu's counterattacks fill him with despair. Continuous bobbing and weaving Lin Yu, this guy actually stands his ground and dodges. Pacquiao throws another 3-punch high-level combination. Lin Yu instantly bobs left, then leans back. His distance control is always perfect. Pacquiao simply cannot land a punch to his head. Bang. Following through with a hook, Lin Yu lands another hit. This time it's the right cheek. Another clean strike. Holy shit. Look at the comparison between their faces. Blood is seeping from Pacquiao's left eyebrow ridge, his right cheek looks swollen, and there's blood at the corner of his mouth. And Lin Yu's face is too clean. Like it was just washed with clear water with only sweat droplets on it. And that handsome face. Lawrence's tone gradually lightens. Pacquiao is charging his killing move. Once his rear hook lands on the chin, it always demolishes his opponent. This is his ultimate weapon. He needs to wait for one more opportunity, so he keeps advancing toward Lin Yu. He knows this guy doesn't like to retreat, and he prefers to press forward. Therefore, he is very likely to fall into his uppercut trap. Even if he takes a few punches himself, as long as the uppercut lands, he can still knock him out. Pacquiao steadily advances. Barnett's eyes tighten, he notices it. Lin, watch out for his hook. Barnett shouts loudly from the front row. Hey old man, keep it down. On the other side, Freddie Roach expresses his dissatisfaction. The two draw closer, and Lin Yu strikes first. Uppercut. Bang. Pacquiao raises his arm to block. The water droplets on his cheek and hair instantly spray into mist. Lin Yu follows up with a low left hook. Body shot. The right hand swings again in sequence, followed by a right flat hook. High-level combination. Bang. Body hit. Bang. The right flat hook is blocked. Pacquiao anticipates and defends. He chooses to protect his head. The left hand swings a close-range counter. Pacquiao feints an attack to the body. Lin Yu blocks. His gaze tightens instantly. This is the opportunity. The right hand finally leaves his cheek. The waist twists. Full body power engages. Pacquiao summons thunder from flat ground, concentrating all his body's inertia into his right fist. The Asian destroyer finally launches a cruise missile. As if guided by GPS, it heads straight for Lin Yu's chin. This is the 8th Division champion's final masterpiece. This is the Asian destroyer's ultimate killing move. This is Pacquiao's all-out strike, drawing on everything he has learned in his lifetime. Without even looking down, Lin Yu senses the killing intent. Cristiano Ronaldo's mouth opens slightly. He almost anticipates Lin Yu's fate. Messi covers his head with both hands in advance. Zuckerberg's gaze tightens. Oliveira instantly leans back, resting against the chair. Barnett's palms are drenched in sweat. The right leg generates explosive force instantly. As Lin Yu's right leg powers up, the force seems to require no transmission. It strikes the core in an instant. Driving the lumbar spine, his torso forcibly pulls his body into a violent left bob. Pacquiao summons thunder from flat ground. But Lin Yu hears the silent tear of silk. Whoosh. Sweat droplets fall onto Lin Yu's shoulders. Pacquiao is nearly pressed against Lin Yu's body. This punch swings wide. Missed. Endless fear spreads through Pacquiao's heart. Like fog enveloping a valley, the abyss of the universe swallows him. Pacquiao frantically clinches Lin Yu. He needs to win himself the last sliver of survival space. At this moment, after dodging, Lin Yu tilts his head slightly back, his eyes cold and menacing, as if death himself had descended. A demon whispers in his ear. Your style. I've read it completely.